Harry Potter and the Crown's Wizard by Mr. Oblivious. 1. The room after the graveyard. York House began waking around Alex in layers. Water moved through the pipes behind the walls, shutters opened on the floor below, and footsteps passed along the corridor with the careful quiet of a household trying not to disturb two boys who had already slept through most of the previous day. Alex lay beneath the blankets and listened until he recognized Wainwright's measured tread, Mrs. Henshaw directing someone near the stairs, and a softer movement from Harry's room next door. Harry was awake again. Alex sat up too quickly. A heavy ache pulled through his shoulder and side where Madame Pomfrey had repaired the curse damage, and the room shifted just enough to make him grip the mattress. The wounds were closed. The burns, cuts and torn muscles had been mended before either boy left Hogwarts, but healing magic hadn't restored the strength consumed by the graveyard, the collapsing ward or the Phoenix Passage that had carried them home. His body felt sound and thoroughly overused. He waited until the dizziness passed, then crossed the carpet in his nightclothes and pushed the connecting door wider. Sirius sat beside Harry's bed in a chair drawn close to the mattress. His shirt was creased, his hair had escaped whatever effort he'd made to tame it, and a folded blanket lay untouched across his knees. He looked as though he'd slept for perhaps an hour, though he wasn't leaning over Harry or demanding answers. He was simply there. Harry had propped himself against the pillows. Madame Pomfrey's potions had restored the color lost to Voldemort's ritual, and no bandages remained except the narrow dressing around the cut on his arm. Even so, he held the glass of water Sirius had given him with both hands. "You're meant to be resting," Sirius said when he noticed Alex. "So are you." "I am resting." "You're watching Harry rest." Sirius considered that. "It's a specialized form." Harry's mouth lifted slightly. The expression lasted only a moment, but Sirius didn't seize upon it or try to turn it into proof that everything was improving. Alex stepped into the room. "Did you sleep?" "Some," Harry said. Sirius glanced at the untouched blanket across his knees. "He slept more than I did." "That wouldn't be difficult." Aunt Nell appeared in the connecting doorway behind Alex. She wore a dark morning dress and carried the small tray of potions the Hogwarts matron had sent with them. Her gaze moved from Alex's bare feet to Sirius's clothes and finally to Harry's water glass. "Everyone appears determined to begin the day before receiving permission," she said. "I only came next door," Alex replied. "And you're pale from doing it." Nell touched his shoulder lightly, avoiding the places where the repaired muscles still protested. "Madame Pomfrey said walking was allowed. She didn't say you should spend your recovered strength proving it." Harry lowered the glass. "I'm all right." "You're healing well," Nell said. "That isn't a promise that your body or mind has finished with what happened." She placed the tray beside Harry's bed and checked the labels before handing him the first measured dose. Sirius remained close, but he let Harry take the potion himself. Alex watched them and felt the familiar urge to ask what Harry remembered, whether the nightmares matched his own, and which details they needed to preserve before shock blurred them. The questions could wait. Crowther already had their warning. Dumbledore had their statements. Nobody needed either boy to turn survival into useful work before breakfast. Nell guided Alex back towards his room with a hand at his elbow. This time, he went without argument. Behind him, Sirius settled into his chair while Harry drank his potion, and York House continued preparing an ordinary morning around them. After breakfast, Nell allowed Alex to return to Harry's room on the condition that both boys remained seated and neither attempted to turn the conversation into work. Sirius moved his chair towards the window but stayed within reach, pretending to read a newspaper that had remained on the same page since Wainwright brought it upstairs. Harry sat in an armchair with his feet tucked beneath a light blanket. Alex took the chair opposite and rested his aching shoulder against the cushions. For a while, neither spoke. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, but it carried too much waiting to last. Harry rubbed his thumb across the dressing on his arm. "I don't remember you getting free." "I shrank after Pettigrew tied me to the marker." Alex kept his voice even. "The restraints loosened enough for me to slip out, but Voldemort saw me before I reached you." "I saw someone in a mask." "That was me later. I changed my face and robes so they'd hesitate before attacking." Harry looked up. "I thought one of them had turned against him." "That was the idea." A faint crease appeared between Harry's eyebrows. "You used fire after that." Phoenix Fire and the Vela Affinity together. It slowed them, but Voldemort broke through it. Harry nodded slowly, arranging the pieces against his own memory. Then our wands connected. People came out. I saw them, Alex said. Frank Bryce, Bertha Jorkins, and your parents. Harry's grip tightened around the blanket, but he didn't look away. Mom told me when to break the connection. She did. Your father noticed me crawling towards you. They helped keep Voldemort's attention on you long enough for me to reach your side. Harry stared towards the cold fireplace. I remember your hand. I don't remember deciding to take it. You didn't have time to think about it. I thought I'd left you behind when the fire closed. Alex remembered Harry's fingers crushing his own while curses struck his back and the graveyard ward narrowed around them. You didn't let go. Harry's shoulders eased by a fraction. Neither did you. They continued carefully, stopping whenever a detail became too sharp. Harry supplied the words Voldemort had spoken during the ritual. Alex explained the damaged western ward and why the Phoenix Passage had nearly collapsed. Neither asked the other to describe pain that added nothing to the sequence. A knock sounded at the outer door. Wainwright entered carrying a silver tray and a folded sheet of official paper placed separately upon it. Mr. Crowther has arrived, he said. He believes you should see what the ministry released this morning. Crowther entered a minute later with Nell beside him. He had removed his outdoor coat but still carried the narrow leather folder used for restricted correspondence. Wainwright set the tray between Harry and Alex, then withdrew, leaving the folded ministry statement untouched beside the tea. Crowther didn't sit until Sirius had moved the newspaper aside. This was released to the Wizarding Press shortly after 8. Barnaby obtained a copy before publication. Alex opened the sheet. The heading identified it as an official statement from the Minister for Magic concerning the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament. The first paragraph offered sympathy for the injuries suffered by Hogwarts' 2 champions. The second described their disappearance as an unauthorized portkey incident still under investigation. Harry leaned forward. Read the rest. Alex continued aloud. The Ministry has received several alarming claims attributed to Mr. Harry Potter and Lord Fairfax. Both young wizards endured severe physical injury, magical exhaustion and considerable emotional distress. Until independent evidence supports their recollections, the Ministry urges the public to avoid speculation. Sirius rose so quickly that his chair struck the wall. Attributed to them? They gave statements in front of witnesses. Crowther kept his voice level. The wording doesn't deny that statements exist. It questions whether the boys were capable of reporting accurately. Harry reached for the page. Alex handed it over, and Harry read the final paragraph in silence before pushing the sheet onto the tray. They're saying we imagined him. They're saying trauma may have distorted what you remember, Nell replied. Her calm tone didn't hide her anger. It allows them to dismiss you while pretending concern. Harry's face tightened. Voldemort cut me. Pettigrew used my blood. There were Death Eaters standing around us. And the real Moody was found imprisoned, Sirius added. Crouch confessed. Crowther opened his folder and placed a second document beside the statement. The Ministry describes Crouch as unstable and says his claims require verification. Fudge is separating every piece of evidence so none of it appears decisive. Alex read the language again. Each sentence had been built to sound cautious rather than dishonest. It turned wounds into reasons for disbelief and survival into proof that neither boy could be trusted. They know what they're doing, he said. Yes, Crowther replied. The Crown's position hasn't changed. Your warning was accepted as restricted fact, and preparations have begun. This statement matters because it tells us how the Ministry intends to answer the truth in public. Alex's attention moved towards the writing desk in his room. His notebook lay inside the top drawer, close enough to retrieve within a minute. Dates, names and exact wording could be compared, indexed and answered before the Ministry's version settled. Harry followed his gaze and understood. You're going to write another report. Alex looked back at the official statement lying between them, its careful concern more insulting than an open accusation. Harry's question remained between them. Alex could already see the report taking shape. The Ministry statement copied line by line, each implication matched against evidence, each omission marked and answered. He could have the first draft finished before luncheon if his hands stopped shaking long enough to write. Crowther followed his glance towards the adjoining room. The Crown doesn't need another report. Alex looked at him. The Ministry has begun building a public version. Yes. Then it needs answering before people accept it. By whom? Crowther asked. He closed the leather folder and rested both hands upon it. You gave your statement. Harry gave his. Professor Dumbledore preserved the evidence, and the Queen accepted the warning. The next decisions belong to adults with offices, staff and authority. Sirius moved back towards Harry's chair, though his anger hadn't eased. He's right. Fudge wants you both exhausted and defending yourselves until nobody remembers who should be answering questions. Harry watched Alex without accusation. That made the choice harder. Alex had spent years proving that preparation mattered, that records protected people, and that silence allowed convenient lies to harden. Leaving the statement unanswered felt too close to surrender. Nell lifted the Ministry sheet from the tray and folded it once. You're treating rest as time stolen from the work. The work doesn't stop because we're tired. No, she said, but it can continue without consuming you. Alex looked at Harry. The dressing around his arm remained clean, yet his fingers had tightened beneath the blanket. They had spent the morning rebuilding the graveyard together, and the Ministry had turned those memories into another problem demanding proof. If Alex left now, Harry would be alone with Sirius, Nell and Crowther, all of whom cared for him. He wouldn't be abandoned. That wasn't the same as Alex choosing to stay. He reached for the official statement, folded it a second time and handed it back to Crowther. Keep it with the other papers. Crowther accepted it without praise. I will. Harry's shoulders loosened. You're not writing? Not today. Alex settled deeper into the chair, ignoring the pull in his side. We've already told them what happened. They can't make us tell it better by pretending they didn't hear. Sirius returned to his abandoned newspaper. Good. I was beginning to think I'd have to confiscate your ink. You'd spill it. I'd confiscate it very thoroughly. Nell poured fresh tea while the tension eased enough for Harry to smile. At the edge of Alex's vision, quiet text appeared. Current task. Build a life worth returning to instead of turning survival into duty. Reward. 20 integration points. The words faded as Harry asked whether anyone had saved the unfinished game downstairs. Alex remained beside him and answered the question. 2. The people who believe them. By the following morning, York House had stopped behaving like a convalescent ward. Sirius began the change by arriving at breakfast in a clean shirt, carrying the unfinished game board beneath one arm and declaring that nobody who could argue over rules for 40 minutes was permitted to describe himself as critically ill. Harry looked suspiciously at the board. You moved my pieces. I preserved them from neglect. You put all the dragons on your side. They recognized strong leadership. Before Harry could answer, voices sounded in the entrance hall. Hermione entered the breakfast room first with a stack of books she surrendered to Wainwright after one look from Nell. Neville followed carrying a paper parcel of sweets from Honeydukes, while Luna brought a small bunch of wildflowers tied with blue thread. Fred and George came last, each holding one end of a long wooden case that knocked against the doorframe. Emergency entertainment, Fred announced. Approved for use by injured champions, George added. Not approved by anyone responsible, Hermione said. That would have delayed delivery. Nobody asked Harry or Alex to describe the graveyard. Hermione hugged both of them, then began complaining that Fred and George had tried to charm the case open during the drive from the village. Neville placed the sweets within reach and asked Harry whether Sirius had cheated yet. Luna gave the flowers to Mrs. Henshaw for a vase, then sat beside Alex as though she'd seen him the previous afternoon rather than before the final task. The wooden case contained a larger version of beasts above the table, with projected mountains, moving rivers and sheep that fled whenever a dragon landed nearby. Fred and George had added the sheep without permission and refused to explain why 3 wore tiny hats. Harry laughed when Sirius's first dragon frightened its own herd into Neville's castle. The sound stopped everyone for half a breath. Hermione looked down at the rules, Neville adjusted a tower, and the twins immediately argued over whether terrified livestock counted as a tactical weapon. They let the laugh remain ordinary. By noon, tea had gone cold beside the board, Luna's flowers stood in the middle of the table, and Harry was accusing Sirius of hiding a dragon beneath the projection field. Alex watched his friends crowding the room without guarding their words or measuring his reactions. They believed him. More importantly, they didn't require proof every time they looked at him. Then Hermione mentioned that the Morning Prophet had repeated the ministry statement. Alex's hand moved towards the notebook in his pocket before he noticed he'd made the decision. His fingers had barely touched the leather when Luna reached across the table and removed it from his pocket. She did it without haste, drawing the small book free before he could close his hand around it. The game continued between them. Sirius accused George of hiding a sheep inside a mountain. Fred insisted the sheep had entered voluntarily, and Harry leaned over the board to inspect the disputed terrain. Alex held out his hand. "I need that." Luna turned the notebook over and examined the strap. "You haven't opened it yet." "That's why I need it back." Hermione looked from the newspaper folded beside her chair to Alex's waiting hand. "I only said the prophet repeated the statement. I didn't say anything had changed." "It means the ministry's wording is spreading," Alex replied. "We should record which claims they're repeating, compare them with yesterday's version and work out what they're preparing people to believe." Neville rested his control wand beside the board. "Before lunch? It's already after 12. That wasn't the important part." Luna placed the notebook on her lap. "What happens if you don't analyze it now?" Alex looked towards the folded prophet. The answer seemed obvious. False claims became accepted when they went unanswered. Language chosen carefully could prepare the public to reject later evidence, and every repetition made correction harder. "They gain time," he said. Harry had stopped searching the mountain. "They already printed it. Which means we need to understand the response before the next statement appears." Sirius leaned back in his chair. "We?" Alex glanced around the table. Hermione had brought books, but none lay open. Neville's sweets remained between the game pieces. Fred and George had spent the morning arguing about decorative livestock rather than asking what Voldemort had done. Even Harry looked tired again now that the ministry had entered the room. Luna loosened the notebook's strap but didn't open it. Would writing in this make Harry safer before tea? Not directly. Would it tell the Crown something they don't know? "I don't know until I examine the statement." Luna nodded as though he'd confirmed her point. "Then you're about to stop being here so you can search for work that may not exist." Alex lowered his hand. Annoyance remained, but it had nowhere honest to settle. Luna wasn't dismissing the ministry's denial or asking him to trust that it would disappear. She was refusing to let its appearance claim the entire day. "What are your terms?" he asked. "One more game," Luna said, setting the notebook beneath her chair. "You may rescue it afterward if nobody responsible has already rescued you from it." A knock sounded beyond the breakfast room doors. Wainwright entered and glanced towards the crowded table. "Mr. Crowther has arrived, my lord. He says the visit concerns the ministry statement, but it needn't interrupt luncheon." Crowther entered without his leather folder. That absence caught Alex's attention before the man took the empty chair beside Sirius and accepted the plate Wainwright placed before him. "You didn't bring the statement," Alex said. "No." Crowther unfolded his napkin across his knees. "I assumed the copy already in this room was causing enough trouble." Luna glanced towards the newspaper beside Hermione's chair but kept Alex's notebook beneath her own. Fred moved the game board aside to make room for Crowther's luncheon, accidentally sending 3 sheep into Neville's river. Alex ignored them. "Has the ministry changed its position?" "Not since yesterday. The newspapers are repeating the same language because it's the only official language available." Crowther picked up his fork. "That makes it influential. It doesn't make it new intelligence." Hermione leaned forward. "They're trying to make people doubt Harry and Alex before anyone examines the evidence." "Yes," Crowther said. "Mr. Barnaby Grigg is monitoring the wizarding press. Other people are comparing public claims with the preserved statements and evidence. That work is already underway." Alex looked towards Luna's chair. "They don't have my analysis of the wording." Crowther set down his fork. "They have your warning, your sworn account, Harry's account, the medical evidence from Hogwarts and the statement you helped prepare for the Crown. They don't need you to reproduce the same information every time Cornelius Fudge finds a new way to avoid reading it. It wouldn't be the same information. Repetition changes public acceptance." "It does. That's why people trained to study newspapers are studying the newspapers." Alex felt the answer press against a habit older than his work for the Crown. When something mattered, he recorded it. When danger moved, he followed. Leaving the page blank felt too much like failing to notice. Crowther's expression softened without surrendering the point. You aren't the Crown's only source, Alex. You aren't its entire analytical staff, and you aren't expected to prove your usefulness every morning. Harry looked down at the board. One of the tiny dragons had curled beside a sheep wearing a pointed hat. Does that apply to me too? It applies especially to both of you, Crowther said. Your responsibility was to survive, tell the truth and give it to people able to act. You've done that. Luna retrieved the notebook and placed it on the table before Alex, but she kept one finger across the cover. Alex looked at Crowther. What happens next? Adults with lawful authority decide what Britain does with the warning, Crowther replied. You'll be asked for what only you can provide. Until then, you're allowed to finish luncheon. Beyond the windows, the grounds remained quiet. Alex left the notebook closed and reached for his neglected plate while Crowther began explaining why the Crown's next meeting would not be arranged around a recovering boy's urge to remain indispensable. Crowther stayed through luncheon, but he didn't turn the meal into a briefing. He discussed the ministry only when Hermione asked a direct question, refused Fred's suggestion that Fudge might respond better to an enchanted sheep delivered through his fireplace, and allowed Sirius to complain about the prophet without correcting every angry interruption. When Wainwright entered carrying a telephone message, Alex straightened automatically. Crowther accepted the folded slip, read it and passed it to Nell without showing Alex. Is that about the warning? Alex asked. It concerns arrangements being made because of the warning, Crowther replied. That's all you need at present. Alex waited for the rest. Crowther returned to his meal. The refusal wasn't secrecy used to control him. Crowther had read the message, Nell had checked it, and neither looked alarmed. Whatever decision waited inside the folded paper belonged to people with authority to make it. Alex understood that in principle. Remaining seated while they acted required something harder than understanding. Harry nudged a control wand towards him. Your turn. Alex looked down at the projection field. During his distraction, Sirius had moved a dragon into the ruined tower and claimed the position granted immunity from sheep. Neville objected that the rules mentioned neither ruins nor livestock-based protection. That move isn't legal, Alex said. Sirius folded his arms. Prove it. The notebook remained closed beside Alex's plate. He could open it, record Crowther's wording and begin listing what arrangements might already be underway. Instead, he picked up the control wand and inspected the board. The tower occupies 2 squares, Alex said. Your dragon occupies 3. Half of it is standing in Neville's river. It's bathing. Then the sheep can reach it. Fred immediately moved every sheep towards Sirius's position. George supplied a battle cry on their behalf, and Harry laughed when the first tiny animal struck the dragon's foot and bounced into the water. Across the room, Crowther spoke quietly with Nell. Alex caught only fragments concerning transport, medical permission and a meeting that could be postponed if either boy tired. Nobody asked him to organize the journey. Nobody handed him a list of decisions disguised as questions. Crowther left shortly after 3. At the door, he paused beside Alex's chair. Windsor has requested your presence tomorrow, provided Nell and your doctor agree. You're not expected to prepare anything tonight. Alex glanced at the closed notebook, then at Harry waiting beside the board. All right, he said. After Crowther departed, Alex didn't follow him or ask Nell for the message. He returned his dragon to the field and let the people he trusted carry the warning beyond the room while he remained inside it, healing among friends. 3. The Prime Minister at Windsor. The journey to Windsor began after the family doctor examined both boys and decided that only Alex was fit for the meeting. Harry accepted the decision more easily than Sirius did, though he made Alex promise not to return with a folder of work and 3 new responsibilities. Luna kept Alex's notebook until he entered the car, then surrendered it to Nell rather than him. You won't need it during the drive, she said. Alex looked at the closed book in Nell's hands. I might need to record something afterward. Then it'll still contain all its empty pages. Crowther met them inside a private entrance at Windsor Castle. He carried no visible papers and gave Alex nothing beyond the order in which they would enter. A member of the royal household escorted them through quiet corridors, past closed doors and portraits whose painted occupants couldn't move or listen. The familiar absence of magic should have made the visit feel simpler. Instead, Alex became increasingly aware that nobody had told him the audience's purpose. He'd assumed the Queen wanted a private account of what had happened since her telephone call. Perhaps she intended to discuss the ministry's denial, ask whether the warning had changed or decide what acknowledgement could safely pass between the Crown and magical Britain. Alex had prepared answers without writing them down. He'd even obeyed Crowther's instruction and brought no documents. The equerry opened a door and announced them. The Queen stood beside a small table near the windows. Crowther entered first and moved to one side, leaving Alex and Nell a clear view of the man waiting opposite her. John Major wasn't surrounded by private secretaries or carrying the red boxes Alex associated with photographs of government business. He wore a dark suit, held a pair of spectacles in one hand and regarded Alex with the careful attention of someone who had already read enough to know that ordinary introductions wouldn't be sufficient. Alex stopped just inside the room. He'd met the Queen as sovereign, family connection and the final recipient of warnings that couldn't enter normal government channels. The Prime Minister's presence changed the nature of the meeting before anyone spoke. Whatever arrangements Crowther had refused to explain at York House had already moved beyond the Crown's private knowledge. The Queen greeted Nell first, then turned to Alex. "You were expecting fewer people." "Yes, ma'am. I thought so." Her expression remained kind, but the room held none of the ease of a family visit. She indicated the Prime Minister. "Mr. Major has read the restricted account. Britain's response can't remain a private matter between you and me." Major replaced his spectacles and offered Alex his hand. "Lord York, I believe we need to establish precisely which decisions belong in this room, and which of them belong to the government." Alex accepted Major's hand. The Prime Minister's grip was firm without turning the greeting into a test, and he released Alex before indicating the chairs arranged around the small table. "Please sit," Major said. "You've had a difficult few days, and nobody here benefits from pretending otherwise." Nell took the chair beside Alex. Crowther remained slightly behind them until the Queen gestured for him to join the table, placing everyone within the same conversation rather than dividing the room into officials and witnesses. The Queen waited until they were settled. "You brought the first warning to me because the established magical authorities hadn't acted upon it." "Yes, ma'am," Alex said. "That was proper under the circumstances. I received the evidence, asked questions and ensured it reached people who couldn't safely be approached through ordinary channels." She rested one hand upon the arm of her chair. "But receiving a warning and governing the response to it are separate responsibilities." Alex glanced towards Major. "The Crown can't order preparations." "The Crown may advise, encourage and warn," the Queen replied. "I may require that a danger be considered rather than dismissed. I may preserve continuity when departments, ministers or institutions fail to communicate. I do not personally direct police operations, military deployments or domestic security policy." Major leaned forward slightly. "Those decisions require elected authority, legal powers and people who remain answerable for what they order. In this case, that means my government." The distinction was familiar from constitutional study, yet magic had allowed Alex to treat it as less definite than it was. The Queen had known about the hidden society for years because he'd brought her proof. She'd authorized inquiry within the royal household and protected the small circle around him. None of that gave her the right to create a private army against Voldemort. Alex looked towards Crowther. "Then the arrangements mentioned yesterday were authorized by the Prime Minister." "Some preliminary measures were," Crowther said. "Others await decisions that haven't yet been made." Alex's first instinct was to ask which measures, who had been informed and what resources had already moved. Major noticed the questions gathering before Alex gave them voice. "You'll be told what you need in order to advise us," the Prime Minister said. "You won't be expected to design the whole response, and you won't be given every operational detail simply because your warning began the process." The Queen's gaze remained steady upon Alex. "Your duty is to tell us what is true within your knowledge. Mine is to ensure the warning is heard. Mr. Major's is to decide what lawful action follows." Alex sat back, accepting the shape of the room at last. "Then you need to know what Voldemort can actually do." Major opened a slim folder that had been waiting beside his chair. "I need facts that affect policy. We'll leave motives, history and magical theory unless they change what Voldemort's followers can do." Alex nodded. "His body is living and physically vulnerable, but he's one of the most dangerous wizards alive. He can kill instantly with a wand, control minds, inflict severe pain and move without using roads or ordinary transport." "Distance?" Major asked. "I can't give you a reliable limit for apparition. It's rapid and difficult to detect beforehand, but wards can prevent entry or force arrival outside a protected boundary. Major made a brief note. Can every hostile wizard do that? No, it requires training, and mistakes can cause injury. I don't know how many of his followers are competent enough to use it under pressure. Good, Major said. Keep separating what you know from what you expect. The instruction checked Alex before he could explain every exception. They can also disguise themselves, alter memories and place people under magical control. Some methods require proximity. Others can be carried through objects, food or drink. Major's pencil paused. Could a controlled official appear normal? Yes. For how long? I don't know. The Imperious curse can be resisted, but not everyone recognizes that they're under it. Nell's hand remained still upon the arm of her chair. Crowther listened without interrupting, though Alex suspected several of Major's questions had come from discussions held before they arrived. Major turned one page. Could conventional weapons kill these people? They're human, Alex replied. But shields can stop or redirect physical attacks, and surprise matters. Once they understand how they're being attacked, they'll adapt. Can they be detained? With magical precautions, trained guards and a way to prevent wandless escape or outside rescue. Ordinary cells aren't enough. Major studied him for a moment. And what can you do that would alter those conclusions? The question opened too many answers. Alex could demonstrate concealment, shrinking, changed appearance, fire or movement that ignored conventional routes. He began to rise before Major lifted one hand. Sit down, the Prime Minister said. I'm not asking for proof. Alex stopped and returned fully to the chair. I've read verified accounts from people who witnessed what you did, Major continued. A display would satisfy curiosity. It wouldn't tell me how to protect the country, and it would encourage this meeting to become an examination of you rather than the threat. The Queen gave Alex a quiet, approving look. Major closed the folder halfway, leaving only one page visible. Tell me which capabilities government planners must account for now, he said, and keep everything else to yourself. Alex considered each capability by its effect rather than its origin. I can alter my appearance well enough to pass briefly as another person, though close examination and personal questions can expose me. I can conceal myself from ordinary sight, change my size within limits and travel by magical fire to places I know or prepared destinations. Major's pencil moved again. Can you carry another person? Yes, but it's tiring, and I wouldn't treat it as reliable transport for a group. Can hostile wizards follow you through it? Not through the same passage. They could predict where I'm going if they knew the destination. Alex stopped there. He didn't explain the creatures behind the abilities, the private storage nobody could search or the full limits he was still learning. Those details didn't change the government's immediate preparations. Offering them would turn useful restraint into another confession. Major waited, giving him room to continue. Alex let the silence stand. Anything else that changes how we protect a civilian site? The Prime Minister asked. I can detect some dangers before I consciously identify them, but it isn't precise enough to replace guards or intelligence. I can help people resist fear and despair for a short time. I can also survive hazards that would kill an ordinary person. Alex chose his next words carefully. That doesn't mean I should be placed where those hazards are expected. Nell's posture eased beside him. Major closed the folder. That last conclusion may be the most useful one you've given me. The Queen looked towards Crowther. The relevant capabilities will be recorded without speculation concerning their source. Crowther nodded. And access will remain restricted. Alex felt the familiar discomfort of an incomplete account, but no one in the room appeared less prepared because he'd withheld the mechanism. Major knew what Alex could contribute, what couldn't be assumed and why no plan should depend upon him alone. The meeting ended without assignments. Major returned the folder to Crowther and told Alex that future questions would pass through the established channel unless urgency required otherwise. The Queen asked after Harry, then instructed Alex to take her good wishes home rather than remain at Windsor searching for more work. Outside the room, Nell returned his notebook. Alex held it during the walk through the castle but didn't open it. The active task remained unchanged when he called it briefly to mind. Build a life worth returning to instead of turning survival into duty. The government had accepted its responsibility. Alex's next responsibility was to return to York House, where Harry, Sirius, Luna and the others were waiting to discover whether the sheep could defeat a second dragon. 4. 3 measured doses. Alex returned to Windsor 2 days later carrying no notebook, wand case or visible container. Nell traveled beside him, while Crowther occupied the opposite seat and made no attempt to ask where the treatment had been kept during the journey. The 3 prepared doses rested separately inside Alex's private storage, each sealed within a small crystal vial marked only by a colored thread around its neck. Nothing connected them to Nicholas or Perenelle Flammel, and nothing outside Alex's own knowledge pointed towards the stones that had made them possible. They entered through the same private entrance used for the meeting with the Prime Minister, but John Major wasn't waiting inside the receiving room. This audience belonged to the royal family rather than the government. It wasn't payment for service, part of Britain's preparations or a privilege attached to office. Crowther would preserve only what was needed to protect the meeting, while the treatment itself remained outside any official record. Nell paused with Alex outside the final door and straightened his collar, although it didn't need attention. "You're certain the doses were prepared correctly?" "I checked them before we left and again in the car." "That wasn't quite what I asked." Alex met her eyes. "I'm certain." Nell studied him for another moment, then nodded. She knew he was carrying something important in private, but she hadn't asked him to break the trust that had placed it in his care. Crowther remained beside her when the equerry admitted Alex alone. The Queen stood near a low table with Prince Philip. The Queen Mother occupied an armchair beside the fire, her walking stick resting against one knee. Age had narrowed her movements without diminishing the bright attention in her eyes. "You've brought it yourself," the Queen said. "Yes, ma'am." Alex stopped beside the cleared table. "The treatment hasn't left my control since it was prepared, and it won't remain here afterward." Prince Philip glanced at Alex's empty hands. "A remarkably secure medical bag. It's safer when no one can steal the bag." The Queen Mother smiled. "I already approve of that part." Alex called the first vial from storage. It appeared in his palm without light or sound, holding a measure of deep red liquid. He placed it on the table, then produced the other 2 and arranged them apart so there could be no confusion between the doses. "These were prepared and measured individually," he said. "They mustn't be divided, combined, retained for examination or carried away. I'll remain until each vial is either consumed or returned to my custody." The Queen studied the liquid without touching it. "And the source?" "I can explain what the treatment is, its known risks, how often it may need repeating and what changes others might notice." Alex held her gaze. "I can't name its source, the method of preparation or the people who entrusted the knowledge to me." Prince Philip moved closer to the table. "You're asking us to consider taking something whose origin you won't disclose." "Yes, sir." The Queen Mother leaned forward, both hands resting upon the head of her walking stick. "Then we'd better ask sensible questions before the boy decides we're too troublesome to treat." Her remark eased the room without making the decision less serious. Alex left the vials untouched and accepted the chair the Queen indicated, placing himself near enough to recover them before anyone else could reach the table. The Queen looked towards the 3 measured portions. "Begin with what we should expect." "The treatment strengthens and restores a living body," Alex said. "It should improve general health, reduce some of the weakness caused by age and return a limited amount of physical vigor. It won't return anyone to youth, and I can't promise that every condition will respond equally." Prince Philip examined his vial through the crystal. "How limited is limited? I can't give you an exact number of years. The change depends partly upon the person receiving it." Alex glanced towards the Queen Mother. "It may be more noticeable where age has placed a greater burden on the body." She tapped one finger against her walking stick. "People may think I've become younger. They may think you look healthier, move more easily or appear younger than you did. I can't guarantee the change will be subtle enough to escape people who see you often." The Queen's attention sharpened. "And this isn't permanent?" "No, ma'am. Its effects will diminish with time. Future doses may be required, but they would remain controlled in the same way as these. I won't leave a supply, and I won't provide a timetable before I've seen how each of you responds." Prince Philip sat opposite Alex. "What happens if one of us refuses a later dose?" "Then the treatment ends naturally. You wouldn't become dependent upon it to remain alive, but the protection against age and declining health would gradually lessen." The Queen Mother smiled faintly. "So one may stop without turning into dust before luncheon?" "Yes, ma'am." The Queen rested her hands in her lap. "What risks are known?" The doses have been prepared specifically and measured carefully. I don't expect harm, but this is powerful magic. I need to remain present while you take it and observe the immediate response. If anything differs from what I was taught to expect, no one else drinks until I'm satisfied it's safe." "And secrecy?" Prince Philip asked. "No one may retain a sample, order an analysis or ask another person to identify it," Alex said. "You may discuss the practical effects among yourselves. The source, preparation and future supply must remain with me." The Queen looked first to her husband and then to her mother. "Then each of us must decide with the same knowledge, and without assuming another person's choice answers for our own." Prince Philip reached his decision first. He picked up the vial marked with a blue thread, turned it once between his fingers and looked towards Alex rather than the Queen. "You've taken every precaution you can describe without betraying the people who taught you?" "Yes, sir." "And you'd refuse to give this to us if you believed the risk outweighed the benefit?" "I would." Philip removed the stopper. "Then I'll take responsibility for believing you." Alex rose and moved beside him before the vial reached his lips. The elixir caught the room's light with a deep red glow, but produced no scent Alex could detect. Philip swallowed the measured dose in one draught and returned the empty vial directly to Alex. Warmth spread beneath Philip's skin almost at once. He drew a deeper breath, one hand settling against the table as Alex watched his color, balance and eyes for any sign of distress. "Pain?" Alex asked. "No." Philip rolled one shoulder carefully. "Heat through the chest and arms. Not unpleasant." Alex waited through 30 counted breaths before storing the empty vial. Philip remained steady, and nothing in his response differed from the Flamel's instructions. The Queen lifted the vial tied with white thread. "I choose to accept the treatment on the same terms." Alex stepped to her side. She removed the stopper herself and drank without ceremony, though her gaze remained upon him while the elixir disappeared. Her breathing changed first, becoming fuller before settling into an easier rhythm. Alex checked her pulse at the wrist only after she offered her hand. "Any dizziness, tightness or pain?" "None," she said. "There's warmth behind my ribs, and I feel as though I've slept unusually well." "That's within expectation." The Queen Mother studied her own vial while Alex completed the observation period. "You're both being rather calm about this." Philip sat back in his chair. "Would you prefer trumpets?" "I'd prefer not to be the only coward in the room." "You're allowed to refuse," Alex said. He left her vial upon the table rather than offering it. "Nothing changes between us if you do." She looked at him for several seconds, then set aside her walking stick. "That's why I'm not refusing." The Queen Mother took the final vial, pulled the stopper free and drank more slowly than the others. Alex remained close enough to steady her without touching her first. When she lowered the crystal, her fingers had stopped trembling around it. She blinked, drew a long breath and pressed one hand lightly against her chest. "Oh," she said, "that's rather stronger than sleep." Alex accepted the empty vial and watched all 3 recipients together. Every measured dose had been consumed by choice, and nothing remained outside his control except the secret they had agreed to keep. He stored the final empty vial beside the other 2 and closed his private space. The table was clear again. No bottle, stopper or stain remained for a servant, official or curious visitor to discover, yet the knowledge had already passed beyond him into 3 more minds. The Queen watched him return to his chair. "Who else knows enough to understand what we've received?" "The people who prepared it," Alex said. "Aunt Nell knows I brought a private treatment, but not its source or complete nature. Mr. Crowther knows only that this meeting required protection and absolute privacy." "Mr. Major?" Prince Philip asked. "He doesn't need to know," Alex replied. "This doesn't alter his responsibilities, and it wasn't offered as part of government service." The Queen Mother flexed her fingers slowly, studying their steadiness. "People will notice if this works as well as it appears to be working." "They may," Alex said. "That doesn't mean they need an explanation." Prince Philip glanced towards his wife. "A good holiday, better sleep and flattering light may carry us some distance." The Queen Mother smiled. "At my age, people will believe almost anything if it allows them to discuss me over luncheon." The ease in the room lasted only a moment. The Queen rested her hands in her lap and regarded Alex with the seriousness she'd shown when he first brought proof of magical Britain into her private circle. Then we must resist the temptation to make everyone partly responsible, she said. A private secretary learns enough to explain a changed engagement. A trusted relation receives a hint because silence feels discourteous. Someone else is reassured that the improvement has a harmless cause. Each confidence appears reasonable until the secret no longer belongs to those who accepted it. Alex understood because it described one of his own habits. He had spent years believing that careful disclosure created safety. Sometimes it only created more places where safety could fail. No retained account beyond what Crowther already needs, he said. No written description of the treatment, no speculation about its source, and no promise that another dose exists. And no widening the circle because someone has proved loyal in another matter, the Queen added. Loyal people can still be overheard, questioned, or mistaken. Prince Philip nodded towards the cleared table. Then the official truth is that nothing happened here requiring explanation. The Queen Mother pushed herself upright with her walking stick. Her movement was smoother than when Alex entered, and her hand remained firm around the handle. That may become difficult to maintain. The Queen watched her mother take 2 unassisted steps before turning back to Alex. This must be the last great secret we allow to become scattered pieces in the name of shared responsibility. Alex thought of the hidden stones, the sealed books, and the Flamel's trust. It will remain in this room, ma'am. 5. The secret that stays in the room. The Queen Mother crossed the room without assistance, reached the mantel and turned as though testing whether the easier movement would disappear once she stopped thinking about it. Her walking stick remained in her hand, but she no longer leaned upon it. The careful stiffness Alex had noticed when he entered had loosened through her shoulders and hips, leaving her upright in a way that age alone couldn't explain. Prince Philip rose from his chair and flexed the shoulder he'd rolled earlier. He lifted his arm higher, paused, then moved it through the same arc again. That hasn't gone above my head comfortably in years. Don't keep testing it until you create a new problem, Alex said. He moved closer and watched Philip's balance as he turned. The color beneath his skin had strengthened, and the tired heaviness around his eyes had eased without erasing the years from his face. The treatment restored something. It didn't make you incapable of strain. Philip lowered his arm, a warning delivered with admirable disappointment. I'd prefer the result to survive the afternoon. The Queen remained seated, though her posture had changed. She no longer rested against the chair's back, and when Alex checked her offered wrist again, her pulse was firm and even. The fine lines around her eyes remained, but fatigue no longer pulled at them. She looked like herself after rest, not like a younger stranger wearing her features. How do you feel now, ma'am? Alex asked. Clearer, the Queen said. She considered the answer before adding, the tiredness one accepts as ordinary has gone. I hadn't realized how much of it I was carrying. Alex nodded. That's consistent with what I was taught. The improvement may continue settling for several hours, but nothing should become sudden after this. The Queen Mother returned from the mantel and lowered herself into her chair without bracing both hands upon the arms. Even her face had changed more than the others. Color warmed her cheeks, her eyes appeared brighter, and the skin beneath her chin had tightened enough that anyone accustomed to seeing her would notice. She touched one cheek with cautious fingers. You're all staring. Philip gave her an affectionate look. You've become difficult to ignore. That was never an age-related condition. The Queen's smile faded as she studied her mother more closely. This cannot be treated as a private improvement alone. People organize duties, security, and public expectations around our health. Alex understood the next pressure before she named it. The treatment could remain secret, but its consequences couldn't be hidden from every person responsible for the crown. The Queen looked towards the closed door. We must decide precisely what the Prime Minister needs to know, and nothing beyond it. Major joined them several minutes later with Crowther beside him. His attention moved first to the Queen, then to Prince Philip, and finally to the Queen Mother, who remained seated with her walking stick resting lightly across her knees. He noticed the change in her before anyone explained it. Alex saw the brief pause, the careful reassessment, and the decision not to remark upon her appearance until invited. The Queen indicated the empty chair near Alex. Prime Minister, the 3 of us have received a classified magical treatment. It was offered privately, accepted by individual choice, and administered under controlled conditions. Major sat without opening the folder Crowther had brought. Does the treatment affect your judgment, constitutional capacity, or ability to carry out official duties? No, the Queen replied. It has restored health and relieved some effects of age. We've experienced no confusion, impairment or loss of control. Prince Philip settled back in his chair. Quite the reverse, so far. Major looked towards Alex. You administered it? Yes, sir. 3 doses prepared for the individual recipients. I remained present while each was taken and observed the immediate response. What may I know about its origin? That it's magical, privately controlled and unavailable through government channels, Alex said. He resisted the instinct to improve the answer with details Major hadn't requested. I can describe effects, risks and limits where they affect official decisions. I can't disclose the source, preparation method or the people connected to it. Major's expression didn't harden, but the pressure in the room changed. You understand why a prime minister dislikes an unknown treatment being given to the sovereign? Yes, sir. And why I cannot simply accept that secrecy excuses scrutiny? Yes. Alex kept his hands still in his lap. That's why you're being told what happened and what it may change. Knowing the source wouldn't alter any action the government needs to take. Crowther spoke from beside the door. The meeting was protected as a private royal matter. No government officer handled the treatment, transported it or authorized its use. Major glanced towards the Queen Mother. The visible effects may become a public matter even if the treatment does not. They may, the Queen said. That is why you need to know enough to prevent ordinary questions about health or engagements from becoming a search for an explanation that cannot be given. Major considered all 3 recipients before returning his attention to Alex. Then I need a firm boundary. What, if anything, connected to this treatment still exists outside your control? The treatment inside their bodies, Alex said. Nothing else from today remains in this room. I have the 3 empty vials, their stoppers and every container used to carry the doses. Major's gaze settled upon the cleared table. Could a future dose be retained here against an unexpected medical need? No, sir. Alex answered without hesitation. A gentler refusal would only make the condition sound negotiable, and it wasn't. He kept his hands still while Major weighed the answer. I'm not asking for the source, Major said. Only a sealed reserve, held somewhere secure. There is nowhere secure enough once the dose leaves me, Alex replied. A vault requires people who know what belongs inside it. A medical reserve requires someone authorized to use it. Even an unopened container creates questions about who placed it there, when it may be removed and what happens if the person responsible is absent. Crowther gave a small nod from beside the door. The safest custody chain is the one that doesn't exist. Major looked towards him. And you have no written account of this? None, Crowther said. I recorded the protection arrangements for a private royal audience. I did not record its subject, and I will not. The Queen rested one hand upon the chair arm. Nor will there be a government paper, medical entry or private memorandum prepared afterward. You have been told because your office requires awareness of anything that could affect the sovereign's duties. That knowledge stops with the people in this room. Major's expression tightened slightly. Prime ministers are usually expected to preserve decisions. This isn't a government decision, the Queen replied. It was a private treatment accepted by 3 individuals. Your responsibility begins only if it affects constitutional function. It doesn't, Alex said. If that changes, I'll return and explain what has changed. Until then, no doctor, official or advisor needs to know. Prince Philip leaned back, testing the easier movement of his shoulder without drawing attention to it. No sample, no report and no helpful secretary writing down what everyone agreed not to write down. Major almost smiled. That last category has caused governments considerable trouble. The Queen Mother adjusted her walking stick across her knees. Then this may be one of the rare occasions when everyone benefits from remembering a conversation properly. Major looked around the room once more, then inclined his head. Very well. I will retain no note and brief no one. What I know remains here. The Queen accepted the commitment with a quiet nod. Then we may address the part secrecy cannot prevent. People will notice. The Queen Mother looked down at the hand resting upon her walking stick. Its tremor hadn't returned. They're already accustomed to discussing my health. We needn't give them a more interesting subject. You'll withdraw from most public engagements for a time, the Queen said. Her tone held concern rather than command, but the decision had already taken shape. Rest, reduced duties and a private holiday will explain your absence without inviting unusual attention. The Queen Mother lifted one eyebrow. Am I being ordered somewhere pleasant? You're being asked to allow age to provide a useful explanation. Philip smiled. Then you may return looking wonderfully refreshed and accept congratulations upon choosing a better hotel. That seems manageable, she said, though I reserve the right to complain about being hidden away after becoming healthier. Major considered the arrangement. A gradual return would attract less notice than appearing at a full program of engagements immediately. Ordinary comments about rest and improved health should be enough. No prepared statement about the treatment, the Queen said. No false diagnosis and no elaborate story requiring people to remember details. My mother is reducing her program because of age and health. After a period of rest, she may appear when she chooses. Alex listened without offering additions. A few days earlier, he would have tried to plan every possible question and produce answers for each person who might ask one. The Queen's solution worked because it gave the public something ordinary to observe without building a second secret around the first. Crowther opened the door only after Major confirmed there was nothing further he needed. Nell waited in the receiving room beyond, rising as Alex entered. Her gaze searched his face before moving to Crowther, who gave the smallest reassuring nod. The meeting is finished, Alex told her. And the treatment? Accepted. No complications. Nell touched his shoulder. Then you've done what you came to do. They left Windsor through the private entrance. Crowther sat opposite them in the car and asked no questions about the conversation he hadn't witnessed. Alex watched the castle recede beyond the window, then allowed his attention to move towards York House instead. Harry, Sirius, Luna and the others would be waiting. There was still a tabletop Quidditch model spread across one of the schoolroom tables, with 7 players that refused to move sensibly and Fred's latest bludger attempting to attack the rules sheet. Task 091 remained active. State duty had ended for the day, and Alex was going home to the life the task required him to keep. 6. She remembered his knees. Several days after Windsor, Nell brought Alex back to London for an evening that required no classified rooms, protected vials or decisions affecting the government. The charity reception occupied the upper floor of a restored townhouse near Hyde Park, where open doors connected 3 crowded rooms and waiters moved between donors carrying trays of drinks. Photographs of completed children's wards and community centers stood beside plans for the charity's next appeal, giving the guests something more useful to discuss than one another's clothes. This is meant to be an ordinary engagement, Nell reminded him as they left their coats with the attendant. You're here because the Fairfax Foundation supports the project, not because anyone requires advice from the Crown's magical expert. Nobody here knows that title exists. That has never prevented you from finding work. Alex adjusted his cuff and followed her into the first room. He recognized several industrialists, 2 actors, a television presenter and enough titled donors to fill a modest page of debits. Their presence made the reception fashionable, but not royal. There were no formal presentations, no receiving line and no officials directing people according to precedents. Guests gathered where conversations interested them, while charity staff moved among them with folders and quiet determination. A photographer waited near the display boards, though his lens remained fixed upon invited guests rather than anyone arriving through the windows. Alex marked the nearest exit from habit, then made himself look at the plans instead. The proposed family accommodation beside the hospital offered 16 rooms, a shared kitchen and a small play area for siblings. The operating budget seems optimistic, he said. Nell glanced at the figures. You've been in the room for 40 seconds. They haven't allowed enough for overnight staff. You may ask about that after speaking to 3 people without examining their accounts. A gray-haired theater producer intercepted them before Alex could object. He thanked Nell for supporting the appeal, praised the success of the York House summer events and asked Alex whether Hogwarts taught anything useful about fundraising. Alex answered that dragons encouraged punctual payment, which earned a laugh and carried them safely into a conversation about the new accommodation. By the time they moved on, the rooms had grown warmer and more crowded. Music drifted from a piano near the windows, and someone familiar from the radio was arguing cheerfully with a banker over raffle tickets. Alex accepted a glass of lemonade and listened while Nell identified several people he ought to greet. Then her hand touched his arm. Across the room, a woman in a pale blue dress had turned away from a group of donors. Her gaze found Alex at once, and the polished public smile on her face changed into something warmer and deeply familiar. Diana excused herself from the donors around her and crossed the room before Alex could decide whether ceremony required him to wait. She offered Nell a brief kiss on the cheek, then turned to him with both hands extended. "Look at you," she said, taking his hands and holding him at arm's length. "You've become alarmingly tall." Alex smiled. "I'm still shorter than several people in this room." "Yes, but I don't remember their knees." He glanced down at his perfectly respectable trousers. "Is there something wrong with them?" "There usually was." Diana's smile widened. "You came off your first bicycle outside Sandringham and removed most of the skin from both knees. Your father carried you indoors while you insisted the bicycle required immediate inspection." The memory belonged to the months before the bombing, when Alex had still been 3 and Richard and Helena had been alive. What remained in his mind was uncertain and incomplete, flashes of gravel, sunlight in his mother's hands that might have come from memory or from hearing the story afterward. Diana spoke without searching for the details, as though the afternoon had remained close to her. "I was assessing structural failure," he said. "You were 3. That doesn't make the failure less important." Nell gave Diana an affectionate look. Richard blamed the gravel. Helena blamed Richard for removing the stabilizers too soon. Richard blamed the gravel because Helena was standing beside him. Diana released one of Alex's hands but kept the other. Her expression softened. "She cleaned you up herself. You stopped crying only when she promised the bicycle hadn't been hurt." Alex could picture his mother more clearly through Diana's words than through the formal photographs at York House. Helena became a woman kneeling beside a wounded child, sleeves pushed back while Richard defended a poor decision with doomed confidence. "You knew them well," Alex said. "I did." Diana's thumb moved once across his knuckles. "Your mother could make a room feel less arranged. Your father usually made it more complicated, then looked surprised when everyone noticed." Nell laughed quietly. "That is painfully accurate." Diana looked at Alex again, and the public polish fell away from her face. "They adored you, not because you were an heir or because you behaved properly for photographers. Richard talked about you as though you'd personally invented questions." "That sounds more likely than the bicycle story." "It's the same story," Diana said. "You wanted to know why the front wheel had turned before you admitted it hurt." Someone behind her called her name, but she lifted one finger without looking away, asking them to wait. The small refusal changed the meeting from a passing royal greeting into something chosen. "You may have grown taller," she said, "but I'm beginning to suspect very little else has changed." "I've learned not to blame gravel without evidence," Alex said. Diana laughed, and several people nearby turned towards the sound. One man took a step in their direction before pausing to greet someone else instead. Alex felt the faint response of his Vila gift beneath his skin and shaped it carefully, not as a command, but as a quiet suggestion that this conversation wasn't open to interruption. The space around them remained pleasantly unclaimed. "That sounds exactly like something Richard would have said after Helena proved him wrong," Diana replied. "He could surrender an argument while making it seem like a research delay." Nell accepted a passing glass of water. "Alex has improved the method. He requests more information until everyone forgets what they were discussing. I reach conclusions." "Eventually," Nell said. Diana linked her arm lightly through Alex's and guided him towards the quieter edge of the room. They stopped beside a display showing children painting the walls of a newly opened family center. Behind them, a musician Alex recognized from television greeted the organizers, drawing a cluster of guests without becoming part of Diana's company. "I've followed your foundation work," Diana said. "Hospitals, accommodation for families, equipment that remains useful after the photographers leave. Your parents would have been proud." Alex looked at the children's painted handprints bordering the display. Nell made certain the foundation continued. "I mostly ask where the money goes." "You say that as though asking properly isn't rare." "It's less impressive than people make it sound." Diana tilted her head. "You were always suspicious of praise. At 3, you accepted a biscuit for being brave and then informed me you hadn't been brave because you'd cried." "I was protecting the accuracy of the record." "You demanded a second biscuit because honesty deserved separate recognition." Nell covered a smile with her glass. "That part survived." Alex regarded Diana with mock severity. "You've kept an unreasonable amount of evidence against me." "I liked you." Her answer arrived without performance or hesitation. "And after Richard and Helena died, I worried that everyone would become so careful around you that nobody remembered to tease you." The humor softened, but it didn't disappear. Alex realized she wasn't speaking to the Earl of York, a charitable patron or a boy whose survival had become public history. She remembered a stubborn child with damaged knees and an injured bicycle. "Most people grew less careful eventually," he said. "Good." Diana squeezed his arm. "Then I won't need to begin gently." Her promise was interrupted at last by the charity director, who approached with an apologetic smile and a reminder that several guests were waiting to speak with her. Alex allowed the vela pressure around their small corner to ease. The room seemed to notice them again, and two donors who had been hovering near the display began moving closer. "I'm being reclaimed," Diana said. She released Alex's arm but didn't step away at once. Apparently people support good causes more enthusiastically when someone recognizable asks them. "You could tell them the operating budget doesn't allow enough for overnight staff." Her eyes brightened. "Is that what you've been doing while everyone else admired the photographs?" "Nell made me speak to people first." "A cruel but necessary education," Diana said. She turned towards the director. "Please ask whoever prepared these figures to speak with Lord York before he leaves. He's found something we ought to examine." The director glanced at Alex with renewed attention. "Of course, ma'am." Nell waited until the woman moved aside to organize the introduction. "You've managed to turn a reunion into committee work." Diana did that. "I recognize the technique," Diana replied. Her smile remained, but something quieter entered her expression as she looked between them. "How long are you in London?" "Only until tomorrow," Nell said. "School preparations have already begun to occupy the house. And after that, Hogwarts takes him away again." Diana looked at Alex. "Your world seems very good at making years disappear." Alex heard no accusation in the words, only regret shaped by too many postponed conversations. He'd thought of Diana as someone belonging to royal occasions, charity reports and the public life surrounding the crown. The evening had corrected that. She had known his parents, carried memories no archive could reproduce and cared enough to preserve the ridiculous details. "I can write," he said. "You can also visit." Diana reached into her small handbag, removed a card and wrote a private number across the back. She gave it to Nell rather than leaving it exposed in Alex's hand. "No secretaries arranging something for 6 months from now. Telephone me, and we'll find an afternoon." Nell accepted the card. "We will." Diana's gaze stayed upon Alex. "Don't wait until you've grown another foot or solved every problem in Britain." "I'm not responsible for every problem." That sounded rehearsed. "It's becoming necessary." She laughed and drew him into a brief embrace that carried none of the careful distance expected at public events. "Then practice it while having tea with me. Promise you won't leave it for years again." Alex returned the embrace. "I promise." When Diana finally joined the waiting donors, Alex watched her go as someone connected to his family rather than a figure moving through history. He knew of no danger waiting for her and received no warning that one would come. He only knew he wanted to keep the promise. 7 players. The morning after London, Alex covered the long table in York House's game room with a green projection field, 14 small figures and 3 pages of movement rules. Harry sat opposite him with his arms folded, while Fred, George and Luna occupied the remaining chairs. Sirius had wandered in with coffee and remained near the window after discovering that Alex intended to explain Quidditch mathematically. "The pitch is divided into movement zones," Alex said, touching his wand to the center line. 7 blue players rose above one end and 7 red figures appeared at the other. Each chaser may advance 2 zones while carrying the quaffle, or 3 without it. Beaters protect the nearest 2 players, keepers remain within the scoring area, and seekers search independently. Harry stared at the neat formation. "Why are they standing like that?" "Because the match hasn't begun." "They wouldn't stand like that before it began." Alex looked at the evenly spaced figures. "They need starting positions. They need to watch the other team." Harry picked up the blue control wand and moved one chaser sideways before Alex activated the first turn. If their strongest chaser favors the left hoop, you don't begin where you planned. You begin where you think she's going. That's anticipation. It happens after movement begins. Harry moved a second blue player, then shifted a red one in response. It happens before anyone touches the quaffle. Alex activated the model. The red chasers advanced along their assigned routes. Harry sent one blue figure across the center, blocked the planned pass and captured the quaffle before Alex's formation reached its second position. "That player left his zone," Alex said. "Yes. The rules don't allow that until the defensive phase. Then the rules have already lost." Fred leaned towards George. 2 minutes. "Less," George replied. "I expected 5. Alex reset the figures and altered the opening pattern. Harry broke the second model by sending a beater forward to pressure the ball carrier rather than protecting the nearest chaser. The third failed when he abandoned a clear scoring lane because he expected Alex's keeper to recognize it too. "You keep moving pieces before they're assigned decisions," Alex said. Harry rested the wand across his palm. "Players don't wait for the game to tell them what matters. They watch one another. They bluff, cover mistakes and change plans because someone glanced the wrong way." Alex looked down at his perfect routes. They described where 7 players could move, but not why any of them would choose to move there. Beside George's elbow, the closed wooden box he and Fred had brought from their workshop gave a heavy knock from within. Harry glanced towards it. "What's in there?" Fred smiled. The part Alex forgot could hit back. George lifted the wooden box onto the table while Fred released 2 brass catches along its front. Alex moved his rule sheets aside, though not far enough to satisfy either twin. The lid had barely opened when 2 black balls shot out, circled above the projection field and struck the top page from opposite directions. The rules sheet snapped into the air. One bludger punched through the middle of the paper while the other drove it across the table, scattering Alex's movement diagrams over Harry's abandoned formation. Sirius caught his coffee before the cup overturned and stepped farther from the window. "You brought real bludgers into the house?" Alex asked. "Models," George said as one ball chased a loose page beneath Luna's chair. Smaller, lighter and only moderately hostile. Fred ducked when the second bludger changed direction above his head. They recognize written restrictions as a challenge. Alex reached for his wand, but Harry caught his sleeve. "Wait." The first bludger struck a red beater figure and sent it spinning out of its assigned zone. The second followed, attacked the space the piece had occupied, then veered towards the nearest chaser. Alex's tidy formation broke apart as projected players scattered under the twins' hastily added avoidance charms. "That isn't following any pattern," Alex said. "It is," Harry replied. He pointed as the damaged beater recovered and moved between the bludger and a chaser. "It's choosing whatever causes the most trouble." George tapped the control strip. The beater swung a projected bat and redirected the ball across the field. Instead of continuing straight, the bludger curved towards Alex's rules sheet again, clipped the edge and tore away the paragraph governing defensive movement. Sirius looked down at the missing section. "I approve of its editorial judgment." Alex ignored him and watched Harry move the beater. Harry didn't return the piece to its original place. He sent it ahead of the chasers, forcing the bludger away from the passing lane before it became an immediate threat. "The beater isn't protecting the nearest player," Alex said. "He's protecting the play," Harry replied. "Sometimes that means hitting a bludger at someone. Sometimes it means making the other beater think you're about to." Fred guided the second black ball towards George's side. George responded by sending both beaters after it, leaving his chasers exposed to the first. Within seconds, the field had become impossible to divide into orderly phases. Every attempt to control one bludger created an opening somewhere else, and every safe route lasted only until another player interfered. Alex gathered the torn rules pages before the balls could attack them again. When he looked up, Luna was studying the lone golden seeker circling far above the disorder. Luna watched the seeker complete another slow circle above the battered field. The golden figure ignored the chasers breaking formation beneath it, the beaters redirecting bludgers and the quaffle changing hands twice in less than a minute. "Why does that player matter more than everyone else?" she asked. Harry looked towards her. "The seeker catches the snitch." "I know." Luna tilted her head as the tiny figure passed over the center line. "Why does catching it make most of the match unimportant?" Alex set the torn pages beside his chair. "It awards 150 points and ends play." "That's nearly always enough to win," Luna said. "Not always," Harry replied. "A team can be more than 150 points behind." "Then the seeker has to wait until losing becomes useful?" Harry opened his mouth, paused and glanced at Alex. Sometimes. Fred retrieved one bludger and held it against the box while it vibrated in his hands. Traditional Quidditch contains several excellent rules. George trapped the second beneath the lid, and several invented by someone who disliked chasers. Alex restored the projected score above the field. He gave the red side 60 points and the blue side 50, then let Harry move the golden seeker onto the snitch. The blue total rose to 200, the red remained unchanged and every unfinished contest on the field vanished. Luna pointed to the empty space where the chasers had been. They played well until one person found a small ball. The snitch creates a second contest inside the match, Alex said. It replaces the first contest, Luna replied. At least when the scores are close. Sirius carried his coffee nearer. She's not wrong. Most crowds watch the seekers once the snitch appears. Harry leaned over the board and reset the pieces. But you can't remove it. Then it isn't Quidditch. I didn't say remove it, Luna said. I asked why it makes everyone else less important. Alex altered the snitch value to 50 points while leaving the catch as the end of the match. Harry immediately objected that it no longer felt decisive. At 100 points, George built a lead the opposing seeker couldn't overcome. Removing the automatic end allowed the game to continue after the catch, but Fred caught the snitch twice while Sirius ignored the quaffle entirely. Each correction damaged something else. Tradition demanded a seeker and snitch. Balance demanded that passing, scoring, defending and beater play remain meaningful. Alex could describe either requirement, but he couldn't make them agree through arithmetic alone. Harry rested both hands beside the field. You're trying to decide what Quidditch should feel like without playing it. Alex looked at the scattered figures, then at Harry. The next answer wasn't hidden in another rule. I've been asking you whether the model works, he said. I should have been asking you how Quidditch works when nobody follows the plan. Harry's hands remained beside the field. You did ask. I asked for corrections after I'd already decided what the game was. Alex drew the untouched parchment towards Harry and placed the pencil beside it. Start before the opening whistle. Where is everyone watching, and what changes their first move? Harry hesitated, as though expecting Alex to reclaim the page once the answer became inconvenient. Then he sat forward. The chasers watch the opposing formation and their own beaters. The keeper watches who's likely to break first. The seeker watches everything without looking as though he is. Fred released the catch on the bludger box just enough for one black ball to knock against the lid. And the beaters watch for opportunities to improve someone else's afternoon. Or ruin it, George added. Alex left the pencil with Harry. Then you describe the play. I'll work out how the board can represent it. Luna touched the golden seeker hovering above the field. The board still has two different games inside it. Harry frowned. Quidditch and the seekers match? No. Luna moved the seeker down until it floated among the chasers. The game people already love, and the game Alex keeps trying to uncover without taking the first one away. Alex restored the traditional score above one side. Classic Quidditch keeps the snitch at 150 points and ends the match when it's caught. Harry nodded slowly. People would expect that. For the other setting, Alex continued, changing the number to 50. The match lasts 2 hours. Catching the snitch awards 50 points, then everyone restarts at the center. Highest score at full time wins. George studied the field, so the seeker can catch it more than once. And the chaser's goals still matter afterward, Fred said. Sirius lifted his coffee. Traditionalists will complain. They may choose classic, Alex replied. Nobody has to accept the revised rules. Harry moved the golden figure towards the center. It would feel different, but it would still feel like Quidditch. Luna watched the teams gather around it. League Quidditch. Alex looked at her. There isn't a league. Not yet, Luna said, as though that were merely a scheduling difficulty. But people will want one when they see the game. Harry smiled and drew the first passing lane across the clean parchment. Alex shifted his chair beside him rather than opposite, while Fred and George opened the bludger box again. 8. Not alone. Harry's first passing lane crossed the center of the parchment, bent sharply towards the left scoring hoop and ended before reaching it. He added a second line behind the first, then marked where the opposing keeper would have to choose between watching the quaffle and watching the chaser without it. That one isn't meant to receive the pass, Harry said. He's making the keeper look away. Alex copied both routes onto the green projection field. Then the board needs to record intention separately from possession. It needs to let the player decide what the intention is, Harry corrected. The piece shouldn't announce the bluff. Fred set a small chaser figure on the field and touched its broom. The figure leaned forward, accelerated along Harry's first line and turned its head towards the false receiver. Movement with suspicious glancing. George adjusted the second figure until it looked ready to catch. And confidence unsupported by evidence. Alex linked the two pieces without fixing the pass between them. Either chaser could receive the quaffle when the player released the command, which preserved the decision until the last moment. Harry tested the control, threatened the left route and sent the ball backwards instead. "That feels closer," he said. Luna drew the golden seeker towards her while the twins began converting Harry's defensive marks into reactions. A beater could now leave formation, a keeper could shift between hoops, and chasers could abandon a planned route when pressure changed. None of the figures moved until commanded, but they no longer returned automatically to positions Alex had chosen for them. He cleared a narrow section along the board's edge and placed two symbols there. The first showed a snitch above the number 150. The second displayed a clock beside the number 50. Fred touched the first. The field announced, Classic Quidditch, and the traditional scoring rules appeared above the hoops. George selected the second. League Quidditch, the board said. A 2-hour clock formed over the center line, and the snitch moved to its starting position with 50 points beside it. Harry switched between them twice. Same controls? Same players, pitch and basic play, Alex said. Only the match structure changes. I'm not making people relearn Quidditch because they chose a different ending. Luna watched the two settings settle beside one another. That means neither game has to defeat the other. Alex fitted the final control channel beneath the field and sat back. 14 players rose into starting positions, though Harry immediately shifted 3 of them before the whistle. Fred closed the bludger box and set it beside the board. Are we ready to discover what we forgot? George lifted the first control wand. We're ready to discover it quickly. Alex looked at Harry, waited for his nod and touched the activation mark. The whistle sounded, and all 14 figures moved at once. Harry sent his center chaser towards the quaffle while George drove 2 red chasers across the middle. Fred released both bludgers, Luna lowered the golden seeker into a wide search pattern, and Alex tried to keep the board's movement channels from interfering with one another. For 3 seconds, the field looked like Quidditch. Then Harry's left chaser reached the quaffle at the same moment as George's defender. Both control wands claimed possession. The ball stretched between the two figures, snapped free and shot straight through the keeper's scoring area. One bludger followed it, struck the keeper from behind and knocked him through the center hoop while the board awarded 10 points to nobody. That wasn't a goal, Harry said. It crossed the hoop, Alex replied, canceling the score. The keeper crossed the hoop. George redirected his nearest beater, but the figure climbed through Fred's chaser because Alex hadn't assigned separate altitudes to their paths. The board treated the overlap as a collision, stopped both pieces and froze the bludger between them. Fred tapped the trapped ball twice. It appears to have accepted captivity. Don't release it yet, Alex said. George released it. The bludger shot across the field, struck Luna's seeker and carried the golden figure into the red scoring area. The board identified the seeker as an attacking player, passed the quaffle to him and awarded another 10 points when he drifted through the center hoop. Luna watched the score rise. He's become very versatile. Harry tried to recover possession while Alex canceled the second goal. 3 chasers reached the quaffle together, each following a continuous command rather than waiting for a turn. Their projected hands closed upon the same ball. The board moved all 3 as a single tangled shape until Fred's beater struck them apart. Sirius had returned to the window with fresh coffee. This is the most accurate part so far. It isn't playable, Alex said. It's certainly active. Harry sent his keeper out to intercept a loose pass. The figure left the scoring area, collided with a climbing beater and continued upwards because neither control wand surrendered the movement command. A moment later, 7 players occupied almost the same patch of air while the remaining 7 raced along paths nobody had time to read. Alex touched the suspension mark. The field stopped with a chaser upside down, both bludgers inside one hoop and the snitch trapped beneath the quaffle. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then Harry pointed to the frozen knot above the center line. That's the first problem. Alex drew the parchment closer. No, that's where the problems met. Harry lowered his wand and began separating the frozen figures by roll. Possession failed because 3 players could reach the quaffle together. The keeper scored because the board recognized the hoop but not who carried the ball. The collisions happened because everyone was flying on the same level. Alex wrote each failure beneath a separate heading. He'd treated the confusion as one broken system because it had appeared in one place. Harry saw players making different mistakes inside the same moment. Fred tapped the suspended bludger inside the left hoop. This one also needs permission to be unreasonable without becoming impossible. George drew it free and placed it beside the field. Controlled hostility, one of our specialities. Alex reduced the problem before touching the projection charms again. He gave each player 3 visible altitude bands, with climbing and descending shown by a bright line above or below the figure. Quaffle possession passed to the first valid contact unless another player challenged immediately, which paused only the contest around the ball rather than freezing the whole pitch. Keepers could leave their scoring area, but only a quaffle carried or thrown through a hoop counted as a goal. Harry tested the new possession rule by driving 2 chasers at the ball together. The figures met, struggled for less than a second and separated when Harry pulled one away. Better. It doesn't decide who wins the challenge. It shouldn't, Alex said. The players decide by positioning and control. Luna moved her seeker through the lowest altitude band, beneath a chaser carrying the quaffle. This time, the board refused the pass without stopping either figure. Seekers may touch the snitch, but not the quaffle. Sirius lifted his cup, a cruel restriction upon versatility. Fred and George added a foul marker that flashed when one figure struck another without a bludger or attempted an illegal hold. The board recorded the contact but didn't judge intent, leaving the players to stop play and apply the correct penalty themselves. That's unfinished, Alex said. It's honest, Harry replied. Real referees argue about fouls too. They restarted in league mode. The match lasted 4 uneven minutes before George's beater climbed into the wrong altitude band, Fred lost track of which chaser he controlled, and Luna's seeker vanished behind the score display. Even so, the quaffle changed hands properly, 1 legal goal counted, and a bludger crossed the field without trapping anyone inside a hoop. Alex suspended play and studied the board. Continuous movement still becomes unreadable. Fouls need clearer controls. Altitude works, but the display doesn't. We haven't solved any of them completely. Harry rested his wand beside the first genuine score. But we can play long enough to find out what breaks next. Alex looked at the first genuine score and resisted the urge to begin another redesign before anyone had finished testing what they already possessed. He restored the quaffle to the center, cleared the foul marker and handed control of the blue team to Harry. One more match, he said. No new rules unless the board becomes unusable. Fred exchanged a glance with George. Define unusable. The players merge into a single creature. An unnecessarily strict standard, George said, but he took the red beaters while Fred controlled the chasers. Luna accepted the red seeker and keeper. Alex kept no team at all. He remained beside the controls with parchment ready, recording faults only when another player identified them. Harry opened with the false receiving run he'd drawn earlier. Fred followed the movement, George sent a bludger across the passing lane, and Harry redirected the quaffle backwards before the attack could close. The board kept up. The players climbed and descended through visible bands without passing through one another. George forced Harry's chaser away from the quaffle, but Harry used the abandoned route to bring a second player towards the hoops. Luna moved her keeper to cover the nearer target, saw the bluff and corrected too late. The quaffle crossed the far hoop cleanly. 10 points appeared above the blue side. That felt earned, Harry said. It felt avoidable, Luna replied, returning her keeper to position. Which is probably the same thing from opposite ends of the pitch. The match continued. A bludger struck legally, 1 foul marker appeared when Fred held a defender too long, and the board paused only long enough for the players to agree upon the penalty. Luna found the snitch after 6 minutes. In league mode, 50 points joined the red score, the golden ball vanished and both teams returned to the center without erasing the goals already played. Nobody needed Alex to explain what happened next. Harry began arranging the restart. Fred and George argued over whether the foul had been deliberate. Luna searched the open field for the next snitch while Sirius moved his coffee away from an approaching bludger. The prototype remained awkward, crowded and incomplete, but the game continued because everyone around the table understood a part Alex couldn't have supplied alone. Text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 20 integration points. Integration points: 65. A new instruction replaced it. Current task: recover what Pride concealed and place it safely in hands capable of destroying it. Reward: 25 integration points. Alex read the task once, then looked beyond the joyful disorder of the board towards the things he had kept hidden because admitting them would place their fate in someone else's hands. 9. 3 empty spaces. Sirius waited until Fred, George and Luna had gone home before moving the Quidditch board into the York House workroom. He cleared the projected pitch, removed the hoops and replaced them with a ring of pale figures standing around 2 markers. One represented Harry beside a stone basin. The other showed Alex bound several yards away, with a narrow golden line leading towards the edge of the field. Alex recognized the arrangement before Sirius finished placing the final masked figure. The graveyard. A controlled version, Sirius said. No curses, no pain and nothing that can reach beyond this board. We're testing decisions, not asking either of you to relive what happened. Harry stood opposite Alex with one control wand resting before him. His expression had tightened, but he didn't step away. What are the rules? You begin where you were when Voldemort ordered the others to keep Alex alive. Sirius touched the central figure, and a red circle formed around Harry. Alex is free. The western ward seam is open for 30 seconds. The Death Eaters advance when I move them, and Voldemort presses Harry whenever he's left unprotected. Alex examined the field. What counts as success? You both leave through the ward seam. Sirius pointed to the golden line. Harry must remain protected long enough to reach it. If the line closes, the attempt fails. If Harry receives 3 clear attacks, the attempt fails. That's not the same situation, Alex said. Harry couldn't move freely, and I didn't know where the seam was until later. No reconstruction is exact. Sirius met the objection without softening. This one gives you more knowledge and fewer enemies. You've spent days listing what you could have done better. Now show me. Alex selected his own figure and shifted it towards Harry. Sirius moved 2 masked attackers to intercept. Alex used Demiguise concealment, slipped past the first line and placed himself between Harry and the nearest curse path. The ward timer began to fall. Harry reached for his control wand. I can move while you cover the seam. If you move now, the left side opens. Alex redirected his figure and blocked another approach. 3 enemies altered course at once, forcing him farther from the escape line. Sirius touched the board, and the pale Voldemort raised his wand towards Harry. Choose, Alex. Hold the shield where Harry is, or keep the route open long enough for both of you to use it. Alex looked from Harry to the shrinking golden line. He had enough power to do either properly. He placed his wand over the controls and tried to do both. His figure vanished beneath Demiguise concealment, crossed behind the nearest masked attacker and emerged beside Harry long enough to deflect the first curse. Before Sirius could close the route, Alex shrank the figure to slip beneath another attack, restored his size near the golden line and sent Phoenix fire across the space between them. The flames formed a bright barrier, but Sirius moved the Death Eaters around its edges rather than through it. They know you can produce fire now. They won't stand politely inside it. Alex changed the nearest masked figure's appearance to match his own and sent the false image towards Harry. 2 attackers followed the decoy. The third ignored it, raised his wand and forced Alex to abandon the escape route again. Harry moved his piece towards the opening. I can cross while they're watching you. Not alone. Alex enlarged his figure until it blocked the nearest approach, then used Phoenix travel to return beside Harry. The arrival consumed precious seconds, and the golden path shortened until only half remained. Sirius advanced Voldemort's figure. Second clear attack. Alex threw a Vela-strengthened burst of fire across the center. It scattered 3 masked figures and drove the others back long enough for Harry to move, but the effect covered only one side of the board. Sirius sent 2 attackers through the space Alex had left behind. Harry stopped his figure before the seam. Alex, move. I'm coming. Alex shifted into another borrowed face, concealed himself again and raced for the opening. One masked figure turned towards Harry. Another aimed at the golden line. Alex redirected midway, intercepted the curse threatening Harry and let the second strike the escape route. The line broke apart. Sirius touched the board. Every figure froze, and the remaining timer vanished. Failed. Alex stared at the suspended field. Reset it. No. I reached Harry, drew away most of the attackers and kept the route open until the final exchange. I only need to alter the order. Harry lowered his control wand. You altered it 4 times. Then I'll begin with the larger form and save concealment for the crossing. Sirius removed Alex's wand from above the controls before he could restart the board. You used concealment, size, impersonation, fire, travel and every useful instinct you possess. None of them failed. The route did. Because you left it to protect me, Harry said. He looked at the broken golden line rather than Alex. And when you protected the route, you left me. Alex's first answer died before he spoke it. Sirius drew the 3 frozen enemy groups apart, then placed Harry, Alex and the ruined escape line between them. Stop redesigning the attempt, Sirius said. Tell us what you were physically unable to do. Alex looked at the board instead of answering. Sirius had separated the attackers into 3 groups. Those between Alex and Harry, those threatening the route, and those free to move wherever his attention failed. He'd treated them as one problem because all 3 endangered Harry. The reconstruction had proved they demanded different answers at the same time. I couldn't be in 2 places, Alex said at last. Harry touched the frozen figure nearest the broken line. You needed more than 2. Alex counted the demands again. One part of him had to remain with Harry. Another had to keep the escape route open. A third had to stop enough attackers from overwhelming either position. Every form he possessed changed what one body could do, but none changed the number of bodies available. He drew 3 empty circles on the parchment beside the field. The first gap is numbers. Not illusions or borrowed faces. Independent bodies able to act at the same time. Sirius leaned over the table. You know something that can do that? A Madigat. Alex placed the first circle beside Harry's figure. They multiply when threatened. Every copy can move and react independently. Harry studied him. You'd still be all of them? I don't know how much they share while divided, or what happens when they come together again. That would have to be learned before I trusted it. Alex touched the figure caught between 2 curse paths. Shrinking had allowed him to escape restraints, but it hadn't stopped curses from striking him once Voldemort understood where he was. Enlargement had made him stronger and easier to target. The second gap is bodily access. If restraints, walls or attacks can't be avoided by size or concealment, I need a form they can't hold. He marked the next circle. A Lethifold can become something like living shadow. I don't know whether that would let me carry Harry, cast or touch anything while change, but it answers the part where my body becomes the trap. Sirius's mouth tightened at the creature's name, though he didn't interrupt. Alex moved his wand over the remaining attackers. Fire had driven several back, but each enemy had chosen another path. He'd been creating barriers in one direction at a time while Voldemort controlled the whole field. The third gap is area denial, Alex said. Not another wall of flame. Something that makes the entire space dangerous for the attackers to occupy. Harry followed his gaze. What creature does that? A Thunderbird. Alex drew the final circle around the enemy groups. Storm, lightning and pressure across a battlefield, if the stories are accurate. Enough to break formations and protect more than one route. 3 answers now stood beside 3 failures. None were safe, available or understood. Sirius looked from the parchment to Alex. And how were you planning to find them? Alex realized he hadn't yet asked who might help. Harry kept looking at the 3 circles. Suppose you find all of them. Madigat, Lethifold and Thunderbird. What happens the next time there are 4 places you need to be? Alex's hand remained above the parchment. Then I use the abilities together. That's what you did here. Harry indicated the frozen board. Every time Sirius made the problem larger, you answered by making yourself more complicated. Alex almost objected that the proposed abilities changed the limits rather than merely adding options. Madigat copies could act simultaneously. Intangibility could escape restraints. A storm could control space his fire couldn't cover. The distinctions were accurate, but they didn't answer Harry's question. Sirius collected the masked figures and arranged them beside the 3 empty circles. Who knows where to find these creatures? Specialist handlers, foreign reserves, researchers. Alex began forming a practical list despite himself. Newt Scamander would know more than most people. The Flamels may have records, and Dumbledore has contacts across several countries. And which of those people have you asked? Sirius said. None yet. Harry rested both hands on the table. Because you were still trying to solve it before telling anyone there was a problem. Alex looked down at the ruined escape line. He'd accepted help building the Quidditch game because the failure had become visible to everyone around the board. The graveyard gaps had remained private because revealing them meant admitting that his existing forms weren't enough. Worse, asking for help would give other people the power to refuse, delay, or decide that the creatures were too dangerous to pursue. Sirius tapped the first circle. You'll need someone capable of finding a Madigat without letting it multiply through half a city. His finger moved to the second. Someone who can contain a Lethifold if your assumptions are wrong. He touched the last. And someone who knows whether approaching a Thunderbird is an introduction or a request to be struck by lightning. I wouldn't attempt any of them without controls, Alex said. You've been treating yourself as the control, Harry replied. His voice carried no accusation, which made the truth harder to avoid. What happens when you're the part that fails? Alex lowered his wand. The new task returned when he called for it. Recover what Pride concealed and place it safely in hands capable of destroying it. He'd read the instruction as a demand to uncover a weapon or hidden danger. Pride hadn't concealed the creatures. It had concealed what he already possessed and refused to surrender because no one else could protect it exactly as he did. The diadem waited inside his private storage, corrupted by a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Alex closed his fingers around the wand. I know who I need to ask first. Sirius studied his face. About the creatures? No. Alex looked at Harry, then at the empty space where the escape route had been. About something I should have placed in safer hands years ago. 10. The Lost Diadem. The blank stretch of wall on Hogwarts' 7th floor looked harmless until Alex walked past it for the 3rd time. He kept one hand inside his robe, closed around his wand, while holding a single request firmly in mind. I need the place where generations of pupils hid things they didn't want found. A door appeared in the wall beside him. Alex stopped without touching the handle. He'd known the room existed since his first year and had avoided entering it for reasons that had once seemed sensible. The diadem remained safe because almost nobody knew where it was. Removing it meant accepting responsibility for whatever followed, while leaving it meant preserving a secret only he could control. Harry's question returned with uncomfortable clarity. What happens when you're the part that fails? Alex opened the door. The room beyond was vast enough to swallow the York House workroom. Towers of abandoned desks, cracked cabinets and broken chairs formed narrow passages beneath a ceiling lost in shadow. Cauldrons rested upside down upon damaged trunks. Torn curtains hung from wardrobes beside chipped statues, rusted instruments and stacks of books whose titles had faded from their spines. Generations of Hogwarts pupils had hidden stolen, forbidden or embarrassing possessions here, trusting the size of the hoard more than any lock. Alex stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He didn't call for light. His night vision separated the nearest shapes, while his altered sense for valuable objects pulled his attention in a dozen directions at once. Coins, silver fittings and forgotten jewelry called from beneath the rubbish. He ignored them and pictured the object he'd come to recover. A tarnished tiara upon the head of an old stone bust. A route opened between two leaning cupboards, directing him deeper into the hoard. Alex followed it past a stuffed troll, a cage filled with dried feathers and a table holding enough confiscated contraband to explain several school rules. He found the bust beneath a dusty wig. The diadem rested crookedly upon its brow, dark silver beneath years of neglect. A small blue stone remained set above the inscription running along its band. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Alex removed the wig and studied the relic Rowena Ravenclaw had once worn. It belonged to Hogwarts history, to his house and perhaps to every pupil who still believed knowledge should be pursued rather than merely repeated. That reverence had made leaving it here easier to excuse. He drew a clean cloth from private storage, wrapped it around the diadem and lifted the relic from the bust. Nothing struck him. No voice spoke, and no hidden curse announced itself. Its weight simply settled into his hands. Alex turned towards the route out. This time, he didn't put the treasure back. He'd taken only 3 steps when cold pressure traveled through the cloth and pressed against his awareness. The diadem hadn't moved. Something within it had noticed that it was being carried. The presence searched with patient intent. It offered no clear words, yet Alex recognized the invitation beneath it. Curiosity sharpened until caution seemed timid. Possession disguised itself as deserved understanding. Touching the object directly promised answers no one else could give him. Alex stopped between 2 leaning cabinets. His fingers tightened around the cloth without allowing his skin to reach the metal beneath it. Ginny Weasley's diary had been younger, hungrier and eager to speak. This presence felt older and more settled, but the wrongness clinging to it was the same. Voldemort had placed part of himself inside Ravenclaw's diadem. Alex opened his private storage. For one moment, the answer seemed obvious. The diadem would be unreachable there. No pupil could find it, no professor could confiscate it, and no enemy could steal it unless Alex chose to bring it out. He could examine it privately, decide who needed to know and keep every dangerous choice inside his own control. That was precisely why he closed the storage again. He carried the wrapped relic from the room of requirement and walked directly towards the headmaster's office. The cold pressure continued testing the edges of his attention, occasionally warming into approval whenever his thoughts turned towards keeping the discovery for study. Alex refused to answer it, even silently. The stone gargoyle blocked the staircase when he arrived. Alex looked up at its folded arms. "I need to see Professor Dumbledore. It concerns Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets." The gargoyle remained still for one long breath, then stepped aside. The spiral staircase began turning beneath Alex's feet. Dumbledore's door opened before Alex could knock. Fawkes watched from his perch, bright eyes settling at once upon the covered object. Dumbledore stood behind his desk with an unopened letter in one hand. "Alex," he said, his gaze moved from Alex's face to the bundle. "I wasn't expecting you. I didn't intend to come until half an hour ago." Alex crossed the office without accepting the offered chair and placed the wrapped diadem upon the clear space before Dumbledore. "Don't touch it directly." Dumbledore set the letter aside. "What have you brought me?" Alex unfolded enough cloth to expose the tarnished silver band in darkened blue stone. The cold presence stirred as the headmaster leaned closer. "Ravenclaw's lost diadem," Alex said, "and unless I've mistaken what I felt from Ginny's diary, another piece of Tom Riddle's soul." Dumbledore didn't reach for the diadem. He drew his wand instead and passed it slowly above the exposed silver without allowing the tip to touch. Pale light gathered around the blue stone, tightened into a thin ring and darkened until it resembled smoke trapped beneath glass. Fawkes gave a low warning note from his perch. Dumbledore's face changed. The surprise remained, but the softness left his eyes as he studied the relic. "Your comparison appears well-founded." Alex kept both hands away from the cloth. "Can you confirm it without opening whatever protections he placed around it?" "Not completely." Dumbledore moved his wand along the inscription, testing each section separately. "I can confirm deliberate soul magic, corruption of extraordinary depth and several defensive enchantments intended to punish careless examination. That's enough to treat it as you suggest." He crossed to a locked cabinet and removed a square stone box marked with narrow silver channels. After placing it beside the diadem, he looked at Alex rather than beginning the transfer. "Where did you find this?" "In a room used to hide things within Hogwarts." "Who else knows?" "Nobody who didn't already know before I recovered it." Dumbledore's gaze rested upon him. "And how long have you known where it was?" Alex didn't offer a date. "Long enough to understand that I should have brought it sooner." The answer could have invited pressure. Instead, Dumbledore looked down at the tarnished silver, then at the clean cloth Alex had wrapped around it. "Ravenclaw's diadem has been missing for centuries. Its historical value alone would be almost impossible to measure. That stopped mattering once Voldemort used it." "It didn't stop mattering." Dumbledore's voice remained quiet. "You surrendered something priceless despite knowing what it was. More importantly, you surrendered control of the only clue presently in your possession." Alex felt the accuracy of that more sharply than praise. He could have stored the diadem where no one else could reach it, studied it privately and chosen which conclusions to release. Bringing it here had made Dumbledore responsible for decisions Alex couldn't supervise. I nearly kept it, Alex admitted. Dumbledore nodded once. Yet you didn't. He levitated the cloth and diadem together into the stone box. The silver channels brightened as the lid closed, sealing the cold pressure behind several layers of stone and magic. Dumbledore left one hand upon the box. You didn't come merely to surrender an object. No, Alex said. I came because I need to ask you for something, and I had no right to begin by demanding trust I hadn't offered. Dumbledore remained beside the sealed box. Trust offered as payment isn't always trust. Sometimes it's another form of negotiation. I know. Alex looked at the silver channels holding the diadem's corruption inside. That's why I brought it before asking whether you'd help. You could refuse me now, and the diadem would still remain here. The headmaster studied him for several seconds. What do you believe I might refuse? Access to knowledge, people and creatures I can't reach through the crown or my own contacts. Alex stopped before naming them. Explaining the Madigot, Lethifold and Thunderbird would require him to explain why contact mattered, what he intended to gain and how much of his family magic remained concealed. I need to tell you more before the request would be honest. Dumbledore returned to his chair but didn't sit. You've had reasons to distrust my judgment. Yes. The direct answer tightened the room without turning it hostile. Fawkes shifted upon his perch, watching them both. Alex rested one hand against the back of the visitor's chair. You've withheld things from Harry because you thought knowledge would endanger him. You've made decisions for people who weren't allowed to understand the choice. I've done the same in smaller ways, then told myself it was safer because I was careful. Dumbledore accepted the accusation without defending himself. And yet you came to me. Because whatever remains unresolved between us, you know more about Voldemort's survival than I do. Alex glanced at the sealed box. You recognized what this was after one examination. You understood the diary before I understood what part of him had survived inside it. If I'm asking how to prepare for what he'll do next, excluding you because I dislike some of your choices would be pride pretending to be caution. Quiet text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 25 integration points. Integration points. 90. The notice faded and another replaced it. Current task. Give a necessary ally the truth he must know despite what that truth could cost. Reward. 15 integration points. Alex read the instruction once. The system hadn't asked him to obtain Dumbledore's promise or secure access to the creatures. It demanded the truth before any answer could be earned. Dumbledore indicated the chair. Then tell me what you need me to understand. Alex sat, though his hand remained closed around his wand inside his robe. He looked towards Fawkes, then back to the headmaster. What I'm about to tell you can't leave this office. 11. The Phoenix. Alex looked towards Fawkes again. The Phoenix had left his perch and moved onto the edge of Dumbledore's desk, close enough that his red and gold feathers caught the light from the sealed box. His attention remained fixed upon Alex, bright and searching, as though he had already recognized something Alex hadn't yet shown. I'd like Fawkes to stay, Alex said. Dumbledore glanced towards the Phoenix. I doubt I could persuade him to leave. Fawkes gave a soft note that sounded distinctly satisfied. Alex removed his hand from inside his robe and placed both palms upon the chair arms. Defining the confidence mattered before he opened it. When I said this couldn't leave the office, I meant the substance of what I tell you. You may use what you learn to help me find safe and lawful access, but you can't tell anyone what I'm capable of, where those capabilities came from or what else they might imply. Dumbledore remained standing behind his desk. Not the Order? No. The Flamels? They know more than most people, but this isn't theirs to receive through you. Dumbledore inclined his head. The Crown? They know only what affects their responsibility for me or the danger around them. That will remain true. Alex watched for resistance. Dumbledore had spent years deciding which truths other people were prepared to carry. Agreeing that this one belonged to Alex required more than promising discretion. It required accepting a boundary he hadn't drawn himself. Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Fred and George know that my family magic allows me to imitate some magical creatures, Alex continued. They've seen parts of it. Harry knows more because of the graveyard. Sirius and Aunt Nell know different parts. The Flamels understand something of my fire. Nobody outside this room knows the whole. And you intend to show it to me, Dumbledore said. Enough of it. Alex held his gaze. I'm not placing the secret under your authority. I'm giving you the knowledge necessary to judge my request and the danger attached to it. Dumbledore's eyes moved briefly towards the box containing the diadem. You've already demonstrated that distinction more clearly than many adults manage. I nearly failed to make it. But you didn't. Fawkes stepped closer along the desk, claws clicking softly against the wood. He stretched his neck towards Alex and gave another questioning call. Alex felt Phoenix warmth answer beneath his skin. He may react, Alex warned. Dumbledore looked from Fawkes to Alex, and understanding began to replace curiosity. He moved the sealed box farther from the open space beside his desk, then lowered his wand without putting it away. I'm ready, he said. Alex rose from the chair and stepped into the cleared space, while Fawkes watched him with growing delight. Alex drew upon the phoenix magic he normally kept beneath human shape. Warmth gathered behind his ribs and spread through every limb, carrying none of the strain that accompanied flame travel. Golden fire slipped across his robes without burning them. His view of the office shifted as his body lightened, narrowed and lifted from the floor. Feathers replaced skin. Wings opened where his arms had been, broad enough that he had to pull them close before striking the visitor's chair. His feet settled upon the carpet as dark talons, while red and gold plumage caught the firelight surrounding him. The last flames folded inward and vanished, leaving a full-grown phoenix standing in the cleared space before Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore didn't move. His wand remained lowered, but surprise emptied every prepared response from his face. Fawkes reacted at once. He launched from the desk with a delighted cry and landed beside Alex hard enough to buffet him with warm air. Alex had expected interest, perhaps recognition like that shown by Phoenix Song or Fire. He hadn't expected Fawkes to press his head beneath Alex's beak, rub along his neck and begin inspecting his feathers with the brisk confidence of a bird correcting neglected grooming. Alex stepped sideways. Fawkes followed. He appears pleased, Dumbledore said, wonder softening his voice. Fawkes caught a slightly displaced feather near Alex's shoulder and drew it into place. Alex tried to turn far enough to discourage him, only for the older phoenix to crowd closer and run his beak through the feathers along Alex's chest. Alex gave an involuntary protesting trill. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. I believe he's found your standards inadequate. Fawkes answered with a pleased note and moved towards Alex's wing. That was enough. Alex reached for human shape before Fawkes could begin rearranging the longer flight feathers. Golden fire swept over him, his wings contracted into arms and his talons became shoes against the carpet. He reappeared standing slightly off balance, with Fawkes pressed against his side and attempting to groom his hair. Alex raised one hand between the beak and his ear. Thank you. I can manage that myself. Fawkes made a doubtful sound. Dumbledore had lowered his wand completely. He looked at Alex with astonishment no longer hidden behind the calm habits of a headmaster. You didn't merely learn Phoenix Fire. No, Alex said, smoothing the hair Fawkes had disturbed. And the phoenix isn't the only magical creature whose nature I can carry. Dumbledore returned slowly to his chair. Fawkes remained beside Alex, close enough that one wing brushed his sleeve, while the headmaster studied the space where the second phoenix had stood. How many creatures? Dumbledore asked. 7 have left something I can use, Alex said. The results differ, and contact doesn't guarantee anything. I can't command creatures, copy every trait they possess or choose the exact form a gift will take. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened at the word gift, but he allowed Alex's chosen explanation to stand. And now you seek 3 more. Alex sat again. The graveyard showed me what I was missing. I could protect Harry, attack, escape or change the conditions around me, but I couldn't do all of them at once. Every choice opened another gap. The first is numbers, Dumbledore said. A Madigat can multiply into several independently acting bodies. Alex rested his hands upon the chair arms. If that nature carried across, I might be able to shield Harry while another version maintained an escape route and another watched the wider field. I don't know whether the copies would share thought, divide strength or create risks I haven't imagined. Dumbledore nodded without encouraging the possibility. And the Lethifold? It answers the body becoming the trap. Alex remembered the grave marker at his back and the restraints tightening around his wrists. A lethifold moves like living shadow. If I could imitate even part of that, walls, chains and attacks aimed at holding a solid body might become less decisive. Lethifolds consume sleeping human beings. I know. Alex met his eyes. I'm not asking to hunt one, corner one or force contact. Any meeting would need someone who understands the creature and can judge whether approaching it is safe for everyone involved. Fawkes gave a quieter note, as though approving the caution more than the ambition. Dumbledore folded his hands. That leaves the Thunderbird. Area denial, Alex said. Wind, lightning and the ability to affect more than one attacker or one narrow line. In the graveyard, Voldemort controlled the whole space while I kept answering individuals. I need some way to disrupt a battlefield rather than merely survive inside it. You're describing powers capable of saving many lives, Dumbledore said. You're also describing multiplication, intangibility and force broad enough to strike people you never intended to harm. Yes. Alex didn't soften the answer. That's why I came to someone who might know how to reach them lawfully, and why you needed to know what I was truly asking for before you decided whether to help. Dumbledore remained silent long enough that Alex heard Fawkes settling his feathers beside the chair. The headmaster's attention moved from Alex to the sealed diadem, then returned with the careful focus of someone testing every consequence before speaking. I give you my word that what you've revealed will remain confidential, Dumbledore said. I won't inform the Ministry, the Order or the staff of Hogwarts without your permission. Should a necessary introduction require limited disclosure, I'll tell you what must be said and allow you to decide whether the access is worth that cost. Alex watched him closely. And the creatures? They aren't mine to grant, nor is your gift mine to direct. Dumbledore rested his hands upon the desk. I may help you reach people capable of arranging lawful contact. I won't present your abilities as a resource belonging to Hogwarts, the Order or myself. The promise eased a pressure Alex hadn't realized he was holding behind his ribs. Dumbledore had accepted the confidence without turning it into guardianship, duty or permission that could later be withdrawn. Thank you, Alex said. Fawkes gave a warm note and pressed his shoulder against Alex's arm. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. In the graveyard, Voldemort ordered his followers to take you alive. Alex remembered the command cutting through the circle whenever a Death Eater's wand had risen towards him. He wanted to question me or discover how my magic worked. Perhaps, but ordinary curiosity wouldn't justify preserving an opponent capable of assisting Harry's escape. Dumbledore looked towards Fawkes. Tom has spent much of his life trying to prevent death. He divided his soul because he believed survival required anchors outside the body. Alex followed the thought and felt cold gather beneath the office's warmth. He knows a phoenix returns. He saw enough to suspect that you do as well. Dumbledore's voice remained quiet. If your rebirth restores the whole person rather than fastening fragments to the world, then Horcruxes would appear crude beside it. Mutilation compared with renewal. The graveyard order changed beneath that understanding. Voldemort hadn't merely wanted Alex's abilities. He wanted the answer to immortality without the damage he'd already inflicted upon himself. Quiet text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward: 15 integration points. Integration points: 105. The notice faded, and a new instruction took its place. Current task: save a life the enemy has already chosen to take. Reward: 50 integration points. Alex read it twice. The wording offered no name, place or time, only the certainty that someone had already been marked for death. Dumbledore watched his expression. What is it? Alex looked towards the sealed diadem, then back to the man who had just promised not to claim authority over his secret. There's another life Voldemort intends to take, he said, and I think we need to discover whose before he reaches them. 12. The name behind Slytherin. Dumbledore's attention sharpened, but he didn't ask how Alex knew. The restraint mattered. Alex had given him enough truth to understand that some warnings reached him through family magic without arriving as complete explanations, and Dumbledore had just promised not to seize authority over what remained concealed. Has the warning shown you anything more? Dumbledore asked. No name, place or time. Alex looked towards the dark window behind the headmaster's desk. Only that the choice has already been made. Whoever it concerns may not even know they're in danger yet. Fawkes remained pressed against Alex's arm, his warmth steady through the robe. The new task could point towards anyone Voldemort intended to murder, and chasing every possible victim would lead nowhere. Alex needed a trail Voldemort had already left behind, one that connected the man he'd become with the frightened need beneath his pursuit of immortality. His gaze returned to the sealed diadem. Voldemort had hidden part of his soul inside Ravenclaw's relic because its history mattered. The diary had preserved Tom Riddle's school identity. Even the graveyard had been chosen around his father's bones rather than simple convenience. "Professor, there's something about Riddle I never understood." Dumbledore settled back in his chair. "Only one thing?" Alex almost smiled. He called himself the heir of Slytherin. He proved the claim well enough to open the chamber and command the basilisk, but his name was Riddle. "A Muggle surname," Dumbledore said. "Exactly." Alex leaned forward. Tom Riddle Sr. was buried in Little Hangleton. Voldemort used his father's bone in the ritual, so that part isn't speculation. If his father was a Muggle, then the connection to Slytherin had to come through his mother. Dumbledore's expression became still. He was no longer considering only Alex's question. He was placing it beside memories and facts gathered across decades. Alex continued carefully. Who was she? Not merely her name. What family did she come from? And what did Tom learn about them before he decided that their ancestry belonged to him more than the name he was born with? Fawkes lifted his head and watched Dumbledore across the desk. The headmaster removed his spectacles and cleaned them slowly, though the lenses appeared perfectly clear. "Her name was Merope," he said at last. "Merope Gaunt." The surname meant nothing to Alex's profound ignorance, and he allowed that uncertainty to show. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. The Gaunts were once among the oldest families in Britain. By the time Merope was born, very little remained except poverty, violence and their conviction that blood excused both. And Slytherin? Dumbledore's gaze settled upon him. They were his last known descendants. Alex looked towards the sealed diadem. Voldemort's claim had always sounded like inherited grandeur, yet the family Dumbledore described possessed none of the power or influence that might have supported it. How did Merope Gaunt become Tom Riddle's mother? Dumbledore's hands remained folded upon the desk. She lived with her father, Marvolo, and her brother, Morfin, in a neglected house outside Little Hangleton. They considered themselves superior to every family around them, though their remaining possessions amounted to a ruined home, 2 heirlooms and a name nearly destroyed by generations of marriage within their own line. 2 heirlooms? Alex asked, then held the question back from becoming the center of the discussion. What happened to Merope? She was treated as a servant by both men. Dumbledore's voice lost some of its usual gentleness. Marvolo mocked her appearance and magical ability. Morfin threatened her. Neither appears to have considered that fear might explain why her magic failed whenever they demanded she use it. Alex thought of children freezing beneath a teacher's anger, then being punished because fear made the next attempt worse. So she wasn't a squib. No, her magic was suppressed by years of cruelty. Dumbledore glanced towards Fawkes before continuing. When her father and brother were imprisoned after an attack upon a Muggle, Merope was left alone. Away from them, she proved capable of magic. And Tom Riddle Sr. lived nearby. He did. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Merope had watched him for years. Once free of her family, she used magic to make him leave his home and marry her. Alex sat straighter. The Imperious Curse? Possibly. I believe a love potion is more likely, though no surviving record proves which method she chose. Dumbledore didn't excuse the uncertainty with softer language. Whatever the means, his consent wasn't freely given. Fawkes shifted against Alex's sleeve, his earlier delight gone quiet. What ended it? Alex asked. Merope stopped controlling him. She may have believed he'd remain because she carried his child, or she may have become unable to continue deceiving him. He left almost immediately. Alex looked down at his hands. Merope had escaped domination only to impose it upon someone else. The Gaunt's pride hadn't preserved Slytherin's greatness. It had reduced inheritance to cruelty, fear and the belief that wanting another person granted the right to control them. And she died after Tom was born, Alex said. In a Muggle orphanage, Dumbledore replied. She named him Tom Marvolo Riddle, gave the child both family names and left him nothing else except the bloodline he would later choose to worship. Alex looked towards the sealed diadem again. Merope's death had left Voldemort without family, but not without symbols he could reclaim and reshape. The diary had preserved the name he'd used at school. Ravenclaw's diadem had allowed him to possess something tied to a founder. If the Gounts had retained objects from Slytherin's line, Voldemort would have valued them for more than age or price. You said the family still had 2 heirlooms, Alex said. What were they? Dumbledore regarded him across the desk. A locket said to have belonged to Salazar Slytherin, and a ring passed through the Gaunt family. Marvolo displayed both as proof of ancestry whenever pride required an answer that his circumstances couldn't provide. The locket would have belonged to Merope after they were imprisoned. In practice, yes. She later sold it in London while pregnant and alone. Alex's attention stayed on the second object. And the ring? Morphin wore it when I encountered him years later. Fawkes shifted beside Alex, one talon clicking softly against the floor. Alex considered the diary and diadem together. Voldemort hadn't chosen ordinary containers for pieces of his soul. Each object declared something about how he wanted to be seen. A Gaunt heirloom would offer blood, inheritance and Slytherin in one object. Professor, if Voldemort made more than 2 Horcruxes, wouldn't he keep choosing objects that supported the identity he invented? Dumbledore's expression tightened. That possibility has concerned me. The diary proved he could use something personal. The diadem proves he also used a founder's relic. Alex leaned forward. A ring from the last descendants of Slytherin would fit both patterns. Dumbledore didn't answer at once. His eyes moved towards the sealed box as though the presence of one hidden fragment had made another easier to imagine. Alex continued before caution could turn the thought aside. Little Hangleton mattered enough for Voldemort to return there. His father's bone explains the graveyard, but not why Pettigrew had already made that area secure, or why Voldemort chose to recover his body there rather than somewhere his followers controlled. The ritual required the father's remains, Dumbledore said. Yes, but Voldemort plans around symbols as well as requirements. Alex kept his tone questioning rather than certain. His Muggle father's grave, his mother's family nearby, and the place where both halves of his name began. If he ever went back for a Gaunt heirloom, Little Hangleton wouldn't only be where the ritual happened. It would be where he reclaimed the ancestry he preferred. Dumbledore rose slowly and crossed to one of the crowded shelves behind his desk. He drew out a thin file, opened it and began reading notes Alex couldn't see. Alex watched the headmaster's expression change as separate facts settled into one line of inquiry. How thoroughly was the Gaunt property searched? Alex asked. Dumbledore lowered the file, but didn't answer immediately. Fawkes left Alex's side and returned to the desk, where he watched the headmaster with his head tilted towards the open pages. The Gaunt house was examined after Morphin's arrest, Dumbledore said at last. The Ministry searched for evidence connected to the deaths at the Riddle House. They found Morphin confused, carrying his father's wand and openly confessing to the murders. But he didn't kill them. No. Tom altered Morphin's memory and used his wand. The Ministry accepted the confession because it matched what they expected from a violent man who already hated Muggles. Dumbledore turned one page and traced an old notation with his finger. I investigated years later and secured Morphin's memory before he died. It showed Tom visiting the house, learning what had become of his mother and leaving after taking the ring. Alex glanced towards the sealed diadem. Then Voldemort definitely possessed it. Yes. And nobody searched the house for it afterward? The Ministry believed the ring had been sold or lost before Morphin's arrest. Dumbledore closed the file halfway. I searched the surviving records and questioned those involved. I didn't conduct a complete physical examination of the property. Alex heard the admission beneath the careful wording. Dumbledore had followed the murder, the false confession and Tom's recovered history, but the possibility of another Horcrux hadn't yet shaped the search. What about the graveyard? Alex asked. Someone returned after Harry and I escaped. Dumbledore's expression grew more troubled. Ministry investigators recovered the Triwizard Cup before dawn. It remained beside the grave marker where you arrived. Alex straightened. They found the cup, but not my wand. No. Dumbledore opened the file again and removed a narrow inventory sheet. Your first wand was missing from the objects recovered at the scene. So were several masks, discarded robes and anything else Voldemort's followers could remove before abandoning the area. Alex remembered the wand taken when he'd been kidnapped, later recovered from a guard and eventually lost during the graveyard escape. Voldemort's people had known where to search. They might also have known which nearby places mattered to their master. The Death Eaters revisited the graveyard before the Ministry secured it, Alex said. If one of them was told to remove evidence, they could have checked the Gaunt House as well. Or protected something already hidden there, Dumbledore replied. He closed the file and stood. The uncertainty had left his face, replaced by decision. I'll verify the property's ownership, wards and present condition tonight, he said. If the house can be entered safely, we'll examine it together. You found the question, Alex. I won't exclude you from the answer. 13. The Ring in the Shack. Dumbledore returned before midnight with mud along the hem of his robes and a thin roll of Ministry parchment beneath one arm. Alex had remained in the headmaster's office with Fawkes, though the Phoenix had abandoned the desk for his perch once it became clear that no further transformation was coming. The property is still registered to Morphin Gaunt, Dumbledore said as he closed the door. No transfer of ownership was recorded after his death. The Ministry placed a warning charm across the entrance during its original investigation, but nobody renewed it. I found older wards beneath that charm. Voldemort's? I believe so. They're concealed well enough that a Ministry inspection focused upon the murders would have passed over them. Dumbledore laid the parchment beside the open file. I've opened a controlled route to the edge of the property. We'll go only as far as the wards allow, and we'll leave the moment either of us detects anything we cannot identify. Alex rose from the chair. You're taking me now? You identified the possibility, and you've already recognized two objects carrying Voldemort's divided soul. Dumbledore's gaze moved briefly towards the sealed diadem. If the ring remains there, your presence may confirm what mine cannot. Fawkes gave a quiet note from his perch. Dumbledore looked towards him, but the Phoenix made no move to follow. The portkey was an old brass key tied to a strip of red cord. Alex closed his hand around one end while Dumbledore held the other. The office vanished beneath a familiar pull, and cold night air struck Alex's face before his shoes settled on uneven ground. They stood beside a narrow lane outside Little Hangleton. No lamps marked the road. Beyond a sagging hedge, a dark shape crouched among nettles and overgrown trees. The Gaunt House was smaller than Alex had imagined, with a collapsed section of roof, boarded windows and walls sinking beneath years of damp. Dumbledore raised his wand. Pale light spread across the hedge and caught upon lines Alex couldn't see directly. One after another, the concealed wards appeared as dull red threads stretched between the trees. They aren't designed to keep everyone out, Alex said. No. Dumbledore moved his wand slowly along the nearest line. They permit entry and discourage attention. Anyone approaching without purpose would remember another errand, another road or reason to turn back. Alex stepped closer without crossing the boundary. Something answered from inside the shack, faint but unmistakable. It carried the same wrong pressure he'd felt from the diary and the diadem, a presence pressed into an object that should never have held it. It's here, he said. Dumbledore's wand became still. You're certain? Alex looked past the broken door towards the darkness within. Voldemort left part of himself inside that house. Dumbledore opened a narrow passage through the wards, then entered first. Alex followed him beneath the leaning roof, where dust, rot and old cruelty waited around something hidden deeper inside. Dumbledore's wand cast a narrow beam across the shack's single room. Broken furniture leaned against stained walls, and the floor had partly vanished beneath dirt, leaves and fragments of fallen roof. Alex stayed within the path Dumbledore cleared, following the wrongness that pressed against his senses from somewhere ahead. It's stronger near the hearth, Alex said. Dumbledore approached the crumbling stones without lowering his wand. A detection charm passed over the ashes and caught upon something beneath them, revealing a faint green outline where no object should have remained. He drew the ash aside with a careful movement, then lifted a loose stone from the hearth's base. A small wooden box rested inside the hollow. Don't touch it, Alex said. I don't intend to. Dumbledore levitated the box onto the floor between them and examined it from several angles. Layers of concealment and preservation magic clung to the dark wood, but neither resembled the soul fragment pressure Alex already felt. Dumbledore opened the lid from several feet away. The ring lay upon faded cloth. Its heavy gold band had blackened with age, and the stone set into it appeared almost entirely dark. A fine mark had been cut into the surface, a straight line enclosed by a triangle and circle. Dumbledore stopped breathing. Alex looked from the symbol to the headmaster's face. The caution that had guided every step into the shack disappeared without struggle or warning. Dumbledore's wand lowered. His eyes remained fixed upon the black stone with a grief so open that Alex felt as though he'd witnessed something private. Ariana, Dumbledore whispered. The name didn't belong to the investigation. Alex knew that before the ring's pressure changed. The Horcrux remained foul and enclosed, but another influence reached beyond it, offering no words Alex could understand. Whatever Dumbledore heard was meant for him alone. Professor? Alex stepped closer. Don't listen to it. Dumbledore didn't look away. His face softened with desperate recognition, as though someone stood beside the open box rather than years beyond reach. I could ask her, he said quietly. Only once. I could tell her I'm sorry. Alex moved between Dumbledore and the ring, but the headmaster stepped around him with surprising speed. That isn't Ariana, Alex said. It's using her. Dumbledore's hand rose towards the box. His wand slipped from his fingers and struck the floor, yet the sound didn't reach him. The ring's whispers had already replaced caution with need. Alex caught at his sleeve. Professor, stop. Dumbledore pulled free without seeming to notice him. His fingers closed around the ring, and he began lifting it towards his left hand. Alex didn't decide to transform. His body answered the danger before thought could catch it. Golden fire burst through his robes, and the hand gripping Dumbledore's sleeve became a hooked talon. The shack dropped away beneath a sudden sweep of wings as Alex crossed the narrow space between them. His beak closed around the ring before Dumbledore could slide it onto his finger. The contact struck harder than any curse Alex had felt in the graveyard. Blackness raced through his beak and into his skull, cold enough to smother the phoenix fire burning beneath his feathers. His wings locked. He struck the floor beside the open box, scattering ash and broken stone, but he kept the ring clamped between his jaws. Dumbledore reached for it again. Give it to me. Alex dragged himself backwards, talons scraping across the dirt. The headmaster's face held no recognition, only the need the ring had placed there. Alex tried to sing, but the sound emerged as a broken cry. The curse spread down his throat and through his chest, leaving every place it touched numb for one breath and burning during the next. Dumbledore followed him. Alexander, you don't understand. I can speak to her. Alex understood enough. The ring didn't need to deceive Dumbledore forever. It needed only one moment of grief, one finger and one completed act of possession. He snapped his head sideways and flung the ring towards the far wall. It never reached the ground. Dumbledore's hand moved, but Alex launched himself between them and caught it again in midair. The second contact completed whatever the first had begun. Dark veins spread beneath the gold feathers around his beak, then traveled across his face and down his neck. Dumbledore stopped. The hunger vanished from his expression as he saw what the ring was doing. His eyes widened, and his empty hand fell to his side. No. Alex landed badly and folded one wing over the ring, pinning it beneath his body. Heat gathered inside him, but it wasn't the clean warmth of phoenix fire. The curse had found every living part of him and was closing upon it at once. Dumbledore dropped to his knees. Let me contain it. Alex forced his beak open. The ring remained trapped beneath his talons, its black stone untouched by the corruption consuming him. He tried to answer, but smoke escaped instead. Dumbledore reached towards him, then stopped before making contact. Alex, hold on. Golden fire began leaking through the darkened feathers along Alex's chest. He looked at Dumbledore and understood that the headmaster was safe. Then the curse reached his heart. Pain vanished when Alex's heart stopped. His body remained beneath him for one impossible instant, wings curled around the ring and Dumbledore's frightened face fixed beyond the darkening edges of his sight. Then golden fire tore through every feather at once. Dumbledore recoiled as the phoenix collapsed into flame. The curse blackening Alex's body burned with him, twisting through the gold in thick, oily strands before breaking apart. The fire consumed feathers, flesh and bone within seconds, leaving a mound of warm ash spread across the shack's broken floor. The ring fell into the center with a soft metallic click. Dumbledore stared at the ashes. His hand remained extended, but every trace of longing had left his face. Alex? Nothing answered. He snatched up his wand and cast a containment sphere around the ring. The spell enclosed it without touching the stone, lifting it clear of the ash while layers of silver light folded around the gold band. The Horcrux pressure remained within it, cold and watchful, but the curse that had seized Alex found no new target. Dumbledore lowered the sealed ring into its wooden box and bound the lid with enough magic to make the rotting walls tremble. Only then did he turn back. He dropped to his knees beside the ashes. "You warned me." His voice broke on the final word. Alex heard it from somewhere that had no ears, body or pain. Thought remained, held inside warmth that drew inward rather than spreading across the room. He remembered Dumbledore reaching for the ring. He remembered choosing to stop him. There had been no calculation beyond that. The warmth tightened. Dumbledore bowed his head. "You trusted me, and I killed you." Silence held the shack. Dumbledore remained on his knees, staring at the ashes as seconds lengthened beneath the weight of what he believed he'd done. A small movement disturbed the mound between his hands. Dumbledore froze. The ashes lifted, cracked and spilled aside as a tiny beak pushed through. A bare head followed, then a wet, featherless body no larger than Dumbledore's cupped hands. Alex dragged one weak wing free and gave an outraged chirp at the ash covering his face. Dumbledore made a sound caught between a laugh and a sob. He held both hands near Alex without touching him. "May I?" Alex chirped again, which conveyed none of the language he intended, but apparently carried enough offense to reassure him. Text appeared across his returning sight. Task complete. Reward: 50 integration points. Integration points: 155. Current task: earn contact with a divided life without treating anybody as expendable. Reward: 20 integration points. Dumbledore gathered the furious chick gently from the ashes while the sealed ring remained beside them, its curse spent and the fragment of Voldemort's soul still waiting to be destroyed. 14. A larger baby is still a baby. Dumbledore held Alex against his chest with one hand while the other completed the final protections around the wooden box. Silver bands covered every seam, followed by a rigid outer shell that enclosed the spent curse, the Horcrux and the black stone without allowing any part of the ring to touch him. Only when the box floated several feet ahead did he retrieve the brass portkey from his pocket. Alex attempted to bite his thumb. The effort failed because his beak was too small and Dumbledore's hand remained carefully beyond reach. Alex settled for an angry series of chirps while ash fell from his bare wings and lodged in the headmaster's beard. "I accept that you're displeased," Dumbledore said. His voice remained unsteady despite the calm words. "You're entitled to considerably more than displeasure." Alex chirped louder. He wanted his wand, his human voice and enough height to explain exactly how many warnings Dumbledore had ignored before forcing him to die upon a dirty floor. Instead, his weak talons caught in blue wool while Dumbledore tucked him more securely against the warmth of his robes. The portkey dragged them from the shack. Alex's tiny body protested the journey with a helpless shudder, and Dumbledore closed both hands around him before they landed inside the headmaster's office. The sealed box struck the carpet within its containment sphere but remained upright. Fawkes cried from his perch. The older Phoenix crossed the room in a rush of red and gold, landing upon the desk close enough to inspect Alex without crowding him. Delight brightened his song, followed by a softer note carrying welcome, reassurance and something Alex understood as amused recognition. Alex glared at him. Fawkes lowered his head and made a quiet sound that was unmistakably laughter. Dumbledore sank into the chair beside the desk instead of answering. He opened his hands, allowing Alex to stand within his palms, though standing proved generous for the trembling crouch his new legs managed. "For several minutes," Dumbledore said, looking down at him, "I believed my weakness had killed you." Alex stopped trying to balance. The confession held no attempt to soften responsibility or blame the ring alone. Dumbledore's eyes were still red, and ash darkened the knees of his robes where he'd knelt beside what remained of Alex's body. "You saved my life after I refused to hear you," Dumbledore continued. "I won't ask you to make that easier for me." Alex gave one sharp chirp. Forgiveness could wait until he possessed words. Heat gathered beneath his bare skin. It didn't burn, but his tiny bones began to ache as something inside him reached towards the human shape he remembered. The ache sharpened until Alex couldn't hold himself upright. His talons slipped across Dumbledore's palm, and golden fire enclosed his featherless body before the headmaster could reach for his wand. The warmth stretched through bone and skin, pulling him towards the human shape he'd worn for nearly 12 years. The change ended too soon. Alex landed across Dumbledore's hands as a naked human child, small enough that the headmaster nearly dropped him. His arms and legs were thin, his hands barely covered 2 of Dumbledore's fingers, and the office desk rose above him like furniture built for giants. Dumbledore caught him against his robes while Fawkes released a delighted trill from the desk. Cold air touched Alex's bare skin. He looked down at his body, recognized knees he hadn't possessed since 1983 and swore with all the force his new lungs could manage. The result emerged in a high, furious voice. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. Alex glared up at him. "Don't you dare. I wouldn't dream of it." Dumbledore's eyes were bright, and the corners of his mouth continued fighting a battle they were plainly losing. He drew his wand and conjured a thick blue blanket around Alex without setting him down. "You appear to have retained your vocabulary." "I retained everything." Alex shoved one undersized arm through the blanket and pointed towards the floor. "Put me down." Dumbledore glanced at the distance between Alex's dangling feet and the carpet. "I'm not certain that would be wise. I'm 15. You are presently small enough to fit inside one of my desk drawers." Fawkes made another amused sound. Alex turned his glare upon him, but the phoenix only fluffed his feathers and leaned closer to inspect the new form. Alex reached inward for his magic. It answered immediately. Phoenix warmth remained beneath his skin, his storage opened when called, and every creature integration rested where it belonged. His memories were untouched. His judgment, anger and sense of self remained entirely his own. Only his body had returned to the beginning. He retrieved his wand from storage. The hornbeam shaft appeared in his tiny hand at nearly half his height, dragged his arm down and struck the blanket with a muffled thump. Dumbledore closed his eyes. "You're laughing," Alex accused. "I'm experiencing considerable relief. You can experience it silently." Dumbledore's shoulders shook once before he mastered them. He lowered Alex onto the broad leather chair, arranging the blanket so the child body wouldn't disappear inside it. Alex braced the wand across his lap and tried to sit with dignity while his feet failed to reach the cushion's edge. Dumbledore studied him more carefully. "Your magic remains?" "All of it," Alex said. He tightened both hands around the oversized wand. "My body doesn't." Dumbledore's gaze moved from Alex's small hands to the wand lying across his lap. "Your alchemy integration alters size. Could you use it to restore your usual height?" Alex stared at him. The suggestion was sensible enough to deserve testing, which only made its failure more irritating. He returned the wand to storage before it could roll from his knees, then reached for the familiar sense of expansion beneath his magic. His body grew. The blanket slipped from his shoulders as his legs lengthened against the chair and his head rose towards the carved wooden back. For one hopeful second, the office returned to something closer to its proper scale. Then Alex looked down. His arms were longer but still soft and proportioned like a child's. His hands had grown without becoming older. The chair held a boy nearly Dumbledore's height with the broad head, short limbs and unsteady balance of a 3-year-old enlarged far beyond any reasonable size. Fawkes turned his head sideways. Alex reduced himself at once. The chair expanded around him again, and he dragged the blanket back over his shoulders. "A larger baby is still a baby." Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Yes, I can see that now. I'm pleased the demonstration improved matters." Alex dismissed the failed approach and searched through the abilities that remained available. Alchemy magic changed scale. Phoenix magic had renewed the body. Neither would give him the years the body had lost. Boggart magic worked differently. It didn't alter age through growth. It recreated a form held clearly in fear, memory and expectation. He knew every detail of the body he'd worn before the ring killed it. Alex closed his eyes and pictured his usual height, the weight across his shoulders, the reach of his arms and the face he expected to find in a mirror. Magic spread over the child body without heat. His limbs lengthened again, but this time the proportions changed with them. The blanket settled around narrower shoulders, his feet reached the floor, and his voice returned before he opened his eyes. "That's better." Dumbledore watched him carefully. "Is it merely an appearance?" Alex rose from the chair. The movement felt natural, though weakness remained beneath it. He retrieved his wand, and the hornbeam shaft fitted his hand properly again. His robes hadn't returned, but the boggart shape extended the blanket into a plain blue dressing gown and slippers. He crossed 3 steps towards the desk, turned and tested his balance. The form obeyed, yet a faint strain already pressed behind his eyes. "It's functional," Alex said. "Not free." Dumbledore stood beside the sealed ring. Relief had given way to concern again, but he didn't tell Alex to stop. "Then we should discover what your true body is doing before you depend upon the disguise." Alex tightened his grip on the wand. Beneath the remembered 15-year-old shape, the 3-year-old body remained awake, hungry and beginning to ache. The pain deepened beneath the boggart shape until Alex's knees weakened. He caught the desk before he fell, but the remembered hand gripping its edge flickered smaller, then returned. Dumbledore moved towards him and stopped when Alex raised his wand. "I'm not collapsing," Alex said. "No," Dumbledore replied. "You're attempting to remain standing while your body changes beneath a disguise." Another pulse traveled through Alex's legs and spine. Hunger struck hard enough to make his stomach cramp, followed by heat spreading through muscles too young to support the older form. He released the transformation before it failed without his permission. The dressing gown became a blanket again, but the child beneath it wasn't quite the same. Alex stood several inches taller than he had minutes earlier. His legs had lengthened unevenly, his hair had begun growing past his ears, and the hands clutching the blanket looked closer to 4 years old than 3. Dumbledore conjured a measuring line beside the chair. "You've grown nearly 5 inches. I noticed." Alex sat before his changing balance could betray him. "Phoenix rebirth must be rebuilding towards the age I died." Fawkes gave a low confirming note from the desk. Alex looked at him. "How long?" The Phoenix answered with a sequence of sounds that carried impressions rather than numbers. Hunger, sleep, growth and repeated renewal. Alex understood enough to dislike all of them. "Not tonight," Dumbledore interpreted. "But not years." "Weeks," Alex said. Another ache settled through his shoulders as though his bones were already preparing for the next stage. "Probably several." Dumbledore conjured bread, fruit and warm milk upon the desk. Alex almost objected to the final item, then drank it because the younger body wanted it with humiliating urgency. Warmth eased the shaking in his hands. When Alex finished, Dumbledore placed the sealed ring farther from them. "Before we entered the shack, I promised to help you seek lawful, humane contact with the creatures you identified. You don't owe me access because I saved you. I owe you honesty, effort and better judgment." Dumbledore met his gaze without looking away. "A Madigat remains the clearest answer to the first graveyard failure. France maintains several under ministry supervision, but any approach must pass through someone trusted by the handlers." Alex thought of Fleur and the Delacours. Asking for an introduction risked turning friendship into a route towards power, yet approaching strangers through official pressure would be worse. "I'll ask Fleur whether her family knows whom to contact," he said. "You can confirm the arrangement is lawful before I go." Dumbledore inclined his head. "And I'll ensure no official mistakes permission to approach for ownership of the creature." Alex called the older shape around himself once more, careful not to hide the weakness from his own awareness. The 15-year-old form settled into place while the growing child beneath it reached hungrily towards its next stage. 15. An unusual request in France. The Delacour's garden shimmered beneath the late summer sun when Alex stepped away from the portkey, one hand still gripping Dumbledore's brass disc. His remembered 15-year-old body absorbed the landing with practiced balance. Beneath it, the rapidly growing child stumbled half a step and sent a warning ache through both knees. Fleur caught his arm before the disguise could betray him. "You traveled too soon." "I traveled after eating enough breakfast for 3 people and sleeping nearly 11 hours. Alex steadied himself and released the portkey into Dumbledore's waiting hand. Madame Pomfrey would consider that an irresponsible defense, but it remains accurate. Dumbledore's expression suggested agreement with the absent matron. He'd accompanied Alex to France because the request concerned a ministry-controlled creature, though he'd promised to remain outside the family conversation unless invited. That distinction had required repeating twice before departure. Fleur examined Alex with open concern. She wore pale summer robes, and the sunlight caught silver through her hair as she leaned closer. "Your letter said you were recovering. It didn't say from what." "It's complicated. Your explanations often are." Fleur's hand remained around his sleeve for another second before she let him go. Her gaze moved over his face, shoulders and hands with enough attention that Alex resisted checking whether the boggart shape had slipped. You look the same, but you don't feel the same. Alex glanced towards Dumbledore. The headmaster had politely turned his attention to the white stone house beyond the garden, though nothing about his stillness suggested he'd stopped listening. What do I feel like? Alex asked. Fleur circled him once, not flirtatiously, but with the focused curiosity she'd shown when examining unfamiliar magic during the tournament. Related, she said at last. Veela magic recognizes you more easily now. Before, it rested upon you like something newly accepted. Now it has settled. Alex reached inward. The Veela integration remained where it always had, warm beside Phoenix Fire and the other creature gifts, yet rebirth had renewed the body carrying it. Has it grown stronger? No. Fleur tilted her head. More natural. My magic knows you aren't Veela, but it no longer wonders whether you should possess what you do. That's reassuringly imprecise. It's still more precise than most things you tell me. Her concern softened into a smile. Come inside. Maman has prepared lunch. Gabrielle has been waiting beside the window since 9, and you may explain why Albus Dumbledore asked whether my family knows someone trusted by the French ministry. Alex followed her towards the house. The request waiting behind that question could alter how Fleur understood the graveyard, his power and perhaps their friendship. Asking it honestly meant admitting why one body had no longer seemed enough. Gabrielle met them inside the garden doors and hugged Alex before anyone could warn her to be careful. The younger body beneath his disguise protested the pressure across his ribs, but he kept the older form steady and returned the embrace. You disappeared after the tournament, she said as she released him. Fleur said you were hurt, but nobody would tell me anything useful. I was recovering at home. Alex glanced towards Fleur. That was the useful part. Madame Delacour waited beside a luncheon table set near the open windows. Her welcome remained warm, though her attention settled upon Dumbledore with the reserve owed to a powerful wizard arriving beside an injured family friend. Dumbledore accepted a seat apart from the table and made no attempt to guide the conversation. Fleur waited until Gabrielle had begun eating before asking, "Why do you need someone trusted by the French ministry?" Alex placed both hands around his water glass. He'd prepared several careful explanations during the journey. Each sounded too much like a request designed to hide its cost. In the graveyard, Harry and I were surrounded, he said. I could protect him, attack or prepare our escape, but I couldn't do all three at once. Gabrielle's fork stopped halfway to her plate. Madame Delacour lowered her own without interrupting. Alex continued before concern turned into questions he couldn't answer. I left Harry facing Voldemort while I tried to reach a weak point in the wards. It was the correct choice because opening that route was the only way either of us escaped. It still meant one body couldn't remain beside him and create the escape at the same time. Fleur studied him across the table. And a Madigat can become many. Yes. Alex didn't soften the admission. I'm asking for lawful contact because I need to understand whether its magic can help me overcome that failure. Madame Delacour's expression grew more guarded. Contact for study? Contact without ownership, coercion or expectation, Alex said. I won't ask anyone to order the creature to tolerate me. I also won't pretend I came only from academic curiosity. I hope to learn from it, and that hope benefits me. Fleur's gaze remained steady. You could have asked the ministry directly. I could have used Dumbledore's name or my title to pressure strangers into granting access. Alex released the glass. I came to you because you may know someone who can tell me whether asking is reasonable. That doesn't make your friendship payment for helping me. Gabrielle looked from Alex to her mother. Do we know someone? Madame Delacour didn't answer immediately. She considered Alex with the patience of someone deciding whether honesty had made a dangerous request safer or merely clearer. At least one person, she said at last. But knowing whom to ask isn't the same as deciding what answer they should give. She rose from the table and crossed to a narrow writing cabinet beside the windows. My cousin supervises creature welfare inspections for the French ministry. She doesn't handle Madigats herself, but she knows the officers who do. Alex remained seated while she removed a sheet of cream parchment. Standing to follow would have turned her offer into an instruction he expected fulfilled, and the younger body beneath his disguise welcomed the excuse to rest. Another growth ache had begun along his spine, faint but steady. Fleur watched her mother prepare the letter. Will they allow contact with a schoolboy who wants the creature's magic? They'll allow nothing until they understand the request, Madame Delacour said. She dipped her quill, then looked towards Alex. What may I tell them? That I'm asking to meet a Madigot under its handler's supervision, Alex replied. Preferably one no longer assigned to active security work. I don't want an officer distracted from protecting anyone, and I won't approach a working animal without permission. Dumbledore spoke from his chair beyond the luncheon table. I'm willing to confirm that Mr. Fairfax understands British creature law, accepts French authority while present and has requested no transfer of custody. Madame Delacour's quill paused. You'll also confirm that Hogwarts isn't sponsoring an experiment upon a ministry animal? I will, Dumbledore said. This is Alex's request. My role is to help ensure it proceeds lawfully. That answer eased some of the caution from her face. She wrote several lines, sanded the parchment and folded it beneath a blue seal. Instead of calling an owl, she touched the seal with her wand. The letter vanished in a quiet flash. Gabrielle leaned forward. How long will the answer take? Long enough that staring at the cabinet won't help, Fleur said. The reply arrived before dessert. Blue flame appeared above the cabinet, depositing Madame Delacour's letter beside a second sheet bearing the French ministry crest. She read it once, then handed it to Dumbledore. They'll receive us tomorrow morning, he translated after examining the formal French. A retired ministry Madigot remains under the care of its former handler at a protected facility outside Paris. The animal is elderly, healthy and no longer used for patrol or pursuit. Alex's pulse quickened despite his effort to remain calm. Who may attend? The handler, a ministry creature welfare observer, Madame Delacour, Fleur, you and me. Dumbledore lowered the parchment. No wand used near the Madigot unless the handler authorizes it. No transformation. No attempt to touch it unless it approaches first. Madame Delacour returned to her seat. They've arranged a meeting, Alexander. They haven't arranged consent. Alex looked at the ministry seal. The route had opened because the Delacours trusted him enough to ask. Whether it went any farther would belong to the creature waiting at the other end. Fleur read the ministry conditions again before returning the parchment to her mother. They've decided who may enter, where you may stand and what magic you may use. That still leaves one problem. Alex waited. The ache beneath his borrowed shape had settled into his hips, making stillness easier than movement. You, Fleur said. People notice you before you speak. Vila notice you differently. The Madigot may as well. Gabrielle looked between them. Would that make it come closer? It might, Fleur replied. That doesn't mean Alex made it happen deliberately. Alex considered the distinction. His Vila affinity didn't require a spell or visible choice merely to exist. It shaped how others perceived him, though he could strengthen that effect when he chose. Preventing every passive response was impossible. Refusing to press upon one was not. I won't use the allure, he said. No encouragement through voice, appearance or magic. I'll enter as I am. Remain where the handler places me and wait. Madame Delacour folded the ministry letter along its original crease. You needn't explain your private magic to the officials in order to follow their rules. No, Alex agreed. They need to know what I do during the meeting, not everything I'm capable of doing elsewhere. Dumbledore inclined his head from the chair beyond the table. He offered no addition, qualification or suggestion that greater access required greater disclosure. The silence mattered more after the promise made in his office. Fleur rested one hand beside Alex's untouched dessert plate. Suppose the animal watches you but doesn't approach. How long will you wait? As long as the handler permits. And if it leaves? Then I leave too. Gabrielle frowned. After coming all this way? The distance doesn't create an obligation. Alex looked towards the blue ministry seal. Neither does the work required to arrange the meeting. Madame Delacour's expression softened, though her voice remained firm. An official may decide the visit is safe. A handler may decide contact is possible. Neither decision belongs to the Madigot. I understand. Fleur continued studying him. And if it comes close but refuses your hand? I keep my hand to myself. And if it circles you for an hour? I become very familiar with standing still. Gabrielle laughed, and some of the weight left the table. Alex accepted the dessert at last, because the younger body beneath his disguise had begun demanding sugar with increasing insistence. Tomorrow, officials would open a protected door and a handler would permit him to wait on the other side. Alex could bring patience, honesty and the hope that had carried him to France. Contact would begin only if the Madigot crossed the remaining distance itself. 16. The cat that became many. The protected facility outside Paris looked less like a ministry holding site than a quiet country house built around a walled courtyard. Alex entered through the final gate beside Fleur and Dumbledore, following Madame Delacour across pale gravel towards the two officials waiting beneath a shaded arch. His remembered 15-year-old stride remained steady, though the younger body beneath it had woken hungry again and objected to the morning's portkey with a dull ache through his ankles. The Madigot's former handler was an older witch in practical grey robes. A second witch wore the blue insignia of French creature welfare and carried a narrow record board rather than a wand. Both greeted Madame Delacour first, then repeated the rules Alex had already accepted. "You'll stop at the marked stone," the handler said. "You won't crouch, offer food or extend your hand. Marcel decides whether the distance closes." Alex glanced towards the open courtyard. "And if he decides it doesn't? Then you leave without contact." "I understand." Fleur remained beside the doorway while Dumbledore and Madame Delacour took places behind the safety line. Alex crossed the courtyard alone and stopped upon the square of darker stone. Low walls enclosed a patch of grass, several trees and a covered shelter whose interior remained too dark for ordinary sight. His needle-sharpened vision found two pale eyes watching from within. The Madigot stepped into the light without sound. Age had silvered the black fur around its muzzle, but nothing in its movement seemed frail. It approached several paces, stopped and examined Alex with the complete attention of a creature accustomed to deciding whether strangers represented danger. Alex kept his hands loose beside him. The Madigot's back arched. One cat became two. The division carried no flash or visible spell. A second body simply stepped away from the first as though it had always occupied the same space. Then two became four became eight, and black shapes spread around Alex across the grass, the wall and the low branches overhead. The handler drew a sharp breath. "Remain still." Alex obeyed, though the warning wasn't necessary. Each body watched him differently. One crouched with its ears flattened, ready to flee. Another crept nearer with open curiosity. A third fixed upon his wand hand, expecting attack. Two more moved towards the officials as though preparing to draw danger away from the others. They weren't repeating one reaction. Fear, suspicion, calculation and protective intent had divided between them. The nearest Madigot hissed. Behind Alex, another began to circle. He'd expected copies. He hadn't expected each one to carry a separate answer to his presence. The circling Madigot passed behind Alex while the copy before him held its ground. Another crouched near the shelter, watching the officials rather than him, and two more climbed opposite trees to gain separate views of the courtyard. Their positions formed no simple pattern Alex could follow, yet each choice made sense once he stopped looking for one mind repeated across many bodies. "Which is Marcel?" the creature welfare observer asked quietly. The handler kept her wand lowered. The first body remained near the shelter. The others divided from him. Alex glanced towards the older cat she indicated. It had withdrawn farther than any of the copies, ears flattened and weight balanced for escape. The distinction troubled him more than it helped. Would approaching that one end the test? He asked. "It might," the handler replied. "The original body sometimes carries the strongest instinct to preserve itself. The others may accept risks it won't." One copy approached Alex's left shoe. Another hissed at the movement and struck the grass with one paw, warning it back. Alex resisted the urge to turn towards whichever cat the handler considered most important. "They're all reacting," he said. "Not merely the first." The observer raised her record board. "They return to one creature when the multiplication ends. That doesn't make what happens before then unimportant." Alex watched the nearest copy sniff the air around his ankle without touching him. If this one becomes frightened, Marcel remembers the fear. If another is hurt, he carries that too. The handler's attention sharpened. "You're assuming shared memory. I'm assuming the safer responsibility." Alex kept his voice level as a copy passed within reach of his hand. "I came because I need to understand divided action. Treating one body as the real animal and the rest as tools would teach me the wrong lesson." Fleur shifted behind the safety line, but she didn't speak. Dumbledore remained equally still, leaving Alex's answer to stand without approval from either of them. The copy beside Alex's shoe sat down. Across the courtyard, the frightened body near the shelter lowered its shoulders by a fraction. The cats in the trees stopped preparing to leap, though none looked away. The handler studied the change. Then don't choose between them. Acknowledge each one when it approaches, but make no attempt to draw another closer. Alex turned only when movement entered his sight. He met one pair of pale eyes, then another, giving every body the same patience and distance. The Maddigots continued circling, but their paths widened until he no longer stood at the center of a threat. One copy climbed onto the low boundary wall and began walking towards the warded corner of the courtyard. The handler noticed it and frowned, though she didn't yet raise her wand. The copy reached the corner before the handler could warn it away. Blue light snapped between two stones, closing around the Madigo's hindquarters and dragging it sideways against the wall. The cat screamed. Every other body recoiled at once, fur rising as the same pain struck through them. The handler raised her wand. Marcel, withdraw the division. The trapped copy twisted, but the ward tightened around one hind leg. The others began moving towards the shelter, though none vanished. One reached the original body and pressed against its side while another crouched low between Alex and the officials. It can't reintegrate while the ward holds part of it, the creature welfare observer said. Her record board dropped to her side. The containment line should have been inactive. The handler stepped towards the safety boundary, wand aimed at the glowing stones. I can break it, but the discharge may strike whatever remains inside. Alex looked at the trapped leg. The blue light had already darkened the fur beneath it, and each struggle pulled the copy harder against the wall. Can the ward be opened by hand? The release plate is inside the corner, the handler replied. It was designed so staff could reach it after securing the animal elsewhere. Another Maddigot moved towards the trapped copy. No, Alex said. The word stopped the handler before she could direct it forward. Don't send another body into the ward. It may be able to press the plate without becoming caught. And if it can't, Marcel loses two bodies to the same mistake. Alex stepped off the marked stone. The handler turned sharply. You were told to remain there. I was told not to approach him without permission. Alex kept his eyes on the trapped cat. I'm asking now. The copy near the shelter watched him. Its fear hadn't lessened, but it didn't retreat when Alex moved one careful pace closer. The handler followed its attention, then lowered her wand by an inch. Go slowly, she said. Touch only the release. Alex crossed the grass while the other Maddigots spread around him. Blue light crawled across the stones when he entered the corner. Pain struck through his left calf, sharp enough to buckle the younger leg beneath his disguise, but he caught himself against the wall and reached past the trapped cat. His fingers found the metal plate. The ward discharged through his arm when he pressed it. The boggart shape flickered, reducing his hand to a child's for one exposed second, but the blue light broke apart. The Maddigot tore free and landed against Alex's chest. He caught it despite the burning in his arm. Instead of fleeing, the cat gripped his robes and held on. The handler reached Alex first but stopped before touching either of them. Don't move. Let Marcel decide when to release you. Alex had no intention of arguing. His left calf burned where the ward had caught him, his arm shook from the discharge, and the younger body beneath his disguise had begun losing its grip upon the remembered 15-year-old shape. The Maddigot pressed closer against his chest, claws fixed through robe and shirt without breaking skin. Around them, the other bodies approached. They didn't rush. One came from the shelter, another descended from the wall, and the copies in the trees climbed down in careful stages. Each touched the rescued body before passing into it. Black fur overlapped without resistance, one animal becoming fewer by measured degrees until only the elderly Maddigot remained in Alex's arms. Marcel lifted his head and touched his nose beneath Alex's chin. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward: 20 integration points. Integration points: 175. A second notice followed. Maddigot integration available. Cost: 100 integration points. Alex didn't answer at once. The offer had arrived through contact freely given after Marcel's fear, pain and divided choices had all returned to one body. Accepting the magic couldn't turn those bodies into disposable tools merely because they would eventually be his own. The handler watched Marcel settle against him. He's never remained with a stranger after reintegration. He isn't treating me as a stranger now, Alex said. Fleur stepped closer to the safety line. Her attention moved to Alex's hand, where the boggart shape had restored the missing years. Are you hurt? Yes, but not badly enough to regret it. Dumbledore's expression tightened at that answer, though he didn't challenge it while the Madrigal remained in Alex's arms. Alex returned his attention to the waiting offer. More bodies would let him protect Harry while opening an escape, but each body would carry fear, pain and responsibility. The power answered the graveyard only if he refused to become the kind of person who spent versions of himself carelessly. He accepted. Warmth entered through Marcel's paws and spread beneath Alex's skin. It divided through him without tearing, tracing the possibility of one life acting through many bodies before gathering again around a single self. Integration points, 75. Marcel released Alex's robes, dropped lightly to the grass and walked back towards his handler. New text replaced the fading total. Current task. Prove informed authority can protect the innocent without becoming the danger it fears. Reward. 30 integration points. Alex watched the Madrigal return to the shelter. He'd come to France seeking numbers. Marcel had given him responsibility instead. 17. Rules for being several. Alex waited until they'd returned to York House before attempting the Madrigal division. The protected workroom had been cleared of fragile equipment, its doors left open and its wards reduced to those intended to contain accidental magic rather than resist it. Sirius stood beyond the marked floor with his wand lowered, while Nell remained beside the family doctor's table and watched Alex with the particular patience that meant she expected him to do something alarming. Alex held his wand loosely and reached for the new warmth beneath his magic. Marcel's gift didn't feel like changing shape. It felt like making room within himself. He allowed that space to widen. A second Alex stepped away from his right side. A third emerged behind him, followed by a fourth near the workbench. There was no tearing, dizziness or moment of lost awareness. Alex stood in 4 places at once, each body carrying the same memories of France, the graveyard and every decision that had led him here. Their attention divided immediately. The Alex nearest the door checked whether the corridor remained clear. Another turned towards Nell, concerned by how tightly she held the back of the chair. The third looked down at his left calf, testing whether the ward burn still hurt beneath the boggart shape. The fourth, whom Alex instinctively thought of as himself, tightened his grip around the wand. 3 empty hands moved towards their robe pockets. Only one wand existed. That's inconvenient, said the Alex beside the workbench. It's safer, replied the one watching the door. 4 wands would encourage us to assume 4 trained combatants. We are 4 trained combatants, the third said, pressing cautiously against the injured calf. No, wand-bearing Alex answered. We're 1 trained combatant occupying 4 bodies with 1 wand. All 4 remembered forming the sentence. Only one had chosen to say it. Sirius's eyebrows rose. Do you know what the others are thinking? No, 2 Alexes replied together. The overlap made both stop. The Alex near Nell frowned, while the one at the door gave a brief, embarrassed laugh. They shared knowledge up to the division, but each passing second belonged separately to the body living it. Nell moved her gaze across them in order. Before Sirius turns this into a duel, I want to know exactly how many of you exist and whether everyone feels the same hunger, pain and exhaustion. 4 answers began at once. Sirius lifted one hand. Perhaps our first test should be learning how to take turns speaking. Sirius looked from the Alex holding the wand to the one beside the workbench, then towards the other 2. All right, can you move together without discussing every step first? We can try, said the Alex nearest Nell. We should define what together means, said the one at the door. The third Alex tested his injured calf again. Walking in the same direction would be a reasonable beginning. Wand-bearing Alex pointed towards the far wall. Everyone cross the room, touch a different chair and return here. They started together. One moved directly towards the nearest chair, another circled the table to keep the doorway visible, and the third slowed when Nell stepped into his path. Wand-bearing Alex reached his chair first, turned and found the others scattered across the room. Sirius's head moved left, right and left again as each Alex explained his choice. This is like watching a tennis match where every player insists he served. We reached all 4 chairs, said the Alex by the doorway. That wasn't the test, wand-bearing Alex replied. It was the useful result. Sirius grinned. Excellent, you're already blaming yourself. Alex felt the same amusement begin in 4 places, though each version expressed it differently. The Alex beside Nell smiled. The one near the door laughed aloud. The third looked towards Sirius with a challenge that the others recognized a moment too late. Wand-bearing Alex pointed. Get him, lads. Alex, Nell warned. Hoo-hoo, shouted the version nearest Sirius. 3 Alexes charge. Sirius backed away laughing, drew his wand and found the 4th Alex already moving to cut off the safer retreat. He dodged around the table, only for one Alex to duck beneath his arm while another caught his robe. The wand-bearing version stopped short of joining the pile, unwilling to bring the only weapon into rough play. Nell's voice crossed the room with enough authority to halt all 4. Before anyone tackles Sirius again, I want every body counted. Sirius straightened with 2 Alexes still holding his sleeves. There are 4. There are 4 now, Nell said. That means 4 breakfasts, 4 medical checks and 4 people capable of becoming tired or frightened. Nobody refers to 3 of them as spare bodies. The Alex nearest her released Sirius first. Another rubbed his shoulder where they'd collided. Each felt hunger beneath the boggart shape, but not equally. Nell noticed their separate reactions. Sit down, all of you. 4 Alexes looked towards the 3 available chairs, and Sirius began laughing again. Luna appeared in the doorway while the 4 Alexes were still deciding how to divide 3 chairs. She held the quibbler folded beneath one arm and looked across the room without surprise, though her gaze rested briefly upon the 2 Alexes still standing beside Sirius. I was told Alex was testing something, she said. Nobody mentioned how many Alexes. The Alex nearest the door moved aside for her. There are 4 at present. There were 4 when Aunt Nell last counted, Sirius added. He reclaimed his chair before one of them could take it. The number has proved unreliable. Luna entered and offered the folded magazine towards the Alex holding the wand. We were going to read this together before luncheon. Wand-bearing Alex remembered making the promise. So did the other 3. The obligation belonged to all of them, but the work waiting in the room did as well. He glanced towards the cleared floor and the notes Sirius had begun recording. One of us can come with you, he said. The others can continue testing. The Alex beside Nell nodded. That's efficient. Luna didn't hand over the magazine. Which one? The question halted them. Each Alex remembered wanting the time with her, but their experiences had already separated. The one near the workbench remained interested in testing how many bodies they could sustain. The one beside Sirius wanted to discover whether shared storage worked from several positions. Wand-bearing Alex had begun thinking about spare wands. The 4th was tired enough to welcome sitting quietly with Luna. That one, wand-bearing Alex said, indicating the tired version. Luna looked at the chosen Alex. Do you want to come because you chose me, or because he assigned you? The Alex lowered the hand he'd begun extending towards the magazine. Both, probably. That isn't the same as Alex choosing to spend time with me. All of us are Alex, the version by the workbench said. Yes, Luna replied. And all of you are making separate choices now. No one answered immediately. Alex felt the mistake from 4 directions. He'd treated affection as another duty that multiplication could cover, leaving one version to fulfill a promise while the others pursued what seemed more useful. Wand-bearing Alex set his wand upon the table. Then the testing stops. Sirius glanced at the notes. All of it? For now. Alex looked at his other selves rather than issuing an order. One by one, they agreed. Luna finally passed him the quibbler. You may all come, if all of you want to. 4 Alexes followed her from the room, leaving Sirius to count them again as they passed through the doorway. They settled in the small morning room with the quibbler spread across a low table. Luna took the sofa, while the 4 Alexes arranged themselves around her without assigning one body the privilege of sitting closest. One read an article aloud, another turned the pages, and the remaining 2 interrupted whenever the text referred to creatures whose existence couldn't be tested by ordinary means. This would be easier with one reader, Luna observed after 3 Alexes offered different pronunciations of the same Swedish name. It would be quieter, said the Alex beside the window. That isn't always easier, another replied. By the time they reached the final page, the younger bodies beneath their boggart shapes had grown hungry and tired at different rates. One Alex's shoulder ached from colliding with Sirius. Another still carried the sharper memory of the ward burn in France, though the injury itself belonged to the body that had suffered it before the fusion. Each held a separate version of the morning, and Alex understood that bringing them together would mean accepting all of it rather than choosing the most useful parts. Luna folded the magazine. "Do you know how to become one again?" "All of us know what Marcel did," said the Alex nearest her. "None of us has done it." They stood in a loose circle. No body commanded the others. Each chose to step closer, and black-edged light passed between them as one Alex entered another. The room narrowed with every return. Sirius's laughter arrived alongside Nell's warning. The collision near the table struck his shoulder from inside the memory without leaving a second bruise. Luna's questions returned 4 times, each heard from a different place. The final body merged with him. Alex staggered and caught the back of the sofa. Hunger, magical fatigue and 4 separate stretches of wakefulness settled into one body at once. His shoulder retained only its original tenderness, but he remembered every impact clearly enough to flinch. Luna steadied his arm. "Did anything get lost?" "No." Alex closed his eyes while the memories arranged themselves. "Nothing lost. Nothing painful either." Sirius entered. "How many am I speaking to now?" "1," Alex said, "with 4 opinions about it." "That seems excessive." "It's unanimous." Luna kept hold of Alex until his balance returned. "And private conversations?" Alex looked at the quibbler, then at the several remembered positions from which he'd watched her. "There's only me, Luna. They're all me just with more opinions." Sirius lowered the record sheet. "And when in danger?" "None are disposable. Pain is still pain, and death is still death," Alex said. Division wasn't necessarily safe, but it did give him options in a fight. If he'd had this in the graveyard, Moldy Pants wouldn't have had it so easy. 18. Muggle baiting. The youngest of the 3 Death Eaters disliked how far they'd been made to walk. Their apparition point lay beyond a dark line of trees, forcing them across 2 wet fields and along a narrow track towards the lights ahead. Mud clung beneath his heels, and the lower edge of his robe kept catching upon brambles that no respectable wizard should have been expected to endure. The tall wizard leading them raised one gloved hand. All 3 stopped beneath the shadow of an overgrown hedge. Beyond it, several dozen muggles had gathered in a field beside a low stone building. Strings of colored bulbs hung between poles. Folding tables stood beneath canvas awnings, and music drifted through an open doorway while children ran between the adults. "There are more than we were told," the broad-shouldered wizard murmured. "That's the point," the leader replied. His mask turned slowly as he examined the gathering. Enough witnesses to carry the story. Enough children to make their parents remember it. The youngest looked towards the narrow lane behind the building. Cars occupied the grass verge, but none had moved since the 3 wizards arrived. No police waited near the gate. No uniforms stood among the tables. The only man watching the road held a paper cup in one hand and appeared old enough to need help lifting the other. "They haven't posted guards," he said. "Why would they?" The broad wizard gave a quiet laugh beneath his mask. "Muggles don't know they're at war." The leader crouched and pushed aside 2 branches, opening a clearer view. Their orders required noise, visible magic and survivors. They were to strike quickly, leave the mark above the field and vanish before the ministry could respond. Killing wasn't forbidden, though wasting time upon it was. The youngest touched the wand beneath his sleeve. He'd imagined the muggles scattering before the first curse, abandoning food, children and one another as soon as green light crossed the field. They couldn't shield themselves. They couldn't apparate. Most wouldn't understand what was happening until terror had already decided where they ran. A woman near the closest table bent to tie a child's shoe. 2 men carried another tray from the building. Laughter rose when someone dropped a stack of paper plates. The leader straightened. "We cross the hedge together. Pick the adults nearest the exits first. Let the others see what happens when they try to leave." 3 masked figures slipped through the opening and advanced across the dark grass towards the light. The youngest reached the edge of the lantern glow without anyone screaming. A man carrying a tray glanced towards the approaching robes, frowned at the masks and took one uncertain step backwards. Around him, conversation thinned as more faces turned towards the field. The leader raised his wand. Now. 3 wand tips came free. The broad wizard aimed towards the lane, where several adults had begun gathering their children, while the youngest chose the old man with the paper cup. He expected one curse to teach the rest what resistance cost. They would run towards the cars, crowd the doorway and trap one another before understanding that every exit belonged to wizards. The leader swept his wand towards the sky. Green light gathered at its tip, bright enough to paint the nearest tables and lift frightened cries from the crowd. A hard crack reached them from somewhere beyond the field. The leader's body jerked sideways. For an instant, the youngest thought he'd apparated badly. Then the masked man struck the grass with one arm folded beneath him, his wand spinning away into the light. The unfinished green spell vanished above the gathering. The broad wizard stared down. What did that? Another crack rolled across the field, sharper than any spell discharge, followed by the breaking of a glass lantern behind them. Muggles dropped beneath tables. Adults dragged children towards the stone building, but they didn't scatter blindly. The old man abandoned his cup and pulled a woman behind the low wall beside the lane. Shield, the youngest shouted. The broad wizard snapped his wand upward. Protega. A pale barrier formed in front of them, angled towards the building and the crowd. Nothing struck it. No colored spell crossed the field. No wand rose from among the crouching families. The youngest dropped beside the fallen leader and found blood spreading beneath the black robe. The man's mask had shifted, but his eyes remained open and empty. One moment he'd been preparing the dark mark. The next, something had crossed the distance before any of them saw it coming. "Where is the wizard?" the broad attacker demanded. He turned in a tight circle, dragging his shield with him. "Show yourself." No answer came from the gathering. The lamps still burned above abandoned tables, revealing terrified muggles pressed against the ground and carrying children through the open doorway. Beyond that small circle of light lay hedges, trees, fields and darkness deep enough to conceal any number of attackers. The youngest raised his wand towards the nearest hedge. Every instinct demanded a target, a flash or a shouted incantation. The unseen weapon gave him none. The broad wizard kept his shield turned towards the stone building, though doubt entered every movement. The unseen attacker hadn't fired from among the muggles. No one behind the tables held anything resembling a wand, and the adults still outside were crawling or running bent low towards cover. "Trees," the youngest said. He pointed towards the dark boundary beyond the lane. "It came from the trees. It broke the lantern behind us." The broad wizard shifted the shield towards the opposite hedge. "That means it came from the field." Neither answer helped. Darkness surrounded the gathering on every side, and their own lantern light made the two masked wizards clear targets against the grass. The broad wizard swept his wand through a wide arc. Red bolts struck the nearest hedge, tearing leaves from branches and setting one patch smoldering, but no hidden witch or wizard cried out. The youngest fired into the trees. Confringo. The curse burst against an oak trunk and scattered burning bark. Nothing moved beyond it. No return spell revealed the attacker's position. A third crack reached them. The broad wizard's shield shuddered. He stumbled, stared at the pale barrier as though it had betrayed him, then collapsed onto one knee. Blood darkened the side of his robe beneath his raised arm. "It went through," he gasped. "Hold the shield." "I am holding it." Another impact struck the ground beside his boot, throwing dirt across both masks. The broad wizard pitched sideways and lost his wand. His shield vanished at once. The youngest dropped flat before the next shot could find his chest. Panic drove every lesson from his mind except concealment and escape. He crawled towards the fallen man, caught the back of his robes and dragged him behind an overturned table near the field's edge. The broad wizard seized his sleeve. "They can see through shields." "No." The youngest looked towards the leader's body lying in the open. The first shot had come before any shield existed. The second had tested where they stood. The next had struck after the broad wizard remained visible behind a barrier angled towards the wrong threat. "They're shooting around them." From the building, someone shouted for the remaining people to stay down. A door slammed, then another voice began counting children. The muggles weren't attacking. They were being moved away while the hidden weapons kept the Death Eaters exposed. The broad wizard reached shakily for his fallen wand. "We finish the mark." The youngest looked towards the empty sky, then at the blood spreading beneath his companion. Raising a wand now would tell the unseen shooter exactly where to aim. The broad wizard ignored him. He found his wand beneath the table, closed shaking fingers around it and tried to push himself upright. His injured side failed before his knees straightened, leaving him pressed against the overturned boards with one arm wrapped around his body. "We were ordered to leave the mark," he said through clenched teeth. "Help me cast it." The youngest stared at the open field between their shelter and the leader's fallen wand. The building's doors had closed. No muggles remained standing beneath the colored lights, and the tables offered little protection against an attacker who had already found two angles through the darkness. A crack sounded from beyond the lane. The broad wizard's wand flew from his hand. Wood struck the grass several feet away, broken near the handle. He recoiled against the table and clutched his empty fingers as though the weapon had taken part of them with it. "Where are they?" he whispered. The youngest didn't answer. A car door slammed somewhere beyond the stone building. Another followed near the road. The sounds might have meant police. Soldiers are nothing more dangerous than frightened muggles finding better cover. He could no longer tell which possibility terrified him most. The broad wizard caught his robe. "Take me." Apparition required a destination, concentration and enough control to carry another person without leaving pieces behind. The youngest pictured the field where they'd arrived, but the image wouldn't remain still. Every patch of darkness contained another unseen barrel. Every raised wand offered the shooter a target. A voice called from the building. "Stay where you are. Put down your weapons." It was a muggle voice, firm and amplified from somewhere behind stone. No wizard revealed himself. No spell accompanied the command. The youngest looked at the dead leader, the broken wand and the unfinished sky. Their attack had lasted less than a minute. They'd frightened the gathering, but the muggles hadn't been helpless, and nobody would mistake their retreat for victory. He seized the wounded man beneath one arm. "Hold on." The broad wizard tightened his grip. "The mark. Cast it yourself next time." The youngest forced the distant field into focus and turned on the spot. Darkness compressed around them. A final shot struck the overturned table as both Death Eaters vanished, tearing through the boards where their bodies had been. Silence settled over the abandoned gathering. The colored lamps still glowed above fallen plates and spilled drinks, but no green skull rose to claim the field. 19. The target was waiting. The railway power installation stood beyond 2 rows of fencing, its transformers and switching equipment reduced to dark shapes beneath a handful of security lamps. From the ridge above it, the Death Eater leading the second team could see the main railway line passing behind the compound in the orange glow of a town several miles farther south. By morning, trains would be stranded across 3 counties, signals would fail, and thousands of muggles would discover how quickly their ordered world collapsed when magic touched the machinery supporting it. He lowered the field glasses and passed them to the witch beside him. "The western service gate is closest to the control building. We breach there, destroy the switching room and place the charges beneath the larger transformers." The witch examined the compound without removing her mask. "The instructions said to leave witnesses." "The disruption will provide witnesses. We weren't sent to perform for them." Their third companion shifted the canvas bag hanging from his shoulder. Its contents clicked softly against one another. The prepared devices required no spell after placement. Once armed, they would ignite in sequence and continue burning after the team had disapparated, giving the ministry something larger than a damaged railway to conceal. The leader looked towards the access road. "How many muggles work nights?" 6 were expected, the leader replied. "Perhaps 8. Stun anyone inside. Kill only if they interfere." The younger wizard gave a disappointed breath. The others were allowed to make an example. The others were given a village gathering. We were given infrastructure. The leader reclaimed the field glasses and folded them into his robe. The Dark Lord wants Britain frightened. Dead railway workers become a local story. Half the country unable to travel becomes a warning. They descended the ridge in single file, keeping beneath the trees until the ground leveled near the outer fence. No houses overlooked this side of the installation. The access road curved away behind a low embankment, while drainage ditches and thick scrub discouraged anyone from approaching on foot. Muggles had chosen isolation as protection and never considered how easily wizards crossed ground built to stop ordinary trespassers. The witch drew her wand. "Shields before we leave the trees." The younger wizard glanced towards the silent compound. "Against what?" Against whoever taught the last group why caution matters, she said. The leader didn't rebuke her. Reports from the surviving attackers had been confused, but one fact remained clear. Muggles had answered wands with weapons that struck from darkness and gave no warning light. Protega, he murmured. 2 more shields rose beside his. The 3 Death Eaters left the trees beneath overlapping barriers and advanced towards the western gate, carrying enough fire to stop every train that depended upon the lines ahead. They reached the gate without challenge. The leader expected a padlock, perhaps an alarm charm's crude Muggle equivalent, and enough open ground to make the approach simple. Instead, 2 heavy maintenance vehicles stood nose to nose across the access road behind the fence. Their wheels had been turned inward, and chains ran beneath both chassis before disappearing around concrete posts. The witch kept her shield angled towards the control building. Those weren't left there by accident. The leader examined the gate. Fresh steel plates covered the hinges and latch, preventing a cutting curse from opening either without tearing apart the surrounding fence. Beyond the vehicles, portable barriers blocked the service path between the transformers. Even if they crossed the fence, the canvas bag couldn't be carried directly to the targets. The younger wizard peered towards the dark windows. Where are the workers? No figures moved inside the control room. The usual parked cars were absent, and the security office beside the main gate stood empty with its lights extinguished. The site remained powered, but everyone who should have been maintaining it had vanished. Evacuated, the witch said. The leader's shield turned with him as he searched the compound. Then someone knew. A faint movement disturbed the embankment near the railway line. He raised his wand, and 3 dark shapes became visible between the scrub and a low concrete structure. They wore no bright uniforms and carried no lights. One lay behind a long weapon supported against the ground, while another watched through some form of glass. The leader shifted his shield towards them. More movement answered from the drainage ditch on their left. A helmet rose briefly above the bank, then disappeared. Farther back, the upper floor of an equipment shed held a narrow opening where no window had been before. Something dark rested inside it, aimed directly towards the gate. They've surrounded the entrance, the younger wizard whispered. Not only the entrance. The witch looked behind them. 2 low shapes had appeared among the trees they'd just left, cutting off the easiest retreat without approaching wand range. They allowed us to cross the field. The leader felt anger drive aside surprise. Muggles couldn't have guessed the target, the route and the hour. Someone from their own world had warned them, and the empty compound proved that every civilian had been removed before the Death Eaters arrived. A voice carried from hidden speakers across the site. Remain where you are. Lower the wooden weapons and place the bag on the ground. The younger wizard tightened his grip upon the strap. They know about wands. Every concealed position remained still, but the leader could now see enough barrels to understand that their shields faced only part of the threat. He raised his wand towards the nearest position. Reducto. His curse struck the drainage bank and threw earth across the ditch, but the people beneath it had already withdrawn behind concrete. The witch turned with him, dragging her shield towards the equipment shed. Their overlapping barriers separated as each tried to cover a different direction. The first shot struck the younger wizard's shield from the right. The barrier flashed and twisted under the impact, forcing his wand arm sideways. A second shot came from behind them before he recovered. Dirt jumped beside his heel, and he stumbled against the canvas bag. Stay together, the leader shouted. Another crack rolled across the installation. The witch cried out and dropped to one knee, clutching her upper arm. Her shield collapsed, leaving an open space between the remaining barriers. The younger wizard released the bag and seized his wand with both hands. I'm leaving. Hold formation. They're firing from every side. He turned before the leader could stop him. The air tightened around his body as apparition began, but a red spell crossed the darkness from the equipment shed and struck him between the shoulders. His turn ended in a violent jerk. He remained on the grass, wand flying from his hand as the failed apparition threw him face first beside the gate. That was a wizard, the witch gasped. A figure stepped briefly into view inside the shed's narrow opening. No mask covered his face, but distance and shadow hid his features. He held a wand in one hand and immediately withdrew after revealing himself long enough to cast. The leader understood the trap's final piece. Muggle weapons forced them to shield against several directions, while one crown servant watched for the twist and concentration that preceded escape. The amplified voice returned. "Lower your wands. Medical assistance will be provided." The witch looked at her fallen companion, then at the barrels trained upon them. "We can't carry him. We weren't ordered to be captured." She turned sharply, shield flaring as 3 shots struck it from separate angles. The impacts drove her backwards, but the barrier held long enough for her body to vanish with a crack. The leader followed at once. He aimed his shield towards the shed, fixed their arrival field in his mind and turned as gunfire broke the grass around his boots. A spell reached for him from the hidden wizard, but his apparition completed before it struck. Air rushed into the space he left behind. The youngest Death Eater remained beside the abandoned bag, stunned and unable to reach the wand lying several feet beyond his hand. He returned to awareness with his cheek pressed against wet grass. His arms wouldn't answer him, and even breathing required deliberate effort. The service gate filled his blurred vision, with the abandoned canvas bag lying near one post and his wand beyond it where the failed apparition had thrown it. Boots approached from several directions without anyone crossing another person's line of fire. Dark-clothed muggles advanced from the drainage ditch and embankment in pairs, their long weapons held ready. Others remained behind cover, watching the trees and the empty field where his companions had escaped. The wizard from the equipment shed reached him first. He kept his own wand level and stopped several paces away. "Can you hear me?" The Death Eater tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. "He's breathing," the Crown Wizard called. "Stunning spell only. Don't touch the mask or robes until I've checked them." One of the armed men crouched beside the canvas bag without opening it. "Possible devices inside." "Leave it exactly where it is," another replied. "The disposal team photographs everything before removal." The Crown Wizard cast a series of spells over the fallen attacker. Pale light traveled across the black robes, paused around both sleeves and faded near the mask. He used a levitation charm to lift the discarded wand from the grass and lowered it into a clear evidence container without placing his hand near the wood. The Death Eater forced a sound through an incooperative throat. "You can't hold me." The wizard looked down at him. "You're alive, disarmed and surrounded. For the moment, we can." 2 medics entered only after the magical examination ended. One checked his breathing and pulse while the other fixed restraints around his wrists without removing the robes. The Death Eater felt control returning to his shoulders, but a second binding spell tightened before strength reached his hands. "Mask stays on until it's documented," the Crown Wizard said. He turned towards the bag. "Record its position relative to the prisoner. Nothing gets separated from the arrest chain." A photographer moved carefully around the site, capturing the broken ground, abandoned weapon and sealed bag from several angles. Only after every position had been marked did gloved hands lift the sabotage materials into a reinforced case. The medics rolled the prisoner onto a stretcher. His mask remained fixed over his face, no longer a sign of terror but another labeled piece of evidence. As they carried him towards the waiting vehicles, the railway lights continued burning beyond the fence. No transformer had been damaged, no train had stopped, and the muggles possessed everything his master had sent with him. 20. The muggles were ready. The wounded witch reached the floor before her companion did. Apparition released her inside the dark chamber with blood running down her sleeve and her shield arm trembling from the impacts it had absorbed. She caught herself upon one hand, but the movement pulled at the wound in her upper arm and forced a cry through her teeth. The leader appeared several feet away. He landed upright, took one step and dropped to his knees without being ordered. Mud covered the lower half of his robes, and fragments of grass clung to one boot where gunfire had torn through the ground around him. Neither survivor looked towards the empty space where their youngest companion should have arrived. Voldemort sat beyond the cold fireplace, one pale hand resting upon the arm of his chair. 2 other Death Eaters stood against the wall with their heads lowered. They made no move to help the witch or summon a healer. 2 returned, Voldemort said. His voice remained quiet. 3 departed. The leader pressed both hands against the stone floor. "My lord, the 3rd was struck during apparition." "By whom?" "A wizard concealed among the muggles." He forced himself to continue while every instinct urged silence. He waited until our companion began the turn, then used a stunning spell to interrupt it. The witch lowered her forehead until it nearly touched the floor. "We couldn't recover him, my lord. The muggles were firing from several positions. They'd placed weapons around the entire approach." Voldemort's red eyes moved to the blood soaking her sleeve. You were warned that muggles possessed firearms. We raised shields before leaving cover, she said. They didn't attack while we were in the trees. They allowed us to reach the gate. The leader heard one of the watching Death Eaters shift against the wall. He continued before Voldemort could mistake the pause for concealment. The workers were gone. Vehicles blocked the road, the gate had been reinforced, and every route towards the Transformers was obstructed. Armed positions covered the drainage ditch, railway embankment, equipment shed and the ground behind us. You saw all of this before beginning the attack? Only after we crossed the field, my lord. Their people stayed concealed until we were committed. The witch's breathing had grown shallow, but she raised her head enough to add, they knew the target. They knew where we would enter. They removed every civilian and prepared the site before we arrived. Silence filled the chamber. The leader remained kneeling beside her, aware that failure had already condemned someone. What Voldemort chose to learn from it would decide how many others followed. At last, Voldemort leaned forward. Tell me exactly what the Muggles understood. The leader kept his forehead lowered while he searched for an answer precise enough to satisfy Voldemort without sounding like an excuse. They understood that we needed our wands to attack, my lord. The order given through their speakers called them wooden weapons. Voldemort's fingers tightened once against the chair. Not sticks. Not unknown objects. No, my lord. And your shields? The leader glanced towards the wounded witch. Blood had reached her wrist and begun dripping from her fingers onto the stone. She answered before he could. They recognized the barriers when they appeared. Their first shots were directed against the separate shields rather than our bodies. One of the Death Eaters against the wall shifted again. Voldemort looked towards him, and the movement stopped at once. They saw 3 wizards protected by overlapping magic, Voldemort said. What did they do? They attacked from different directions, the leader replied. Each position forced one of us to turn. When we tried to cover the nearest threat, another fired from the side or behind. They weren't attempting to break one shield through strength. They made us separate them. The words sounded worse spoken aloud. The Muggles hadn't merely possessed weapons capable of harming a wizard. Someone had taught them how a shield behaved, where it faced and how quickly a wand arm could respond when danger came from several directions. Voldemort rose from his chair. The 2 kneeling survivors lowered themselves farther as his robes crossed the floor towards them. Did the Muggles cast any spell? He asked. No, my lord, the witch whispered. Only the concealed wizard used magic. Then the Muggles were instructed. Voldemort stopped before the leader. They knew where you would arrive, which gate you would choose, what you carried and how you would defend yourselves. They removed witnesses without abandoning the target, then arranged their weapons to divide your shields. The leader's mouth had gone dry. Yes, my lord. Who knew the target? The team received it after assembly. The devices were already prepared. That wasn't my question. The leader forced himself to think past fear. Orders had passed through more than one masked intermediary. The location, timing and purpose had been divided, but the completed plan had still existed somewhere before it reached them. Whoever prepared the devices knew the class of target, he said carefully. Whoever assigned our route knew the western gate. Whoever gave the final order knew the hour. Voldemort turned away. Then someone has mistaken distance from me for safety. He faced the cold fireplace, studying no flame the survivors could see. Now tell me how far their understanding extends. Did they merely know what a shield looked like, or had they learned what magic could not reach? The leader understood what Voldemort wanted measured. Their nearest firing position remained beyond the distance at which we could aim reliably, my lord. The others were farther still. Voldemort turned from the fireplace. You carried wands capable of killing across a room, breaking stone and burning through doors. Yet the Muggles stood where none of those spells could reach them. We could have crossed the ground, the leader said, then regretted the answer before Voldemort's expression changed. But not while maintaining shields against every position. Advancing towards one group would have exposed us to the others. The wounded witch pressed her hand more firmly against her upper arm. Their weapons didn't lose force at the edge of our casting range. They could strike while remaining too distant for us to identify faces or return accurate curses. Voldemort walked slowly around them. The leader tracked the movement through sound alone, unwilling to raise his head. Each step brought the Dark Lord closer to the conclusion they had failed to see before entering the field. Wizards expected distance to protect them from other wizards because spells weakened into uncertainty long before sight did. The Muggles had built their defense around that limit. "You didn't close the distance," Voldemort said. "We tried to break their positions from the gate," the leader replied. "The banks and concrete stopped the curses. When we separated our shields to attack different targets, they wounded her and struck the youngest." Voldemort stopped. "You said he was struck during apparition." "Yes, my lord." The concealed wizard waited until he turned. "And afterward?" The leader's throat tightened. He had hoped the empty space beside them had answered enough. He didn't escape. The witch lowered her head again. "He remained alive when we left, stunned beside the gate." One of the watching Death Eaters drew a quiet breath. Voldemort's gaze shifted towards the sound, then returned to the kneeling survivors. "With his wand?" "It had fallen several feet away," the leader admitted. "The bag was beside him." "What else did he carry?" "His mask, robes and the written placement marks concealed inside his sleeve. The sabotage devices were complete." The chamber seemed to grow colder. Their companion hadn't merely failed to return. He had delivered the enemy a living wizard, a wand, prepared magical devices and whatever fear might loosen from him under questioning. Voldemort stepped close enough that the hem of his robe touched the leader's hands. "Then the Muggles possess more than proof that you failed." The leader stared at the stone between his fingers. "They possess someone who can tell them how you intended to succeed." Voldemort allowed the conclusion to settle before moving away. The leader remained on his knees, listening to the wounded witch's strained breathing and wondering whether punishment would fall before she lost consciousness. Neither outcome offered safety. "You crossed open ground after finding the workers absent," Voldemort said. "You saw the gate reinforced, the access route obstructed and concealed positions prepared around you. Yet you continued because retreat would have required admitting that Muggles had anticipated you." The leader's hands tightened against the stone. "Yes, my lord." "You mistook obedience for persistence." Voldemort turned towards the two Death Eaters waiting against the wall. "Take her wand." The witch raised her head sharply. "My lord, I can still serve." One of the watchers approached and removed the wand from her weakened hand. She didn't resist, though the loss seemed to frighten her more than the blood running down her arm. "You'll be treated," Voldemort said. "Then you'll remain without a wand until I decide whether fear has taught you what instruction did not." Relief crossed her face before she could hide it. She had expected death. The leader recognized the mistake at once, but Voldemort had already seen it. His wand moved almost lazily. Pain struck the witch hard enough to tear a scream from her and throw her onto her side. It ended after only seconds, leaving her curled around the wounded arm while the watching Death Eater stood motionless beside her. Voldemort lowered his wand. "Gratitude is premature." The leader bowed until his mask touched the floor. "My lord, the failure was mine." "Yes." Voldemort's voice carried no anger now. "You'll identify every person who handled the target, route, devices and final timing. You'll give the names separately, without discussing them with anyone. If your lists differ, I'll learn why." He turned towards the others. "Future teams will apparate closer to their objective and arrive behind shields. They won't approach an empty target merely because the ground appears clear. If civilians have been removed, the operation ends unless their absence serves the attack." One Death Eater lifted his head slightly. "Serves it how, my lord?" "By preventing evacuation." Voldemort looked down at the kneeling leader. "Targets will be chosen where Muggles cannot clear the area without warning us. Crowds, hospitals, stations and homes will restrict gunfire and force their protectors to divide attention." The leader understood the shape of the new order. Prepared ground had defeated them because the crown had controlled every person within it. Voldemort intended to deny them that control. "We'll also stop presenting ourselves at the point of damage," Voldemort continued. "Cursed objects, compelled servants, concealed fires and delayed attacks will carry force where wands need not remain." He faced the cold fireplace again. The Muggles were ready for Death Eaters standing in a field. Next time, they won't know where the attack has begun until saving one another becomes the weapon used against them. 21. Custody of a terrorist. John Major waited until the last security officer closed the conference room door before looking across the table. Cornelius Fudge sat opposite him with Dolores Umbridge at his right and Amelia Bones at his left. Major's own side included the Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner overseeing the investigation and Colonel Richard Halford, who had coordinated the specialist military support. Fudge placed a sealed parchment upon the polished table. The ministry requires immediate surrender of the prisoner, together with his wand, clothing and every magical object recovered at the scene. The assistant commissioner rested one hand on the case beside his chair. The man was captured during an armed attack on a railway power installation. His equipment includes devices believed to have been intended for sabotage. Those objects are evidence. They're magical evidence, Fudge replied. Your officers lack the training, facilities and legal authority to hold them safely. We're willing to discuss safe transfer, Major said. We're not beginning by accepting that everything taken during an attack on Britain belongs to your government without examination or record. Umbridge's smile was small and patient. Prime Minister, this isn't a dispute between ordinary departments. The statute of secrecy requires the ministry to contain magical exposure. The prisoner and all associated material must be removed from Muggle control. Halford opened a folder and placed photographs of the recovered wand, mask and sabotage bag upon the table. Before removal, each item will be identified and signed for. We also require the prisoner's condition recorded at the point of transfer. Fudge barely glanced at the photographs. You may give us your notes. And retain copies, the assistant commissioner said. No. Fudge folded his hands over the sealed parchment. All written accounts, photographs, recordings and physical evidence must be surrendered. Every person who witnessed magic during the operation will then receive the appropriate memory modification. The room settled into silence. Major had expected a jurisdictional demand. Hearing the proposed disposal of office's memories stated as routine made its meaning much clearer. How many people do you intend to alter? He asked. All direct witnesses, Umbridge said. Police, military personnel, communications staff and anyone involved in holding the prisoner. Once the breach is corrected, their lives may continue without dangerous knowledge. Major looked from her to Fudge. Neither appeared to consider the demand extraordinary. The people you mean to alter were acting under lawful orders while defending a British target, Major said. Before anyone leaves this room with the prisoner, Minister, we're going to establish precisely what your government intends to preserve. Fudge's brows drew together. The danger to secrecy is preserved against. Your people return to their proper lives, and the ministry handles a magical offender through lawful magical channels. Their proper lives include remembering that they were attacked while serving their country, Major replied. He turned towards the assistant commissioner. Show them. The police officer pressed a switch beneath the table. A red lamp appeared beside the wall clock, joined by another upon the telephone console near the door. Umbridge's eyes moved between them while Halford remained still beside Major. This meeting is being recorded, the assistant commissioner said. The microphones transmit beyond this room. Officers elsewhere are listening, and a written record is being prepared against the sound. Fudge stared at the nearest lamp. Then those recordings will also be surrendered. They've already been copied, Halford said. The photographs, witness statements and technical reports have been stored at separate locations. Some exist on paper, others are electronic. Umbridge gave a dismissive little laugh. You speak as though putting words inside a Muggle machine makes them secure. It makes them easy to reproduce, Major said. A paper file can be taken or burned. A computer record can be copied repeatedly without damaging the original. By the time you empty one office, the information may exist in 10 more. Fudge's face tightened. The statute permits corrective action when Muggles become aware of magic. Major leaned forward. Then understand the correction Britain will make in response. After you leave, I'll review this recording against my own memory. So will every officer present. If our recollections no longer agree, your government will have proved that it considers ministers, police officers and soldiers lawful targets. Umbridge's smile disappeared. Fudge looked towards Amelia, but she offered him no immediate rescue. Any attempt to alter these witnesses will be treated as hostile interference with His Majesty's government, Major continued. Your photographs and descriptions will be circulated to every armed protection unit responsible for Downing Street, Whitehall, Parliament and the royal household. An unexplained magical arrival by anyone matching them will receive an armed response. You're threatening the Minister for Magic, Umbridge said. I'm warning him what follows if he attacks this government, Major replied. We accept that secrecy is necessary. We will help preserve it. We will not forget who attacked Britain, destroy the evidence or surrender the people who defended it. Fudge looked again at the red lamp. He had entered expecting the familiar correction of a breach, but the evidence had already moved beyond the room. Taking the files would remove only one set of copies. Altering the people present would leave a recording proving that their memories had changed. Amelia drew her notebook closer and opened it to a clean page. The ministry can't accept Muggle imprisonment of a wizard indefinitely, but the minister's original demand is no longer workable. Umbridge turned sharply towards her. Madam Bones, the statute hasn't become optional because they've hidden copies. No, Amelia replied. It has become impossible to restore through the methods proposed without creating evidence of deliberate interference. Fudge's attention remained on the recording lamp. What are you suggesting? A transfer that preserves the case rather than swallowing it. Amelia drew a line down the center of the page. The prisoner is identified by name before leaving Muggle custody. His condition is examined and recorded by both sides. His wand, clothing and every recovered device are listed separately, sealed and signed for. The assistant commissioner opened his notebook again. We retain certified copies of every inventory, statement and image. You retain the originals already held outside this room, Amelia said. The ministry receives duplicates sufficient for prosecution. Neither side destroys its records, and no witness is modified. Umbridge's chair shifted against the carpet. You cannot invite Muggles into a magical prosecution. I'm not inviting them into the Wizengamot, Amelia replied. I'm preventing a prisoner from disappearing between two jurisdictions. Halford placed the photograph of the sabotage bag beside Amelia's notebook. We also require notice of any release, reduction of charges or transfer to another facility. That includes medical movement. Fudge finally looked away from the lamp. The ministry doesn't report its internal decisions to Muggle officers. Major rested both hands upon the unopened parchment. Then the prisoner remains where he is. The refusal landed without anger. Amelia studied Fudge long enough for him to understand that Major had already prepared for that outcome. We can provide notice through my office, she said. A named ministry contact, a numbered case file and a receiving record signed at every movement. Muggle witnesses remain protected, but their identities stay restricted. The Crown source isn't disclosed. Fudge's mouth tightened at the final condition. The intelligence source is central to determining how the statute was breached. The source is irrelevant to whether your prisoner attacked the target, Major said. You may prosecute the terrorist. You may not investigate backwards through my government to discover who warned us. Amelia wrote the condition beneath the others and turned the page so both sides could read it. If these terms are accepted, I'll take personal responsibility for the receiving chain. The assistant commissioner read each line before nodding once. Halford did the same. Fudge stared at Amelia's signature line. The prisoner was within reach, but only if he accepted a trail that would remain after the meeting ended. Umbridge leaned towards him. Minister, accepting this would establish a dangerous precedent. So would leaving a Death Eater in Muggle custody, Amelia replied. She placed her pen beside the proposed agreement. These terms preserve ministry jurisdiction, the statute and the evidence required for prosecution. Refusing them preserves none of those things. Fudge looked towards Major. The ministry accepts transfer under protest. Nothing in this arrangement concedes Muggle authority over magical citizens. Major drew the parchment closer. The government isn't asking you to concede that. We're requiring accountability for a terrorist captured while attacking Britain. The assistant commissioner added the prisoner's recorded name, physical condition and identifying marks to the receiving document. Halford checked the numbered seals on the wand case, clothing bag and sabotage materials before signing beneath each entry. Amelia examined every seal herself, then wrote her name across the ministry receiving line with a firm stroke. The prisoner will be taken into Department of Magical Law Enforcement custody, she said. My office will confirm arrival, confinement and the case number through the agreed channel. Any later movement will be recorded. Umbridge's lips tightened. And the witnesses? Remain untouched, Major said. Their identities remain restricted, as agreed. The records remain where they are. Fudge signed last. His quill hesitated before touching the parchment, then scratched his name beneath Amelia's. The agreement was copied before the ink had dried. One copy went into the assistant commissioner's case, another into Amelia's folder, and a third remained on the table for secure government storage. When the door opened, 2 officers brought the bound prisoner to the threshold on a wheeled chair. Amelia checked his breathing and the restraint seals before accepting custody. Fudge avoided looking at the man for long. His attention returned instead to the copied agreement, the recording lights and the closed cases whose contents now existed in more places than he could reach. Major rose. The government expects confirmation of arrival before midnight. You'll receive it, Amelia said. Fudge followed her towards the door, but the confidence with which he'd entered had gone. He had recovered the prisoner without recovering control of the evidence, the witnesses or the source that had warned Britain. As the ministry delegation departed, Major understood that the arrangement had settled only the first transfer. The harder test would begin once the prisoner reached the offices where gold, influence and old favors had made other cases disappear. 22. Back through the barrier. Alex crossed the barrier onto platform 9 3/4 with his own 15-year-old hands wrapped around the luggage trolley. The simple fact still pleased him. 3 weeks of ravenous hunger, enforced sleep and bones growing faster than Madame Pomfrey considered reasonable had ended before August did. His robes fitted the body beneath them, his shoes no longer needed replacing every second morning, and the face reflected in the train windows belonged to him without boggart magic holding it in place. Nell followed through the barrier with Harry, while Sirius emerged last and looked back as though expecting someone from King's Cross to follow them through the brickwork. The platform was crowded with families, trunks and owls, yet the usual disorder felt different after the summer. Alex noticed every unattended parcel, every adult who watched without saying farewell and every hand kept inside a robe. Sirius caught him studying the crowd. You're meant to be going back to school, not inspecting the station. I can do both. You can, Nell said as she adjusted the strap of Alex's satchel. That doesn't mean you should spend the whole journey proving it. Harry glanced towards the steam gathering beneath the station roof. We've got security to the barrier, teachers on the train and half the order pretending not to watch us. Alex found 2 of them before Harry finished speaking. They aren't pretending very well. That may be deliberate, Sirius said. He gripped Harry's shoulder, and his usual grin softened. Right when you arrive, both of you. Harry hugged him without hesitation. You know the school owlery works both ways. I'm older. I'm entitled to demand letters while forgetting to send them. Nell embraced Alex next. She didn't handle him carefully now, and he was grateful for the firmness of her arms around his restored body. Eat properly, sleep occasionally and don't divide yourself merely because you've left something in another room. That happened once. It happened twice, Harry said. Alex surrendered the argument and promised to write. He and Harry boarded as the first whistle sounded, leaving Sirius and Nell together beside the trolley. Through the window, Sirius raised one hand while Nell watched until the train began moving. The corridor ahead was full of familiar voices and slamming compartment doors. Harry lifted the food bag Mrs. Henshaw had packed and nodded towards the carriage their friends usually claimed. For once, he said, let's try reaching them without discovering a conspiracy. Alex followed him down the swaying corridor. I'll accept a quiet journey provisionally. Harry opened the compartment door before Alex could define the conditions. Hermione rose before Harry had fully opened the door. Neville stood with her, knocking one knee against the table, while Fred and George abandoned a half-built arrangement of brass hoops and projected quaffles. Luna remained beside the window with the quibbler resting upside down across her lap, but her attention settled on Alex at once. For one uncomfortable second, everyone looked at him. Alex knew what they saw. The body before them appeared exactly as it had before the gaunt shack, but each of them knew it had burned, returned at 3 years old and grown through 12 years in less than a month. He prepared himself for questions about bones, pain, phoenix fire and whether he still felt like himself. Hermione crossed the compartment and hugged him instead. You're late. The train hasn't left London. You're still late to this compartment. She released him, inspected his face as though checking a difficult answer, then stepped back without asking him to prove anything. You look well. I am well. Neville offered Alex his hand, changed his mind halfway and pulled him into a shorter, firmer embrace. Good, because I wasn't sure what I was meant to say about someone dying and coming back. Most people begin with hello. Hello, then. Neville released him with visible relief. Please don't do it again. Fred looked Alex over from shoes to hair. He's the correct height. George leaned sideways to continue the examination. The same number of arms. Disappointingly ordinary ears, Fred added. Harry dropped the food bag onto an empty seat. That's because you two weren't allowed near him while he was growing. A grave injustice, George said. We had designs. Alex sat beside Luna before either twin could describe them. She closed the quibbler and placed one hand over his. Her fingers tested neither pulse nor warmth. She simply held him. You came back, she said. I did. And you finished coming back before school started. Alex understood the distinction. The child body, the disguises and the weeks of hunger belonged to recovery. Luna wasn't pretending they hadn't happened, but she wasn't making them the price of entering the compartment either. Fred reopened the wooden case on the table. Excellent. Since everyone has finished confirming Alex remains Alex, we have a more urgent problem. George lifted a tiny projected beater who was clinging to his broom upside down. Our players have developed opinions about gravity. The quaffle shot from the board, struck Neville's sleeve and rolled beneath Luna's seat. Ordinary argument filled the compartment before Alex could offer assistance, and the train carried them north with nobody asking him to perform his survival. The escaped quaffle was recovered beneath Luna's seat, but the game remained determined to misbehave. Fred blamed the beater's grip charm, George blamed the broom, and Harry argued that any player who spent half the match upside down had ceased to be part of the rules and become a warning. Luna resumed reading the quibbler while the others debated, turning each page without changing the magazine's upside-down position. Alex listened until Fred and George began repeating themselves with greater confidence. You two can keep testing this one, he said. I've got work that still needs doing. He divided twice. A second Alex appeared beside the compartment door and stepped away before Neville had to pull in his feet. A third emerged near the luggage rack, caught the edge with one hand and looked around for somewhere to sit. Each drew an ordinary wand from Alex's private storage, then collected the materials he needed without consulting the others. The first clone opened Alex's Ancient Runes textbook and spread his unfinished translation across the narrow table. The second took the arithmancy problem set to the seat beside Hermione. Original Alex remained beside Luna with the game's control wand in his hand. Harry looked between them. Which one am I supposed to argue with? The one doing whatever you're arguing about, Original Alex said. That doesn't narrow it down. The three Alexes had begun from the same moment, but their attention separated at once. Runes Alex worked through a disputed symbol without glancing towards the game. Arithmancy Alex checked a sequence twice, frowned at his own earlier calculation and erased half a line. Original Alex listened to George propose that upside-down beaters should receive a bonus for style. Hermione moved between the two working clones. She inspected the rune's translation, crossed to the arithmancy parchment, then looked back as though expecting one of them to vanish under scrutiny. I'm sure this is cheating, she muttered. It must be against the rules. Arithmancy Alex looked up with a smirk. It's no different from using a time turner to attend two subjects at the same time. He rested his quill against the parchment. Isn't that right, Hermione? Hermione's face reddened. That was authorized. The tips of her ears turned pink as she bent over the rune's essay and pretended to discover a grammatical fault. Runes Alex glanced up. Do you think she'll report us? Not until she decides which one to confiscate, Arithmancy Alex replied. Hermione straightened. You're both impossible. Original Alex looked over from the game. What did I do? The compartment broke into laughter. He genuinely didn't know what the other two had said, and wouldn't until they chose to return and bring their separate hours, decisions and memories back with them. Luna rested her shoulder against his. You kept the right Alex here. Before he could answer, the train began slowing for Hogwarts, carrying 3 independent versions of him towards the school and the new authority waiting inside it. The 3 Alexes packed separately as the train slowed. Runes Alex returned his books and completed translation to the satchel. Arithmancy Alex sanded the final line of calculations before rolling the parchment. Original Alex dismantled the faulty game with Fred and George while Luna kept the escaped quaffle pinned beneath one shoe. They reintegrated before leaving the compartment. Runes came first, stepping into Original Alex and vanishing as the completed translation, Hermione's inspection and an entire separate train journey settled into memory. Arithmancy followed with the corrected calculations and the sight of Hermione's reddened ears from another angle. Alex caught the luggage rack when both new streams arrived together. Hermione watched him steady himself. Still think it isn't cheating? I now remember defending that position twice, Alex said. It's become very persuasive. The journey from the train to the castle restored familiar routines. Trunks disappeared towards the dormitories, pupils crossed the entrance hall in noisy groups, and the great hall filled beneath its enchanted ceiling. Alex sat with Luna among the Ravenclaws while Harry joined Gryffindor. For a little while, the strongest pressure in the room concerned food, summer gossip, and whether Fred had smuggled the damaged beater into the feast. Then Alex noticed the unfamiliar witch seated beside Professor McGonagall. She wore pink that looked chosen to appear harmless, with a small bow fixed carefully in her hair. Her smile remained in place while she studied the pupils, lingering upon Harry before shifting to Alex. Dumbledore introduced Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Applause moved unevenly through the hall. Umbridge rose before Dumbledore could continue. Thank you, Headmaster, for that warm welcome. Her voice was soft enough to force the room to quiet. She spoke of cooperation, approved instruction, and preserving proper standards. Every sentence sounded mild, yet each placed the ministry between Hogwarts and anything its teachers might choose to do. She praised progress that respected tradition, then warned against changes introduced without oversight. Alex glanced towards Harry. Harry had stopped eating. Umbridge's eyes found them again. The ministry is confident that calm, disciplined education will protect young minds from alarming claims, irresponsible speculation, and those who might use fear to disturb the proper order of our community. Nobody at the Ravenclaw table spoke. Alex had heard Fudge's public language before. Umbridge had carried it into the school, wrapped it in educational concern, and accepted authority over the class meant to prepare them for danger. Beside him, Luna closed her quibbler. I don't think she came here to teach us. Alex watched Umbridge resume her seat beneath Dumbledore's unreadable gaze. Hogwarts still looked like school. The ministry had arrived to decide what its pupils were permitted to believe. 23. The Toad Who Refused to Teach. The first defense against the dark arts lesson began with every wand disappearing beneath Dolores Umbridge's smile. Alex had taken the desk beside Luna, with Hermione, Harry, and Neville seated in the row ahead. The room still contained the training equipment left by earlier professors. A tall cupboard held practice shields, padded targets weighted against the rear wall, and several scarred desks carried evidence of spells learned with more enthusiasm than accuracy. Umbridge ignored all of it. She stood behind her desk with a thin book held against her pink robes and waited until the class fell quiet. Good morning, children, she said. Several pupils answered unevenly. Harry remained silent. Umbridge's smile tightened without vanishing. This year, you'll follow a carefully approved course designed to provide a sound theoretical understanding of defensive magic. You may place your wands inside your bags. They won't be required. Alex heard Hermione's quill stop above her parchment. Around the room, pupils exchanged puzzled looks but obeyed. Neville slid his wand away reluctantly, while Harry left his on the desk until Hermione touched his sleeve. Umbridge turned to the blackboard and wrote 3 headings in small, rounded letters: Principles, Recognition, and Lawful Response. Previous instruction at Hogwarts has been regrettably inconsistent, she continued. Some of you have been exposed to uncontrolled creatures, inappropriate demonstrations, and spells far beyond what responsible educators consider necessary. We shall correct those deficiencies through disciplined reading, written comprehension, and properly supervised discussion. Luna opened the assigned book. Its first chapter defined defensive magic as the orderly recognition of potential conflict and advised avoidance, reporting, and reliance upon qualified authorities. Alex read the page twice, searching for the point at which recognition became action. It never did. A hand rose near the windows. When do we practice the spells? Umbridge looked pleased by the question. You won't. The room became still. Practical magic introduces unnecessary risk, she explained. A properly educated pupil understands defensive principles without indulging in reckless dueling. Ministry-approved examinations will assess your knowledge of the correct theory, not your willingness to wave a wand at classmates. Neville glanced back at Alex. Hermione had begun writing again, though her quill pressed hard enough to scratch the parchment. Luna turned another page and found the next chapter equally empty of incantations. Umbridge instructed them to copy the course aims and begin reading in silence. Alex obeyed, but the marks forming beneath his quill felt less like a lesson than a record of something deliberately withheld. Ahead of him, Harry reached the paragraph claiming that modern wizarding Britain faced no danger requiring schoolchildren to perform defensive spells. His hand closed around the edge of the book, and he slowly raised his head. Harry raised his hand, though the movement looked more like a warning than a request. Umbridge allowed him to wait while she finished writing the reading assignment upon the board. Only when the final page number had been underlined did she turn and smile at him. "Yes, Mr. Potter?" Harry kept his voice controlled. "What are we meant to do if someone actually attacks us?" A few pupils lowered their books. Hermione stopped pretending to copy the course aims, and Neville shifted until he could see both Harry and Umbridge without turning fully around. "You'll follow the lawful procedures explained in your text," Umbridge replied. "Withdraw from danger, seek assistance and report the incident to a qualified adult." "What if there isn't time?" Umbridge's smile remained fixed. There is rarely any benefit in allowing an excitable imagination to invent emergencies. Harry placed one hand flat upon the open page. "I'm not inventing anything. People have attacked us at school. Professor Quirrell tried to kill me. There was a basilisk under the castle, Dementors came onto the grounds, and someone entered my name in the Triwizard Tournament." Whispers moved across the room. Umbridge lifted her chin, forcing them to fade before she answered. "Those incidents were addressed by trained witches and wizards," she said. "They don't justify encouraging children to engage in dangerous magical confrontation." "The basilisk wasn't addressed by a trained adult," Harry said. "Neither was the graveyard." The softness left Umbridge's eyes. "This class will not become a platform for alarming stories which the Ministry has found no reason to accept." Harry's chair scraped the floor as he leaned forward. "You don't have to believe me to answer the question. What does this course teach us to do when leaving and reporting aren't possible?" Umbridge closed her book. "It teaches discipline, judgment and respect for proper authority. It teaches us to wait for someone else." Hermione whispered Harry's name, but he didn't look away from Umbridge. Alex understood why. Harry had escaped a graveyard where every adult authority had been absent, deceived or already defeated. Asking him to trust that help would arrive wasn't caution. It was asking him to forget the reason he remained alive. Umbridge stepped from behind her desk and approached Harry's row. "The Ministry does not consider violent fantasies an appropriate foundation for education, Mr. Potter." Harry's face hardened. "Voldemort isn't a fantasy." The name struck the classroom silent. Umbridge stopped beside his desk, then turned her attention past Harry towards Alex, as though expecting another survivor to support the challenge. Umbridge's attention settled upon Alex. Perhaps Lord Fairfax would care to confirm whether he shares Mr. Potter's interpretation of this alleged event. The question offered him several weapons and invited him to use every one badly. He could name the Queen, the Prime Minister and the officials who had accepted Voldemort's return as fact. He could tell the class that Death Eaters had already attacked a prepared Muggle target and discovered that distance, cover and disciplined gunfire could punish wizards who relied upon fear and short-range magic. Each answer would expose knowledge Umbridge had no right to possess and turn Harry's challenge into a contest between the Ministry and the Crown. Alex closed his textbook. "Harry and I gave our accounts to the proper authorities." Umbridge's smile returned. "That wasn't my question. It's the answer I can give in a classroom." Harry looked back at him. Frustration crossed his face before understanding replaced it. Alex wasn't denying the graveyard or leaving him alone. He was refusing to hand Umbridge names, evidence and protected operations simply because she had placed him beneath the attention of 30 pupils. Umbridge clasped her hands before her. "You're known to have influential connections, Lord Fairfax. Surely responsible officials would have acted if they believed children faced the danger Mr. Potter describes." Alex thought of duplicated evidence beyond Ministry reach, armed positions chosen before Death Eaters arrived and a captured attacker whose wand had entered accountable custody. Responsible officials had acted. Umbridge's ignorance of those actions was part of the protection around them. "Responsible authorities don't normally explain security preparations to schoolchildren," he said. "Or to teachers who aren't involved in them." A quiet sound escaped Fred somewhere behind him, halfway between a cough and laughter. Hermione bent over her parchment to hide her expression. Umbridge's cheeks darkened. "Then you agree that pupils should leave such matters to adults?" "No," Alex replied. "I agree that operational details should remain with the people responsible for them. That doesn't make practical defense unnecessary. Adults can prepare for danger while pupils learn how to survive long enough for help to reach them. Neville sat straighter. Several pupils nodded before noticing Umbridge watching them. Her smile returned by effort. The Ministry has determined what education is appropriate. You'll all return to your reading, and any further discussion of unsupported threats will occur only with my permission. Alex reopened the useless book. Harry lowered his hand, but the anger around the room no longer belonged to him alone. Silence returned, but Umbridge no longer controlled what filled it. Pages turned because she had ordered them to turn. Quills copied sentences because refusal would give her an excuse to punish someone, and every pupil now understood that the lesson had been designed to leave them helpless. Alex read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing it. The book advised pupils confronted by hostile magic to withdraw calmly and contact the nearest responsible authority. It offered no guidance for breaking a curse, maintaining a shield, or helping an injured person escape. Even recognizing an attack was reduced to a list of behaviors so broad that fear, disagreement, and raised voices could all qualify as dangerous conduct. Umbridge returned to her desk. You'll complete 12 inches on the importance of avoiding unnecessary confrontation. I expect proper reference to the Ministry's approved principles, not personal anecdotes or sensational claims. Hermione's quill snapped between her fingers. Umbridge looked towards the sound. Is there a problem, Miss Granger? Hermione placed the broken halves carefully upon her desk. No, Professor. I pressed too hard. Then perhaps greater self-control will benefit both your writing and your education. The bell rang before Hermione could answer. Chairs moved at once, and pupils packed with none of the usual delay that followed a first lesson. Harry shoved the useless textbook into his bag hard enough to bend its cover. Alex waited beside him while Neville collected the broken pieces of Hermione's quill and Luna marked her page with a folded strip from the quibbler. Umbridge called after them as they reached the door. Mr. Potter, Lord Fairfax, I trust future lessons will proceed without attempts to frighten your classmates. Harry turned, but Alex caught his sleeve before he could answer. She's giving you the argument she wants. Harry's jaw tightened. He looked back at Umbridge, then left without speaking. The corridor filled with complaints as soon as the classroom door closed. One pupil asked how they were supposed to pass a practical examination without casting. Another said his older brother had learned shielding in 4th year. Neville held the assigned book away from himself as though it had acquired an unpleasant smell. Hermione replaced her broken quill inside her bag. That wasn't defense against the dark arts. No, Luna said, it was defense against admitting there are dark arts. Harry's anger eased enough for him to glance at her. She knew exactly what she was doing. Alex looked along the corridor at pupils arguing in separate groups. They were angry, but anger hadn't yet given them a shared course of action. Umbridge had refused to teach them, and they left her classroom knowing only that they needed what she intended to deny. 24. A cauldron full of surprises. The complaints about Umbridge followed the 5th years into the dungeon corridor, but they died when Snape opened his classroom door and regarded the waiting pupils as though noise were another ingredient likely to spoil through careless handling. Alex entered beside Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Their usual cauldrons waited upon the benches, but the lesson had been arranged differently. 4 ingredient trays stood at each station beneath plain covers, with no labels identifying quality, age, or intended preparation. The blackboard displayed a single potion method divided into timed stages. It named quantities and temperatures but omitted the explanatory notes Snape normally provided before difficult work. Snape closed the door. Your ordinary wizarding level examiners won't stand beside your cauldrons explaining why an ingredient has changed color, why a supplier has sent an inferior cutting, or why following written instructions without thought has produced poison. His gaze passed across the room and paused briefly upon Harry and Hermione. Alex recognized the look. Snape had watched their private instruction change them for years. He'd answered their improvement by marking more narrowly, questioning them more sharply, and treating every success as something requiring another test. This year, Snape continued, you'll be expected to recognize problems before they announce themselves with smoke. Today's restorative suspension is within the 5th year syllabus. The ingredients provided are sufficient. They are not identical, and I will accept no complaint from anyone who discovers that selecting the first item within reach is not the same as selecting correctly. Neville lifted the cover from his plant tray and immediately leaned closer. Two bundles of narrow leaves looked alike from a distance, though one had darker stems and a faint curl along its edges. He reached towards them, then drew his hand back without touching either. Hermione copied the method onto her parchment and separated the instructions into heating, infusion and settling stages. Harry studied the board without writing, his attention fixed upon the point where the flame had to be lowered before the second addition. Alex uncovered his own trays and began checking them in order. He understood the method and could produce competent work, but Harry had already noticed something in the timing that Alex had needed to read twice, while Neville appeared more interested in the condition of the leaves than in the potion they would enter. Snape moved between the benches. You have 90 minutes. Anyone who believes private praise has placed them beyond careful work is welcome to prove it. Burners ignited across the dungeon. Alex selected his scales as Harry reached for a thermometer, Hermione arranged her ingredients by stage, and Neville finally chose the less attractive bundle of leaves. Snape had set the lesson to expose confidence without understanding. The four of them began beneath his attention, each relying upon a different part of what Slughorn had taught. Harry lowered his flame before the surface could begin trembling, then added the powdered horn in 3 measured portions. Each addition disappeared cleanly into the pale mixture without clumping against the side of his cauldron. Snape passed behind him just as the color settled into an even cream. You've reduced the temperature early, Potter. The retained heat carries it through the next stage, Harry replied without looking away from the cauldron. Waiting for the ridden point would make the horn bind before it disperses. Snape watched the mixture for several seconds. Nothing curdled, smoked or separated. 10 points from Gryffindor if your confidence proves more durable than your potion. Harry's mouth tightened, but his hand remained steady. At the next workstation, Hermione had arranged every ingredient by required preparation and calculated the remaining intervals in the margin of her parchment. She tested the first infusion with the end of a glass rod, examined the thin coating left upon it and adjusted her flame by less than a quarter turn. Snape stopped beside her. The instructions specify medium heat, Miss Granger. They don't define the burner, Hermione said. This cauldron is thinner than the one used for the standard method, so the same flame would raise the contents too quickly. Snape's gaze moved from the burner to the smooth surface of her potion. Then you'll have no excuse if your alteration fails. Alex kept his attention upon his own work. His mixture remained within the required range, and every ingredient had been weighed correctly. He hadn't noticed Harry's retained heat solution as quickly, nor had he calculated the cauldron's response before Hermione began. He compensated through patient checks, recording each change before proceeding and refusing to chase their pace. Neville had barely begun brewing. He stood over the 2 bundles of leaves, separating them stem by stem and discarding any with bruised veins or dry edges. Snape's shadow crossed his bench. Are you planning to finish the potion today, Longbottom? Neville swallowed, but he didn't abandon the inspection. These were harvested at different times, sir. The darker stems have begun concentrating the bitter compounds. They'll overpower the suspension when heated. Snape picked up one rejected leaf and crushed its edge between his fingers. A sharp smell spread across the bench. And the curling? Snape asked. Stored too close to the drying vent, Neville replied. The flatter leaves are fresher. They'll release more slowly, so I need to slice them thinner. Snape dropped the damaged leaf back onto the tray. Proceed. Neville selected the better bundle and began cutting it into precise narrow strips. Around him, Harry and Hermione reached the settling stage while Alex followed close behind with a stable, properly measured mixture. Snape had expected borrowed confidence. Instead, 4 different kinds of competence were surviving his classroom, and the most delicate stage of the potion was still ahead. Neville added the sliced leaves at the final permitted moment. They spread across the surface, darkened and sank, but the expected silver color failed to follow. A green tint gathered around the edge of his cauldron instead, thin at first and then steadily deepening. Hermione noticed while checking her own settling mixture. Your infusion's separating. Neville lowered the flame another fraction. I know. The leaves should have released by now, Harry said quietly. His own potion had reached silver, though a faint line of cream remained near the bottom. Snape turned from the opposite aisle. Is consultation now required for Longbottom to recognize failure? Neville's hand hovered above the prepared powdered root. According to the board, it had to enter before the green reached the center. Adding it now would follow the method exactly, but the smell rising from the cauldron remained sharp rather than earthy. "No, sir," Neville said. "The leaves were fresher, but they were cut thinner to compensate. They're releasing the bitter compounds faster than the restorative oils." Snape approached his bench. "And you discovered this after adding them?" "I expected the thinner cut to balance the slower release." Neville looked at the green ring advancing towards the middle. "It didn't." Hermione glanced at the instructions. "The powdered root binds the oils at this stage." "It'll bind the bitter compounds too," Neville replied. "Then it won't clear." Snape's expression revealed nothing. "You have less than a minute before the batch becomes unusable. What do you propose?" Neville uncovered the remaining ingredients and selected 3 pale seed cases Alex had assumed were merely inferior alternatives to the powdered root. He split them with the flat of his knife, scraped out the soft centers and dropped them into a clean mortar. "Those aren't in the method," Hermione said. "They do the same job more slowly," Neville replied as he crushed them. "The potion needs time for the oils to catch up." Snape watched the green spread. "And if they don't? Then I lose the batch whether I use them or not." Neville removed the cauldron from the flame before adding the paste. He waited through 2 breaths, stirred once clockwise and stopped. The green reached the center, held there, then began withdrawing into narrow lines. Silver rose beneath it until the whole surface cleared. Harry leaned closer without crossing into Neville's workspace. "You delayed the binding." Neville nodded, watching for the color to cloud again. The ingredient wasn't wrong. The timing was. Snape examined the restored suspension, then looked towards the unused powdered root. "Bottle it." Neville obeyed, his hands steadier than they had been at the start of the lesson. Alex looked across the 4 cauldrons. Harry and Hermione had understood the written process better than anyone else in the room. Neville had understood the plant well enough to know when the process had stopped applying. Alex finished bottling his own suspension while Snape inspected the remaining cauldrons. Harry's sample held an even silver without sediment. Hermione's was fractionally clearer, the result of her tighter heat control, while Alex's remained stable and properly prepared without matching either of theirs. Neville's rescued batch carried a faint green thread near the bottom of the bottle, but it hadn't separated or clouded again. Snape arranged the 4 samples upon his desk. "Potter, your early reduction of heat was correct, although your written method fails to explain why you chose it." Harry kept his face still. "I can add the retained temperature calculation, sir." "You can rewrite the entire method. A correct guess doesn't become knowledge merely because the cauldron survives it." Harry's decision hadn't been a guess, and everyone close enough had heard him explain it. He didn't argue. "Yes, sir." Snape lifted Hermione's bottle towards the dungeon light. "Miss Granger, you compensated for the cauldron rather than following the stated flame. Acceptable. Your margin contains enough calculations to suggest you spent more time proving the adjustment than observing its effect." Hermione closed her parchment over the crowded figures. "I observed both." "So you claim." Alex received no criticism of his finished potion. Snape turned his bottle once, checked the label and placed it beside Hermione's. The omission felt deliberate. Alex had performed well enough to deny Snape an obvious fault, but not brilliantly enough to force acknowledgement. Neville stood straighter when Snape reached his rescued sample. Snape removed the stopper, examined the scent and poured a small measure across a testing plate. The liquid spread evenly, leaving the pale green thread behind as plant residue rather than failed binding. "Your substitution produced a usable restorative suspension," Snape said. "It also changed the expected settling period and left additional residue." Neville nodded. "Yes, sir. You'll document the altered timing, preparation and likely shelf life. I'll test whether the potion remains stable tomorrow." For a moment, Snape looked across all 4 of them. The room waited for him to dismiss Slughorn's teaching, deduct points or find some way to turn competent work into failure. Instead, he returned every bottle to the desk. "Next lesson, you'll brew without written instructions," he said. "You'll receive the required result, the available ingredients and the permitted safety limits. Anyone unable to reconstruct the process from principles will fail." The bell rang. Snape's expression remained cold as they packed, but he hadn't denied what stood in front of him. He had answered improvement with a harder test. 25. The price of saying Voldemort. Snape's promise of a harder potions lesson remained several days away. Umbridge required no such delay before proving that difficulty and instruction were unrelated. The fifth years entered defense to find another passage copied across the blackboard beneath the heading Responsible Discussion in Times of Public Anxiety. No practice space had been cleared. Their wands remained inside their robes while Umbridge waited beside her desk with the approved textbook held against her chest. Recent events have encouraged certain people to spread alarming claims, she said once everyone was seated. Such behavior creates fear, weakens confidence in lawful authority and places other children under unnecessary emotional strain. Alex watched Harry's fingers close around the edge of his book. Hermione noticed too, but neither of them spoke. Umbridge moved her gaze across the class before allowing it to settle upon Harry. "Mr. Potter, perhaps you can tell us what a responsible pupil should do when his personal recollections conflict with the findings of the Ministry." Harry looked directly at her. "The Ministry hasn't investigated what happened." A few pupils shifted in their seats. Umbridge's smile tightened. "That wasn't the question. It's still true. The Ministry has considered the claims made after the tournament," Umbridge replied. "You were injured, exhausted and distressed. Continuing to repeat a frightening account as unquestionable fact is irresponsible." Harry's voice remained quiet, which made every word easier to hear. Voldemort returned. The room reacted before Umbridge did. Someone behind Alex dropped a quill. Several pupils drew breath at once, while others looked towards the door as though saying the name might summon something through it. Umbridge placed her book upon the desk with deliberate care. "You will not use that name in my classroom. It's his name. It is a word used to frighten children and lend importance to a story that has already caused enough disruption." Harry pushed back his chair and stood. "He used my blood to make a new body. Alex was there. We both saw him." Umbridge's face became cold beneath the pleasant expression she tried to preserve. 10 points from Gryffindor for defiance. "You asked what I remembered. I asked whether you understood responsible conduct." She drew a square of pink parchment towards her and wrote Harry's name upon it. "You've answered by choosing attention over discipline." Harry stared at the moving quill. Surviving him wasn't misbehavior. Umbridge folded the parchment and sent it gliding across the room. "Detention this evening at 5, Mr. Potter. We'll continue until you learn that distress doesn't excuse disobedience." Harry caught the note without sitting down. Alex watched the paper bend beneath his fingers and understood what Umbridge had made plain. She wasn't punishing Harry because she doubted he had survived. She was punishing him because he refused to survive quietly. Umbridge returned her attention to the textbook, but Alex raised his hand before she could order Harry to sit. She looked towards him with open satisfaction, as though she'd been waiting for the Crown's wizard to make her lesson more valuable. "Yes, Lord Fairfax? I was in the graveyard," Alex said. "Harry's account is true. Voldemort used his blood in the ritual, returned to a living body and attempted to prevent both of us from escaping." The classroom became completely still. Harry remained standing beside him, the detention notice clenched in one hand. Umbridge's smile widened. "Are you speaking on behalf of the Crown?" "No, I'm speaking as a witness." "But you've discussed these alleged events with Muggle officials." Alex recognized the opening she wanted. Any explanation of the Crown's preparations would reveal protected knowledge. Any accusation against the Ministry would let her turn Harry's punishment into a dispute between governments. "I gave my account to the proper authorities," he replied. "I won't discuss restricted conversations in a classroom." Umbridge tilted her head. "Then you expect your classmates to accept a claim you refuse to support." "I've supported Harry's account by confirming what I saw. I'm refusing to expose information that doesn't belong to this lesson." Her expression hardened. "Sit down, Mr. Potter. Lord Fairfax has demonstrated that even alarming beliefs may be expressed without theatrical defiance." Harry dropped into his chair. Alex lowered his hand and opened the approved textbook, denying Umbridge the argument she'd tried to create. She continued teaching as though neither boy had spoken, but Harry didn't look at Alex again until the bell released them. He caught Alex in the corridor while Hermione and Neville remained close behind. "You could have said more." Alex stopped beside an empty classroom door. Harry's anger was understandable. Umbridge had called his survival a lie, punished him for naming his attacker and then used Alex's restraint against him. "I understand why you're furious," Alex said, "but displaying it for Umbridge is stupid. You gain nothing, and everything you say becomes something she can use." Harry's face tightened. "So I'm supposed to let her call me a liar?" No. You tell the truth when it matters, then deny her the performance she wants. Alex kept his voice quiet. She wanted you angry, and she wanted me to turn the lesson into a confrontation involving the crown. I confirmed your account and gave her nothing else. Harry looked down at the pink detention notice. It still feels like letting her win. It isn't. We get stronger in silence and choose the ground where strength matters. People like Umbridge bully whoever they believe can't answer back. Alex met his eyes. Don't give her weakness she can manufacture for you. Harry folded the parchment and slipped it into his pocket. His anger remained, but now it had somewhere other than Umbridge's classroom to go. Hermione waited until the corridor had emptied before speaking. She had listened to Alex's explanation without interrupting, but her attention remained fixed upon the detention notice hidden inside Harry's pocket. She wasn't trying to correct you, Hermione said. She was trying to train everyone else not to believe you. Harry leaned against the stone wall. That's what I've been saying. I know. Hermione tightened her hold upon the approved defense textbook. I thought the course was useless because she didn't understand what we needed. She understands perfectly. Keeping us unprepared is part of what she's been sent to do. Neville looked back towards the classroom door. She said practical magic would only encourage us to expect attacks. We've already been attacked, Harry replied. More than once. Alex watched Hermione open the textbook to the chapter Umbridge had assigned. The pages offered definitions of defensive principles, approved responses to minor disturbances and several paragraphs insisting that peaceful compliance prevented escalation. Nothing explained how to recognize a curse before it struck, break an opponent's concentration or help someone escape while frightened. Hermione turned 3 pages, then held the book out towards them. Find one instruction here that would have helped either of you in the graveyard. Harry didn't take it. There isn't one. There isn't one that would have helped with the basilisk either, Neville said. Or the Dementors. Alex examined the printed lesson. It might help someone answer an examination question about the Ministry's preferred procedure. That's exactly the problem. Hermione closed the book sharply, though she kept her voice low as pupils passed at the far end of the corridor. Snape gave us bad ingredients and incomplete instructions because he expected us to think. Umbridge is giving us complete instructions designed to ensure we never do. Harry looked towards the stairwell. His anger had settled into something quieter since leaving the classroom, but it hadn't disappeared. She can still set the exam. She can set the classwork, Hermione corrected. She can issue detentions and make practice difficult. She can't make a written definition protect anyone. Neville shifted his bag higher upon his shoulder. What are we meant to do about that? Hermione looked first at Harry, then at Alex. The question remained unanswered, but her expression had changed. She was no longer searching the approved book for a lesson Umbridge had failed to provide. She was considering what knowledge already existed among the people walking beside her. We know the Ministry won't permit Umbridge to teach what we need, Hermione said. That doesn't mean we have to accept being unprepared. Harry glanced along the corridor before answering. You heard her. She can punish us for saying his name. What do you think she'll do if she catches us practicing behind her back? Something unpleasant, Neville said. He looked uncomfortable, but he didn't withdraw the answer. That won't make the spells less necessary. Alex considered the classrooms around them. Most were occupied during the day, watched by portraits or crossed regularly by professors and prefects. A few unused rooms might serve for one evening, but a useful course required space, repeated access and enough privacy that frightened pupils weren't exposed merely for attending. We shouldn't begin by deciding where, he said. We begin with what official lessons aren't providing. Hermione opened her bag and removed a clean sheet of parchment. She braced it against the closed defense textbook and wrote practical defense across the top. Recognition of hostile spells, shielding, disarming, breaking contact and reaching an exit. Helping someone else reach it, Neville added. People freeze. Knowing a spell doesn't help if everyone runs in different directions. Harry looked at him more closely. Neville's voice had remained quiet, but he'd spoken from experience rather than theory. Alex pointed towards the parchment. Basic treatment after a curse. Ways to protect an injured person while withdrawing. Practice against more than one attacker, once everyone can manage one safely. Hermione wrote each point, leaving space beneath them. The list already contained more practical instruction than Umbridge's entire approved chapter, yet none of it required forbidden knowledge or an attack upon the school's authority. It required pupils willing to learn and someone capable of showing them how survival worked outside an examination answer. Harry watched the page fill. You're talking about teaching this ourselves. I'm talking about learning it somewhere. Umbridge can't reduce it to definitions, Hermione replied. No speeches, no public challenge, and no giving her a classroom full of evidence. We choose people we trust, practice properly, and keep one another from making dangerous mistakes. Neville looked between them. Would anyone else come? After today? Alex asked. He remembered the silence when Harry named Voldemort, and the pupils who'd looked afraid but hadn't laughed. Yes. The harder question will be whether we're ready when they do. Hermione folded the parchment and placed it inside the useless textbook. They had no room, rules, or teacher yet. They had only agreed that truthful knowledge wouldn't end where Umbridge ordered them to close the book. 26. The teacher the ministry made. Harry stared at Hermione as though the answer should have been too obvious to require asking. Learning it ourselves still means someone has to teach. Yes, Hermione said. She drew the folded parchment from inside the defense textbook and opened it again. You do. Harry's expression changed from frustration to disbelief. Neville looked down at the list, while Alex remained silent. Hermione hadn't proposed the answer merely because Harry stood nearest. She'd followed every point she had written to the person among them who had already needed those skills to survive. You taught me the Patronus charm, Hermione continued. You taught Neville too. You've fought Dementors, escaped Voldemort, faced the basilisk, and survived the graveyard. Nobody else our age has that experience. I had help, Harry said. Of course you did. That's part of practical defense. Hermione tapped the line Neville had added. Knowing when you need help, protecting someone beside you, and escaping together are exactly what Umbridge refuses to teach. Harry looked towards Alex, perhaps expecting him to challenge the choice. Alex understood the impulse. He knew more spells than Harry in several fields and could build tools capable of making practice safer and more demanding. None of that gave him Harry's experience of facing a stronger enemy with an ordinary wand and no hidden abilities to change the contest. Neville adjusted his bag again. You helped me cast a Patronus when I couldn't stop thinking about failing. Professor Lupin explained the spell, but you understood why I couldn't make it work. Harry frowned. That doesn't make me a teacher. It means you've already taught, Hermione replied. You didn't only show us the movement and incantation. You noticed what was stopping us and changed how we practiced. A group of younger Ravenclaws turned into the corridor. Hermione folded the parchment until they had passed, then opened it once more beneath the cover of her textbook. We don't need another professor, she said quietly. We need someone who knows what happens when a spell fails, when you're frightened, and when the person attacking you doesn't wait politely for you to remember the next instruction. Harry's gaze returned to the list. Recognition, shielding, disarming, withdrawal, and protecting an injured companion had all been written from experiences he had lived rather than lessons he had studied. Hermione held the parchment towards him. Umbridge has spent 2 lessons trying to convince everyone that what you survived makes you unreliable. I think it makes you the person best qualified to prepare us. Harry didn't take the page. His hand remained at his side, and the thought of other pupils depending upon him settled across his face with far more weight than Hermione's praise. He looked away from the parchment and towards the nearest window. The glass reflected 4 pupils standing in a school corridor, not people prepared to take responsibility for everyone frightened enough to ask for help. I barely survived the graveyard myself, he said. My wand connected with his because they shared a core. My parents told me when to break away, and Alex got us through the ward. None of that means I know how to keep a room full of people alive. Hermione lowered the parchment but didn't put it away. Nobody's asking you to promise that. That's what they'll hear. Harry pushed one hand through his hair. They'll come because they're scared, and every time I show them something, they'll think I know what happens next. What am I supposed to say when I don't? Neville shifted closer to the empty classroom door as another group passed along the corridor. You tell us you don't know. Harry gave him an impatient look. That won't stop someone getting hurt. No, Neville replied, though his voice remained steady. Neither will pretending Umbridge's book can protect us. I'd rather learn from someone who knows plans fail than from someone who won't let us cast a spell. Harry's hand dropped to the pocket containing his detention notice. Alex could see that Neville's answer had reached him without easing what lay beneath it. Harry wasn't avoiding effort. He was imagining every pupil who might trust him, followed by every failure he couldn't prevent. "You're all talking as though surviving means I understood what I was doing," Harry said. "Most of the time I was frightened, angry, or trying the only thing I could think of. Sometimes I got lucky. Sometimes somebody else helped me before I made things worse." Hermione's expression softened. "That's practical experience too." "It doesn't feel like experience." Harry looked directly at her now. "It feels like remembering all the moments when one wrong choice would have ended everything." The corridor settled into silence around them. Neville looked down at Hermione's list, while she folded the parchment once without hiding it inside the textbook. Harry continued before either could answer. "I don't want pupils looking at me as though I can guarantee they'll be safe. I can't make that promise. I couldn't make it for myself." Alex recognized the burden Harry was refusing. Teaching a shield charm was simple compared with accepting another person's belief that you could save them. Harry had been made into a symbol before he could speak and called a liar when he finally told the truth. Hermione was offering him authority, but authority could sound like another demand that he become more than a boy who had escaped. Hermione held the folded parchment against her chest. "Then we don't ask you to guarantee anything. We ask whether you'll teach people enough that their survival won't depend entirely upon you." Harry's gaze moved from her to Neville, then settled upon Alex, waiting to see whether his friend intended to accept the responsibility in his place. Alex understood the question in Harry's stare. He could have stepped forward, accepted the role, and made the decision easier for everyone. That would also let Harry retreat from something he needed more than he realized. "I'll be there," Alex said. "But you teach." Harry's expression hardened. "You know more spells than I do." "Some of them." Alex rested one shoulder against the stone wall. "That doesn't make me better at teaching defense. I can be your sparring partner. I can demonstrate the other side of a spell, attack when you need someone to defend, and tell you when an explanation doesn't work. But they need to learn from you." Harry looked from Alex to Hermione's folded parchment. "Why?" "Because teaching forces you to understand what you're doing." Alex chose the words carefully, refusing to turn the answer into praise Harry could dismiss. "You've survived by acting quickly, noticing danger, and using whatever you had. Most of that happened too fast for you to examine afterward. If you have to explain why you moved, why you chose one spell instead of another, and what someone should watch for, you'll understand your own decisions better." Neville nodded slowly. "Professor Lupin always said knowing a spell and knowing when to use it weren't the same lesson." Harry's mouth tightened. "And when I explain something badly?" "Then I ask questions until you explain it better," Hermione said. "Which I'll probably do even when you explain it perfectly well." That earned the beginning of a reluctant smile before Harry looked away again. "We still need somewhere Umbridge won't find us." Alex straightened. "The room of requirement." Hermione blinked. "The what?" "There's a hidden room on the 7th floor," Alex said. "It appears when someone genuinely needs a particular kind of place. Dobby showed Harry where it was last year when Winky needed somewhere safe." Harry's attention returned at once. "It gave us exactly what we needed. Then we ask it for a room where pupils can practice defense safely and privately," Alex replied. "Not a headquarters, not a challenge to Umbridge. Just somewhere to learn." Neville looked relieved by the simplicity of it. "Would it provide targets?" "Probably," Harry said. The answer came more readily now. "Cushions too, if people are going to be knocked over." Alex smiled faintly. "You see? You're already thinking like the person teaching." Harry gave him an irritated look, but he didn't deny it. He took Hermione's parchment at last and unfolded the list between both hands. "All right," he said. "We find the room first. Then we decide what I'm actually capable of teaching." Wings beat against the high corridor window before any of them could move. A familiar tawny owl landed on the outer ledge and tapped the glass with its beak. The envelope secured to its leg bore the plain York House seal rather than any ministry mark. Alex opened the window and accepted it. Crowther's name appeared beneath his own on the front, followed by the private notation they used for information that could be read without summoning a formal reply. Harry watched him examine the seal. "Is something wrong?" "I don't think so." Alex broke the wax and unfolded the single sheet. Crowther had kept the message narrow. The captured attacker remained in named ministry custody. Amelia Bones had preserved the receiving record, while the prisoner's wand, robes and sabotage materials remained separately logged against duplicate evidence already held outside magical control. No release, altered charge or disposal of evidence had occurred. More importantly, no one had attempted to remove the Muggle witnesses or interfere with the officials responsible for their protection. Alex read the final lines twice. Crowther wasn't reporting ministry business to a schoolboy. He was informing the source whose warning and cooperation had placed British citizens at risk that the safeguards built around them were still holding. Hermione waited until he lowered the page. Good news? The prisoner hasn't disappeared, Alex said. The evidence is still recorded in both systems, and the witnesses remain protected. Neville's shoulders eased. So the agreement worked. So far, Alex replied. He folded the letter along its original crease. It worked because informed adults accepted limits before taking custody. No one was trusted with enough control to erase everyone else. Text appeared across his vision. Task complete. Reward: 30 integration points. Integration points: 105. The words faded, replaced by a new instruction. Current task: help another survivor turn frightened pupils into companions who can bring one another home. Reward: 25 integration points. Alex looked towards Harry. The timing made the connection impossible to miss. The last task had ended because adults with power had remained accountable to one another. The next didn't ask Alex to become the authority in another hidden struggle. It asked him to help Harry build people capable of protecting each other. Harry nodded towards Crowther's letter. Does that change anything? It confirms something. Alex stored the page securely inside his robes. Being responsible doesn't mean doing everything yourself. It means making sure nobody can quietly abandon the people depending on them. Harry looked at Hermione's parchment, then towards the staircase leading upward. Then we find the room. And you decide what it needs, Alex said. Harry drew a breath and started walking. A place where people can learn to bring each other home. 27. A room that answers need. They climbed towards the 7th floor before the corridors filled for the next lesson. Harry led without needing directions, moving past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy until he reached the stretch of blank stone where Dobby had brought him the previous year. Nothing marked the place now. The wall looked as ordinary as every other part of the castle. Hermione studied it closely. What did you do when the room appeared? I walked past it 3 times while thinking about what we needed. Harry glanced towards the nearby staircase. Dobby said you have to need the place properly. Neville shifted his bag higher upon his shoulder. We need somewhere to practice defense without Umbridge finding us. That sounds properly needed, Alex said. Harry began pacing. On the first pass, nothing changed. He turned beneath the tapestry and crossed the same stretch again, his expression tightening as though the room might judge uncertainty as refusal. Alex understood what troubled him. They weren't merely asking for an empty classroom. They needed somewhere pupils could make mistakes without punishment, ask frightened questions without becoming targets, and learn from someone who still doubted whether he should teach them. On the 3rd pass, a polished wooden door appeared in the stone. Hermione stopped so abruptly that Neville nearly walked into her. That wasn't there. It usually isn't, Harry replied. He reached for the handle, then paused. We should check what it gave us before promising anyone else can use it. Alex felt no warning from his altered senses, though that only confirmed the absence of immediate danger. Harry opened the door. The room beyond was broad enough for several groups to practice without crowding one another. Thick mats covered part of the floor, while training dummies stood at measured distances along one wall. Shelves held cushions, bandages and plain wooden targets rather than weapons. A second area contained benches, water jugs and several screened corners where an injured or overwhelmed pupil could sit without being watched by everyone else. Neville stepped inside and pressed one shoe against the nearest mat. This is softer than the floor in the defense classroom. For people being knocked down, Harry said. Hermione examined the shelves, and somewhere to recover before trying again. Alex looked past the targets to a wide clear space at the room's center. It had provided no command chair, maps or raised platform. Nothing in it suggested soldiers waiting for orders. The room had answered Harry's need rather than the ministry's fear. Harry walked slowly into the open space. It's not asking us to fight a war. No, Alex said, it's giving people somewhere safe enough to learn. Hermione drew the folded parchment from her textbook and placed it upon the nearest bench. Then we decide who those people are. She drew a second sheet from her bag and divided it with a firm line. People we trust on this side. Rules on the other. We don't invite half the school before deciding what they're being invited to. Harry joined her at the bench but didn't take the quill she offered. Ron should know. Luna too. Fred and George can keep a secret when it matters. Neville looked at the first column. Some people might want help without wanting to fight Umbridge. Then refusing has to be allowed, Hermione said. She wrote the first rule in compact letters. Nobody joins because a friend pressures them. Nobody has to explain why they leave, and nobody gets mocked for being frightened or struggling with a spell. Alex watched Harry's attention move between the rules and the open practice floor. Hermione was defining the group's shape, but she left the lessons untouched. The parchment from the corridor still listed recognition, shielding, disarming, withdrawal and protecting someone unable to move. Harry had lived every one of them, though that didn't mean he was prepared to promise all of them at once. I'll teach Expelliarmus, Harry said at last. It's useful even if someone's stronger than you. Basic shields too, once people can control where their spells go. Hermione added both beneath a new heading. What else? Moving while casting. Watching the person rather than only their wand. Knowing when to stop dueling and get away. Harry rested both hands against the bench. But I'm not teaching people to chase Death Eaters, and I'm not pretending every fight can be won. And everything required for the defense OWL, Hermione said. Umbridge can refuse to prepare us properly, but she can't prevent us learning the practical work the examination expects. Harry considered that, then nodded. Yes, we cover the course properly, not only the parts that sound useful in a fight. Neville glanced towards the targets. What about the Patronus charm? Harry's expression tightened before he answered. Later. It takes more than knowing the words, and I won't have people thinking they've failed because they can't produce one immediately. Hermione recorded that without argument. No dangerous spells? No dark curses, Harry said. Nothing designed to punish someone after they're already helpless. We learn how to pass our exams, stop an attack, protect each other and leave. Alex looked across the screened recovery spaces and padded floor. Harry's limits matched what the room had provided. He wasn't building pupils who would obey him. He was choosing lessons that might let frightened people act without surrendering their judgment. Hermione turned the parchment so all four could read it. Then we speak to people privately. They hear the purpose and rules before they agree to anything. Harry finally accepted the quill. Beneath Hermione's headings, he wrote one final line himself. No one is required to stay. Alex read Harry's final rule twice before looking towards the targets. I can make the practice safer without deciding what anyone learns. Harry set down the quill. What does that mean? Projected opponents for recognition drills. They can raise a wand, change direction or threaten someone else without firing a real curse. Alex crossed to the nearest wooden target and examined the clear floor around it. We can also mark safe casting lanes, record where spells land and make the room stop an exercise if someone crosses into danger. Hermione brought the parchment with her. Could the projections show different attacks? They could show movements and intentions once we designed them. Alex resisted the urge to continue listing possibilities. He could already imagine targets that tracked reaction time, barriers that changed shape and exercises complicated enough to test trained Aurors. That wasn't what Harry had agreed to teach. You'd choose what they do. I'd only build the tools. Harry's expression remained cautious. And if you think the lesson's too easy? I tell you afterward. I don't change it while you're teaching. Neville walked between two training dummies and measured the distance with his steps. Could you stop a spell before it hits someone? Some spells, under controlled conditions, Alex said. Physical barriers and target charms would be more reliable than expecting me to catch everything. We should still use weak practice casts until people prove they can aim. Hermione added a note beneath the rules. No unannounced changes to exercises. No testing people without telling them what's being tested. Alex glanced at her. That was aimed at me. Yes, she replied. You enjoy discovering how people respond to surprises. I enjoy accurate results. Harry picked up the parchment and considered the new line. They're pupils, not experimental subjects. If I'm teaching disarming, the targets practice disarming. They don't suddenly throw simulated curses because you want better information. Alex felt the correction settle more firmly because Harry had given it without apology. Agreed. You control the defense content, difficulty, and when an exercise ends. I control whether the equipment is functioning safely. And either of us can stop it if someone's in danger, Harry said. Immediately, the room altered as the agreement became clear. Narrow white lines appeared across the practice floor, separating several casting lanes, while padded screens rose between the recovery area and the targets. No new weapon appeared. The room had answered structure with boundaries rather than force. Hermione folded both sheets together. Then we have a teacher, an organizer, and someone responsible for the equipment. Neville looked towards the closed door. Now we need the people who'll decide whether to join us. They returned after supper with Ron, Luna, Fred and George arriving in separate pairs so no group could be seen climbing towards the 7th floor together. Hermione waited until the door had closed before placing the 2 parchments upon the nearest bench. This isn't a club for opposing Umbridge, she said. It's practical defense teaching. We'll cover everything 5th years need for the OWL, along with the skills Umbridge refuses to let any of us practice. Ron stared past her at the targets and marked casting lanes. Harry's teaching us? Harry's shoulders tightened, but he answered before Hermione could. I'm teaching what I know. Disarming, shields, moving properly, recognizing danger and getting someone out when they can't move themselves. Alex will handle the equipment, but he won't decide the lessons. Fred examined one of the padded screens. So his lordship isn't forming a private army. No, Alex said, I'm not forming anything. George looked towards the boundaries running across the practice floor. That's disappointing. We'd already begun designing uniforms. Luna walked to the recovery area and drew one screen partly closed. This is for people who don't want everyone watching them recover. Neville nodded. Or watching them fail. Harry moved beside Hermione's parchment. People will fail here. I will too. Nobody laughs at someone for freezing, missing, or needing an easier exercise. We help them try again. Fred's amusement faded as he looked towards the targets. George and I have already taken our OWLs. That doesn't mean Umbridge is teaching you anything useful now, Hermione replied. Older pupils can practice, improve and help partners without taking over Harry's lessons. George rested an elbow upon his brother's shoulder. We're exceptionally experienced at moving while people cast things at us. You're exceptionally experienced at making people want to cast things at you, Ron said. That too, Fred agreed. Hermione tapped the rules. Only the people in this room know. We'll invite others privately after everyone here agrees. No one brings a friend without asking first, and no one uses the group to settle arguments. Harry looked around them. I'm not asking anyone to follow me. I'm offering to teach. Anyone who doesn't want that can leave now or later. George's smile softened. Then I'm staying. So am I, Fred said. Even without uniforms. Ron nodded towards Harry. I'm in. Luna returned to Alex's side but kept her attention upon Harry. I'd like to learn how to bring someone home when they're too frightened to find the way themselves. Hermione placed a clean sheet beside the rules. Then everyone chooses for themselves. Harry signed first. Hermione, Neville and Alex followed, then Ron and Luna. Fred and George added their names separately rather than sharing one elaborate flourish. 8 names rested upon the parchment. No oath bound them, no leader claimed them, and the door remained unlocked from the inside. 28. The first disarming line. The 8 names remained on Hermione's parchment when they returned to the room 2 evenings later. Harry placed the sheet upon the bench beside the rules, then faced the marked casting lanes with his wand already in his hand. The room had provided padded targets, but the first lesson required partners who could react, hesitate and make mistakes. We're starting with Expelliarmus, Harry said. You've all seen it, and most of you have probably tried it. Fred raised his hand. Does using it on George when he's holding the last sausage count? It counts as theft, George replied. It was defensive hunger. Harry almost smiled, then glanced towards Hermione as though checking whether he'd already lost control of the lesson. She merely lifted her quill above the attendance sheet and waited. Harry stepped into the nearest lane with Ron opposite him. The point isn't to hit someone as hard as possible. You want their wand out of their hand before they can use it. He raised his wand, turned his wrist and cast Expelliarmus. Ron's wand flew cleanly across the lane and landed upon a cushion. Harry caught it before it rolled away and returned it. Right, Harry said, now pair up. Nobody moved. Ron accepted his wand. You didn't explain how you did it. I said the spell. You also moved your wand. Harry looked down at his own hand. It's a sort of turn and flick. Hermione stepped beside the lane. Which direction does the turn begin? Harry repeated the motion more slowly. The result felt unnatural when separated from the spell. He'd cast Expelliarmus while running, falling, frightened and furious. His hand knew where to go because danger had rarely allowed him time to name each part. Start towards the other person's wand, he said. Then turn your wrist as you finish the incantation. Luna copied the movement without casting. Your elbow moved too. Harry tried again and noticed she was right. The motion began in his forearm, not only his wrist, and stopped before the wand point crossed the center of the target. Alex watched understanding replace embarrassment in Harry's expression. Knowing the spell hadn't given him words for every decision hidden inside it. Harry moved to the front of the first casting line. Nobody casts yet. We'll practice the movement together, and I'll check it before you aim at a person. The others spread themselves behind the white boundary. Neville took the final place, where every student ahead of him would finish before Harry reached him. Harry lifted his wand. Slowly this time. Watch my whole arm. Harry repeated the movement while the others followed. Hermione kept her wand level and stopped precisely where Harry did. Ron added too much force and nearly struck himself in the shoulder. Fred and George turned the exercise into a silent contest, each trying to finish a fraction before the other, while Luna watched Harry's feet as closely as his arm. Again, Harry said, don't rush the turn. The warning made Fred rush it deliberately. His wand cut across the white boundary and clipped George's sleeve. George lowered his arm, an impressive demonstration of how to disarm your own partner's clothing. I was testing the safety line. You failed. Harry pointed towards the beginning of their lane. Both of you go back and do it properly. Alex expected the twins to argue, but they returned without complaint. Harry moved along the line, correcting Ron's grip and asking Luna to raise her wand point. When he reached Neville, the orderly movement stopped. Neville stood with his wand lifted, but his arm had become rigid. His fingers tightened around the handle until his knuckles paled. Harry waited for him to begin. Hermione, Ron and the twins waited too, turning Neville's place at the end of the line into the center of everyone's attention. Start towards the target, Harry said. Neville's wand moved an inch, then halted. I know. Harry's expression tightened. Then try it. Neville attempted the turn. His elbow locked against his side, and the wand finished pointing at the floor. Fred began another practice motion in the next lane. He moved too quickly, struck George's wand with his own and sent both spinning from their hands. Ron laughed, then tried the movement at full speed to prove he could do better. His grip slipped halfway through, and his wand struck the padded screen behind him. Harry looked from the fallen wands to Neville, who hadn't lowered his own. The confident pupils were failing because they treated the exercise as too easy. Neville was failing because every eye upon him made even the first movement feel like an examination. Alex remained outside the casting lanes. This was the moment when equipment could conceal the problem by producing scores, targets or corrective marks. Harry didn't need another tool. He needed to see that the same instruction had created two different kinds of failure. Neville swallowed. Can I go after someone else? You were after everyone else, Ron said, then winced when Hermione looked at him. Neville's face reddened. That's what I mean. Harry glanced along the line. Fred and George had recovered their wands. Ron was rubbing his shoulder, and Hermione alone had completed every motion correctly. Harry had arranged them by position and expected practice to do the rest. He lowered his wand. Stop. Nobody casts. The room quieted around him as Harry looked at Neville, then at the others waiting to see what he would change. Harry studied the line without speaking. Alex could see him resisting the simplest answer, which would be to repeat the instruction louder and expect everyone to improve through obedience. Instead, Harry walked to the nearest padded screen and pulled it between Neville's lane and the rest of the room. We're changing this, Harry said. Hermione, work with Ron. Make him complete the movement slowly enough that you can name each part. Fred and George, you're doing it one at a time. If either of you tries to race, the other starts again. Fred glanced at George. His failure now punishes me. An excellent system, George said. Harry pointed them towards the far lane. Go. He turned back to Neville. The screen blocked most of the room, though Harry remained visible on one side and Alex on the other. Luna stepped away from her own place before anyone directed her and moved beside the recovery benches, removing another pair of watching eyes. Neville lowered his wand. I'm still holding everyone up. No, you aren't, Harry said. They've got their own mistakes to fix. Ron's voice carried faintly from beyond the screen. My movement wasn't that bad. Hermione answered at once. You nearly hit yourself. Harry waited until Neville looked at him. Do you freeze because you don't know what to do, or because everyone's waiting for you to do it? Neville stared at the white line beneath his shoes. I know the movement until someone watches. Harry nodded slowly. Then don't perform it for me. Face the target and practice while I look away. Neville glanced up, uncertain whether Harry was mocking him. Harry turned his back without another word and watched Hermione guiding Ron's forearm through the motion. Alex followed Harry's choice and shifted his attention towards the equipment panel, leaving Neville with only the wooden target before him. A soft swish sounded behind them. Again, Neville said. Harry stayed turned away. Tell me when you want me to watch. The wand moved several more times. Each pass sounded smoother than the last, though Alex didn't look round. Across the room, Harry stopped Fred halfway through an exaggerated turn and made him restart, then told George to loosen his grip rather than forcing speed through his wrist. Neville finally drew a breath. You can watch now. Harry turned. Neville stood facing the target with his wand raised, his elbow no longer pinned against his side. Only the movement, Harry reminded him. No spell yet. Neville began, slower than Hermione and less certain than Luna, but this time his wand finished level with the target. Harry didn't praise him as though the motion were extraordinary. He stepped beside Neville and adjusted the angle of his forearm by a fraction. Do that again. Then we'll choose who you cast with. Harry chose Luna as Neville's first partner. She accepted the place opposite him without comment, standing with her wand lowered and her feet well behind the white boundary. The others continued practicing in their own lanes, though Hermione kept Ron occupied by making him explain each movement aloud, and Fred and George had become unusually careful after Harry's threat of repeated restarts. You don't have to cast quickly, Harry told Neville. You only have to finish the movement properly and say the spell clearly. Neville looked across at Luna. What if I hit you? The spell should take my wand, Luna said. If it takes something else, we'll know what needs correcting. That answer didn't promise success or pretend failure was harmless. Neville adjusted his grip, raised his wand and began the turn Harry had shown him. Expelliarmus. A weak red spark traveled halfway across the lane and vanished. Luna's wand remained in her hand. Neville's shoulders dropped. I knew that would happen. Harry stepped beside him before the failure could settle. Your movement was right. You stopped speaking before the spell finished. I said the whole word. You let the last part disappear. Harry demonstrated without casting. Don't pull away because you're expecting it not to work. Finish what you started. Neville tried again. The second spell reached Luna and tugged her wand sideways without removing it. She tightened her fingers by instinct, then immediately loosened them. That was closer, Luna said. I nearly kept it by accident. Harry moved back rather than standing over Neville. Again. Neville raised his wand for the third attempt. His hand trembled once, then steadied as he turned through the full motion. Expelliarmus. Luna's wand flew from her fingers, crossed the white line and landed upon the padded floor beside Harry's shoe. Neville stared at it as though the room had produced another surprise. Harry picked up the wand and returned it to Luna. Good. Now swap. Around them, the first casting line began to work. Hermione disarmed Ron after making him slow his arm enough to aim. Ron succeeded on his next attempt without striking himself. George sent Fred's wand into a cushion, then lost his own when Fred stopped trying to win the movement and completed it cleanly. Alex remained beside the safety controls, but the equipment hadn't taught any of them. Harry had watched, changed the conditions and allowed each pupil to improve without requiring them to fail in the same way. When the final pair recovered their wands, Harry looked across the lanes. Nobody had mastered the spell, and several casts had missed completely. Every pupil had finished better than they'd begun. We'll practice this again next time, Harry said. His voice carried without the strain it had held at the start. Then we'll add movement. Hermione folded the attendance parchment. You're already planning the next lesson. Harry glanced towards Neville, who was quietly showing Luna how his forearm had changed. I suppose I am. 29. More than one opponent. At their next meeting, Harry replaced the padded targets with a moving exercise. He marked one end of the room as safe ground and told the others they would have to cross 3 casting lanes while an opponent tried to disarm them. One opponent won't behave like a target, Harry said. Alex can move, choose who to aim at and make you react. Fred examined the broad space between the lanes. One Alex seems rather easy to avoid. Thank you, Alex said. I meant numerically. Alex stepped beyond the far boundary and divided. Golden light separated around him, resolving into 4 identical bodies standing shoulder to shoulder. Each Alex arrived with the same robes, expression and understanding of Harry's plan, but only one held Alex's hornbeam wand. Ron stared along the line. That's less easy. A second Alex opened their shared storage and withdrew an ordinary wand. The third and fourth followed, each removing a different wand from the lawful batch Dumbledore had quietly arranged through Ollivander after the first division tests revealed that one wand couldn't serve several bodies. Nothing had been duplicated, each wand had been purchased, recorded and placed in storage for an actual hand to retrieve. Hermione watched the last Alex close the space. Professor Dumbledore organized all of those? He solved a practical limitation without asking me to explain more than he needed, the Alex holding the hornbeam wand said. Another tested his borrowed wand with a controlled spark. They aren't perfect matches, but they're suitable for supervised work. Harry positioned the 4 bodies across the room. Disarming spells only. Don't block the exits, and give them time to react. All 4 Alexes nodded. Harry sent Ron and Hermione first. They entered separate lanes, moving behind the padded screens while Neville, Luna and the twins waited at the boundary. One Alex shifted towards Hermione. Another crossed Ron's line, while the remaining 2 moved to cover the openings ahead. Expelliarmus, 2 Alexes cast almost together. Hermione blocked the first spell, but the second struck her wand before she completed the counter. Ron dodged sideways, entered Hermione's lane and collided with her shoulder. A third Alex advanced to cut off their retreat while the fourth moved behind the next screen. Fred laughed. Now that looks useful. Go, George said, pulling him across the line before Harry called their turn. Neville followed because the boundary had opened, and Luna moved after him rather than leave him alone. 8 pupils and 4 armed Alexes converged between screens designed for pairs. Red spells crossed from 3 directions. Ron's wand flew away, Fred ducked into Neville, and Hermione shouted for everyone to stop crowding the same lane. Harry raised his wand. Enough. Stop the exercise. The 4 Alexes lowered their wands at once. Red light vanished between the screens, leaving Ron searching for his wand while Fred disentangled himself from Neville. Nobody appeared injured, but the exercise had lasted less than a minute and already driven every pupil into the same narrow space. Harry waited until Hermione returned Ron's wand. That wasn't training. That was everyone trying to survive whatever happened next. Fred straightened his robes. A useful instinct. You entered before I called you, Harry said. George pointed towards his brother. He entered. I was dragged by family loyalty. You followed him. I was protecting Neville from being landed on. Neville rubbed one shoulder. You landed on me. Harry turned towards the 4 Alexes. Each held a ready wand and wore the same attentive expression. Alex understood the problem before Harry named it. 4 minds had received one instruction to provide moving opposition, then independently chosen the most effective position. None had intended to crowd the pupils, but each had seen an open route and closed it. How many of you were trying to disarm Hermione? Harry asked. 2, one Alex said. A second body lifted his borrowed wand slightly. I was covering Ron's retreat. The third Alex nodded towards the screen. I moved ahead so they couldn't avoid every opponent by changing lanes. Harry looked at the fourth. And you? I was closing the route back. So you surrounded them. The 4 Alexes glanced at one another. No plan had been spoken, yet their shared training and identical understanding had produced the same instinct. Remove every safe choice before the other side could adapt. Harry pointed towards the Alex holding the hornbeam wand. Reintegrate 2 of them. Alex obeyed. 2 bodies dissolved into pale light and flowed back into him, bringing a brief rush of crossed sightlines, competing decisions and Ron's alarm from 3 different angles. The remaining pair stood farther apart when Harry repositioned them. "Slower movement," Harry said. "You stay inside your assigned lanes. No cutting across to improve the trap." Alex nodded. "Agreed. And 1 spell. Expelliarmus?" "Only Expelliarmus," Harry confirmed. "No shields, no counters and no clever use of the room. You're giving them a problem they can understand, not proving how quickly you can defeat them." That correction landed more sharply than the order to reduce bodies. Alex had treated success as making the opposition difficult enough to expose mistakes. Harry needed difficulty narrow enough that the pupils could recognize and correct those mistakes. Hermione recovered her position beside Ron. Neville and Luna moved into the second lane, while the twins waited behind the starting line under Harry's direct attention. Harry checked both Alex's, then faced the pupils. "This time, the exercise belongs to me. They move when I tell them, cast when I tell them and stop when I tell them. Everyone else waits for their turn." Harry began with Hermione and Ron. He placed them side by side behind the first screen, then positioned one Alex halfway along each lane. The divided bodies could see several faster ways to close the distance, but both remained where Harry had assigned them. "Walk," Harry ordered. Hermione and Ron advanced together. The screens forced them apart after 3 steps, leaving each pupil facing an Alex alone. Opponents move. Both Alexes began walking at the same measured pace. Ron raised his wand too early. The Alex opposite him saw the exposed wrist and could have cast before Ron completed the motion, but Harry hadn't given the instruction. Opponents cast. "Expelliarmus," the 2 Alexes said. Hermione turned behind her screen and let the spell strike the padding. Ron tried to block, mistimed the movement and lost his wand to the cushion behind him. Harry stopped the exercise. "Ron, you watched Alex's wand instead of his shoulders. You didn't begin moving until the spell was already coming." Ron recovered his wand. "He knew exactly when you were going to tell him to cast." "So did you," Hermione said. Harry said the order aloud. Harry reset them without allowing the exchange to become an argument. On the second attempt, Ron moved when Alex's arm began rising. Hermione used the screen to break the line of fire, then stepped out with her wand level. "Pupils cast," Harry ordered. 2 red spells crossed the lanes. Hermione disarmed her opponent cleanly. Ron's spell missed, but he kept moving instead of stopping to stare at the empty space. Harry let him reach the safe boundary. Better. Missing didn't end the exercise. Neville and Luna went next. Harry delayed the opposing cast long enough for Neville to settle into the movement he'd practiced, while Luna watched both Alexes rather than only the one in her lane. When the second body found an open angle towards Neville, he stayed inside his assigned path instead of taking it. Luna noticed. "You could have crossed behind the screen." "I could have," Alex replied. "But Harry didn't tell you to." "No." Neville looked from Alex to Harry, then raised his wand with less tension in his hand. The exercise no longer asked him to defeat every choice an opponent might make. It asked him to recognize the choice Harry had placed before him. Fred and George finally crossed under strict instructions and discovered that waiting for Harry's commands made racing useless. George disarmed one Alex, while Fred reached the boundary after choosing movement over a difficult shot. By the final run, the room had become quieter rather than easier. Harry varied the timing, changed which opponent cast and stopped each attempt to correct one decision. The Alexes still saw openings everywhere, but usefulness now depended upon leaving most of them alone. Harry lowered his wand after Neville completed a clean crossing. "That's the exercise. Not whether they can beat you. Whether they can give you the problem I'm teaching." The pupils began returning the screens to the wall while the 2 Alexes collected the practice wands. One body opened their shared storage, and the other placed his borrowed wand inside before the first returned the hornbeam wand to his sleeve. The simple exchange required both of them to remain aware of the same finite objects, the same pupils moving nearby and every instruction Harry had given. Harry approached before Alex reintegrated. "What did each of you notice?" The divided Alex nearest Neville answered first. "Neville watched my shoulders once he understood I wouldn't leave the lane." Luna watched both opponents and Harry's commands. The other Alex glanced towards Ron. Ron recovered better after missing. Hermione used the screen well, but she began predicting your orders instead of watching me near the end. Hermione stopped folding the attendance parchment. I was doing both. You looked towards Harry before the final cast, the first Alex said. Harry nodded. That's useful. Anything else? Both Alexes began answering together, stopped, then looked at one another. Each possessed a different account of the same exercise, and neither could surrender responsibility for deciding which detail mattered. The Alex holding the hornbeam wand spoke. We need to compare what we saw before giving you corrections. More observers don't automatically produce a clearer answer. Especially when they all think they should answer first, Luna said from beside the recovery bench. Fred pointed between the two bodies. Couldn't you vote? George considered the proposal. That becomes difficult if he divides into an even number. It also lets me pretend the majority isn't still me, Alex said. He called the second body back. Pale light crossed the short distance and entered him with the other Alex's memories, concentration and accumulated strain. Neville's careful movement joined Ron's missed cast, Hermione's glance towards Harry and every unused opening the divided body had deliberately ignored. The fatigue arrived with them. Alex's shoulders tightened, and the room seemed briefly too busy despite half the pupils already standing still. Harry noticed. You're tired. Not badly. You said the same thing from two bodies. That doesn't make it twice as convincing. Alex accepted the correction and sat upon the nearest bench. He'd entered the exercise assuming 4 bodies meant 4 useful opponents. Instead, they had created 4 sets of decisions Harry needed to control, 4 wands requiring lawful custody, 4 viewpoints demanding comparison and 4 chances for Alex to replace the teacher's purpose with his own judgment. Harry collected the last practice wand and handed it over. Next time, we decide what each opponent is meant to teach before you divide. Alex stored the wand with the others. And every body agrees to that job. No, Harry said, every body remains responsible for doing it. Luna sat beside Alex while the others finished clearing the lanes. Numbers had increased what he could do, but responsibility had multiplied first. 30. The notebook on the windowsill. The room of requirement gave them a smaller sitting room the following evening, with 2 cushioned chairs beside a tall window and a low table carrying tea. Luna sat sideways in one chair with her shoes tucked beneath her robes. She held the quibbler upside down, reading from the bottom of the page while Alex occupied the chair opposite. 3 other Alexes had left before she arrived. One had taken their ancient runes translation to the library, another had gone to compare arithmancy calculations with Hermione, and the third had joined Fred and George to correct a fault in the tabletop Quidditch prototype. Each had received a clear task and departed as an independent person responsible for completing it. Alex couldn't see what they saw, know what they had discovered or feel whether any of them had become frustrated. That should have made the evening simple. Instead, his notebook remained open upon his knee. Before dividing, they had listed every assignment so the bodies could compare results after reintegration. Alex had already checked the page twice, wondering whether the library body would interpret the final rune the same way he would and whether the prototype repair required another set of instructions. Those questions belonged to bodies who were no longer in the room, but he kept preparing answers they hadn't asked for. Luna turned the page without rotating the magazine. Alex looked up. How do you read that way? Daddy and I sit opposite each other when we arrange the quibbler, she said. It's easier to learn upside down than keep passing every page across the table. That explains rather more than I expected. It usually does. Luna glanced at the notebook, then returned to an article whose illustration showed a wizard wearing 3 different boots. You've checked that list again. I was making sure the work was divided properly. They've already gone. I know. Alex touched the entry beside the Quidditch prototype. Fred and George may persuade that Alex to add something unnecessary. Luna considered this. They may persuade you to do that when there's only one of you. That isn't reassuring. It wasn't intended to be. Alex closed the notebook halfway, but his thumb remained between the pages. The separate bodies weren't distracting him. They couldn't. His own habit was doing it, turning their absence into 3 unfinished problems he could continue managing from a room they couldn't hear. Luna adjusted the quibbler so the article faced him. Do you think a moon frog would prefer silver water or ordinary pond water? Alex glanced at the drawing, then back at the notes on his knee. I don't know. That's a good beginning, Luna said. and waited while he decided which page deserved his attention. Alex studied the moon frog again. It had been drawn with broad feet, pale eyes and a fringe of silver growth along its back. The accompanying notes claimed it appeared beside ponds during particular lunar phases, though the article's upside-down print made the measurements difficult to follow. "I'd begin with 2 bowls," he said. "One ordinary pond water and one with a small amount of silver introduced under controlled conditions." Luna lowered the quibbler. "You've turned it into an experiment. You asked which it would prefer. I asked what you thought." Alex's thumb shifted between the notebook pages. He could offer an opinion, but it would be unsupported, and unsupported conclusions had a habit of becoming assumptions people defended because they'd spoken first. Luna reached across the space between their chairs and took the notebook from his knee. She closed it around his thumb gently enough to let him withdraw his hand, then placed it on the windowsill beyond his immediate reach. "You brought the right Alex," she said. Alex glanced towards the closed book. "I thought that mattered." "It does." Luna folded the quibbler across her lap. "I don't want you sending another body because this one has more important work." "I wouldn't do that." "No," she agreed. "You'd bring the original body and leave most of his attention with the work anyway." The correction was quieter than Harry's had been during training, but Alex couldn't escape it by adjusting an exercise. Luna wasn't objecting to the 3 separate bodies completing tasks elsewhere. She was looking at the person who had chosen to remain with her and asking whether that choice meant anything beyond physical allocation. "They're responsible for their own assignments," Alex said. "I can't know what they're doing until they return." "I know." Luna's gaze stayed upon him. "That's why you keep imagining what they might need. You're doing their worrying for them." Alex considered denying it and found the assignment list weighing behind every possible argument. He'd checked instructions for people who could no longer hear corrections, prepared responses to problems they might never encounter and treated their independence as a temporary gap in his supervision. Luna touched the edge of the quibbler. "I won't accept a copied Alex in place of you." "You shouldn't. I also won't accept the main one as an empty courtesy." Alex looked towards the notebook, then deliberately returned his attention to her. The book remained closed upon the sill. "What would count as not empty?" he asked. Luna turned the magazine upright and offered him the moon frog page. "Answer without designing the bowls." Alex studied the creature's hopeful painted face. "Ordinary pond water," he said. "Silver sounds cold." Luna smiled and kept hold of the page until he stopped looking past her. She turned to the next article and revealed a second drawing beneath the moon frog. This creature had 6 narrow legs, a long tail and a body represented only by dotted lines around flattened grass. The article claimed that Silvermere Hushers lived near old wells and became visible only when someone stopped trying to see them. Alex read the first paragraph twice. "That's an inconvenient condition for observation." "It's probably convenient for the Husher," Luna said. "People who keep searching for you are often the ones you'd rather avoid." He almost asked what evidence Xenophilius had collected, whether tracks had been measured and how the writer had separated a hidden creature from wind, insects or settling grass. Those were reasonable questions. They were also the opening steps of a familiar performance in which Luna offered a possibility and everyone else demanded that she defend it before they allowed her to continue. Alex looked at the dotted outline instead. Demiguises disappear completely. Luna's eyes lifted from the page. "You know they're there." "Because I've touched one, and because I can do it myself." Alex rested his hands upon the arms of his chair, leaving the notebook on the windowsill. That wouldn't help someone who'd never met one. Most people think not seeing something proves there's nothing to see. They'd be wrong about thestrals too. Alex remembered the skeletal horses standing beyond ordinary sight, present whether a pupil could perceive them or not. Death changed the observer, not the animal. A thestral doesn't arrive when someone becomes able to see it. Luna studied him with quiet attention. "No. And a boggart can exist inside a cupboard while nobody knows what shape it'll take." He glanced again at the flattened grass surrounding the creature's dotted form. "Magic already contains things that are hidden, conditional or only visible to particular people. I can't honestly say a Husher exists because this article says so." Luna waited without turning the page. Alex continued before the pause became an invitation to retreat into certainty. "I also can't say it doesn't exist because I haven't seen one." Her smile was smaller than before, but warmer. "That's usually all I'm asking." Alex understood that she hadn't needed him to accept every creature named in the Quibbler. She'd needed him not to treat uncertainty as permission to dismiss her. His own life contained abilities most people would have called impossible until they stood directly before them. "What does it eat?" he asked. Luna shifted into the space between the chairs and held the magazine where they could read it together. "Nobody knows. That's why the next page has several sensible suggestions and one from Daddy." She turned the page, but a small brass clock on the mantel chimed before she could begin the first suggestion. Alex had set the time before dividing, giving everybody the same instruction to return to the room whether its task was finished or not. The door opened a minute later. The Alex assigned to ancient runes entered carrying a rolled parchment, followed by the body who had gone to Hermione with the arithmancy work. The third arrived last with the tabletop keeper tucked beneath one arm. "The translation needs another source," the first Alex said. "The available meanings contradict one another." "Hermione found the copied figure," said the second. "The calculation works after correction." The third placed the keeper on the nearest table. "It guards the proper hoop now. Fred and George are still negotiating its vocabulary." Each report offered a reason to continue. The rune's body wanted the library, the arithmancy body had a corrected page worth checking, and the third had left 2 Weasleys unsupervised with a speaking figure. None possessed Alex's experiences with Luna since division, and Alex possessed none of theirs. They stood as 4 separate people waiting to decide what happened next. Alex looked towards the Quibbler in Luna's hands. "We agreed this was the stopping time." The rune's body glanced at his unfinished parchment. "That was before I found the contradiction. It was meant to apply when stopping became inconvenient." The other Alex considered that, then stored the parchment. The arithmancy pages and keeper followed. One after another, the 3 bodies stepped close and dissolved into pale gold. Their memories arrived only with reintegration. Symbols, figures, Hermione's corrections and the twins' argument entered Alex alongside 3 separate measures of fatigue. He steadied himself against the chair until the brief crowding settled, then sat beside Luna rather than reaching for the notebook. She reopened the Quibbler. "The first suggestion is freshwater snails. That seems possible. The second is moonlit mushrooms. Less likely, but more interesting." Luna traced the final paragraph with one finger. "Daddy thinks hushers eat secrets people nearly remember." Alex leaned closer to share the page. "How would anyone feed one deliberately?" "They probably wouldn't. That may be why they live near old wells." For the next hour, they argued gently about whether a secret stopped being food once someone remembered it, invented names for 3 badly drawn creatures and tried to decide why one wizard in the article wore 3 different boots. Alex didn't record their answers. When Luna laughed, he stayed with the sound instead of examining why the evening had worked. 31. The student teacher. At the next defense meeting, the room of requirement replaced the comfortable chairs with a broken stone passage barely wide enough for 3 pupils to stand abreast. Low walls divided the floor into uncertain lanes, while 4 projected opponents waited behind cover with practice wands trained upon the entrance. Harry stood beside the starting line. "Your goal is to reach the far door together. The projections will use stinging hexes and Expelliarmus. Nobody's eliminated by 1 hit, but anyone who loses a wand has to recover it before moving on." Hermione studied the narrow passage. "Do we know when the opponents activate?" "When the first person crosses the line," Harry said. "You'll have 2 minutes." Alex remained near the controls, with a second body stationed behind the far wall to supervise the projections. Harry had defined the lesson before Alex divided. The attackers were meant to punish anyone who rushed beyond support, while the confined lanes forced the group to communicate instead of spreading into separate duels. "Ready?" Harry asked. Fred and George raised their wands together. Ron nodded, Hermione took the center, and Luna waited beside Neville without crowding him. Harry dropped his hand. Ron crossed first and immediately fired at the nearest projection. Hermione followed, calling for him to slow down, but Fred spotted an opening along the left wall and pulled George after him. 2 projected opponents shifted towards the twins. The remaining pair concentrated upon the center lane. "Shield left," Hermione called. Neville cast too early. His shield caught the first spell, then failed before the second arrived. The stinging hex struck his forearm, and his wand flew beneath a fallen block. Luna stopped beside him. Ron continued 3 steps before realizing they weren't behind him. Hermione turned to cover Neville, leaving her back exposed to the projection Ron had engaged. A red practice spell struck her shoulder. Alex's hand moved towards the control plate. The exercise had already divided into 3 separate failures. Fred and George were pinned behind the left wall, Hermione was attempting to defend 2 directions, and Ron had reached open ground without anyone close enough to support him. Freeze the left pair, Alex called to his other body. Reduce the center attackers and give Neville a clear recovery lane. The far Alex lifted his wand to obey. Don't, Harry said. Alex looked towards him. Another spell crossed the passage and forced Luna behind the block beside Neville. They're losing the structure of the drill, Alex said. I can stabilize it before someone becomes trapped. Harry stepped between Alex and the controls, his eyes fixed upon the struggling group. It's my session. Beyond him, Ron shouted for Hermione while Fred and George argued over which projection had cut off their retreat. Harry raised his wand, not to end the exercise, but to reclaim it. Protega. The shield spread across the center lane, catching 2 practice spells before they reached Hermione and Luna. Harry stepped through it, pointed towards the left wall and called, Fred, stop attacking. George, cover him while he moves back. Ron, return to Hermione. Neville, leave your wand where it is. Neville looked from the fallen wand to Harry. But I have to recover it before moving. That was my rule, Harry said. It was a bad one for this drill. Luna, take Neville with you. Hermione, keep the shield between them and the center pair. Alex kept his hands away from the control plate. The projections continued according to the pattern he'd built from Harry's instructions, which meant Harry had to work inside the difficulty already released rather than quietly replacing it with an easier design. Fred ducked beneath George's shield, but the left projection adjusted and struck the wall beside his shoulder. George turned to answer it. Don't duel it, Harry called. You're meant to leave together. Move when Fred moves. The twins exchanged an unhappy glance, then retreated in step. Ron reached Hermione just as her shield shuddered beneath another impact. Harry crossed behind them and recovered Neville's wand himself, keeping low until Luna extended a hand from cover. Harry placed the wand in her palm. Give it back when Neville's behind the next wall. The group withdrew towards the entrance while Harry covered the final steps. Once everyone stood behind the starting line, he lowered his shield and ordered the projected attackers to hold position. Silence settled over the damaged passage. Alex waited for Harry to ask him to alter the controls. Harry looked instead at the 7 pupils breathing around him. That went wrong because I gave you an escape objective and built rules that rewarded leaving people behind. Ron could reach the door faster by running ahead. Fred and George found a separate route and treated it like their own fight. Neville lost his wand, and my rule told him to stay exposed until he recovered it. Hermione rubbed the shoulder where the practice spell had struck. The exercise punished us for helping him. Yes, Harry said. The admission tightened his face, but he didn't soften it. Alex didn't design that mistake. I did. Alex glanced towards the control plate. I could change the activation pattern. You will, Harry replied. When I tell you what the corrected lesson is. He turned back to the others. Nobody wins by reaching the door alone. The drill ends only when everyone crosses it, and lost equipment can be recovered by anyone. We begin again from here. This time, Harry remained beside the starting line while the students arranged themselves around his instructions. Hermione took the center again, but Ron stood close enough to share her shield rather than racing ahead. Fred and George chose the left lane only after promising to return if either group stalled. Luna stayed beside Neville without making his protection her only purpose. Harry looked towards Alex. Keep the same opponents and spell strength. Change only the victory condition and the lost wand rule. Alex made the adjustments without improving anything else. The projection bodies retained their original positions, timing and ability to exploit exposed lanes. He could already see several ways to make the exercise safer and cleaner, but Harry hadn't requested them. Begin, Harry said. Ron crossed the line with Hermione. The first projected spell struck her shield, and a second forced them towards the low wall. Fred and George advanced on the left, moving together until one attacker shifted to cut across their retreat. Hold, Harry called. What are you protecting? George stopped casting long enough to glance towards the center. Their route back. Then protect it. The twins changed position. Fred drew the projection's attention while George sent a careful stunning spell across its wand arm. The attack faltered, giving Hermione enough time to lead Neville and Luna into the next section. Neville's wand flew from his hand again when a spell clipped the edge of Hermione's shield. He froze for half a breath, looking towards Alex and the control plate. Alex didn't move. "Mine," Ron said. He dropped behind the wall, crawled 2 steps through the open lane and hooked the wand towards himself with his own. Luna covered his return while Neville kept watching the projection instead of the lost weapon. Ron pushed the wand into Neville's hand. "Try not to make a habit of it." Neville gripped it and raised a shield before the next spell arrived. "I'll do my best." They progressed more slowly than before. Twice Harry stopped Ron from crossing beyond Hermione's range. Once he sent Fred back because George had been forced behind cover alone. Each correction belonged to the problem in front of them rather than to a new mechanism Alex could install. Near the final wall, all 4 projections concentrated upon the narrow exit. Hermione's shield buckled. Neville strengthened it beside her. Ron cast over their shoulders, and the twins attacked from the left until Luna found the moment when one opponent turned. "Now," she said. The group crossed together. Harry called the exercise complete only after Neville's heel passed the line. No one looked towards Alex for confirmation. They turned to Harry, waiting to hear what he'd noticed. He looked along the line of flushed faces, lowered wands and robes marked by harmless practice strikes. Alex could see him searching for an answer large enough to justify their trust. "You were better," Harry said at last. "But that isn't useful on its own." Ron wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "It's more useful than being told we were dreadful." "You weren't dreadful," Harry replied. "You did what the first rules encouraged you to do. The second time, you had to notice when someone else was in trouble." Hermione glanced towards the final choke point. "We still depended upon you to correct us." "Yes." Harry didn't hurry away from the admission. "I kept thinking teaching meant I should know the right exercise before you began. Then, when it went wrong, I wanted to fix it without admitting I'd built the problem." Neville held his recovered wand across both palms. "You changed the rule. Because the rule would have got you hurt in a real fight." Harry looked down the broken passage. "I've survived things because someone came back, held a door, drew attention or gave me time. I've also survived because I ran when staying would have killed everyone. I can teach you those choices. I can't promise I'll always recognize the right one before we test it." Fred nudged George. "So the official lesson is that Harry Potter may occasionally be mistaken." George nodded solemnly. "Dangerous knowledge. We should protect it carefully." Harry smiled despite himself. "The lesson is that you're allowed to tell me when the drill teaches the wrong thing." Luna tilted her head. "Even while it's happening?" "Especially then," Harry said. "You're the people inside it." Alex looked towards the control plate, where the original design remained beside Harry's 2 narrow corrections. He'd treated the flawed exercise as a mechanism requiring repair. Harry had treated it as a decision whose consequences belonged to him and to the people carrying it out. Hermione began collecting the practice wands. "Then we should write down what the exercise was meant to teach before the next meeting." "We should," Harry agreed. "But I'll decide the defense lesson before Alex builds anything." Alex accepted the boundary without qualification. "And if the design contradicts it, I'll tell you before anyone enters." Harry met his eyes. "Tell me. Don't quietly replace it." "I won't." The broken passage softened around them as the room prepared to release the door. Harry remained among the pupils while they argued over what should change next, no longer pretending certainty was what made him their teacher. 32. Ingredients before incantations. At the next defense meeting, Neville arrived before Harry and placed 3 identical green drafts upon the Room of Requirements worktable. Beside them lay bundles of nettle, dittany and silverleaf, each tagged with a date, harvest hour and storage method. Alex recognized the handwriting from Neville's summer notebooks, though the confidence with which he arranged the ingredients was new. Harry examined the bottles. "What do they do?" "They're the same defensive rinse," Neville said. "You pour it over a stinging hex or a minor venom burn before the injury spreads. Professor Slughorn taught us the recipe during the summer." Ron lifted one bottle towards the light. "They don't look the same." "That's the point." Neville set 3 squares of treated hide beneath the testing frame Alex had prepared. Each carried an equal practice sting, shown by a red mark spreading across its surface. Same quantities, same cauldron, same brewing time. The first used nettles cut shortly after sunrise and prepared within an hour. He poured a measured spoonful over the first square. The redness retreated at once, leaving only a faint pink line. The second batch used nettles harvested at midday, Neville continued. Its draft slowed the spreading mark but failed to remove it completely. They'd already put more strength into their stems. Useful for some preparations, worse for this one. Fred peered into the third vial. And what terrible fate befell these? I carried them badly. Neville picked up the final nettle bundle. Its leaves were bruised and dark along the edges. They were fresh when cut, but I packed them beneath heavier plants. The crushed leaves began releasing what we needed before they reached the cauldron. He poured the third sample. The red mark widened before fading unevenly, leaving an angry patch across half the hide. George moved his fingers away from the bottle. That one appears to have joined the enemy. It isn't poisonous, Neville said. It's simply too weak to trust when someone's hurt. Hermione picked up the written recipe and checked every line against the labels. You didn't alter the ratios at all? No. The temperature? Not beyond the permitted range. Harry looked from the 3 test squares to Neville. So someone following the instructions perfectly could still make the useless one. Neville nodded. Instructions tell you what to add. They don't always tell you what the plant has already done before you touch it. Alex watched Harry's attention settle upon the bottles rather than the demonstration frame. A wand could be lost, a shield could fail, and an injury could worsen while help remained several corridors away. Neville hadn't merely brought better ingredients. He'd brought knowledge that decided whether the remedy in someone's pocket would work. Hermione drew the labels towards herself. Then we need to isolate every difference. Neville met her interest without yielding the table. We can, but you'll have to begin with the plants. He divided the work table into 3 stations and placed 1 nettle bundle at each. Hermione immediately collected the labels, recipe and brewing records, arranging them into columns beside her parchment. Alex watched her compare harvest times, storage intervals and measured quantities with the same care she brought to arithmancy. The first batch had 47 minutes between cutting and preparation, Hermione said. The second had 52, and the damaged bundle was prepared after 49. The delay can't explain the result. It doesn't, Neville replied. He pushed the written records gently aside. Pick up the first 2 bundles. Hermione used separate cloths to protect her hands, then weighed each sample in turn. The midday nettles are slightly heavier. Why? They may contain more moisture. Neville nodded towards the stems. Check them without cutting anything. Hermione bent closer. The difference was difficult to see beneath the room's steady lamps, but the midday stems were thicker and less flexible. She pressed one carefully between her fingers, then did the same with the morning sample. The fibers have developed further, she said. The plant's older. It was cut on the same day. Older by hours, Hermione corrected. She looked towards the weakened rince. Enough to change which part of the plant carries the useful property. Neville separated 1 leaf from each bundle and placed them upon white cloth. He asked Hermione to bruise both with the flat of a silver spoon. The morning leaf released a sharp green scent almost at once. The midday leaf required greater pressure, and the smell that followed was harsher. Ron leaned nearer, then drew back. That one smells as though it resents being tested. It's better for preparations using the stem, Neville said. For this rinse, we need what gathers in the young leaves before the plant strengthens itself for the day. Hermione returned to the recipe. It says fresh nettles. They were all fresh. It should specify the harvest condition. It should, Neville agreed. But even then, you'd have to recognize whether the condition matched the words. He handed her the bruised bundle from the failed batch. Hermione examined its darkened edges, checked the weight and compared its scent with the morning leaves. A written instruction could say unbruised, but someone still has to judge how much damage matters. Neville's shoulders eased. Exactly. Alex saw the moment Hermione stopped treating the plants as imperfect measurements waiting to be corrected. The recipe remained accurate, but it began too late. Every ingredient had already grown, been cut, carried and stored before reaching the cauldron. Harry picked up the strongest vial. Can they learn enough to choose quickly? Neville looked across the gathered pupils and drew 6 covered baskets from beneath the table. They can learn by choosing the wrong ones here. He uncovered the baskets one at a time. Each contained a bundle of nettles wrapped for transport, but only 2 had been handled well enough for the strongest rinse. Some leaves were fresh but cut too late, others had been pressed beneath heavier ingredients, and one bundle had begun drying along the stems despite retaining a healthy color. Harry gave the group 30 seconds to inspect them. Hermione reached for the labels before stopping herself and testing the leaves instead. Ron compared the stems, Luna checked the bruising beneath each bundle, and Fred and George disagreed over whether a sharp smell proved strength or merely announced that the plant objected to being squeezed. Neville listened without helping until Harry called time. "Basket 4, Hermione said. The leaves were cut early and carried loosely. "And basket 2, Luna added. The outside leaves are marked, but the ones needed for the rinse aren't damaged." Neville nodded. Both would work. Harry looked towards Alex. "Can the room prepare the passage again?" Alex restored the broken stone lanes from the previous meeting, but Harry altered the purpose before anyone entered. 2 projected opponents waited behind the central walls, while sealed practice vials rested at 3 marked supply points. Each vial carried only a number. "You're not fighting through to the far door," Harry said. "One person will be struck by a practice hex. The rest of you have to identify the useful rinse, treat them and withdraw together. The projections won't stop while you examine the bottles." Ron stared at the numbered vials. "How are we meant to know which one works?" Neville placed a small sample bundle beside each supply point. "By checking what went into it." Harry assigned Hermione, Ron, Luna and the twins to the first run, then kept Neville beside him. Alex remained at the controls without changing the attackers or making the samples easier to distinguish. The projections activated when Hermione crossed the line. George took the first harmless stinging hex across his wrist and immediately reached for the nearest vial. "Wait," Hermione called. She drew him behind the low wall while Ron and Fred shielded the lane. Luna opened the sample cloth, pressed one leaf between her fingers and smelled it. "Too woody," she said. "Midday harvest." A spell struck the wall above them. Fred's shield flickered as Hermione crawled towards the second supply point and checked the nettles packed beside it. The leaves looked green, but dark moisture marked the cloth beneath them. "Bruised during transport," she said. "Not this one." Ron glanced towards the final station. "We have to move." They crossed under Luna's shield, recovered the third vial and poured it over George's wrist. The practice mark faded cleanly. Harry waited until all 5 had withdrawn before ending the projections. He looked towards Neville rather than the controls. "Now make the next choice harder." Neville studied the 3 supply points before answering. Harder isn't the same as adding worse plants. They rejected those because the faults were obvious once they knew what to check. Harry lowered his wand. What would make the choice matter? 2 usable rinses for different injuries. Neville returned to the work table and selected 2 clear vials. One prepared from younger nettle leaves for stinging hexes. One using the stronger midday stems for minor venom burns. Neither is badly made. Choosing the wrong one wastes time and may let the injury worsen. Hermione joined him beside the ingredients. "I can calculate the concentrations and make certain the doses are equal." Neville nodded. "You should. You're better at that than I am." Ron glanced between them. "You just corrected Hermione about the plants." "About the plants," Neville replied. "She measures faster, keeps better brewing records and notices temperature changes before I do. Harry judges a potion's movement better than me. Alex knows more about building the testing equipment." He arranged the 2 nettle samples beside their matching vials. "I know what these ingredients were doing before they entered the cauldron." The words carried no apology. Alex remembered how often Neville's ability had been treated as a pleasant exception, praised briefly before someone more confident resumed control. This time, Neville kept his hands upon the table. Hermione opened her notebook to a clean page. "Then you should approve every plant ingredient we use for these exercises. I'll record why you accepted or rejected it, but I won't overrule your judgment because a label matches the recipe." Neville looked startled, though he didn't retreat from the offer. "You can question it." "I intend to." Fred leaned towards George. "A terrifying arrangement." George nodded. Expertise combined with Hermione. Harry ignored them and addressed Neville directly. "For defense supplies, You decide whether the plant ingredients are trustworthy and which remedy suits the injury. Hermione controls the written method and measurements. Nobody carries a vial until both of you approve it. Neville glanced towards the passage where the numbered bottles still waited under imagined attack. I'll need to inspect every batch before the meeting. Then tell us how much time you need, Harry said. Don't let us hurry you into approving something unsafe. Alex began gathering the projection controls, leaving the work table untouched. Neville assigned Ron and the twins to return the unused samples, asked Luna to keep the bruised leaves separate for comparison, and corrected Alex when he reached for the midday stems. Those stay with me, Neville said. They're wrong for one rinse, not useless. Alex released them at once. Around Neville, the others continued asking questions, but they no longer asked whether his knowledge counted. They asked what he needed them to do with it. 33. Quidditch above the table. The next evening, Harry cleared Neville's ingredient samples from the Room of Requirement's central table while Fred and George opened the Quidditch prototype between them. 14 projected players rose above the green field, each waiting for a separate command. The design had survived its summer tests, but controlling 7 pieces one after another still made every attack feel less like Quidditch and more like arranging figures before play began. Harry moved 3 blue chasers into a shallow arrow. They shouldn't need 3 separate orders to do this. A team enters most plays already knowing its shape. Alex placed the control wand beside him. What does the shape decide? Where they begin, who carries the quaffle and which gaps they're prepared to use. Harry guided the center chaser forward. The other 2 remained behind until Alex moved them individually. But it mustn't decide the whole attack. The formation gives them choices. Fred brought the blue beaters alongside the chasers. These 2 formed the encouraging portion. George released a bludger. It struck the rearmost chaser before Fred completed his next command. Encouragement requires better timing. Harry reset the field and drew 3 linked routes upon the control strip. The chasers advanced together this time, holding their spacing until Harry separated the left player towards the hoops. Fred's beater moved ahead of the formation and forced the bludger aside, while George kept the second near the quaffle carrier. That works for an opening, Harry said, but the players must be able to break formation whenever the defense changes. Alex added a release mark to each figure. 1 touch preserved the group movement. A second returned that player to individual control without stopping the others. They selected Classic Quidditch first. The traditional score appeared above the field, and the snitch began circling beyond the chaser's formation. Harry ran the opening twice, once keeping the seeker high and once dropping him behind the attack where his movement distracted the opposing beaters. George watched the golden figure. He isn't part of the formation, but everyone reacts to him. Exactly, Harry said. The seeker's match changes the rest of the pitch even before he sees the snitch. Alex switched the setting to lead. The 2-hour clock appeared, the snitch value changed to 50, and a center restart symbol joined the score. Harry repeated the same opening formation without altering a route. The players moved identically, yet the decisions around them change. In Classic, Fred guarded his seeker because 1 catch could end everything. In League, George abandoned his own seeker to pressure the quaffle, trusting that another catch might come later. Harry looked across the continuous field. Same Quidditch, different reasons to break the formation. Alex reached for the motion controls. The structure was finally clear enough to test its speed. He increased the motion rate 1 step. The 14 players accelerated together, formations opening and breaking as Harry released individual chasers from their routes. Fred and George sent both bludgers through the center while the 2 seekers climbed above the scoring lanes. For several seconds, the prototype behaved like the match Harry had described rather than a row of pieces waiting for permission. Then the field filled with light. George's bludger curved around a blue chaser with a silver trail marking its path. Fred redirected the second with a burst of orange sparks, while the quaffle drew a red line between 3 passing players. Both seekers left narrow golden ribbons behind them as they crossed at different altitudes. Fred grinned. Now it looks fast. It is fast, Harry replied, leaning closer. I can't see which chaser has the quaffle. Alex touched the central control to reduce the trails, but the movement continued beneath his hand. A red beater crossed 1 formation, a blue chaser broke towards the hoops, and the keeper shifted to block. By the time Alex found the correct player marker, the quaffle had traveled through 2 more passes. Luna entered carrying the quibbler beneath one arm and stopped beside the table. She watched the glowing field without asking what had changed. George's bludger struck a chaser, producing a ring of harmless sparks that briefly concealed the keeper, 1 hoop in both scoring lanes. "That was impressive," Luna said. George bowed from his chair. "Thank you. I don't know what happened." George straightened. "The bludger struck number 4. "Which one is number 4? Alex pointed towards the chaser recovering beneath the fading sparks. "That one." Luna looked at the control strip, where 14 moving marks competed with the score, formation commands and altitude bands. "Could you have found him before the sparks disappeared?" Alex didn't answer immediately. He selected the chaser's marker, but the figure had already returned to formation. The display confirmed the hit after the decision had ceased to matter. Harry slowed the field. "The effects are showing us that something happened after they've hidden what we needed to do about it." Fred released another bludger without its trail. The black ball became harder to admire but easier to follow. George removed the impact burst and replaced it with a brief red mark upon the struck player. Alex reduced the quaffle's line to a short glow around its current carrier and made unused control symbols fade until needed. They restored full speed. The field looked quieter, but Harry intercepted the next pass before it reached the hoops. Luna followed the bludger from beater to target and moved the keeper without asking Alex which marker belonged to him. Alex watched every necessary choice remain visible. Spectacle can return where it doesn't cover a decision. Fred opened a fresh section of parchment. Victory displays. George added another heading. Celebrations, humiliations and tasteful explosions after the whistle. Harry reset the league clock. First we find out whether the game survives until 1. The field returned to full speed. Harry took the blue side with Luna, while Fred and George divided the red team between them. Alex controlled the rules, fouls and restarts without directing either side's tactics. The opening formation lasted 12 seconds. George's beater drove a bludger through the blue chasers, forcing Luna's quaffle carrier above the planned passing lane. Harry released his left chaser from formation, sent him beneath the defense and completed the pass before Fred moved his keeper across the hoops. 10 points, Harry said as the score changed. Fred pointed towards George. "You left the lower hoop open." "I was controlling both beaters." "You were admiring one bludger." "It had excellent movement." The quaffle returned to the center without stopping the clock. Red answered with 2 quick goals while Harry concentrated on his seeker, who had found the snitch near the upper boundary. Luna shifted the keeper herself, blocked the 3rd attempt and sent the quaffle forward before Harry finished the chase. His seeker caught the snitch at 27 minutes. 50 points appeared beside blue, every player returned to the center, and the snitch vanished until the restart completed. Fred stared at the continuing clock. "That should feel like victory." "It feels like being ahead," Luna replied. The next hour became increasingly untidy. Players broke formation too early. One bludger struck its own beater after George changed targets halfway through a command, and Luna conceded a foul when her keeper crossed beyond the permitted area to intercept a pass. Alex stopped play only long enough to apply the penalty. The game resumed from the correct position rather than resetting the whole field. Fred's seeker caught the second snitch, bringing red level. Harry answered by abandoning the next chase and using his seeker's movement to draw George's beater away from Luna's chasers. She scored twice before the defense recovered. At 1 hour and 53 minutes, Red led by 20 points. The snitch returned above the center line. Both seekers climbed towards it while the chasers continued attacking below. "Catch it," Fred told George. "I'm trying." Harry looked from the snitch to Luna's open passing lane. "Ignore it, score." Blue's seeker fell away from the chase. Luna passed through the gap, scored once, recovered the center restart and scored again before Fred's seeker caught the snitch. The final whistle sounded with Red ahead by 30. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The players hovered above a field marked by fouls, missed shots, repeated catches and decisions none of them had planned before the match began. George finally looked at the score. "We won." Harry was still studying the abandoned final chase. And every position mattered. Fred recovered from victory quickly enough to demand a celebration. He touched the score, and the Red players rose above the pitch while sparks burst around them in controlled rings. George added a small banner that attempted to spell champions, reached championos instead and wrapped itself around the winning seeker. Luna watched the figure struggle free. That seems fair. He caught the snitch twice and has been captured by spelling. Harry laughed and reached across the table to untangle the banner with his control wand. We should play again with the teams reversed. Fred looked offended. You've just witnessed a complete demonstration of our superiority. We witnessed you win after George controlled two beaters badly for nearly an hour, Harry replied. George reset the victory display. That makes the achievement greater. Alex opened his notebook to record the final score, fouls and failed commands. The page already held enough corrections to occupy several meetings, but nobody was asking him to begin another design session. Harry had moved the team markers into a new arrangement. Luna was choosing red this time, and the twins had started arguing over who would control the keeper. Fred glanced towards the notebook. We'll need a cleaner case before anyone sees this outside the room. And printed rules, George added. Possibly 2 editions. Classic for people who believe a match should last until everyone's grandchildren have graduated, and League for Civilization. Harry's hand stopped above the blue seeker. It doesn't need to leave the room yet. The twins looked towards him. Alex expected a discussion about production costs, shop demonstrations or how soon the game could be shown to other pupils. Those questions had followed earlier projects almost as soon as the first reliable model worked. Harry touched the center restart instead. It needs people who'll play badly, argue about it and find things we missed. Luna selected her opening formation. That sounds like us. Alex closed the notebook. The prototype didn't require launch date to justify the weeks they'd spent rebuilding it. Harry wanted another match. Fred wanted his victory recorded accurately. George wanted larger banners, and Luna had already placed her keeper in a position no one else understood. We keep this version here, Alex said. No orders, no demonstrations and no promises to sell it. We play until we know whether it stays enjoyable after the clever parts stop being new. Fred considered the decision, then passed George the red beaters. Fine. But Championos remains under review. The field brightened again as Harry started the clock. Alex took control of the Blue Chasers, Luna released the Quaffle, and their unfinished game became something shared before it became anything else. 34. The Inquisitorial Eye. Professor Umbridge waited until the defense classroom had emptied before closing the door with a soft tap of her wand. Alex remained beside his desk, returning the assigned textbook to his bag while the last footsteps faded along the corridor. She hadn't asked Harry to stay, although she'd watched him throughout the lesson whenever he turned a page too slowly or failed to copy one of her definitions. Lord Fairfax, she said as she settled behind her desk. I'm told you've become unusually helpful to several members of the teaching staff. Alex fastened his bag. I answer questions when professors ask them. Yes. Her smile widened without growing warmer. Professor Dumbledore appears to ask rather interesting questions. She indicated the chair before her desk. Alex sat, leaving his closed bag between his feet. Umbridge arranged 3 sheets of parchment into a careful line, although the upper pages appeared blank from where he sat. You've enjoyed a close relationship with the headmaster for several years, she continued. Private meetings, access to his office and involvement in matters most pupils would never hear about. He's the headmaster. I've spoken with him when school matters required it. And when matters outside school required it. Alex watched her quill settle beside the first sheet. She wasn't accusing him of a single act. She was placing separate facts close together and waiting for him to build the connection himself. Umbridge tilted her head. You're also received by senior figures in the Muggle government. My family has public responsibilities. Responsibilities that seem to follow you into the magical world. She touched the second parchment. Ministry officials have encountered Muggle investigators who knew rather more about magical crimes than responsible secrecy would permit. Hogwarts pupils have demonstrated an unusual awareness of evidence preservation, witness protection and methods used by Muggle authorities. Alex kept his hands still upon his knees. Crowther had never entered Hogwarts, and no Crown official had instructed a pupil here. Umbridge possessed enough fragments to suspect a structure, but she had no clear route through it. Those aren't secret ideas, he said. People preserve evidence when they want it believed. Her quill moved, recording the answer. And who taught you to apply those ideas to magical affairs? My family taught me to take records seriously. Hogwarts taught me magic. Professor Dumbledore taught you nothing intended for transmission beyond this school? Alex met her gaze. He taught me transfiguration during my first year. The smile tightened. Umbridge drew the third sheet towards her, revealing a list of dates beside the names of Dumbledore, Barnaby Grigg and Daniel Crowther. Then perhaps, she said, you can help me account for the reports, sealed correspondence and private instructions passing between them. Alex looked at the dates without leaning towards the parchment. 2 matched occasions when Barnaby had visited Hogsmeade on legal business. One fell during the inquiry into Sirius's imprisonment, and another followed the tournament. Crowther's name appeared beside entries Alex couldn't recognize at all. I can't account for a list you haven't explained, he said. Umbridge turned the parchment so he could read it properly. Professor Dumbledore receives correspondence. Mr. Grigg visits the school or its surrounding village. Mr. Crowther appears wherever magical affairs become inconveniently visible to Muggles. Shortly afterward, officials begin asking questions they shouldn't know to ask. That doesn't prove correspondence passed between them. It suggests coordination. It suggests you've written 3 names beside several dates. Her quill paused above the page. Has Professor Dumbledore ever prepared a report for Muggle authorities at your request? No. Has any other professor? No. Have you asked a professor to seal evidence for delivery beyond the magical government? No. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. You answer very quickly. The answers are simple. She moved one finger down the list. Did Professor Dumbledore provide material concerning the graveyard? He preserved evidence within his duties as headmaster. For whom? For the people lawfully examining what happened to 2 Hogwarts champions. That isn't an answer. It's the answer I can give without claiming knowledge I don't have. Umbridge drew a fresh sheet from beneath the others. Perhaps we should be more direct. What instructions have you received from the Crown concerning Hogwarts? Alex let the title pass without confirming the path she wanted to establish. I don't receive instructions from Muggle officials about lessons, school rules or Professor Dumbledore's decisions. That wasn't what I asked. It's the only part Hogwarts would have authority to question. A small flush rose above the lace at her collar. She covered it by aligning the parchment again. Do sealed packets leave this school under your direction? No. Do professors carry messages for you? No. Are school records being copied for Muggle investigators? Not by me, and not at my request. Umbridge watched him closely, waiting for the qualification to become an admission. Alex kept his hands resting upon his knees. He hadn't invoked the Queen, described Crown channels or offered Crowther's purpose. More importantly, there were no professor-made reports, public packets or trail of school evidence for her to seize because those habits had ended before this year began. She tapped Crowther's name with one pink fingernail. Then you won't object when I ask Professor Dumbledore the same questions. Alex met her gaze. You should ask him about his actions rather than asking me to invent them. Umbridge's quill pressed hard enough to scratch the parchment. You've developed a very practiced way of avoiding questions, Lord Fairfax. Alex glanced at the fresh line of writing. I've answered every question about my own actions. You've answered only the parts you consider convenient. The parts one know to be true. She set the quill down with deliberate care. Open anger would have suited her better. Alex could have objected to an accusation, challenged an improper punishment or demanded that another member of staff attend. Her controlled irritation offered nothing so useful. Umbridge folded her hands upon the desk. Perhaps you believe your title places you beyond ordinary school discipline. No. Your government connections, then? No. Professor Dumbledore's favor? That doesn't exempt me either. Each denial tightened her expression. She wanted arrogance she could record, a threat she could repeat or one careless reference to authority beyond the ministry. Alex gave her none of them. Umbridge rose and moved around the desk. You've been associated with investigations, private hearings and incidents where ministry officials found their authority questioned. Yet you expect me to believe you're merely an unusually conscientious pupil. I expect you to judge what I do at Hogwarts. And if what you do here serves people outside it, then you'll need evidence of that. The answer stopped her beside his chair. Her smile vanished for a moment before returning in a thinner form. You should take care, she said softly. A pupil who continually places himself near secrets may eventually be treated as someone concealing them. Alex stood only when she stepped back far enough to clear the chair. He lifted his bag without tightening his hand around his wand. Being near information doesn't make every assumption about it correct. You aren't dismissed. He lowered the bag again and waited. Umbridge returned behind her desk, forcing him to remain while she searched for another question. She reviewed the dated list, the blank pages and her own notes. Nothing had changed except the pressure in the room. At last, she drew a line beneath the interview and signed her name. You may go. Future correspondence, visitors and unscheduled meetings involving you will receive closer attention. Alex placed the bag over his shoulder. That's within your authority if you follow school rules. Her fingers closed around the quill. You seem remarkably confident that rules will protect you. No, Alex said, I'm confident they should apply to both of us. He left before she could turn restraint into defiance for him, but the door closed upon the sharp snap of her quill breaking between her fingers. Alex reached the room of requirement after supper and found the others already gathered around the central table. Harry had cleared the Quidditch field away, leaving only the control wands, Hermione's attendance parchment and the practice screens stacked against the wall. Luna looked up from the quibbler as Alex entered, while Fred checked the corridor through the closing door before George sealed it. Harry noticed Alex's expression. What did Umbridge want? Links, Alex said. He placed his bag beneath the table and remained standing. Between Dumbledore, Barnaby, Crowther and Muggle authorities. She has dates, names and several assumptions she wants someone else to turn into evidence. Hermione's hand stopped above the attendance parchment. Did she mention this group? No, she was looking for reports, sealed packets, copied school records and professors carrying messages outside Hogwarts. Alex glanced towards the parchment beneath Hermione's fingers. She didn't find any because none exist. Ron leaned back in his chair. So she has nothing. She has suspicion, Alex replied. That's enough to make careless behavior useful. Fred looked towards George. Our behavior has occasionally been described as careless. By narrow-minded observers, George said. Harry rested both hands on the table. Then we stop giving her patterns. Nobody arrives together every time. Nobody waits outside this corridor. We don't discuss meetings in classrooms, at meals or anywhere Umbridge can question someone alone. Hermione folded the attendance parchment once, then again. We don't need written records of who attended. I can remember 7 names without carrying proof in my bag. She held the folded sheet above a candle and let the flame consume it into gray ash. No schedules, no invitations and no notes explaining what this room is for. Neville watched the last corner curl away. What about asking someone new to join? We don't, Harry said. Not yet. The door stays open from the inside, but only for the people already here. Luna closed her magazine. Secrets usually fail because everyone thinks the dangerous part is the secret itself. Sometimes it's walking beside the same person every Tuesday. Alex looked around the table. Umbridge had expected hidden officials, formal reports and a chain she could trace through authority. The group's protection depended upon smaller choices. Leaving separately, carrying nothing, speaking only where speech was safe and resisting the urge to make secrecy impressive. Harry drew the first practice screen into position. Then discipline begins now. We train, we leave one at a time, and none of us behaves as though this room makes us untouchable. 35. No one wins every drill. At their next meeting, Harry left the practice screens stacked against the wall and arranged 3 wooden benches across the center of the room instead. A narrow passage remained between them, leading towards a chalk line near the far door. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Fred and George gathered behind the starting mark while Alex stood beside Harry, waiting to learn whether he would train with the group or oppose it. Harry handed Neville a red cloth sling. You're injured. Your left leg can't carry your weight, and you can't use your wand. Neville tied the cloth around his arm. Both at once? Real injuries don't usually ask what would be convenient. Harry pointed towards the far line. Everyone begins here. You have to get Neville across that boundary and withdraw together. Reaching it without him is failure. Leaving someone behind to delay the attackers is failure. Ron looked along the clear passage. That's hardly difficult. The room hasn't started yet, Harry said. At his signal, the walls shifted. The benches lengthened into broken barriers, the open route divided around a low stone obstruction, and 2 side passages appeared where blank walls had stood. Harry drew Alex aside before the others could choose a formation. "You'll divide twice," he said quietly. 3 bodies. One attacks from behind, one from the left passage and one blocks the direct route. Use ordinary school-level spells and keep changing position. Alex studied the field. "What am I meant to teach?" "That protecting one person changes what everyone else can do." Harry met his eyes. "Don't make it fair after they commit to a plan. Make them notice when the plan stops working." Alex divided. The other 2 bodies stepped away with their own wands, sharing his purpose only until their separate awareness began. One disappeared into the left passage. Another moved behind the first barrier. Alex himself crossed towards the rear of the starting area and waited for Harry's raised hand. Hermione crouched beside Neville. "Ron and I support him. Fred and George guard the rear. Luna watches the side routes." Neville shifted one arm across Ron's shoulders. "I can still call warnings." "You can," Harry said. "But you can't become the commander simply because everyone's carrying you." Luna moved beside Hermione rather than taking Neville's other side. "The shortest route is the one they expect us to choose." Fred glanced towards the twisting passage. "Then we choose it very confidently." Harry lowered his hand. Alex's first stinging hex struck the barrier beside George, while a second spell flashed from the left passage and forced Hermione to halt before Neville had taken 3 steps. The direct route closed as the third Alex stepped into view, wand already raised. The group's neat formation tightened around the injured pupil, and every available direction became a separate problem. Hermione pulled Neville's arm more securely across her shoulders while Ron took most of his weight, but the adjustment left both of their wand arms restricted. Luna turned towards the left passage just as the second Alex sent a disarming charm across its entrance. "Rear attack," George warned. Fred raised a shield before the first Alex's spell reached them, but stopping forced both twins to fall behind. Ron tried to keep Neville moving while Hermione fired past him at the Alex blocking the direct route. Her curse struck the barrier instead, and the return spell made her duck beneath Neville's outstretched arm. "Take the right passage," Hermione said. "Luna, let us through." Luna reached the opening first and stopped. The passage narrowed after several feet, leaving too little room for Ron and Hermione to carry Neville side by side. "We'll have to change how we're holding him." A spell flashed over Fred's shield and struck George's wand from his hand. Fred broke position to retrieve it, leaving the rear uncovered. The first Alex advanced at once, forcing Hermione to turn and defend while Ron attempted to support Neville alone. Neville's good foot slipped against the stone. Ron caught him before he fell, but the movement dragged both of them into the wall. "I can hop if you give me a second." "You can't," Hermione said. She blocked another spell and looked towards the narrowing passage. "Not while they're pressing from behind." The Alex guarding the direct route moved away from the center, not retreating but shifting to fire across the right-hand opening. The second body emerged from the left passage at the same moment. Luna raised a shield between them, yet doing so left no one watching the route ahead. "Back to the middle," Harry called. They obeyed separately rather than together. Fred and George withdrew first, Luna followed under fire, and Hermione tried to pull Neville around while Ron pushed from the other side. Neville's bound leg struck the low barrier. He cried out despite knowing the injury was imagined, and Hermione released him for one instinctive second. Alex's 3 bodies used it. One spell broke Ron's grip. Another drove Hermione behind the barrier. The third landed against the floor between Neville and the others, marking the point where an enemy curse would have separated them. Harry raised his wand. "Stop." Every projection froze. Neville remained seated against the stone with the red sling around his arm, while the others stood scattered across 3 routes, each facing a different Alex. Nobody had reached the boundary. More importantly, they were no longer a group. Harry looked over the broken formation without anger. "Leave everything where it is. We're going to work out when this drill was lost." Ron released Neville carefully and stepped away from the barrier. "When 3 Alexes attacked us at once." "That's when you noticed," Harry said. "Was it when you lost?" Hermione studied the positions rather than answering quickly. She and Ron stood on opposite sides of Neville. Fred and George remained several paces behind, and Luna had been forced between 2 passages with no clear view of either. "We chose roles before we knew what the route required. Then we kept trying to preserve them after they stopped working." Fred retrieved George's wand but didn't return it yet. We were meant to guard the rear. You guarded it until you fell too far behind to protect anyone else, Harry replied. His tone remained matter-of-fact. That doesn't make choosing the rear wrong. It means the distance changed what the job required. George accepted his wand. I broke position when I lost this. Fred glanced at him. I broke position to retrieve it. And neither of you told the others, Luna said. She pointed towards the narrow passage. I warned them that we couldn't carry Neville through side by side, but everyone was already answering a different problem. Neville untied the red sling and looked at the low barrier beside him. I asked for a second to hop. Hermione's mouth tightened. I told you that you couldn't. You were probably right, Neville said. But nobody asked whether I could crawl, move with one person or use the barrier to support myself. Being injured became the same as being carried. Harry nodded. Good. What did Alex do? The three Alexes remained where the drill had stopped. Alex looked from one body to the others, each holding a separate angle upon the group's failure. We attacked whatever became unsupported. We didn't defeat your shields. We made you turn away from one another. Ron rubbed the shoulder that had carried Neville's weight. So what were we supposed to do? Harry shook his head. I'm not giving you the correct formation. You'll only repeat it until Alex changes the passages. Hermione looked around the scattered positions again. Then we need rules for changing the plan, not one perfect plan. And someone has to say when the old one is finished, Neville added. Harry lowered the frozen barriers and restored the starting line, but he left the red sling in Neville's hands. Decide what you'll change, then we'll run it again. Hermione drew everyone close to the starting line rather than assigning positions from a distance. We need one person carrying Neville, one supporting that person and everyone else protecting movement. Those jobs can change whenever the route changes. Ron looked at Neville. Can you manage with one shoulder? For a while, Neville tucked the sling against his chest and tested his weight against Ron's side. At a narrow section, put me down beside the wall. I can move along it with my good leg in one hand. Luna touched the red cloth. And Neville calls the change if being carried stops helping. We shouldn't decide what an injured person can do without asking him. Fred raised George's recovered wand. If either rear guard loses this, we say so immediately. And nobody goes back alone, George added. A lost wand becomes the group's problem, not an invitation to split into two smaller disasters. Harry listened without approving each suggestion. Alex understood why. The group was rebuilding responsibility, not seeking a sequence Harry could certify as correct. Hermione pointed towards the passages. I'll keep track of the overall route, but anyone can call change when the current plan fails. When that happens, we stop obeying the old positions and answer aloud. Change, Ron repeated. Then the person who sees the problem names it. They returned to the line. Alex's other bodies took their places, and Harry restored the broken barriers. The second attempt lasted longer. Ron carried Neville alone through the narrow passage while Hermione covered them. Luna warned of the side attack, and the twins announced before abandoning the rear. They reached the final turn together. Then one Alex blocked the exit while another disarmed Hermione. Fred moved to help her, Ron hesitated, and the formation opened long enough for a spell to strike the floor beside Neville. Harry stopped the drill. Ron exhaled sharply. We nearly had it. No, Neville said, lowering himself from Ron's shoulder. We nearly reached the line. I was still exposed. The correction silenced the first excuses. Alex reintegrated his other bodies and received 3 views of the same failure. They had improved, but they were still measuring success by distance traveled rather than by whether everyone remained protected. Hermione looked towards Harry. Again. Harry glanced around the tired group. You won't finish it tonight. Then we continue next time, Luna said. Fred rested his wand across both palms. Until we all leave. George nodded. Not until we beat Alex. Harry lowered the barriers and restored the empty room. Good. Nobody won this drill. Remember why that's useful. 36. Leaving together. At the next meeting, the room restored the 3 passages from their failed drill, but Harry didn't let anyone approach the starting line. He walked the routes first, shifting 2 barriers until the central passage ended at a wall and the left route narrowed around a blind turn. Alex followed without offering improvements, though several easier ways to control the field occurred to him before Harry finished. You said we'd repeat the exercise, Ron said. This isn't the same route. It's the same problem, Harry replied. He gave the red sling to George. You can't use your right arm or put weight on your left leg. Fred, you're not carrying him. Fred looked offended. That seems unnecessarily personal. It's necessary because you already know how he moves. Harry pointed towards the 3 passages. Everyone reaches the far door. Nobody is abandoned, and the drill continues. If you lose a wand, the route changes or the person you're helping can't move the way you expected. Neville examined the blocked center. Who's attacking? Alex will begin with us. That answer surprised Alex more than the others. Harry handed him an ordinary practice wand and placed him behind the starting mark between Luna and Hermione. You're part of the group until I tell you otherwise, Harry said. When I give an instruction, follow it. Don't redesign it because you see a better answer. Alex accepted the wand. Understood. Harry extinguished the lamps. Darkness settled across the room, broken only by narrow blue markers along the floor. Alex's night vision sharpened the barriers and faces around him, but the others had to rely upon wand light and one another's voices. A scraping sound traveled through the right passage as another obstruction moved into place. Lumos, Hermione said, raising a controlled light above her shoulder. A voice answered from the left passage in Harry's exact tone. Take the right route. Move now. Ron turned at once, but Luna caught his sleeve. Harry's behind us. Another command came from ahead, this time in Hermione's voice. Leave George. The exit is closing. George adjusted the sling and stared towards the unseen speaker. That one's definitely wrong. The floor shifted beneath them. The blue markers divided, one line leading towards the blocked center while another disappeared around the blind turn. At the same moment, the starting wall began moving forward, taking away the space behind them. Harry raised his wand, but he didn't give them a formation. The drill has started. Decide who you listen to, and remember that a convincing instruction can still get someone left behind. The false Hermione called again from the darkness. Right passage. Hurry. Hermione raised her lit wand above the group. Ignore any order that doesn't come from someone you can see. Harry, give us jobs before the wall reaches us. Harry glanced towards the moving barrier and answered at once. Hermione keeps the route. Neville stays with George. Ron and Luna protect their movement. Fred watches behind us. Alex follows Hermione's instructions and covers whichever side she names. Alex saw 3 weaknesses before Harry finished. Fred alone couldn't hold the rear if the wall concealed an attacker, and Neville lacked the strength to carry George through the narrow turn. He kept those judgments to himself. Harry had assigned him a place inside the plan, not above it. Hermione pointed towards the left-hand markers. We take the blind turn. Neville, tell us what George needs before we move. Neville crouched beside him. Can you use your good leg if I hold your wand side? Yes, but don't pull the injured arm, George replied. He hooked his sound arm across Neville's shoulders. And Fred isn't allowed to carry me, which I intend to mention whenever this becomes uncomfortable. I'll treasure the reminder, Fred said as the advancing wall scraped closer. Neville rose carefully, taking enough of George's weight to steady him without lifting him from the floor. Move when I move. If you slip, say it before you fall. A red spell flashed from the right passage. Ron blocked it, while Luna turned her wand light towards the source and caught the outline of a practice figure withdrawing behind the stonework. Right side occupied, Luna said. The left voice wanted us to turn towards it. Left route still, Hermione replied. Alex, shield the corner. Ron, stay beside Neville. Fred, tell us when the wall reaches the first marker. Alex wanted to cross ahead and inspect the blind space himself. Instead, he moved where Hermione had placed him and raised a shield across the turn. A curse struck it almost immediately, proving the danger without requiring him to break formation. Contact ahead, Alex said. Hold it, Hermione ordered. She moved close enough to see around his shoulder, then sent a stunning spell beneath the edge of his shield. The projected attacker fell back, opening several feet of passage. Behind them, Fred called, wall at the first marker. Harry didn't reclaim control. Hermione? Everyone moves together, she said. Neville sets the pace. Neville stepped around the corner with George leaning against him. Ron guarded their exposed side, Luna watched the branching route, and Fred withdrew only when Alex took the rear position Hermione assigned him. The group passed the blind turn without separating, but the blue floor marks ahead ended at 2 closed doors. Hermione slowed before either could choose. Nobody opens one until we know where everyone is. She counted without turning from the doors. Harry, Alex, Fred, Luna, Ron, Neville, George and me. Everyone's here. The left door shook beneath a heavy impact. A voice behind it shouted in Ron's tone, "Open this one. The other passage is blocked." Ron looked towards Hermione. "I'm standing here, so that's not particularly convincing." "The voice isn't the only problem," Luna said. She raised her wand light towards the hinges. Fine red sparks leaked through the gap around the left door, while a thin strip of clear floor remained beneath the right. "Something's already casting on the other side." Hermione nodded towards Alex. "Check the right door without crossing in front of it." Alex knelt beside the wall and examined the frame from an angle. A trip mark had been carved into the threshold, positioned to trigger when the door opened fully. He could remove it quickly, but Hermione hadn't told him to alter anything. "Triggered threshold," he reported. "The door can open several inches safely, but not enough for George and Neville to pass." "Can you hold the mark inactive while someone else opens it?" Hermione asked. "Yes." "Then do that. Luna, watch the left door. Ron and Fred, protect Neville and George. Harry, cover me while I open the right." Everyone moved before the false voices could offer another instruction. Alex pressed his wand against the threshold and held the hidden charms still. Hermione drew the right door inward until the gap widened, while Harry blocked 2 spells fired through the opening. Beyond it lay a short passage leading to the chalk boundary near the far wall. "Exit visible," Hermione said. "George and Neville first." The left door burst open behind them. Fred turned and raised a shield as 3 projected attackers entered, forcing Ron to help him hold the narrow space. Neville guided George through the gap 1 careful step at a time, but George's good foot caught against the raised threshold. "Stop," George said. "Put me down." Neville obeyed immediately, lowering him beside the wall rather than trying to drag him forward. "I can cross sitting," George said. He braced his good hand against the floor and pushed himself over the threshold while Neville protected his injured side. Alex kept the trip mark suppressed until both were clear. Hermione passed next, followed by Luna. Harry withdrew beneath Ron's shield, while Fred refused to leave until Ron had crossed beside him. "Alex, now," Hermione called from beyond the line. He released the threshold only after Fred cleared the doorway. The charm snapped behind his heel as he stepped across the boundary, and the door slammed shut between the group and the advancing attackers. Harry raised his wand. Every projection vanished. George remained seated on the floor, Neville beside him, while the others formed a loose circle around them. Nobody had reached the exit alone, and nobody remained behind the closed door. Harry didn't dismiss the room at once. He walked around the circle, checked George's sling, then looked towards Hermione. "Account for everyone." Hermione pointed as she named them. George and Neville crossed first. Luna followed. I came through after her. Harry, Ron and Fred withdrew together. Alex crossed last after Fred cleared the threshold. 8 entered the drill, and 8 reached the exit. George pushed himself upright with Neville's help. "I'd like the record to show that I crossed with exceptional dignity." "You crossed on your backside," Fred said. "Exceptional practical dignity." Harry let the laughter pass before turning to Neville. "Why did you put him down?" "He told me to," Neville replied. "Carrying him had stopped helping, and I trusted him to know what he could manage." Harry nodded towards George. "And why didn't you wait for Neville to decide?" "Because it was my injured leg." George untied the red sling and returned it. Also, being dragged over the threshold looked less comfortable than sitting down. Hermione lowered her wand light. "We didn't follow a single formation all the way through. The roles stayed clear, but the people doing them changed whenever the route required it." "And Alex followed orders," Ron said, sounding mildly astonished. Alex accepted the observation without answering at once. He'd seen several chances to move ahead, disarm the threshold or replace Hermione's route decisions with his own. None had been necessary. The group had succeeded because information moved through it, not because the person who noticed the most took control. "I did what Hermione assigned," he said. "That left her able to plan around everyone rather than around whatever I decided alone." Harry looked across the tired pupils. "That was the exercise. not reaching the chalk, not defeating every attacker. You kept track of one another while the plan changed. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward: 25 integration points. Integration points: 130. The words faded, replaced by a new instruction. Current task: cross a place that consumes the unwary and bring another person back. Reward: 25 integration points. Alex read it twice. The room stood quiet around him now, its false doors and attackers already dissolving into blank walls. The wording didn't name a place, a person or a danger, but it carried none of the safety of Harry's controlled drill. Luna watched his expression. You've noticed something. Only that this lesson may matter sooner than I'd like, Alex said. Harry restored the benches and collected the practice wands. Then remember what worked. Nobody gets home alone. 37. Christmas under watch. York House looked unchanged when Alex returned for Christmas. The same lamps burned beside the entrance, the same wreath hung above the doors, and Wainwright received the pupils' trunks with the grave attention he usually reserved for visiting diplomats. Only someone who knew the estate well would have noticed the second vehicle waiting beyond the stable wall, the unfamiliar men walking the outer grounds, or the new brass plate fitted beneath the gatehouse window. Alex noticed all of them before he reached the front steps. Aunt Nell followed his gaze towards the trees. The household has already reviewed the arrangements. You aren't required to inspect them. I was only looking. You were counting. Alex had reached 4 additional guards, 2 altered routes and at least 1 concealed magical observer before she interrupted him. He let the count end there. Are our guests being told anything? They're being told which entrance to use and where not to wander after dark. The adults responsible for keeping them safe will handle the rest. The first car arrived before Alex could argue. Harry climbed out with Sirius behind him, both carrying more parcels than luggage. Sirius handed Wainwright a badly wrapped box that had lost one corner during the journey. It's harmless, Sirius said. Wainwright examined the torn paper. That claim would be more reassuring if the contents weren't moving, sir. Harry lowered his voice as he embraced Alex. It's a model motorbike. He charmed the wheels before wrapping it. The wrapping objected, Sirius said. Hermione and Neville arrived together soon afterward, followed by Luna with her father. Xenophilius accepted tea in the drawing room before departing, while Luna stood beside Alex beneath the mistletoe Fred had somehow fixed above the hall arch before entering the house. You're watching the windows, she said. There are new protections. Yes. Luna removed her coat and passed it to Sutton. They appear to be protecting us without asking you to spend Christmas protecting them. Ron entered behind the twins, carrying a basket from Mrs. Weasley and complaining that Fred and George had spent half the journey testing whether enchanted crackers could be opened inside a moving car. They can, George said. They shouldn't, Ron added. By late afternoon, trunks filled the guest rooms, voices traveled along every corridor, and the adults continued their quiet work beyond the children's attention. Alex saw Barnaby cross the grounds with one of the new guards and watched Nell receive a sealed message without bringing it to him. He left both matters with them and followed his friends towards the warmest room in the house. The warmest room proved to be the old family sitting room, where a fire burned beneath the carved mantel and Fred had already spread a tabletop game across the rug. Sirius claimed the largest chair before Harry could reach it, then lost it when Pocket climbed onto the cushion and refused to move for anyone without a silver offering. You're negotiating with him, Ron said as Sirius searched his pockets. I'm teaching him respect for property. He's occupying your chair. Exactly. He understands property perfectly. Alex settled beside Luna on the rug while Hermione divided the control pieces and Neville rescued 2 projected dragons that George had placed inside the same mountain. The game lasted until Fred changed the victory condition without telling anyone, allowing a flock of enchanted sheep to capture Harry's fortress while Sirius argued that livestock couldn't legally conduct a siege. They had ladders, George said. They were wearing hats, Harry replied. Command hats. Laughter carried beyond the room and drew Aunt Nell to the doorway. She watched one sheep bounce repeatedly against a castle wall, then informed them that anyone still hungry after tea could help prepare supper. The offer emptied the room more quickly than Alex expected. Even Hermione volunteered, though her confidence faded when Mrs. Henshaw placed vegetables, bowls and written instructions across the kitchen table and announced that assistance meant following the recipe rather than improving it. Fred added twice the required pepper to the stew while George distracted him with an argument about whether onions possessed defensive layers. Ron cut potatoes into shapes of such different sizes that Neville quietly began correcting them. Harry attempted bread, discovered the dough had attached itself to both hands and asked Sirius for help. Sirius studied the bowl. I lived on my own for less than a year before prison. That isn't reassuring. It wasn't intended to be. Alex reached towards the flour, but Luna touched his wrist. Mrs. Henshaw asked you to stir. I can fix the dough. So can Harry, once he stops trying to pull both hands free at once. Harry braced one flour-covered palm against the table and peeled the other away. She's right. Alex returned to the stew. Luna stayed beside him, passing ingredients when asked and stopping George from adding a sweet he claimed would improve the flavor. By the time supper reached the dining room, the bread leaned to one side, the potatoes were uneven and the stew required Mrs. Henshaw's quiet intervention. Everyone ate it anyway. Beyond the windows, guards crossed the dark grounds. Inside, Harry asked for another slice of crooked bread, and Alex remained at the table long after there was anything left to repair. The table had only begun to clear when Wainwright entered and spoke quietly to Aunt Nell. She set down her glass, listened without looking towards Alex, then rose and left the dining room. Alex noticed the change but kept his seat. Whatever waited beyond the door had reached the adults responsible for deciding whether it belonged inside. A minute later, Nell returned with Albus Dumbledore and a thin, untidy-haired man wearing a travel-worn blue coat. Snow clung to both visitors' shoulders, though the stranger seemed less concerned by it than by Pocket, who had climbed onto the sideboard to inspect the brass fastenings on his battered case. Dumbledore inclined his head towards the crowded table. Forgive the interruption. Mr. Scamander's business couldn't safely wait until the holiday ended. Newt Scamander rescued his case before Pocket reached the nearest buckle, then looked towards Alex with an apologetic half-smile. He's very quick. He considers closed containers a personal challenge, Alex said. Harry straightened beside Sirius. Hermione stopped gathering plates, while Fred and George exchanged the delighted look they usually wore before asking questions no responsible adult wanted answered. Nell indicated the adjoining drawing room. The younger guests may finish supper. Alexander can hear what brought you here once I understand whether you're asking him to leave the estate. We are, Dumbledore said. But not tonight, and not without your consent. Alex followed them into the drawing room with Nell, while Sirius remained near the open door. Newt placed his case beside his chair but didn't open it. His hands stayed around the worn handle as though whatever he'd come to discuss required him to begin carefully. Dumbledore faced Alex. After the Gaunt Shack, I told you that my gratitude wouldn't be reduced to words. I've no intention of naming what you did as a formal debt or turning your choice into a claim between us. You don't owe me access to dangerous creatures, Alex replied. No, Dumbledore said. I owe you honest help when your abilities and judgment may answer a real need. Mr. Scamander has such a need. Newt glanced towards Nell before speaking. I wouldn't have come because you're unusual, Lord Fairfax. I came because Albus said you could protect yourself in ways most handlers can't, and because you've helped dangerous creatures without pretending they were harmless. The distinction mattered. Alex rested his hands upon his knees rather than reaching for a notebook. What needs help? Newt's grip tightened slightly around the case handle. A creature that has remained contained for a very long time, and a containment that won't remain sound much longer. Newt opened his case only far enough to remove a folded plan and a square of blackened cloth held between two glass plates. He placed both on the low table. The cloth looked ordinary until Dumbledore lowered the nearest lamp. Darkness gathered across its surface, swallowing the reflection instead of returning it. It's a lethifold, Newt said. An adult, as far as we can judge. It was found in a seized private collection 37 years ago, half-starved and bound inside a transport chest. Alex studied the glass without leaning closer. Why wasn't it returned to the wild? The people who captured it destroyed the record of where they'd taken it, Newt replied. Releasing it into unfamiliar territory would have moved the danger rather than solved it. Lethifolds hunt sleeping prey, and they can pass through most ordinary barriers. Nell's attention shifted to Dumbledore. Where has it been kept? In a specialist enclosure isolated from habitation, Dumbledore said. Its boundaries are sustained by layered Patronus wards, with handlers maintaining them in shifts. Newt unfolded the plan. Concentric ward lines surrounded 2 connected chambers, one shaded heavily in pencil. Several marks had been crossed out and replaced farther inward. The enclosure was meant to last another decade. 3 weeks ago, the outer ward began losing strength. Repairs held briefly, then the same failure appeared in a different section. Is the creature attacking the wards? Alex asked. Not deliberately, Newt said. It's following weak places because darkness continues beyond them. The old enclosure has become unstable, and keeping it there is frightening it into testing every boundary. Sirius moved closer to the open doorway. What's outside those boundaries? Newt looked towards him. Woodland first. Beyond that, 2 villages and a traveling road. If the wards collapse at night, the creature will move towards the nearest sleeping mines before anyone can rebuild them. The room's warmth remained behind Alex, along with his friends, unfinished supper and guards crossing grounds they understood. The task in his vision had spoken of a place that consumed the unwary and bringing another person back. He didn't need to force the words into Newt's explanation. The danger fit them without help. What have you built to receive it? Alex asked. A stronger habitat with wider space, deeper darkness and wards maintained from outside the creature's reach, Newt replied. The transfer route is prepared, but moving it means opening both enclosures at once. Nell rested one hand upon the back of Alex's chair. And Alexander's part? Newt met her gaze before answering. Tomorrow, he sees the enclosure and hears every rule. He touches nothing unless I ask. If either of you refuses after that, he comes home. Alex looked towards the black cloth between the glass plates. Then tomorrow I learn what we're actually trying to save. 38. The fold behind the wards. Newt returned shortly after breakfast wearing the same travel-worn blue coat and carrying his battered case in one hand. Dumbledore waited beside him in the entrance hall while Aunt Nell reviewed the arrangements one final time, including the destination, the planned return and the means by which Alex could leave without either wizard's assistance. You inspect the site, she said to Alex. You listen to every instruction, and you don't agree to anything further until you understand what's required. I know. I'm aware that you know. Nell fastened the top button of his traveling cloak. I'm ensuring that curiosity doesn't persuade you to forget. Newt accepted the warning without offense. He won't enter the enclosure today. We'll remain beyond the outer ward while I explain the site. Dumbledore offered Alex his arm. The journey is unsuitable for a portkey, and the nearest safe apparition point remains some distance from the containment. They arrived upon a bare hillside beneath a pale winter sky. Heather and frozen grass covered the ground in every direction, broken only by a narrow stone path leading towards a low building half concealed within the slope. No road approached it, and no smoke rose from the squat chimneys along its roof. Alex felt the wards before he saw them. Pressure brushed against his skin with each step, carrying the clean, sharp sense of Patronus magic without the comfort he usually associated with it. Silver light traveled through waist-high stone markers arranged around the hillside. The glow passed from one marker to the next in measured pulses, circling the buried structure before returning to the beginning. Newt stopped beside the first marker. From here onward, you walk where I walk. Don't cross a silver line, don't touch a marker and don't answer any voice that comes from inside the enclosure. Alex looked towards the dark entrance cut into the hillside. It can imitate voices? No, Newt said, but fear and expectation can make people certain they heard one. The rule prevents arguments at the wrong moment. Dumbledore raised his wand. A great silver phoenix emerged from the tip and flew across the hillside, joining 2 other Patronuses already moving above the buried chambers. One resembled a broad-backed hound. The second was an unfamiliar long-legged bird pacing the outer boundary. The phoenix's passage revealed lines Alex hadn't noticed. Layer after layer of silver barriers crossed the entrance, continued beneath the ground and curved over the enclosure like nested shells. Near the eastern side, one line dimmed before brightening again. Newt watched it recover. That's the section that failed last night. He led them towards the inspection platform above the sealed entrance. Beneath Alex's boots, something moved through the darkness below, and every Patronus upon the hillside turned towards it. The silver phoenix spread its wings above the eastern boundary. The hound lowered its head, while the long-legged bird stopped pacing and faced the buried chamber. Newt raised one hand before Alex could move closer to the inspection rail. "Stay where you are," he said. "It knows we're here." Alex remained beside Dumbledore. A narrow viewing panel had been set into the platform floor, but layers of warded glass and silver light made the chamber below difficult to read. Darkness shifted beneath them, spreading across stone without taking any fixed shape. One edge lifted like cloth caught by a current, then settled before Alex could judge its size. "It's thinner than I expected," he said. "Starvation changed it," Newt replied. "It recovered after the seizure, but Lethifolds don't become harmless when fed. Hunger is part of how they live, not an illness we can cure." Dumbledore's Patronus followed the moving darkness without descending. "How many have been studied under containment?" "Very few," Newt said. "Most confirmed encounters end with a death or a Patronus driving the creature away. Keeping one alive long enough to observe it requires protections few institutions can maintain, and no responsible handler would capture another merely to improve the records." The darkness pressed briefly against the chamber wall. Silver flared along the nearest buried line, and the creature withdrew at once. Alex saw no face, eyes or limbs within it, only a living fold moving away from pain. "It understands the boundary," he said. "It understands that the light hurts," Newt corrected. "That isn't the same as accepting captivity." Alex looked towards the old chamber's narrow dimensions. "But the new habitat will still be captivity." "Yes." Newt didn't soften the answer. "It can't be released safely when we don't know where it belongs. It can't remain here, and it can't be treated like something that may eventually become tame. The best choice left is a larger place where it can hide, feed under controlled conditions and stop spending every night pressed against failing wards." "Feed on what?" Alex asked. "Livestock prepared before they enter the enclosure," Newt said. "Never a living handler, never a sleeping person, and never anything placed inside as sport." The Lethifold spread beneath the viewing panel until darkness covered nearly the whole chamber. Alex's warning sense tightened, answering a predator that would consume him without hatred or hesitation if the wards failed. He kept both feet behind Newt's marked position. "It doesn't need to be evil for the danger to be real." "No," Newt said. His attention shifted from the creature to Alex. "Now we can discuss why Albus believed you might help without forgetting that." Newt turned towards the silver phoenix circling above the enclosure. "A Lethifold can cross almost every physical barrier we've built. A strong corporeal Patronus is one of the few things it must respect, and yours is powerful enough to reinforce the transfer route." Alex followed the Patronus as it passed above the eastern marker. Its light strengthened the fading line beneath it, though the effect began to lessen as soon as the phoenix moved on. "Then I maintain that section while the enclosure is opened." "Perhaps," Newt said, "your Patronus is only part of why Albus brought you." Dumbledore remained beside the viewing panel. "Phoenix magic carries an affinity for light, protection and passage that ordinary spellwork doesn't always reproduce. Your presence may help stabilize the Patronus field if the creature presses against it." Alex understood the useful answer hidden beneath the careful wording. His fire could move him through guarded places. His song could steady frightened minds. His Patronus had driven away a mass of Dementors when trained adults had struggled to hold them back. None of that proved how Lethifold would respond. "What would you need me to test?" he asked. "Nothing today," Newt replied at once. "You'll cast your Patronus from outside the marked boundary while I observe the creature's reaction. You won't approach it, invite it to approach you or reduce the distance because you think contact might teach us something." Alex kept his expression still. "You believe that's what I do?" "I believe you're a researcher who learns by testing limits." Newt rested one hand upon the inspection rail. "That's useful when the subject is metal, spellwork or a creature able to leave. This one has nowhere to withdraw except deeper into a cage." The correction settled harder because Newt hadn't accused him of cruelty. Alex looked through the warded glass. The Lethifold had folded itself into the darkest corner, away from Dumbledore's phoenix and the silver lines burning beneath the walls. "I wouldn't touch it merely to gain something," Alex said. "Good," Newt replied. "Then hear the rule clearly before danger makes it easier to misunderstand. No contact for curiosity, proof or personal advantage. If contact happens during the transfer, it happens because saving the creature or another person requires it." Dumbledore's gaze moved briefly towards Alex, but he offered no defense and no explanation of Alex's private motives. The silence left the decision where it belonged. Alex drew his wand but kept it lowered. "Where do you want the Patronus?" Newt pointed towards a marked circle behind the inspection rail. "There. Hold it above the eastern line and let the Lethifold choose how far away it wishes to remain." Alex stepped into the circle. Silver light gathered at his wand tip while Newt moved to the controls that would begin the first transfer test. Expecto Patronum. Alex's phoenix swept over the inspection platform and sailed above the eastern ward. Its wings remained open, silver feathers shedding light across the weakened line without crossing into the chamber. The buried markers brightened together, and the pressure against Alex's magic became steady enough to hold rather than fight. Newt watched the instruments beside the rail. "Keep it there. Don't follow the creature if it moves." A brass lever resisted both of Newt's hands before shifting into its first position. Deep within the hillside, stone scraped against stone. The wall opposite the viewing panel opened by inches, revealing a passage so dark that even Alex's sharpened sight found no end to it. The new habitat lay beyond, hidden behind another set of wards that allowed darkness through while holding the creature back. The Lethifold lifted from the chamber floor. Its edges gathered into a broad hanging fold, then withdrew from the silver phoenix until it pressed against the unopened side of the room. "It's moving away from the root," Alex said. "From your Patronus," Newt replied. "That's why the light must guard the dangerous direction without blocking the safe one." Alex lowered the phoenix by a careful foot. The eastern ward strengthened beneath it, but the light no longer spread across the open passage. Newt turned a second control, and a shutter inside the new habitat withdrew. Deeper darkness reached into the transfer route. The Lethifold loosened from the wall. It crossed the old chamber without footsteps, sliding towards the passage before stopping at its threshold. The nearest ward line trembled as its leading edge tested the opening. Alex felt the creature's attention shift between the protected hillside above and the darkness ahead. Dumbledore kept his wand trained upon the old chamber. "The root is holding. For now," Newt said. He moved the lever another measured notch. "This opens the inner gate. Once it passes that point, we close the old enclosure behind it." A low pulse traveled through the platform. The transfer passage widened, and the Lethifold flowed forward until half its body occupied the root. It didn't rush or strike. It followed the deeper shelter Newt had prepared, choosing distance from the Patronus light whenever space allowed. He strengthened the Patronus without moving it. Silver returned, but the stone under the platform answered with a sharp crack. The Lethifold stopped between the two habitats, and darkness spread along both walls as the old enclosure strained to hold what it had already begun releasing. 39. When the light fails. The crack traveled beneath the platform and struck the eastern marker hard enough to split its silver face. Light leaked through the fracture, flickered twice and went out. Alex's phoenix brightened above it, but the darkness below no longer withdrew. A narrow black line opened behind the Lethifold and ran along the chamber wall towards the inspection platform. "Hold your Patronus," Newt said. He released the transfer lever and reached for a smaller control beneath the rail. "Don't move it towards the break." Alex kept his wand steady while the platform trembled beneath his boots. The new line wasn't part of either habitat. It passed behind the old chamber's warded stones, following some hidden space within the hillside until it disappeared beneath the controls where Newt stood. Dumbledore turned his Patronus towards the eastern side. "A maintenance passage? It shouldn't be open." Newt pulled the smaller control. Nothing answered except another grinding movement below. The service channel was sealed before the Lethifold arrived. It carries the lower ward connections to the outer markers. A voice sounded from a brass speaking tube beside the rail. "Eastern relay has failed. We've lost the lower seal." Newt bent towards it. "Stay behind your inner line. Don't enter the service channel." "We haven't." The dark's moving through it. The Lethifold remained stretched between the habitats, but one edge had thinned against the old chamber wall. Darkness seeped into the unexpected opening without requiring the creature's whole body to turn. Alex felt the pressure against his Patronus change. The Lethifold no longer had to choose between the protected chamber and the prepared route. The broken ward had given it a third direction, narrow, unlit and leading towards the people maintaining the enclosure. "It's found the gap," Alex said. "Yes." Newt opened a covered panel and pressed 3 brass contacts in sequence. Silver light flared inside the service channel, then vanished as though a curtain had fallen over it. That should have closed the passage. The speaking tube answered with a sharp burst of static. It didn't. The channel gates open at our end. Dumbledore stepped closer to the inspection rail, his wand still raised. Can the lower handlers withdraw? Not without crossing the channel entrance. Newt looked from the failed controls to the dark lines spreading beneath the platform. And if I close the transfer route now, I may trap half the Lethifold inside the mechanism. The creature's leading edge remained poised towards the new habitat. Behind it, the thin shadow reached the base of the service channel and began to widen. Newt seized the main lever again. Alex, keep the eastern boundary lit. Albus, cover the old chamber. We've lost the route we planned, and it's choosing another. He pulled the lever towards the new habitat, trying to widen the intended passage before the Lethifold committed itself to the service channel. The mechanism moved less than an inch. Beneath the platform, the creature spread across the old chamber floor, its broad body thinning around the fixed ward posts and flowing into every space the failing light no longer protected. Newt, step back, Dumbledore said. I can't leave the controls yet. Newt struck the release catch with the heel of his hand. The inner gate's only half open. If it stops there, the creature can't enter the new habitat without pressing through the mechanism. The darkness reached the wall beneath him. Alex felt the change through his Patronus before he saw it. Pressure rose against the Phoenix's light, not in a single attack but across the whole eastern boundary, forcing him to strengthen every part at once. Silver feathers brightened above the broken marker while the Lethifold poured upwards through the service opening. A black fold emerged between Newt and the stairs. It spread across the platform without weight or sound, covering the stone from the control rail to the outer ward line. Newt released the lever and turned, but the darkness had already crossed behind him. The open stairs remained visible beyond it, less than 12 feet away and completely unreachable without entering the creature's body. Don't cross it, Newt said before either wizard could move. He backed against the controls, keeping both hands away from the hanging edge nearest his coat. It hasn't closed around me. The Lethifold lifted higher. Its surface bent towards Newt, then flattened when Dumbledore's Phoenix swept closer. Silver light struck the darkness and drove one edge back, but another flowed around the base of the rail and sealed the remaining gap beside the wall. Dumbledore adjusted his wand without advancing. Can you reach the new enclosure from your position? Only through the control gate. Newt glanced towards a narrow maintenance hatch beneath the lever assembly. It opens into the transfer passage, but I'd have to release the manual lock from inside. Alex kept his Phoenix fixed above the eastern line. Moving it towards Newt might clear the platform, but it would abandon the broken boundary and leave the lower handlers exposed. The Lethifold had divided the danger precisely where one defense couldn't answer both. The speaking tube crackled again. Mr. Scamander, the dark's covering our channel door. Newt leaned towards the tube without taking his eyes from the creature. Stay together and keep your Patronuses between you and the opening. I'm coming to the inner gate. He crouched beside the maintenance hatch as the Lethifold rose between him and every ordinary exit. Dumbledore's Phoenix swept over Alex's position and settled above the broken eastern marker. Its silver wings widened until the light Alex had been holding became part of a stronger, steadier barrier. I have the line, Dumbledore said. Go to the handlers. Alex withdrew his Patronus only after Dumbledore's light filled the weakened section. He divided twice. 3 bodies stood within the marked circle, each carrying the same sight of Newt crouched beside the maintenance hatch and the same knowledge that none commanded the others. The Alex nearest the outer path drew a spare wand from their shared storage. I'll take the lower entrance. A second body armed himself and followed. I'll keep the route open behind us. The third remained on the platform. He met their eyes for a moment, then turned back towards Newt while the other 2 ran along the silver boundary. Their separate footsteps faded down the hillside, leaving Alex with no knowledge of what they saw beyond the next marker. That knowledge would belong to them until they returned. The lower station had been built into the slope beneath the inspection platform. The first Alex reached its stone door and found 2 handlers standing behind a bright inner line, their corporeal Patronuses crowded into the narrow chamber. The broad-backed hound faced the service opening while the long-legged bird paced before its handlers. Darkness covered the sealed channel door and moved beneath its edges. Newt ordered you away from the opening, Alex said. He pointed towards a narrow stair rising along the outer wall. Can that reach the hillside? It leads beyond the third marker, one handler replied. The outer ward may not recognize us while the relay's down. It doesn't need to. The second Alex arrived behind him and raised his wand towards the stair. We'll cross one at a time. Keep both Patronuses facing the channel until the first handler reaches Dumbledore's light. The hound resisted when its caster began backing away. Darkness pressed beneath the channel door, and a black edge slid across the floor towards the abandoned space. Don't turn, Alex warned. Let us watch the stairs. The second body opened the outer door and stepped through first. Silver from Dumbledore's phoenix reached the frozen ground beyond. One handler followed while the other held both Patronuses steady, then retreated with the first Alex beside him. The channel door bowed inward as they cleared the station. Both divided bodies drove the handlers uphill without stopping. Above them, Dumbledore maintained the eastern line alone. On the platform, the remaining Alex crossed towards Newt as the maintenance hatch opened and the lethifold lifted higher between them. Newt pulled the hatch fully open and lowered one leg into the narrow shaft. The manual release is 20 feet along the passage. Once I open it, the inner gate should move. The lethifold rose between him and Alex before his other foot left the platform. Darkness spread from the floor to the control rail, forming a hanging wall that curved over Newt's shoulders. He froze with one hand gripping the hatch frame. Don't come through, Newt said. The handlers are clear. Hold the outer line until Albus can reach me. Alex glanced towards the hillside. His two other bodies were still escorting the handlers beyond the broken marker. Dumbledore stood farther away, maintaining the eastern ward with his phoenix while the long-legged bird and hound reinforced the retreat. Abandoning that line would open the hillside. Waiting would leave Newt inside a fold that was already closing. The active task returned with painful clarity. Cross a place that consumes the unwary and bring another person back. Alex stepped forward. Newt's grip tightened around the hatch. Alex, stop. You can't release the gate while it's between you and the passage. Alex kept his wand raised but cast no Patronus. Silver light would drive the creature towards Newt or force it deeper into the failed channel. I'm coming to you. You don't know what contact will do. No. Alex moved closer until the lethifold filled his sight. But I know what leaving you will do. The darkness touched his wand first. Cold passed through the wood and into his fingers without resistance, numbing them before the creature reached his sleeve. Alex forced his hand to remain closed and took another step. The lethifold folded across his arm, covering cloth, skin and bone beneath a living black surface. There was no bite or crushing pressure. Sensation simply disappeared wherever the creature passed. His forearm remained visible inside the darkness for an instant, then became a pale shape beneath deep water before vanishing altogether. Newt reached towards him and stopped before making contact. Don't give it more of you. Alex pushed forward until his shoulder entered the fold. Cold spread through his chest, drawing warmth away faster than winter air ever could. His next breath came shallow, and the platform beneath one foot ceased to feel solid. He found Newt's wrist beyond the darkness and closed his hand around it. The lethifold dropped over Alex's head and back. Light vanished, Newt's face disappeared, and the creature sealed around them both while Alex held on. 40. Inside the fold. Alex's first instinct was fire. Golden light broke across his skin before he consciously called it, answering the cold that had swallowed his head, chest and wand arm. The darkness around him recoiled for less than a heartbeat. Warmth returned along his shoulder, and Alex tightened his grip upon Newt's wrist, ready to pull them both towards the maintenance hatch. Then the lethifold closed harder. Its body pressed across Alex's face and back, not crushing him but sealing every space the fire had briefly opened. Cold drove through his robes and sank beneath his skin. The hand holding Newt remained closed, though Alex could no longer feel the fingers inside it. Somewhere beyond the darkness, Newt's wrist twisted against his grip. Put it out, Newt said. His voice reached Alex as a dull vibration through the creature. Alex, your fire's frightening it. Alex tried to answer, but the darkness covered his mouth. Golden heat continued building beneath his skin, driven by the same instinct that had carried him through danger before. Each flare made the lethifold contract. Its folds dragged Newt away from the hatch and pulled Alex deeper across the platform. He forced the fire down. The glow faded from his hand, but a second pulse rose through his chest when the cold tightened around his ribs. Alex stopped it before it reached the surface. The effort left his breath trapped and shallow, as though he were holding shut a door against his own magic. Newt found Alex's sleeve with his free hand. "Don't pull yet. It's wrapped around the rail." Alex managed to turn his head towards the voice. Darkness pressed against his nose and mouth, leaving just enough space for a thin breath. "Can you reach the hatch?" "Not while it's holding us like this." Newt's grip tightened around his sleeve. "Don't fight it with heat. It understands fire as danger. The more you burn, the more it'll protect itself by covering us." The lethifold shifted again, drawing them closer together while another fold passed across Alex's legs. His phoenix magic pressed beneath his skin, eager to answer cold with flame. Alex held it back and listened for Newt's breathing inside the dark. Fire could free him only by terrifying the creature into trapping them both more completely. The answer that had carried him through the graveyard, the chamber and every enclosed place since wouldn't work here. He needed another way to make it loosen. Alex couldn't raise his wand in the space the lethifold had left him. He bent his wrist instead, forcing the tip away from Newt, and called the memory that had shaped his Patronus since Lupin first taught him the charm. Harry laughing over a stolen photograph. Nell holding him after the graveyard. Luna's blue ribbon secured around his wrist before the Yule Ball. Silver light gathered inside the darkness. The phoenix couldn't spread its wings. It formed close against Alex's wand arm, compressed into a bright shape no larger than his hand. The lethifold tightened around it, but the Patronus didn't burn or strike. Its light remained steady beneath the creature's folds, giving Alex the faintest outline of Newt's shoulder and the hatch frame beyond him. "You've got a Patronus in here?" Newt asked. His voice sounded strained, but his hand stayed fixed upon Alex's sleeve. "Barely." Alex's lips had enough room to shape the word now. He kept the phoenix still when instinct urged him to drive it forward. "Tell me where the rail is." "Behind my left shoulder. The hatch is below us, but the creature's caught around the support." Newt shifted carefully, and the darkness pulled against them. "Don't force it. Give it somewhere else to move." Alex understood what Newt meant, but light alone offered the lethifold only retreat. He reached past the cold for the other part of his phoenix magic, the gift that had quieted frightened creatures in the smuggler's hold. The first note failed inside his chest. Numbness had tightened his breathing too far for song, and the weak sound vanished beneath the creature. Alex drew another shallow breath and tried again, keeping the magic gentle. A clear tone passed through the fold. The lethifold stopped contracting. Alex continued, shaping no words and demanding nothing from it. The song carried calm rather than heat, a steady promise that the silver shape inside its body wouldn't attack. His Patronus brightened with each note, not enough to drive the creature away, but enough to mark a narrow pale space between Alex and Newt. The darkness loosened around Newt's shoulder. One fold slipped from the rail and flowed towards the unlit service channel instead. "It's moving," Newt whispered. "Keep doing exactly that." Alex held the song while Newt lowered his free hand towards the hatch. The pale path widened by inches, allowing Alex to lean after him without breaking their grip. His shoulder passed through a hanging edge that should have resisted him. It didn't. The darkness moved through his coat and skin, and Alex's arm sank farther towards Newt without touching the rail between them. Alex's hand reached Newt's coat and passed through the fabric. He stopped singing for half a note. The darkness tightened at once, and Newt's outline blurred beneath the compressed Patronus light. Alex restored the song before the lethifold could close the space again, then tried to grip Newt's upper arm. His fingers sank through cloth, flesh and bone without resistance, leaving no pressure behind. "Newt, I can't hold you." Newt kept one hand braced against the hatch frame. "You're still gripping my wrist." Alex looked down. Their joined hands remained visible as pale shapes beneath the darkness, but the sensation had vanished completely. When he pulled, Newt didn't move. Alex's arm slid backwards through Newt's wrist as though the contact had never existed. The release left Newt's weight unsupported. His lowered leg dropped deeper into the shaft, and his shoulder struck the hatch edge before he caught himself with both hands. "Don't try that again," Newt said through a tight breath. "You aren't solid enough to take my weight." Alex shifted closer, intending to brace Newt against his chest. The movement carried him through the rail. Cold stone, brass and Newt's shoulder passed across him without impact, each object briefly visible inside the shadowed outline of his body before slipping behind him. He forced himself to stop. His boots no longer rested properly upon the platform. Their darkened shapes sank partway through the stone, held near its surface by nothing he understood. The Patronus remained around his wand, but even the wood had begun fading where his fingers enclosed it. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Lethifold integration available. Cost: 100 integration points. The offer remained perfectly clear while the platform, Newt and Alex's own hand, had become uncertain shapes inside the dark. He didn't answer it. He could barely stop himself from panicking, and accepting unfamiliar magic while half-trapped inside the creature would be reckless even if Newt weren't hanging above an open shaft. The system could wait. Newt couldn't. The creatures changed you, Newt said. He glanced towards Alex's half-visible arm while keeping his grip upon the hatch. Not completely, and perhaps not permanently. Don't struggle against it until we know what returns you. I came here to bring you out. Alex kept the Phoenix song steady, though each note cost more breath than the last. Tell me how to get you back onto the platform. You can't lift me like this. Newt tested one hand against the hatch rim, then quickly restored his grip when the lethifold shifted beneath him. The manual release is still below. If I let go to reach it, I fall. If you try to catch me, I pass through you. Alex looked towards the pale opening his song had created. Beyond it waited the maintenance shaft, the jammed gate and the route Newt needed to enter. Alex could cross the obstruction now. He simply couldn't take Newt with him. Alex looked down through the open hatch. The narrow shaft should have been blocked by Newt's body, the frame and the control housing beneath them. Instead, every solid edge seemed optional. Alex lowered one foot and watched it pass through the stone lip without disturbing dust or scraping leather. Don't go farther than you can return, Newt warned. His arms shook with the effort of holding himself above the shaft. We still don't know whether this ends when the creature releases you. I need to see whether I can reach the manual control. Alex kept the Phoenix song low and steady while easing his body through the hatch frame. The metal crossed his chest without pressure. For a moment, only his head and one shoulder remained above the platform. Where is it? Right wall, 20 feet along. A wheel beside the gate track. Alex let himself sink another foot, then stopped. Nothing supported him, yet he didn't fall. He could move through the shaft wall by leaning towards it, crossing stone as easily as darkness. The failed ward, the jammed gate and every barrier between him and the control no longer mattered. He could leave. The thought arrived without comfort. Alex could pass through the hillside, emerge beyond the broken boundary and reach Dumbledore without asking the lethifold to loosen another fold. The new state protected him from confinement more completely than Demiguy's concealment or shrinking ever had. Newt remained hanging above an open shaft. Alex moved back until his face cleared the hatch. I can reach the wheel. Then do it, Newt said. His grip slipped by an inch before he recovered. Opening the gate may draw the creature into the prepared enclosure. It won't get you off that edge. No, but it solves the larger danger. Alex understood the judgment. Newt would accept the fall if it moved the lethifold away from the handlers and the hillside. Alex could pass through every obstruction, complete the mechanical task and preserve himself while leaving Newt without support. That wasn't rescue. The Patronus light trembled as Alex drew himself fully back beside the hatch. He tried once more to brace Newt's forearm, but his hand passed through without slowing him. Intangibility removed the wall and removed the hand that should have pulled another person across it. I need someone solid, Alex said. Newt glanced towards the platform beyond the fold. Albus can't abandon the ward line. He doesn't have to. Alex raised his voice while keeping the song unbroken. Beyond the lethifold, distant footsteps were returning along the hillside. The other two of me are still outside. 41. A door without substance. The footsteps beyond the lethifold separated as they approached. Alex heard his own voice call Newt's name from the hillside, followed by a second answer nearer the damaged platform. The two returning bodies had understood enough through shared purpose to come quickly, but they hadn't yet seen what the creature had done to the third. Don't cast at it, Alex called. His Phoenix song weakened when he raised his voice, and the darkness tightened around Newt's shoulders. He restored the steady tone before continuing. Come towards the hatch. I need both of you solid. One Alex entered beneath the weakened ward with his wand lowered. The other followed several paces behind, watching the lethifolds spread rather than staring at the half-shadowed body beside the open shaft. Their separate memories hadn't yet joined, but neither needed an explanation of why Newt's arms were shaking. The nearer Alex crouched beside the hatch. "Tell me what to hold." His right forearm, the shadowed Alex said. "Don't pull until the other one has his coat and shoulder. He'll pass straight through me." Newt shifted one hand without releasing the rim. The solid Alex closed both hands around his forearm and braced one knee against the platform. The second moved behind him, caught the back of Newt's coat and pressed his other hand beneath Newt's shoulder. "I'm secured," Newt said, testing their grips. "Go." Alex turned towards the shaft. The idea of leaving two bodies behind should have felt less dangerous than going alone, but each of them remained himself. If the platform failed, reintegration wouldn't erase what any body suffered. He lowered through the hatch anyway. Stone passed across his face and chest, cold without weight. He leaned into the right wall and entered it, moving through packed earth, buried supports and the metal gate housing. The Phoenix song became harder to sustain with solid matter filling the space where sound should travel, yet he kept the magic alive for the lethifold above. 20 feet along, his hand emerged into a narrow service recess. The manual wheel waited beside the gate track, large enough to require both hands and too solid for his shadowed fingers to turn. Alex concentrated upon the part of himself that still remembered weight. His hand darkened, gained shape and met resistance against the iron rim. Cold tore through his arm as solidity returned only there. He gripped the wheel and forced it down. The mechanism resisted, then shifted with a heavy metallic crack. Above him, the two solid Alexes hauled Newt clear as the gate began opening towards the prepared enclosure. The gate shuddered along its track, creating a narrow black seam between the failed passage and the new habitat. Alex kept his partly solid hand around the wheel until the mechanism settled against its stop. The iron numbed his fingers, and the surrounding stone passed through the rest of him without resistance, but the voices above confirmed that Newt had reached safety. "We have him," one of Alex's other bodies called. "He's clear of the hatch." "Keep everyone away from the new opening," Newt answered. His breathing remained rough, but authority had returned to his voice. "Albus, lower the light along the western edge. Leave the far enclosure dark." Dumbledore's Patronus shifted beyond the wall. Silver brightness withdrew from the route Alex had opened while remaining firm across the damaged boundary. The lethifold moved after it, its folds sliding away from the maintenance hatch and spreading across the platform in search of deeper shadow. Alex released the wheel. His hand lost substance at once and passed through the iron rim. He leaned back through the gate housing, returning towards the chamber while keeping the Phoenix song low and even. The creature's body surrounded him inside the stone, cold darkness passing through his chest and shoulders as both moved towards the open route. One handler raised his wand when the lethifold reached the new threshold. "Don't," Newt said sharply. One of Alex's solid bodies still supported him beneath the arm, while the other stood between the handler and the creature. "No fire, no striking spell and no sudden Patronus movement. It has somewhere safe to go." The handler lowered his wand, though its tip continued trembling. "It's covering the whole passage." "Because we're standing beside the place it's leaving," Newt replied. "Hold your position and let it choose the darker one." Alex emerged from the wall beside the gate. The lethifold flowed across his shadowed body without catching upon him, then paused where the old enclosure ended. Beyond the opening waited deeper darkness, unbroken stone and wards designed to contain without forcing light against every surface. Alex softened the song until it became little more than a steady note. His compressed Patronus remained near his wand hand, marking him as something present but no longer pursuing. The lethifold extended one fold through the gate. Nothing struck it, no flame rose, and no silver barrier drove it back. A second fold followed, then the creature poured through the opening in one long, silent movement. Darkness withdrew from the damaged chamber and gathered inside the prepared enclosure. Newt watched until the last trailing edge crossed the track. "Close it," he said. Gently. One of the handlers moved to the outer controls and turned the closing lever by measured degrees. The gate traveled back across the opening without striking the lethifold's trailing folds. Newt watched the dark enclosure through the narrowing gap, one hand still resting across the shoulder of Alex's nearest solid body. "Stop if it returns towards the track," Newt said. It needs to understand that the enclosure closes around safety, not punishment. The handler slowed further. The last opening disappeared, and the gate settled into place with a muted click. Ward markers brightened around the prepared chamber one after another, enclosing the lethifold without flooding its habitat with light. The darkness within remained calm. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward: 25 integration points. Integration points: 155. The message faded, and the waiting offer returned. Lethifold integration available. Cost: 100 integration points. Alex remained half inside the gate housing while considering it. He'd wanted an answer to chains, walls, and the helpless moment when his own body became something an enemy could trap. The lethifold had shown him that answer. Stone, iron, and confined spaces had lost their authority over him. It had also taken away his grip upon Newt. Accepting the integration wouldn't merely give him escape. It would preserve the weakness he'd discovered inside the fold. Fully intangible, he couldn't carry someone, support their weight, or turn a wheel without forcing part of himself solid again. The gift could make abandoning another person easier than rescuing them. Newt looked towards the shadowed outline crossing the gate housing. "Can you move back to us?" "Yes," Alex said. His voice sounded distant inside the stone. "I'm deciding whether I should keep what the creature did." Dumbledore's gaze settled upon him, but he asked no question that would force Alex to explain the private offer. "A capability isn't a commandment, Alex. What matters is whether you can choose when not to use it." Alex looked at his two solid bodies supporting Newt. Intangibility had crossed the obstruction, but rescue had required hands that could still hold. He wouldn't accept the gift by pretending that lesson was temporary. Accept lethifold integration. Cold moved through every divided body at once. It passed beneath skin and bone without injuring either, then settled into Alex's magic as a controlled absence of weight and resistance. The shadowed body within the wall stopped, depending upon the lethifold's touch to remain there. Integration complete. Integration points: 55. Alex withdrew from the gate housing until his dark outline stood beside the others. He had made the creature's escape his own. Now he had to prove he could still choose contact. Newt extended one hand towards him. Alex looked at it and discovered that returning wasn't as simple as deciding he wanted weight again. The new magic rested through him like cold held beneath the skin, ready to let stone, metal, and flesh pass without resistance. He concentrated upon his boots first. Their soles met the platform, then slipped halfway through it when his attention shifted towards his fingers. "Take your time," Newt said. One of the solid Alexes still supported him beneath the arm, while the other watched the sealed gate. "You've already learned what happens when you hurry a change you don't understand." Alex drew his shadowed hand clear of the wall and held it before him. The outline looked complete, yet Newt's fingers would pass through it unless Alex restored more than appearance. He remembered the iron wheel resisting his grip and the sharp cold that followed when his hand became solid alone. He allowed that resistance to return slowly. Sensation entered through his fingertips first. The air felt cool against them, followed by the weight of his wand and the pull of his sleeve around his wrist. His palm gained warmth. His arm followed, then his shoulder and chest until the platform stopped showing faintly through his robes. Newt didn't reach for him at once. "Can you feel your feet?" "Yes." "Your wand?" Alex tightened his fingers around it. "Yes." "Then offer your hand. Don't seize mine." Alex extended his free hand. Newt released the shoulder supporting him and placed his palm against Alex's. Contact held. Newt's grip tightened carefully, testing whether Alex would fade beneath pressure. Alex felt every finger, the roughened skin across Newt's palm and the slight tremor left by hanging above the shaft. He closed his hand in return and drew Newt one steady step away from the hatch. "You're solid," Newt said. "I chose to be." The words mattered more than Alex expected. Intangibility could remove walls, restraints, and attacks, but it didn't have to remove him from the people beside him. The ability offered escape. Returning remained his decision. His other bodies released Newt once he stood securely. Alex dismissed the compressed Patronus, and the last silver light faded from his wand without disturbing the sealed enclosure. Text appeared across his vision. Current task: resist an abuse of authority without exposing the people beside you. Reward: 20 integration points. Alex read the wording twice while Newt kept hold of his hand. Somewhere beyond the hillside, another danger had already begun taking shape, and this one wouldn't be solved by passing through a wall. 42. What cannot hold a hand? Newt didn't release Alex's hand until the last ward marker around the new enclosure held steady. The handlers withdrew beyond the western boundary, leaving Dumbledore to inspect the sealed gate while Alex's other two bodies watched from separate sides of the platform. Reintegration would have returned their memories, but it would also remove the safest precaution available. If the new ability behaved differently without the Lethifold nearby, two solid bodies could intervene while the third tested it. "We're not continuing beside the enclosure," Newt said. He accepted his case from one of the handlers and pointed towards a low stone service shelter beyond the outer ward. "No creature, damaged platform or open shaft. We learn one thing at a time." Dumbledore joined them after securing the final boundary. "And we begin with the assumption that every untested advantage contains an unobserved danger. That's usually less expensive than discovering it afterward," Alex said. Inside the shelter, Newt cleared a wooden table while Dumbledore examined the walls and doorway. The room contained spare lanterns, folded ward cloths and a stack of empty transport crates. Nothing living remained inside except the three Alexes, Newt and Dumbledore. Newt placed a lantern in each corner. "No sudden darkness. No prolonged change. You become intangible for 3 breaths, return fully and answer questions before repeating it." "One body only," Dumbledore added. "The others remain unchanged." Alex's nearest solid body folded his arms. "We'd reached that conclusion." "Agreement from all 3 of you matters," Dumbledore replied. The Alex who had accepted Newt's hand stepped into the open floor space. He concentrated upon the cold absence beneath his skin and allowed it to spread from his fingertips through his arms, chest and legs. His robes darkened with him. The stone wall remained visible through his body, faint but unmistakable. Newt counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, return. Alex restored his feet first, then his hands and the rest of himself. Weight settled through him, followed by the ordinary pressure of his shoes against stone. "Pain?" Newt asked. "No." "Cold?" "More than before I changed, but less than inside the Lethifold." Dumbledore watched Alex's shadow fall normally beneath the lantern. "Any compulsion to remain as you were?" Alex considered before answering. The intangible state had felt easy, almost restful, because nothing could press against him or demand that he resist. Not a command. More like returning required effort while staying didn't. Newt's expression tightened. "Then that becomes part of the limit. 3 breaths again, and this time we discover what the state permits before comfort persuades you it has no cost." Alex allowed the cold absence to spread through him again. His outline darkened until the lantern behind his shoulder showed through his robes, and the pressure of the stone floor disappeared beneath his feet. Newt continued counting. 1. Dumbledore lifted a folded ward cloth from the table and tossed it gently towards Alex's chest. The fabric passed through him without slowing and landed against the wall behind him. 2, Newt said. Alex raised his wand and aimed at an empty crate. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation left his mouth, but his magic failed to follow it through the wand. A weak spark flickered somewhere inside his shadowed hand, too distant to reach the wood. The crate remained upon the floor. 3. Return. Alex restored his feet and hand, then the rest of himself. Cold settled into his fingers as the wand regained weight. "I couldn't connect to it properly." Dumbledore retrieved the cloth. "Your wand remained with you because you carried it into the change, but possession isn't the same as physical contact." Alex examined his fingers around the handle. "The wheel worked when I made one hand solid." "Then we test the limit rather than assume it," Newt said. He set an empty wooden cup upon the table. "Phase fully. Restore only enough of your hand to lift that." Alex changed again and reached for the cup. His fingers passed through the handle. He concentrated upon returning substance to his hand, but the cup moved only when solidity reached through his wrist and forearm. Even then, the effort pulled against the rest of him. His elbow drifted through the table's edge while his solid hand tried to support the cup. The wood slipped from his grip and struck the floor. Newt caught Alex's shoulder only after he returned fully. Useful force needs something behind it. A hand without the weight and structure of the body can grip briefly, but it can't support much. Alex looked towards one of his solid bodies. Try to hold my arm. The other Alex closed both hands around his forearm. Alex phased. The grip passed through him at once, leaving the solid body clutching empty air. Now carry him, Dumbledore said. Alex restored his arms and wrapped them around his other body's chest while leaving the rest of himself intangible. He tried to lift. His hands held the robes, but his feet offered no resistance against the floor, and his torso slid through the body he meant to support. He returned solid before either lost balance. Newt steadied them both. You can avoid being held, but you can't hold someone else while fully absent. Alex looked at the fallen cup, the untouched crate and the two hands that had passed through him. The ability could remove him from danger with extraordinary ease. It could also remove almost everything he normally did to help. Again, Dumbledore said, choosing a wooden practice wand from the table. This time we test what can still reach you. Dumbledore placed the wooden practice wand aside and drew his own. We'll begin with spells meant to affect the body. Nothing sharp, binding or painful. Alex allowed the cold absence to spread through him again. The lantern behind his shoulder became visible through his chest, and his feet lost their purchase upon the floor. One of his solid bodies moved close enough to catch him if returning weight disturbed his balance. Dumbledore aimed towards Alex's upper arm. Expelliarmus. Red light crossed the shelter and passed through Alex without moving his wand. The spell struck an empty crate behind him and sent its lid clattering against the wall. Alex looked down at himself. I didn't feel it. A spell intended to move a physical target found nothing it could seize, Dumbledore said. He repaired the crate lid with a brief motion, then tried a soft binding charm. Pale cords formed around Alex's outline, crossed through his chest and closed upon empty air behind him. Newt circled to Alex's side. That agrees with the creature. Ordinary magic couldn't hold it any more easily than stone could. Dumbledore lowered his wand. Now the known exception. Expecto Patronum. Silver light gathered into a phoenix above the table. Dumbledore kept it still and several paces away, but the shelter brightened until Alex's shadowed outline stood plainly against the wall. Cold tightened through Alex's body. This wasn't a spell passing through empty substance. The Patronus pressed against the lethifold magic itself, making every breath of intangibility harder to maintain. Return, Newt ordered. Alex restored his feet first, then his hands and chest. Weight settled through him with an unpleasant jolt, and his nearest body caught his elbow before he staggered into the table. Dumbledore dismissed the Patronus at once. It forced the change faster than you intended. It didn't hurt, Alex said, flexing his fingers. But remaining intangible became difficult enough that I couldn't ignore it. Newt opened the shelter door and led them back towards the outer edge of the containment ground. He stopped before the specialized ward line surrounding the lethifold's new habitat, where dark markers had been set into the earth between the brighter boundary stones. This ward was built to recognize and contain that creature, he said. No ordinary doorway should stop you. This should. Alex phased and extended one hand towards the marked boundary. His fingers passed through the air and halted before crossing the line. Nothing visible blocked them, yet the resistance held firm against the lethifold magic woven through him. He withdrew without pushing harder and returned solid. Walls can't imprison me, Alex said. Ordinary spells can't catch me. Newt nodded towards the sealed enclosure. But a Patronus can drive you out, and anyone who prepares the right cage can still keep you inside. Alex looked from the specialized ward to Dumbledore's wand. Invulnerability had lasted only until they tested it properly. The safer question was no longer what could strike him, but what the new state might persuade him to avoid. Newt led Alex back inside the service shelter and closed the door against the cold air crossing the containment ground. You know what can stop the state. Now we learn whether you can stop yourself. Alex's other two bodies remained near the table, solid and watchful. Dumbledore moved the lanterns closer together, leaving the room evenly lit without summoning another Patronus. Newt placed the wooden cup upright. Phase, cross the table and return before I count 5. Don't wait for instruction. Alex surrendered his weight. The table passed through his hip as he stepped forward, followed by the cup and the edge of a crate. Nothing resisted him. He reached the far wall on Newt's third count and allowed solidity to return through his boots, hands and chest. Why then? Dumbledore asked. Because I'd completed the movement. Not because Newt told you to return? Alex glanced towards the magizoologist. No, They repeated the test with different routes. Alex passed through the table, one solid body in the shelter wall before returning outside. Each time, Newt changed the count or stopped counting altogether. Alex had to choose his own endpoint rather than waiting for an external command. On the fourth attempt, he remained intangible beyond the wall. The cold state asked nothing from him. He didn't need balance, breath, or physical effort. Wind crossed through his robes without touching them, and the uneven ground couldn't catch his feet. Returning meant accepting weight, cold air, and the ache left by the transfer. One of his other bodies stepped outside. "You're finished." Alex heard his own voice, but irritation rose before agreement. The solid body stood exposed to every ordinary danger while the shadowed one couldn't be seized, struck, or slowed. Remaining absent felt sensible. Then Alex recognized the thought. He restored his feet immediately. The ground struck his soles, and weight traveled upward until the wind pressed against his face again. Newt watched him carefully. "What change?" "I stopped thinking of the test as movement." Alex looked at the hand that had regained warmth. "I started thinking the solid body was the foolish one." Dumbledore joined them outside. "That judgment is more dangerous than the cold. A useful defense becomes a refuge, and the refuge begins deciding which parts of life are unreasonable." Alex looked towards his two other bodies. They could still hold, cast, and carry. The intangible state made them seem vulnerable only because he'd briefly mistaken vulnerability for error. He phased once more, crossed the shelter wall, and returned before either man counted. This time, he accepted the floor, the weight of his wand and Newt's hand closing around his shoulder. "I choose the place I leave," Alex said. "I also choose when I come back." 43. Watching without being seen. Returning to Hogwarts should have ended the testing. Instead, the familiar stone corridors showed Alex how easily the new ability could be used without anyone knowing. Harry remained Voldemort's chosen target, Umbridge had already proved willing to use school authority against pupils, and Luna crossed parts of the castle alone because she refused to organize her life around people who might be cruel. Alex divided in an empty classroom before breakfast. All three bodies carried the same memories, the same intentions, and the same warning from the containment ground. They also knew that, once they separated, each would make his own decisions and learn nothing of the others until they met again and reintegrated. "We're not following them everywhere," the Alex beside the windows said. "Only between places where they're expected and places where they're safe." The second Alex checked the corridor through the cracked door. Harry to lessons, meals, and the common room entrance. Luna between Ravenclaw Tower, classrooms, and the Great Hall. "And if either notices?" the first asked. "We explain," Alex said, though the answer came too quickly. "This is protection, not spying." None of them challenged the wording. One Alex kept the morning timetable and joined Harry at breakfast. The second allowed Demiguise concealment to settle over him before taking position near the route from Gryffindor Tower. The third crossed through the classroom's rear wall, remaining intangible until he reached the staircase leading towards Ravenclaw Tower. Once there, he restored solidity beneath the concealment and waited where passing pupils wouldn't touch him. The arrangement worked immediately. Harry left breakfast with Ron and Hermione while an unseen Alex followed at a distance, passing through a suit of armor rather than risk being heard behind it. Nothing approached Harry except ordinary pupils hurrying towards lessons. No one drew a wand, passed a suspicious object, or tried to separate him from his friends. Luna emerged later with a book held upside down against her chest. Alex followed her across two moving staircases and the fourth-floor landing. She paused when a group of girls whispered near an alcove, but they fell silent and allowed her to pass. Alex remained close enough to intervene and invisible enough that Luna never looked towards him. By midday, every route had proved uneventful. That should have reassured him. Instead, Alex began refining the arrangement. One body could attend lessons while another watched Harry and the third remained near Luna. Intangibility removed locked doors, and concealment removed questions. He could protect both of them without disrupting either life. None of them had asked him to. Stopping after one uneventful morning felt less responsible than continuing until he understood what danger looked like. Alex kept the arrangement through the afternoon. One body attended charms beside Harry, another waited concealed near Ravenclaw Tower, and the third rested in an unused classroom so exhaustion wouldn't force all three to reintegrate before the agreed meeting time. Harry separated from Ron after dinner and entered an empty classroom. The hidden Alex followed through the wall before the door closed, expecting a concealed detention, an ambush or another attempt by Umbridge to isolate him. Instead, Harry sat upon the teacher's desk and unfolded a letter from Sirius. Ron entered a minute later and shut the door behind him. "You've read that 3 times. Sirius says everything's fine," Harry replied. "That usually means he thinks telling me the truth will make me do something stupid. He might really be fine. He's stuck inside a house he hates while everyone else decides what he's allowed to know." Harry folded the letter along its existing crease. "I know what that feels like." Alex stood within the stone beside the blackboard, unseen and unable to leave without crossing Ron's line of sight unless he moved deeper into the wall. He hadn't known Harry felt responsible for Sirius's confinement. Harry hadn't told him. Near Ravenclaw Tower, the second watcher followed Luna when she passed the entrance rather than going inside. She climbed to a narrow landing beside an unused window and opened her schoolbag. 2 books had been smeared with ink. The blue ribbon she used to mark her place had been cut into 3 pieces. Luna cleaned the covers with her wand, then laid the ribbon across her knee. "You're still long enough," she murmured. She joined the pieces with careful knots, testing each one before tying the next. Alex remained concealed 4 steps below her. He could have repaired the ribbon without knots, identified who had damaged her things or followed the culprit before supper. Luna did none of those things. She made the shortened ribbon useful and returned it to her book. When the 3 bodies met in the unused classroom, they reintegrated one at a time. Harry's worry about Sirius entered Alex's memory beside Luna's damaged books and the cut ribbon. Neither watcher had found an attacker, uncovered a plot or prevented harm. They had only crossed doors other people had chosen to close. Later, Harry and Luna joined him near the Ravenclaw common room windows. Alex knew things neither realized they had shared, and speaking to them normally required pretending he did not. That pretense became harder when he met Luna alone after supper, carrying one of the books she had been reading earlier. He had selected it because the repaired ribbon still marked her place, then realized too late that he should not have known which book she meant to continue. Luna accepted it without reaching for the ribbon. "Thank you." Alex sat beside her. Another Alex had left before him under Demiguy's concealment, following the route towards Gryffindor Tower. A third had taken position beyond the Ravenclaw entrance. They had agreed upon when and where to meet again, but until then each acted alone. The Alex beside Luna knew only what they had all known before dividing. Luna opened the book but did not begin reading. "Are you expecting someone?" "No." "You looked at the door." "People keep coming through it." "They usually do." Luna turned one page without looking down. "You also chose the chair that lets you see the staircase." Alex rested his hands upon his knees. "Umbridge has made the castle less safe." "She has," Luna agreed. "But you aren't watching the staircase as though she might come through it. You're watching as though someone else is already there." The concealed Alex outside could not hear the conversation through the closed entrance, and the body beside Luna had no idea whether he remained at his assigned position. That uncertainty had been part of the arrangement. Every body made his own decisions until reintegration. Yet Alex had still brought divided responsibility into the room and expected Luna not to feel its shape. "I'm here with you," he said. Luna closed the book. "Most of you is." The answer struck closer than accusation would have done. Alex had not sent a substitute to sit beside her. This was the body that had divided the others, the one carrying his wand and making the present choices. Even so, part of his purpose remained elsewhere. He was waiting to discover what the absent bodies might bring back while asking Luna to accept that waiting as companionship. Luna rose and crossed towards the common room entrance. Alex followed, uncertain whether stopping her would admit too much. She opened the door. The corridor beyond appeared empty, but Luna stepped into it and looked towards the bare stone beside the wall. "You may come out now," she said calmly. "I noticed Alex leaving before I noticed you standing there." The concealed Alex allowed the demiguy's stillness to fall away. He appeared beside the wall with one hand near his wand, although the corridor held no threat. Luna looked from him to the Alex who had followed her through the doorway. Neither body could claim the other had made the choice. They had divided with the same purpose, and every promise belonged to both. "You were watching the entrance," Luna said. The hidden Alex lowered his hand. "I was making sure nobody followed you." "Without telling me." Alex stepped nearer, then stopped before reaching for her hand. He remembered the private moments only because the earlier watchers had already reintegrated. Harry's worry about Sirius, Luna's damaged books and the cut ribbon now belonged to him, although neither person had chosen to give him those memories. "There have been threats," he said. "Umbridge is looking for ways to punish people around us, and Voldemort knows Harry matters to me." Luna's expression remained still. "So you decided where I was allowed to be alone." The words stripped the protection from his explanation. Umbridge claimed authority to inspect belongings, question friendships and place pupils under observation because she considered resistance dangerous. Alex despised her for deciding fear granted access to other people's private lives. He had used quieter methods and wanted a kinder result, but he had still made the decision alone. The active task remained unchanged when he called it to mind. Resist an abuse of authority without exposing the people beside you. Alex had understood it as a warning about Umbridge. Standing between Luna and an unseen version of himself, he recognized that the abuse did not have to belong only to an enemy. "I thought being there without interfering made it less intrusive," he said. The other Alex glanced along the empty corridor. It meant nobody had the chance to object. Neither statement excused the other. Their separate judgment had produced the same arrangement because the mistake had existed before they divided. Luna held the repaired book against her chest. "You promised that when you chose to be with me, you would actually be with me." "I did. You gave me the body you called the important one and placed another outside the door." Hurt entered her voice without making it louder. "That doesn't feel like being chosen." Alex could not answer with danger, intention or success. The Watcher had prevented nothing. The only thing he had secured was knowledge Luna had not offered and control she had not granted. The concealed body stepped forward and reintegrated. His empty hours in the corridor entered Alex's memory, carrying no discovered thread to place against the cost. Luna turned towards the common room. "We're going to speak about what you did. Not while another Alex is secretly watching Harry." Alex remained in the corridor as she opened the door. One divided body was still elsewhere, following the earlier arrangement and acting without any knowledge of this confrontation. Alex would have to meet him at the agreed place, take those memories back and end the evening carrying every part of what he had done. Luna paused inside the doorway, but she did not hold it open for him. 44. The person who says number. Alex waited until Luna had crossed the common room threshold, then followed before the door could close. She walked to the windows without looking back and placed the repaired book upon the nearest table. The shortened ribbon lay between its pages, 3 small knots marking what had been done to it and what she had chosen to preserve. "You found someone standing outside the door," Alex said. "I understand why you're angry." Luna turned towards him. "Do you understand why he was there?" "To protect you. That's why you put him there." She rested one hand upon the book. "It isn't why I wanted him there, because I didn't know enough to want anything." Alex stopped several steps from the table. The final divided body was still following Harry under the earlier arrangement, carrying the same instructions and none of what had happened since. Alex knew where they had agreed to meet, but leaving now would end this conversation when Luna had already been forced to begin it. "I wouldn't have entered your dormitory," he said. "I stayed in public corridors and places where someone might approach you. You followed me when I left those corridors." The landing and damaged ribbon returned to him with uncomfortable clarity. Luna had believed herself alone while repairing what someone else had ruined. Alex had stood 4 steps below her, close enough to hear every quiet word. "I didn't interfere," he said. "No." Luna's voice remained calm, which made the hurt within it harder to avoid. "You watched me decide what to do when I believed nobody was watching. Being invisible didn't make that moment less private." Alex glanced towards the common room entrance. Concealment had seemed like restraint because it prevented questions, embarrassment and disruption. Now every advantage he had counted as kindness sounded like another way of ensuring Luna couldn't refuse him. "What should I have done?" he asked. "You could have asked whether I wanted someone nearby." Luna opened the book and touched one of the knots in the ribbon. "You could have told me what danger you were worried about. You could have accepted that I might still say no. And if something happened afterward? Then you would have respected my answer before helping with what actually happened." Luna closed the book again. "You can pass through walls and stand beside people without being seen. That doesn't make watching them kind, Alex. It only makes it difficult for them to stop you." The words left him with no danger to confront and no attacker to blame. Luna wasn't asking whether his intentions had been good. She was telling him that good intentions hadn't granted permission. Alex looked towards the door once more, knowing another version of him was still repeating the same mistake elsewhere. "I need to bring him back," he said. "Yes," Luna replied. "Then you need to return and listen when I tell you what happens next." Alex turned towards the common room door, but Luna's voice stopped him before he reached it. "You're going to collect him because I told you to." "Yes." Alex looked back. "He's still following Harry under instructions I gave before this conversation." "And afterward?" "I won't place another watcher outside this door." The answer came easily because the boundary was now clear. The danger beyond it remained. "But I can't pretend there's nothing to protect you from. Umbridge has authority inside the school. Voldemort has already used people around Harry to reach him, and neither of them will announce the next attempt before making it." Luna picked up the book and came closer, leaving the table between them empty. "I didn't ask you to pretend danger isn't real. If I wait until someone attacks, I may be too late." Alex heard the defense hardening as he spoke. "Concealment lets me see a threat before it reaches you. Intangibility lets me follow through places an attacker might use to escape. Dividing means I don't have to choose which person receives protection. It means you chose for all of us." Alex's hand remained upon the door handle. He imagined Luna alone upon the landing again, repairing the ribbon while believing the staircase empty. Then Harry's private letter from Sirius returned beside it. Alex had learned both things because his friends hadn't known they needed to hide from him. "Harry is Voldemort's target," he said. "He's also been isolated by adults before. Watching the roots around him seems safer than waiting for him to ask." Luna studied him. "Did he ask?" "No." "Did you tell him?" Alex's fingers loosened from the handle. "No." "Did I ask?" "No," he repeated, and the second answer removed what remained of the defense. He hadn't mistaken silence for agreement by accident. He had designed the arrangement so neither Harry nor Luna would know a decision was available. Luna moved beside him. "You keep saying you didn't want to make us afraid." "I didn't." "So you removed the part where we chose what to do with the fear." Alex looked through the narrow window in the door. The corridor beyond remained empty, ordinary and impossible to judge from one safe moment. Danger still existed, so did the right of the people facing it to know what protection would cost. "I should have asked both of you," he said. "Yes. And if either of you refused, I should have accepted that watching wasn't mine to impose." Luna opened the door before he could do it for her. "Then we'll find Harry, and you can ask while he's able to answer." They found Harry near the agreed meeting place, standing beside the concealed Alex in an unused classroom. The Watcher had already allowed the demiguy's stillness to fall away but hadn't reintegrated. He looked from Luna to the Alex entering behind her and understood only that the arrangement had changed without knowing why. "We're stopping," Alex told him. The other body nodded and stepped forward. Empty corridors, Harry's movements and several harmless encounters entered Alex's memory as they reintegrated. Nothing the Watcher had seen justified remaining hidden for another minute. Harry watched the reunion with narrowed eyes. Stopping what? Alex closed the classroom door, then remained beside it rather than choosing a position that commanded the room. "I divided this morning. One of me followed you between lessons and watched the places you went. Another followed Luna. Neither of you knew." Harry's expression hardened. "You followed me into that classroom with Ron." "Yes." "You heard us talking about Sirius." "Yes," Alex repeated. "I shouldn't have been there." Harry glanced at Luna, then back to Alex. "How long were you planning to keep doing it?" "I hadn't decided. That was part of the problem." Alex forced himself not to soften the admission with another explanation. "I treated danger as permission to watch until I felt satisfied. Luna told me it wasn't my choice." "It wasn't," Harry said. Alex accepted the answer. "I've ended it. No hidden watcher follows either of you again unless there's an immediate attack or you've asked me to." Harry's anger remained, but he stopped beside the teacher's desk instead of leaving. "What happens when you think something might be wrong?" "I ask." Alex drew a piece of chalk from the ledge and wrote 3 simple signals upon the board. 1 means you want company but no questions. 2 means you believe someone may be following or threatening you. 3 means immediate danger, and I act without waiting for an explanation. Luna read the words before taking the chalk from him. Beneath them, she added, no signal means no watcher. Harry looked at the final line. And either of us can change our mind? At any time, Alex said. You can ask me to leave after calling me, or refuse protection I offer. I may argue that something is dangerous, but I don't secretly replace your answer with mine. Harry studied him for several seconds. I don't forgive you yet. I know. Harry copied the 3 signals onto a spare piece of parchment and handed the chalk back to Luna. But keep the third one. We may need it. He folded the parchment and slipped it into his pocket. I'm going back to Gryffindor Tower. Alone. Alex felt the old answer rise before he could stop it. The corridors weren't secure. Umbridge had already singled Harry out, and refusing visible company didn't prevent someone from following him. He kept those arguments behind his teeth. All right, he said. Harry studied him as though expecting the agreement to contain a hidden condition. You're not sending another body ahead? No. Or following through the walls? No, Alex repeated. No signal means no watcher. Harry nodded once. He hadn't forgiven Alex, and the distance in his expression made that clear, but he opened the classroom door without checking the corridor for someone who shouldn't be there. Alex remained beside the blackboard while Harry walked away. Each fading footstep became a choice Alex had to respect rather than a gap he was obliged to fill. Luna waited until the corridor had fallen quiet. You wanted to follow him? Yes. Do you still think it would be safer? Yes. Alex returned the chalk to the ledge. That doesn't make it mine to decide. Luna looked at the 3 signals upon the board. You may discover that people choose help more often when they know they're allowed to refuse it. Alex turned towards her. Are you choosing help now? I'm choosing company. She held out the repaired book. You can carry this while we walk back. You may ask before repairing the ribbon, and you may not use another Alex to reach the tower ahead of us. The instructions were precise enough that he couldn't mistake generosity for the disappearance of the boundary. Alex accepted the book without touching the ribbon. May I repair it? Not tonight. Luna moved towards the door. The knots are still useful. They crossed the castle together at an ordinary pace. Alex didn't divide at the first empty landing, conceal himself when footsteps approached or passed through a wall to inspect the staircase beyond it. He listened while Luna explained that the middle knot was tighter because one piece of ribbon had been shorter than the others. When a group of pupils descended towards them, Alex stepped aside with her and let them pass without treating their presence as a threat requiring investigation. At the Ravenclaw entrance, Luna took the book from his hands. Her fingers remained against his for a moment, not as forgiveness demanded or reassurance offered on command, but as contact she had chosen. You listened, she said. I should have listened before you had to catch me. Yes. Luna opened the door, then held it for him. You're listening now. The active task remained unchanged. Alex followed her inside, understanding that one corrected wrong had taught him how to face the next abuse, not completed the work. 45. The hand he hid. The room of requirement sealed its door behind George and replaced the blank stretch of wall with padded stone, practice targets and 8 chairs pushed against one side. Umbridge's newest decree required official approval for every student gathering, but no one had proposed asking her. Hermione had brought no membership list, the twins had invited no one else, and all 8 of them had entered separately before meeting inside. Harry divided them into pairs and took Neville first. Shield, move, answer, he said. Blocking the spell only gives you time. Use it. Neville raised his wand. Harry sent a measured disarming charm towards his chest, and Neville caught it against a shield that flashed blue across the floor. He remained behind it for half a second too long. Harry lowered his wand. You stopped the first spell, but you gave me time to choose the second. Move as soon as the shield catches it. He stepped beside Neville and demonstrated the turn. As Harry lifted his arm, his cuff slid back. Alex saw narrow red letters cut across the back of Harry's hand. The newest line remained swollen around the edges, while older strokes had already settled into pale scars. Several letters disappeared beneath Harry's sleeve before Alex could read the full sentence, but the words nearest his knuckles were clear. I must not tell lies. Stop, Alex said. The room fell quiet. Ron lowered his wand opposite Hermione. Luna allowed her shield to fade, and Fred caught George's sleeve before his brother completed another practice curse. Harry looked towards Alex. Neville nearly had it. This isn't about Neville. Alex crossed the practice floor and stopped beyond Harry's reach. He kept his voice low even though the room was secure. Your hand is bleeding. Harry pulled the cuff down. It's fine. Hermione stared at the covered hand. What's fine? Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Nothing you need to worry about. Alex felt the immediate answer rise within him. Find the person responsible, collect proof and end the danger before Harry could hide it again. He let none of it reach his face or his feet. May I see it? He asked. Harry glanced around the circle. No one had moved closer, but every wand had lowered. The closed room protected him from the rest of Hogwarts, not from the question waiting among people who already knew how often he endured pain alone. You'll make a fuss, Harry said. Probably, Ron replied. His anger had already begun to show. That doesn't mean you should keep bleeding through your sleeve. Alex held Harry's gaze. You choose whether to show us. You also choose how much you tell us. But I'm not going to continue the lesson while pretending I didn't see it. For several seconds, Harry remained still. Then he placed his wand on the nearest chair, drew back his sleeve and held out the scarred hand. The words crossed Harry's skin in overlapping rows. Older lines had faded towards white, while the newest remained red and slightly raised. Each repetition followed the same sentence, cutting through places that had barely begun to heal before the next detention reopened them. Hermione moved closer but stopped before touching him. That wasn't done with an ordinary quill. No, Harry said. He kept his hand extended, though his fingers had begun to curl. It uses the writer's blood instead of ink. Whatever you write on the parchment appears on your hand. Ron's face lost its color. Umbridge did that? She gave me the quill. Harry looked at the floor between them rather than at Ron. I had detention after the first defense lesson. Then again when I kept saying Voldemort was back. She made me write until she decided I'd understood the lesson. How many detentions? Hermione asked. Harry's hesitation answered before he did. Most evenings last week. 2 this week. Neville stared at the repeated sentence. You went back after it did that the first time? She would have given me another detention if I refused. Harry drew his sleeve down halfway, then stopped when the cloth caught against the newest cuts. And she wanted me to complain. She kept asking whether I needed Madame Pomfrey or wanted Professor McGonagall called. Fred's usual amusement had vanished. Why would she offer that? So I'd look like I couldn't take a punishment. Harry pulled the sleeve carefully over the wound. Then everyone would interfere, stare at me and decide what happened next. McGonagall would argue with Umbridge. Dumbledore would get involved. Sirius would try to come here, and half the adults in Britain would discuss whether I was too damaged to know what happened in the graveyard. George folded his arms. You thought showing anyone would give her what she wanted. I knew it would. Harry retrieved his wand from the chair but didn't raise it. People would feel sorry for me, and then they'd start making decisions. Whether I attended defense. Whether I could teach here. Whether I should be allowed near Umbridge at all. Hermione's anger softened without disappearing. We might have asked what you wanted. Harry gave her a tired look. Adults don't usually ask once they've decided they're protecting me. Alex heard the accusation without taking it as an excuse to remain still. Umbridge had relied upon Harry expecting every offer of help to become control. She'd hurt him repeatedly because she believed his silence would protect her better than any locked door. Harry glanced around the circle. Now you know. I don't want anyone charging into her office. Nobody moved towards the door. Harry watched them as though waiting for anger to become action, but Alex remained beside the abandoned practice floor and kept his wand lowered. Umbridge's office lay inside the same castle. With concealment and intangibility, he could enter it unseen, find the quill and stand before her before she understood that Harry had spoken. Doing so would turn Harry's disclosure into permission he hadn't given. Hermione drew a slow breath. A quill that cuts words into the writer's body is a dark object. Using it repeatedly as punishment is torture. Harry flinched at the word. I'm not calling it that. You don't have to, Neville said. His voice shook, but he didn't look away from Harry's covered hand. What she called it doesn't change what she did. Ron pushed both hands into his pockets to stop himself reaching for his wand. And keeping quiet only means she gets another evening. She won't stop because we've decided she's horrible, Harry replied. If a professor reports her, Fudge will protect her. If Alex confronts her, she'll claim he threatened a ministry official. That rules out my first several ideas, George said. Fred's expression remained hard. It doesn't make silence the only remaining plan. Harry looked towards Alex. You said I'd choose what happens. You do. Alex met his gaze. I won't confront her, search her office or tell anyone without your permission. But I'm asking you to choose someone she can't dismiss as another pupil. Hermione glanced towards the blank wall that concealed the exit. Professor McGonagall would believe you. She'd also have to act as a teacher inside Umbridge's inspection system, Harry said. Umbridge would prepare before McGonagall reached her. Luna rested her wand upon a chair. Then choose someone Umbridge fears before he enters the room. Harry's attention shifted to her. Sirius can't come charging into Hogwarts. He doesn't need to come as Sirius, Alex said. The answer settled into place without requiring him to take control of it. He can come as Lord Black, your legal guardian and the head of an old family. He can ask questions in public, bring representation and make every answer expensive to change later. Ron's anger sharpened into approval. She bullies people who can't answer back. And Sirius has spent years wanting to answer back, Hermione said. The difficult part will be making him do it properly. Harry looked around the closed circle. No one had sent a message or called an adult behind his back. The choice remained his, but silence no longer stood beside it pretending to be safety. At last, he nodded. We contact Sirius. I'll tell him myself, and he comes as Lord Black. Harry dismissed the practice room only after deciding what the others could do. Fred and George left first to check the corridor, followed separately by Ron, Neville and Hermione. Luna waited beside the door until Harry confirmed that he wanted her to go with them. No one carried a written account or mentioned why the lesson had ended. Harry remained with Alex long enough to write the message himself. He rejected Alex's first offer of parchment, took a plain sheet from the room's desk and covered only half of it. Sirius. Umbridge has been using a quill in detention that cuts whatever I write into my hand. It has happened more than once. I'm going to McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey so they can record it before Umbridge knows I've told anyone. I want your help. Come as Lord Black, not by breaking into the school or threatening her. I need my guardian, and I need her maid to answer for what she did. Harry. Harry read the letter twice before folding it. That sounds like I'm giving him orders. You're telling him the terms under which you're asking for help, Alex said. Same thing, with Sirius. They reached the owlery by different staircases and met beneath the open windows. Hedwig descended at Harry's call, accepted the sealed letter and remained still while he tied it securely to her leg. Take it straight to Sirius, Harry told her. Don't wait for a reply if anyone tries to stop you. Hedwig nipped his finger gently, then launched into the cold air. Harry watched until her white wings disappeared beyond the grounds. Professor McGonagall received them in her office without sending for Umbridge. She listened to Harry's account once, asked permission before examining his hand and recorded every detention date he could remember. Her mouth became thinner with each entry. You will now accompany me to Madame Pomfrey, she said. Professor Umbridge will receive no warning from this office. Pomfrey closed the hospital wing doors, drew the screens around an empty bed and uncovered Harry's hand beneath a clear recording charm. She measured the depth and age of the repeated cuts, identified the magic as externally renewed injury and took Harry's statement in his own words. McGonagall copied the detention records, signed each page and sealed one copy before Pomfrey added her medical findings. Harry watched both women place their names across the joins. The original remains with me, McGonagall said. Madame Pomfrey keeps the medical record. A sealed copy will leave Hogwarts through Professor Dumbledore's protected correspondence. Harry looked at Alex before answering. Alex gave no instruction. Yes, Harry said, send it. 46. The name she feared. The sealed evidence left Hogwarts before breakfast. By mid-morning, Harry had received no reply from Sirius, and Umbridge had given no sign that she knew her punishment quill was now recorded in 3 protected accounts. Alex stayed beside Harry between lessons without asking whether Hedwig had returned. The decision had passed beyond them for the moment, and waiting without seizing it back was part of what Harry had asked him to do. They were crossing the entrance hall after charms when raised voices carried through the open doors. Students crowded the steps beneath the marble staircase, leaving a narrow circle around Professor Trelawney's belongings. 2 battered trunks, a bundle of shawls and several boxes stood beside her. Trelawney clutched a crystal ball against her chest while Umbridge faced her with a parchment held prominently in one hand. "You have failed every inspection conducted by my office," Umbridge announced. "Your continued presence serves no educational purpose. You will surrender your rooms and leave Hogwarts immediately." Trelawney's spectacles magnified eyes already wet with tears. "This castle has been my home for 16 years. Sentiment doesn't create competence," Umbridge replied. She turned slightly towards the watching pupils, clearly pleased by the audience. "The Ministry has authorized me to dismiss unsuitable teachers." "Dismiss them from employment," Dumbledore said from the staircase above. "Not from their home." The hall quietened as he descended. He carried no wand, and his voice remained mild, but Umbridge's smile tightened before he reached the floor. "My authority as High Inquisitor is quite clear," she said. "Your authority permits inspection and dismissal from a teaching post," Dumbledore replied. He stopped beside Trelawney's cases and looked at the parchment without accepting it. "It does not grant you ownership of Hogwarts, nor the right to expel a resident whom the headmaster has chosen to shelter." Umbridge's cheeks darkened. "You intend to keep an unfit teacher inside the school?" "I intend to provide Professor Trelawney with rooms, meals and protection under my authority. Her employment may be disputed through the Ministry's procedures. Her right to remain beneath this roof is settled." Trelawney lowered the crystal ball enough to stare at him. "I may stay?" "You may," Dumbledore said. He turned towards the nearest suit of armor. "Please return Professor Trelawney's belongings to the North Tower." The armor stepped from its plinth and lifted the largest trunk. Other enchanted figures followed, gathering boxes and shawls while the watching students moved aside. Umbridge folded her dismissal notice with precise, angry movements. Alex watched Harry beside him. Neither had needed to step forward. Umbridge had tried to make one frightened woman stand alone, and Dumbledore had answered by showing the entire school where her authority ended. Dumbledore didn't allow the entrance hall to empty before turning to Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, please ask Hagrid to come to my office before supper. He should bring every inspection notice Professor Umbridge has given him." Umbridge stopped halfway towards the corridor. "The inspection of Rubeus Hagrid is a Ministry matter." "It's also a matter concerning a member of my staff," Dumbledore replied. "You've just demonstrated that delay encourages misunderstanding." By 6, Alex and Harry were seated outside the headmaster's office with McGonagall, not because either boy had been asked to defend Hagrid, but because Harry's sealed evidence remained inside and McGonagall refused to leave him wandering alone while Umbridge searched for another target. Hagrid climbed the moving staircase carrying a bundle of pink-edged notices in one enormous hand. Fang had been left below, though several pale hairs clung to Hagrid's coat. "I haven't done anything," Hagrid said before the gargoyle closed behind them. "Classes have been proper. Creatures all approved. Mostly." McGonagall took the notices from him and sorted them across Dumbledore's desk. 3 failed inspections, 2 warnings concerning curriculum and an order requiring you to remain in your hut after curfew tonight. Hagrid frowned. Thought that meant she wanted another talk. "It means she intended to know where you were," Alex said. Umbridge entered without knocking. 2 Ministry wizards waited beyond the open door, each carrying a wand and a folded restraint chain. Her eyes moved from Hagrid to the papers and then to Dumbledore. "This meeting is unauthorized," she said. "Mr. Hagrid has been judged unsuitable. I'm empowered to remove him from school grounds." Dumbledore remained behind his desk. "You may dismiss him from teaching after completing the required notice. You may not enter his home at night with armed officials, seize him without stated charges or force him beyond Hogwarts wards." He resisted previous Ministry inquiries. "I answered every question," Hagrid said, rising. The chair complained beneath him, but McGonagall placed one hand against his sleeve before anger could move him closer. McGonagall faced Umbridge. "Your order directed him to remain isolated while you assembled armed support. It has been copied, timed and witnessed. Any attempt to execute it tonight will be treated as an unlawful assault upon Hogwarts staff." The 2 Ministry wizards glanced at one another. Neither crossed the threshold. Umbridge reached for the notices, but Dumbledore placed 2 fingers upon the copies beneath McGonagall's hand. "Those remain here." Her smile returned thinly. "This isn't finished." "No," Dumbledore said. "It has simply ceased to be private." Umbridge left without Hagrid. Alex watched the armed men follow her down the staircase and understood that she'd lost the ambush before darkness reached the grounds. The answer from Sirius arrived before breakfast the next morning. Professor McGonagall met Harry and Alex outside the Great Hall and led them towards the headmaster's office without explaining who had entered the castle. Harry recognized the measured footsteps beyond the closed door before the gargoyle finished moving aside. Sirius stood beside Dumbledore's desk in formal black robes, his hair tied back and the black family ring visible upon one hand. He didn't cross the room or pull Harry into an embrace. Instead, he waited until Harry entered and asked, "Do you still want me here under the terms in your letter?" Harry glanced at the leather folder beneath Sirius's arm. "Yes, no threats, no dueling and no dragging me out of school." "You wound me," Sirius said, though his voice remained controlled. "I haven't threatened anyone since breakfast." McGonagall closed the door behind them. Madame Pomfrey stood beside a second table carrying Harry's medical record, the clear recording of his hand in the signed detention chronology. Every page had been copied and sealed across its joins. Umbridge arrived 5 minutes later with a ministry clerk and stopped when she saw Sirius. Her gaze touched the ring before moving to Harry, then settled upon the evidence arranged between them. "Mr. Black," she began. "Lord Black," Sirius corrected. He didn't raise his voice. "I'm here as Harry Potter's legal guardian, at his written request and with his continued consent." Umbridge's smile became careful. "I'm sure whatever misunderstanding has occurred can be handled within school procedure." Pomfrey opened the medical record. Repeated magically renewed cuts were inflicted across an existing wound over multiple evenings. The instrument used the child's blood and reopened the same sentence before healing could complete. McGonagall placed the detention list beside it. Every date Harry recalled matches either your written order or the castle's evening records. Sirius rested both hands upon the closed folder. "Copies are prepared for Amelia Bones. A separate preserved set may be supplied to an independent journalist if any page disappears, changes or becomes unavailable for review." Umbridge's eyes flicked towards the ministry clerk. "You're attempting to intimidate an official carrying out authorized discipline." "No," Sirius said, "I'm asking who authorized it." Harry stood beside him rather than behind him. Sirius didn't touch him or speak on his behalf. Sirius opened the folder and placed Harry's signed request on top of the records. "There are only two useful answers. Minister Fudge authorized a punishment that cut words repeatedly into my godson's flesh, or you introduced and used that punishment without his authority." Umbridge looked at Harry, but the child she had isolated was no longer alone. Sirius waited politely for her to choose which answer the minister would prefer attached to his office. Umbridge didn't answer. The ministry clerk lowered his quill above the unfinished record, waiting for words she could safely place beside the minister's name. Sirius remained still, denying her the quarrel she might have used to escape the question. A sharp tapping struck the office window. Dumbledore crossed the room and admitted a brown ministry owl carrying a thick envelope sealed with green wax. The bird released it into his hand, accepted a dish of water from the side table and remained upon the sill. The envelope was addressed to Dolores Umbridge. Dumbledore passed it across without breaking the seal. Umbridge tore it open. Her eyes moved quickly over the first page, then returned to the beginning as though a second reading might change the words. "The minister requires my presence in London for an immediate review of educational inspection procedure." Sirius glanced at the clerk. "Does the review concern authorized disciplinary instruments?" The clerk looked down at his parchment. "The notice doesn't specify, Lord Black." Umbridge folded the letter too sharply. "This is a routine administrative consultation. I remain High Inquisitor, and my authority at Hogwarts hasn't been withdrawn." "Then you'll have no difficulty answering the question when the minister completes his review," Sirius said. He closed the evidence folder without removing a single page. "Until then, Harry will attend no detention conducted by you or involving an instrument not approved by Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall." McGonagall added her signature beneath the temporary restriction already prepared upon Dumbledore's desk. "A copy will accompany you to London." Umbridge looked towards Harry. "You've allowed people to turn a school punishment into a political spectacle." Harry's injured hand remained covered, but he didn't hide it behind his back. "I asked my guardian for help." Sirius stayed beside him and allowed the answer to stand on its own. Umbridge gathered her papers and left with the ministry clerk. Through the window, Harry watched her cross the grounds towards the gates, her pink coat bright against the path while a house elf carried her traveling case behind her. She didn't look back at the castle. Harry let out a breath. I kept thinking that if I endured it long enough, she'd get bored. She counted on that, Alex said. You asking for help made her answer to someone else. Quiet text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward. 20 integration points. Integration points. 75. Current task. Control a battlefield without striking the helpless. Reward. 30 integration points. The words faded. Harry remained at the window until Umbridge passed beyond the gates, knowing there would be no bloodquill waiting for him that evening. 47. Frank above Arizona. 2 mornings after Umbridge left Hogwarts, Dumbledore asked Alex to remain behind when breakfast ended. Newt Scamander waited in the headmaster's office wearing his weathered blue coat, with a battered case resting beside one chair. He greeted Alex warmly, though the concern in his expression suggested this wasn't a social visit. Professor Dumbledore tells me you're still interested in Thunderbirds, Newt said. I'm interested in whether their control of wind and lightning could protect several people across a large area, Alex replied. I don't intend to take anything without permission. That's why I agreed to speak with you. Newt rested one hand upon the case but didn't open it. The oldest Thunderbird connection I possess is in Arizona. He isn't kept on a reserve, and nobody owns the land simply because they've placed protective wards around it. The protections are there to keep people out, not to keep him in. Dumbledore stood beside the circular table, where an old leather glove had been fitted with a brass portkey ring. Newt believes an introduction may be possible. He has made no promise concerning what follows. Alex understood the distinction. After Luna's refusal and Harry's chosen disclosure, it would have been difficult not to. Then I'll accept the introduction and nothing more. Newt studied him for a moment before nodding. Keep that answer. You may need it again. Dumbledore laid 2 fingers against the glove. The portkey will deliver us inside the outer protection line. From there, Newt leads. We return immediately if he says the range is unsafe. The pull behind Alex's navel caught before he could answer. Hogwarts vanished into spinning color and dry heat. His shoes struck reddish ground hard enough to send dust across his trouser cuffs, while Dumbledore landed upright beside him and Newt staggered 1 step before recovering the glove. Low mountains surrounded a wide stretch of scrub, rock and pale grass. No buildings broke the land, though Alex's altered senses caught old magic resting across distant ridges in overlapping boundaries. The air smelled of sun-warmed stone and sharp desert plants. Newt raised one hand before Alex could examine the wards more closely. From here onward, don't cross any line I haven't crossed first. A shadow passed over them. Alex looked up. Something immense moved above the highest ridge, hidden against the brightness before one broad wing caught the sun. A low roll followed across the range, too deep to belong to the clear sky. Newt watched the ridge rather than Alex. That, he said quietly, is the friend Dumbledore brought you to meet. The Thunderbird passed beyond the ridge before Alex could judge its full size. One moment, the broad wing filled the bright space above them. The next, only a dark tail and the slow movement of air marked where it had gone. Dust lifted from the ground in curling sheets, pressed against Alex's robes and settled again without becoming a storm. Newt waited until the range quietened before lowering his raised hand. His name is Frank. Alex looked towards the empty ridge. The Frank? Dumbledore's expression suggested he knew what Alex meant, but Newt answered. The same Thunderbird I brought home from New York in 1926. I found him in Egypt after traffickers had taken him far from his proper country. He was younger then, frightened, angry and rather more willing to express his opinions through lightning. That was nearly 70 years ago, Alex said. Thunderbirds can live a very long time when people leave them enough land, prey and peace. Newt adjusted the strap of his case and began walking towards a shallow trail between the rocks. Frank has aged, but he hasn't become tame. Those aren't the same condition. Alex followed only after Newt's boot crossed the beginning of the trail. Dumbledore came behind him, leaving Newt to set their direction. The path climbed gradually through scrub and broken red stone. Feathers caught in thorn bushes along the slope, some pale at the tips and others dark enough to absorb the sunlight, but Newt didn't touch them. Did you build these wards for him? Alex asked. I helped with the first protections, Newt replied. American warders have renewed them over the years, and I've returned when Frank permitted it. The inner boundaries have moved several times because he chose different nesting ground. He decides where the protected range ends. He decides where he lives. We decide how far away strangers ought to remain. A low cry carried from somewhere beyond the next rise. Alex felt it through the ground before he heard the full sound. His nasal warning sense tightened, not at an immediate attack, but at the unmistakable presence of something that had already noticed every person entering its land. Newt stopped beside a weathered stone marked with a single silver line. He didn't cross it. Instead, he removed his hat, held it loosely against his chest and looked towards the higher ridge. "Frank remembers me," he said. "That doesn't mean he'll accept why I've come." The Thunderbird appeared above the rocks again, circling once without descending. Its eyes found Newt first, moved to Dumbledore and finally settled upon Alex. Frank completed the circle without lowering his wings. The air pressed down across the slope, stirring grit around the silver-marked stone, while his gaze remained fixed upon Alex. Newt didn't wave, call or reach into his case. He simply stood with his hat against his chest and allowed the Thunderbird to decide how long the inspection would last. "Should we announce why we're here?" Alex asked quietly. "We already have," Newt replied. 3 people entered his range, and one of them is unfamiliar. Frank sensed us before the Portkey released us. Alex watched the great bird climb above the ridge. "Could you call him down?" "I could call his name. That wouldn't make him come." Newt replaced his hat but stayed behind the boundary. Thunderbirds feel danger before most creatures can see its source. Trying to surprise one is foolish. Trying to force an approach proves that its warning was correct. Dumbledore rested both hands upon the head of his walking stick. Frank's affection for Newt grants familiarity, not command. The distinction left Alex with fewer ways to influence the meeting. He couldn't shorten the distance with concealment, send another body across the line or offer food as though Frank were an animal waiting to be persuaded. Even stepping forward required permission from the creature least likely to mistake intent for harmlessness. "What does he accept from you?" Alex asked. "Visits, sometimes." Newt looked towards a pale feather lodged high in a thorn bush. "Help when something threatens the range. Treatment when he chooses to remain near enough for it. I've never charged him for any of those things, and he has never belonged to me because I once carried him home. I wouldn't try to buy him." "No," Newt said, turning towards Alex. "But people often believe payment makes an improper request respectable. Land, protection, rare food, ministry favor, a safer nesting place. The offer changes. The claim beneath it doesn't." Alex let his attention return to Frank. "And crossing the line?" "Only when he allows it. His danger sense isn't an obstacle we're here to defeat." Frank gave another low cry. The silver mark upon the stone brightened, and the air beyond it tightened against Alex's warning sense. Newt immediately stepped back. Alex matched him without being told twice, while Dumbledore withdrew beside them. The pressure eased. Newt studied Frank's path above the ridge, then looked at Alex. "He doesn't want you nearer. If you're to show him what you are, you'll do it from here, openly, and only after he agrees to keep watching." Frank widened his circle instead of leaving. He passed above the far ridge, turned across the open range and returned along the same line, keeping Alex within sight while preserving the distance he'd chosen. The silver mark remained dull, and Alex's warning sense settled without disappearing. Newt watched the Thunderbird complete another circuit. He could have gone beyond the northern cliffs. "He knows we wouldn't follow." "So staying means permission?" Alex asked. "Permission to remain where you were and be observed," Newt replied. "Don't improve it into anything larger." Alex nodded. He removed his wand from his sleeve slowly enough for Frank to see the movement, then placed it on the ground beside his right foot. His robes and other possessions could enter storage during the change, but doing so without warning might resemble concealment. "I'm going to change shape," Alex said, directing the words towards Frank even though he didn't know how much human speech the Thunderbird understood. "I won't cross the stone, fly towards you or use fire against anything." Dumbledore stepped farther back to leave Alex clear ground. Honesty doesn't require proximity. Alex called his clothing and wand into storage, then allowed Phoenix magic to move through him. Golden fire covered his human outline without spreading across the scrub. His height collapsed, arms lengthened into wings and the ground dropped away from his altered sight as feathers replaced skin. He opened his wings only far enough to balance upon the warm stone. The transformation caught Frank's attention at once. His next turn tightened, but he didn't descend. The great Thunderbird held himself above the ridge with 2 slow wingbeats, broad enough to darken a section of ground far beyond Alex's reach. Alex kept his wings folded. Phoenix fire moved quietly beneath his feathers, ready to carry him away if Frank attacked, yet he refused the instinct to rise and meet the creature in the air. Flying closer would turn an honest display into pursuit. Frank gave a deep call. The sound passed through Alex's hollow bones and stirred the golden flame inside him. Alex answered with a single low phoenix note, gentle enough that it carried no command or challenge. The Thunderbird remained above the ridge. He didn't approach, offer contact or leave. Newt spoke without taking his eyes from Frank. "That's enough." Alex led golden fire close around him and returned to human form behind the boundary. His clothing and wand came back into place before the light faded. Across the range, Frank continued watching, having accepted the truth of what Alex was without surrendering a single step of his freedom. 48. The storm that refused them. Frank was still circling when the distant wards broke. The first warning reached Alex through his nasal sense, a sharp pull towards the southern ridge that had nothing to do with the Thunderbird above them. A moment later, 3 silver lines flashed across the rocks in sequence. The last one went dark instead of settling. Newt turned before the sound of the breach reached them. That boundary wasn't opened. A heavy crack rolled through the range. Stone burst upward beyond the ridge, followed by the rising cry of a frightened creature. Frank changed direction at once, abandoning his measured circuit around Alex and driving south with enough force to flatten the scrub beneath his path. Dumbledore already had his wand drawn. How many lawful entrances does this range possess? 2, and neither is there. Newt opened his case and removed a narrow brass instrument whose needle spun once before fixing upon the broken ward. Someone's forced a passage through the outer protections. Another cry carried from the south. It was higher than Frank's, less powerful and broken by panic. "A younger Thunderbird?" Alex asked. Newt's face tightened. "1 franc permits within his range. She hasn't yet learned every boundary." A burst of red light rose above the ridge. It struck something in the air and scattered against an unseen shield. Alex caught the shape of 3 broom riders before they dropped below the rocks again. Dumbledore stepped towards Newt. Buyers from the trafficking route? Or people who learned from them? Newt adjusted the instrument, revealing 2 smaller points beyond the breach. They moved along a narrow road outside the protected range, directly towards the damaged ward. "Those are Muggle vehicles. The protections should have turned them away." Alex looked south. Whoever had broken the boundary hadn't merely opened a route inward. They'd damaged the protections, keeping ordinary travelers from entering a magical creature's territory. "We need to stop the cars before they reach the breach," he said. "And reach the young Thunderbird without driving Frank against us," Newt replied. He closed his case and pointed towards a lower trail running west. "You'll follow me. No Phoenix flight, no concealment and no dividing until we know what Frank believes is attacking." A second red curse flashed beyond the ridge. This time, the younger Thunderbird's cry ended abruptly. Alex followed Newt across the silver-marked stone. The permission Frank had refused minutes earlier no longer mattered in the same way. Someone had entered the range to take what lived there, and the people approaching from outside had no idea they were driving towards the same danger. The wind struck before they reached the ridge. It came down the trail hard enough to tear loose stones beneath Alex's shoes and force Newt sideways into the scrub. Dumbledore caught his arm before he fell, while Alex lowered his weight and used his nasal balance to remain upright. Above them, the clear sky darkened with impossible speed. Clouds gathered over the range in a thick turning mass, closing across the sun while lightning moved inside them without yet touching the ground. "Frank isn't attacking the intruders alone," Newt called over the rising wind. "He's answering every armed approach he can sense." Another red curse climbed from beyond the ridge. Lightning struck the rock beside it before the spell had faded, throwing a shower of stone across the slope. The broom rider dropped sharply and disappeared from sight, but Frank's storm continued widening. Dumbledore raised his wand and formed a broad shield above them. Dust, thorn branches and fragments of rock battered its surface. "Can Frank distinguish us from the people who breached the wards?" "He knows who we are," Newt replied. He held the brass instrument close to his chest and forced its shaking needle into view. That doesn't make our wands harmless while the young one is frightened. The two marks representing the Muggle vehicles had reached the broken protection line. Alex heard an engine laboring somewhere below, followed by the frightened blast of a horn. The ward damage had guided the drivers towards the open breach rather than away from it. "We need to reach the road," Alex said. Newt shook his head and pointed through the blowing grit. The trail ahead crossed an exposed hollow beneath Frank's circling path. Lightning struck twice within it, not at any visible person, but close enough to leave black scars across the ground. "Not through there," Newt said. He feels the wands, the engines, the trapped Thunderbird and every threat moving towards her. The storm is his attempt to drive all of them out. A violent gust struck Dumbledore's shield from beneath. The charm lifted several feet before he forced it down again, leaving all three men crouched behind a tilted wall of magic. Alex could no longer see the ridge. Rain began in heavy scattered drops that turned the dust beneath his hands into red mud. The younger Thunderbird cried again, and Frank answered from directly overhead. Newt looked west towards a narrow cut between two rock faces. "That ravine reaches the road below the breach. It may protect us from the wind, but once we enter it, we'll have no clear view of the sky." Another engine horn sounded, closer this time. Alex followed Newt into the ravine as Frank's storm closed over every route to the trapped young. The ravine narrowed until Alex had to turn sideways between the rocks. Rainwater ran around his boots, carrying red dirt towards the road below, while thunder struck hard enough to shake grit from the walls. Newt moved ahead with one hand against the stone and the brass instrument held close to his coat. They reached the final bend and found the road 30 feet below. One Muggle vehicle had stopped across it, its driver leaning over the wheel while a passenger fought with a door pinned shut by the wind. The second car had slewed into the drainage ditch. Beyond them, 3 broom riders circled a hollow surrounded by broken wards, firing binding spells towards a young Thunderbird caught beneath a weighted silver net. Frank swept above the hollow. Lightning followed him down, striking close enough to force the riders apart without touching the trapped creature. Alex saw the answer at once. Phoenix fire could cross the distance before another curse landed. Enough of it would burn through the net, drive the attackers from the sky and spread across the road as a wall no broom or vehicle could enter. He could enlarge the flames until the whole hollow belonged to him. Golden light gathered beneath his skin. Newt seized his wrist. "Don't. They're attacking her." Alex felt the fire answer his anger, hotter and faster than the controlled flame he'd shown Frank. "I can clear the hollow. You can fill it with another creature claiming the entire sky." Newt didn't release him. "Frank is already trying to overwhelm every threat he senses. Add enough fire to challenge his storm and he won't understand that you're helping." A curse struck the net. The young Thunderbird convulsed, and Alex's fire surged against Newt's fingers. Dumbledore braced his wand against the ravine wall as another gust tore across the opening. Power directed without distinction would place the captives and their rescuers beneath the same command. "I wouldn't strike the Muggles. You'd decide where every living thing was permitted to stand," Newt said. "That's what Frank believes the attackers are doing." The words checked Alex more effectively than restraint upon his wrist. He looked from the trapped Thunderbird to the stalled cars and finally to Frank, whose next turn brought lightning down between the hollow and the road. Maximum force would make the field simpler, but only by replacing Frank's control with his own. Alex closed his hand until the golden light vanished beneath his skin. "Then tell me what won't look like a second attack." Newt released him and studied the hollow. Not one rescuer. Several small ones, moving under the storm instead of challenging it. Alex looked again at the net, the broken ground beneath it and the spaces no solid body could cross safely. This time, he began dividing the problem rather than claiming the field. Alex divided into 3 bodies beneath the ravine's shelter. Each carried the same understanding reached before the split, but none waited to become another's instrument. One remained beside Newt to watch Frank and the trapped Thunderbird. The second turned towards the road with Dumbledore, while the third lowered himself against the rain-dark stone. "I'll go beneath the ground and reach the net," the third Alex said. No wand, no fire and nothing directed at Frank. Newt pointed towards the weighted corners. "Break the rear fastening first. If the front releases while she's struggling, the net may tighten around her wings." The Alex beside him nodded. I'll keep watching from here. If Frank changes his attack, I'll tell you when we meet again. The phasing Alex surrendered solidity. Rain passed through him, followed by the ravine wall and the broken slope beyond it. The loss of weight and touch made the violent hollow strangely quiet, but he kept his direction fixed upon the silver net rather than the attackers above. Lightning entered the ground nearby as white pressure without heat. He continued beneath the trapped Thunderbird and rose until his eyes cleared the mud. The young creature lay with one wing twisted beneath her. Alex phased through the net and returned solid inside its narrow space. She struck at him with her beak, frightened enough to attack anything within reach. I'm not holding you, Alex said. He kept both hands visible and crawled towards the rear fastening. I'm opening this, then I'm moving away. Above them, one rider saw movement beneath the net and aimed downward. Dumbledore's spell crossed from the road, striking the curse aside without touching broom, rider or Thunderbird. Frank answered with lightning that forced the attacker higher. Alex passed one hand through the weighted clasp, became solid around its inner catch and pulled. The fastening broke open. He phased before the released cable could strike him, crossed beneath the young Thunderbird and repeated the movement at the opposite corner. The net slackened. She tore free with a violent beat of her uninjured wing. Alex became intangible as silver cords swept through him, then sank beneath the ground before her claws could find another target. He emerged beside Newt while the watching bodies stepped forward to meet him. Their hands touched, and the rescued body's memories returned with reintegration. Across the road, the third Alex had guided both Muggle drivers behind Dumbledore's shield. The lowest broom rider dropped beneath Frank's next turn, cast a binding line around the young Thunderbird's injured leg and dragged her towards the broken ward. 49. The Lightning. The young Thunderbird struck the ground as the binding line snapped tight around her injured leg. Her cry rose through the hollow, and Frank folded his wings to dive, but the other two broom riders fired together. One curse burst against the rocks beneath him while the second opened into a spreading sheet of silver light. Frank pulled aside before it wrapped around his wings, losing the height he needed to reach the rider dragging the captive. Alex, wait, Newt said as Alex's wand cleared his sleeve. They want you to answer openly. The warning proved itself a heartbeat later. The lowest rider turned towards the broken ward, keeping the young Thunderbird between his broom and every wand behind him. She struck at the ground with her free claws, but the binding line dragged her across the mud whenever she found purchase. Alex aimed past her and found no safe path. A cutting curse might sever the line, yet one movement from the broom would place her body beneath it. Fire would force the rider away, but the young Thunderbird's feathers were already tangled around the cord. They've seen us holding back, Alex said. And they've understood why, Newt replied. He lifted the brass instrument, watching its needle follow the retreating rider. That's why they're using her as cover. Across the road, the second Alex moved with Dumbledore's shield as the two Muggle drivers stumbled towards the ravine. One passenger had twisted an ankle leaving the car and couldn't keep pace against the wind. Dumbledore remained between them and the curses crossing the road, which left neither of them free to pursue without abandoning people who had no defense at all. One of the higher attackers swept down behind the stalled vehicle and cast towards its fuel tank. Dumbledore redirected the spell into the ditch, but the diversion bought the lowest rider another 20 yards. Frank came around again. Lightning gathered above the escaping broom, bright enough to turn every raindrop white, then broke apart without descending. The young Thunderbird remained directly beneath the rider. Frank could destroy the attacker only by striking through the creature he meant to save. He's trapped by the same choice, Alex said. Newt's expression tightened, and the poachers know it. The third rider reached the broken ward first and widened the opening with a curse. Silver fragments scattered from the boundary stones while the protections flickered around the gap. The captive disappeared beyond the first line of rock, dragged towards the waiting breach. Frank's thunder rolled after her, powerful enough to shake the ravine, yet no lightning fell. Alex lowered his wand by an inch. Chasing with greater force would only give the attackers the response they had prepared to exploit. Before the next turn carried them beyond reach, he needed a way to close the ground without claiming everything above it. He looked past the retreating rider and stopped measuring the distance between them. The poachers needed open air, the broken ward and enough room to keep the young Thunderbird beneath their spells. He didn't have to seize that space. He only had to remove the roots they could use safely. The wash beyond the breach, Alex said to Newt. Where does it lead? North between two ridges, then opens onto flat ground. Newt followed his gaze and understood. Their brooms will need to stay low while they're dragging her. Alex turned towards his other body across the road and raised both hands in a broad downward motion. The distant Alex saw him, pointed to the Muggle passengers and then towards the ravine. Dumbledore nodded before moving his shield sideways, guiding the civilians behind the nearest wall of rock rather than holding them in the exposed road. The Alex beside Newt aimed his wand at the loose stone bordering the wash. Not at them, only the ground. A controlled transfiguration lifted 3 low barriers from the slope. They rose no higher than Alex's chest and angled into the wind, breaking its force without closing around the captive. The first gave the Muggles cover as they entered the ravine. The other 2 narrowed the poachers' available flight path, forcing them away from the road and towards the empty northern cut. One attacker fired at the nearest barrier. Stone broke from its upper edge, but the curse spent itself without reaching anyone behind it. They'll go through the cut, Newt said. That's where I need them. Across the road, the second Alex waited until Dumbledore had brought the injured passenger into shelter. He then divided once more. One body remained beside the civilians, helping the driver brace the passenger's ankle, while the other phased through the ravine wall and emerged beneath the exposed wash. He returned solid behind a shelf of rock and cast 3 precise spells into the ground ahead of the retreating broom. Loose scree shifted across the wider openings, leaving one clear passage through the center. Nothing touched the young Thunderbird. Nothing struck the riders. The terrain simply stopped offering them choices. The lowest poacher pulled harder upon the binding line and entered the remaining cut. His companions dropped behind him, using the narrow stone walls as cover from Frank. Newt gripped Alex's shoulder. You've made them predictable. And kept them away from the Muggles. Frank banked above the ridge. The lightning moving around his wings remained unspent, but his next turn aligned him with the single route Alex had left open. Alex lowered his wand and watched the poachers commit themselves to the northern cut. The first rider entered the passage and discovered too late that the walls protected him from Frank only while he remained inside them. The cut opened onto a narrow shelf above the flat ground, where the damaged ward formed the poachers' only clear route out of the range. Frank reached the ridge before them. He didn't strike the riders. Lightning fell across the escape route 50 yards ahead, splitting the ward stones and collapsing the shelf beneath the opening. Rock and mud poured into the breach, sealing it behind a smoking barrier while leaving the trapped Thunderbird untouched. The leading broom pulled upward, but the cut was too narrow for a clean turn. His companions crowded behind him, and all 3 lost the speed their plan required. They can't leave that way, Alex said. They can still hurt her, Newt warned. Get the line off before they decide she's worth less than escape. Alex's phased body moved beneath the cut while the poachers argued above him. One wanted to climb. Another shouted that Frank would strike the moment they cleared the walls. The rider holding the captive dragged her closer and raised his wand towards her back. Alex emerged through the rock behind his broom. He became solid long enough to seize the rider's wand wrist, pulled it away from the young Thunderbird and phased before the man's elbow could strike him. The broom lurched sideways. Its rider released the binding line to catch the stone wall with both hands. The cord fell across the Thunderbird's injured leg. Alex sank through the shelf, passed beneath her and rose on the other side. He returned solid with the line between his hands, cut the loop with one precise spell and immediately lowered his wand. You're free, he told her, stepping back from the injured leg. I'm not taking you anywhere. The young Thunderbird stumbled away from the poachers. She opened her wings, found one unable to bear her weight and remained upon the ground, breathing hard but no longer tethered. Above the cut, Frank circled once. Alex felt every easy answer waiting in his hand. He could stun the riders, seal them into the stone or fill the passage with fire. None was needed. The escape route was gone. Dumbledore guarded the Muggles and the captive had been released. Alex slid his wand fully into his sleeve and raised both empty hands where Frank could see them. Frank descended without lightning. His claws struck the shelf between Alex and the poachers, cracking the wet stone beneath his weight. He spread his wings across the cut, not attacking, but leaving the riders nowhere to pass. Alex remained still as the freed young Thunderbird turned towards him. She crossed the wet stone with an uneven step, keeping her injured wing close to her body. Alex didn't reach towards her. Behind him, the poachers remained trapped between Frank's spread wings and the collapsed escape route, but even their frightened movements failed to draw Frank's attention away from Alex. Newt entered the cut slowly, his hands empty and his case left behind. Don't help her unless she asks for it. She knows where Frank is. The young Thunderbird stopped within 2 paces of Alex. Her head tilted towards his raised hands, then towards the sleeve holding his wand. Alex lowered his arms without reaching for the weapon. She released a low, uncertain sound before moving around him and pressing herself against Frank's nearest leg. Frank folded one wing around her. The storm above the range began to loosen, the lightning still traveled through the clouds. He examined the severed binding line around her leg, the open path behind Alex and the wand that remained hidden. Then his gaze settled upon Alex's face. Newt drew a careful breath. He saw what you used beneath the ground, but that isn't the whole truth you offered him. Alex remembered the earlier permission Frank had granted from across the range. He'd been allowed to show what he was openly, without using the display to demand an approach. Nothing in that permission had promised contact. May I change here? Alex asked. Frank lifted his head. A single pulse of thunder crossed the clear space above the cut, quieter than the storm and followed by no lightning. He stepped away from the young Thunderbird, leaving open ground between himself and Alex. Newt nodded once. That's his answer. Alex waited while his divided bodies physically returned from the ravine and the sheltered muggles. Each reintegration brought exhaustion, pain remembered from the binding line and confirmation that everyone behind Dumbledore's shield remained unharmed. When he stood alone again, he surrendered his human shape. Golden fire gathered without spreading across the stone. His body narrowed, robes and skin becoming bright feathers until the phoenix stood where Alex had been. He kept his wings folded and remained upon the ground. Frank approached. The great Thunderbird stopped close enough for his breath to stir Alex's crest. He inspected the phoenix from both sides, then lowered his head. Alex held still as Frank pressed the front of his beak gently against Alex's breast. The contact lasted only a moment. Frank withdrew when he chose, while thunder rolled beyond the ridge like a decision carried across the range. 50. The third gap closed. Frank lifted his beak from Alex's breast and stepped back. The contact ended as simply as it had begun, without ceremony or any sign that the Thunderbird understood more than the creature standing before him. He had examined the phoenix at close range, found no immediate threat and chosen to touch him. That was enough for the system. Text appeared across Alex's vision while Frank returned to the injured young Thunderbird. Task complete. Reward: 30 integration points. Integration points: 105. Alex remained in phoenix form until Frank had folded one wing around the younger creature again. Only then did he allow the golden feathers to withdraw. He returned to human shape upon one knee, his hands resting against the wet stone while Newt watched both Thunderbirds rather than him. He accepted you close, Newt said quietly. That's more than I expected after strangers entered his range. He was checking what I was. He was deciding whether you were dangerous, Newt replied. Frank understands that very well. Another notice formed before Alex could answer. Thunderbird integration available. Cost: 100 integration points. The offer carried no explanation from Frank and required none. Alex had completed the task by controlling the battlefield without striking the helpless. Living contact had satisfied the final condition, just as it had with the other creatures whose traits he carried. Whatever followed belonged to the system and to the choice now weighing before him. He considered the power he had witnessed. Frank's lightning had broken stone at a distance, sealed an escape route and changed the shape of the fight without touching the captive. The storm around him had also responded to anger, danger and instinct. Alex wouldn't gain Frank's years of experience merely by accepting what the system offered. That made the decision serious. It didn't make it uncertain. Accept Thunderbird integration. The cost vanished from his balance. Integration points: 5. Pressure struck through Alex's chest where Frank's beak had rested. He drew a sharp breath as the sensation spread along his ribs, shoulders and arms, then passed into his magic with a depth no ordinary spell had ever produced. The air against his skin stopped feeling empty. He sensed its movement through the cut, the disturbed currents curling around Frank's folded wings and the broader flow crossing the distant ridges. Higher still, charge gathered inside the retreating clouds. Alex looked up. He couldn't see individual sparks, yet he knew where the greatest pressure waited and how far beyond his wand's reach it extended. Newt followed his gaze. What change? Alex raised one hand slowly, feeling the air shift around his fingers before he attempted any spell. The distance. Newt studied his raised hand, then glanced towards Frank and the injured young Thunderbird. Don't test it beside them. Alex lowered his arm at once. The charged air remained present without deliberate movement, pressing against senses that hadn't existed minutes earlier. He could feel the narrow cut directing the wind past his body, the current curling behind Frank's wings and the wider flow moving over the ridges beyond sight. None of it required a wand to notice. Dumbledore had bound the three poachers and moved them beneath the shelter of the stone wall. Their brooms and wands lay well beyond reach, while the two Muggle drivers remained protected in the ravine. He approached with his wand lowered, leaving the prisoners where he could still watch them. There's an empty slope beyond the northern shelf, Dumbledore said. No people, animals or structures lie between it and the next ridge. Newt removed the brass instrument from his coat and watched its needle tremble. Begin with the air. Leave the clouds alone. Alex walked to the opening of the cut. The slope beyond remained wet from the storm, with scrub grass pressed flat in places and loose water gathered inside shallow hollows. He chose a puddle 50 yards away, well beyond Frank and the injured creature but close enough for Newt and Dumbledore to observe. When he extended his hand, he didn't cast. He concentrated upon the current moving downslope and tried to alter only the small part crossing the water. The response came from much farther away. Wind pressed across the entire shelf. The puddle flattened against the stone, loose grass bent towards the northern ridge and Newt's coat snapped hard against his legs. Alex closed his fingers, expecting the movement to stop. Instead, the pressure continued traveling outward, carrying dust and rain from the collapsed ward in a widening line. That wasn't the area I chose, Alex said. No, Newt replied, bracing the instrument with both hands. You chose where you wanted to see the result. The power answered through the air connected to it. Alex eased his hand downward rather than cutting the effort sharply. The wind weakened, but the change left a hollow stillness across the shelf. His ears tightened. Pressure settled behind his eyes, followed by the certainty that something above the distant ridge had shifted in answer. A white flicker crossed the underside of the retreating clouds. It didn't descend. The electrical charge moved sideways, far beyond the puddle, the cut and every wand length Alex had ever treated as a useful measure. A second pulse answered behind the first, silent at that distance but unmistakably waiting. Dumbledore looked towards the ridge. How far did you reach? Alex felt the disturbed air continue beyond everything he could see. I don't know. Newt's needle struck the end of its scale. Then don't ask it for more until you've discovered where the first request ends. Alex let his arm fall and released every deliberate hold upon the air. The current crossing the shelf weakened in uneven stages. Grass rose nearest him while the distant slope remained bent, and the puddle continued trembling after his robes had settled. He resisted the urge to correct each remaining disturbance. Another command might overlap the first before he understood whether it had truly ended. The charge beyond the ridge moved once more. Alex felt it spread through the clouds rather than gather towards the ground, thinning until he could no longer separate it from the wider pressure above the range. Only then did the tightness behind his eyes begin to ease. I intended to move enough air to disturb one puddle, Alex said. The effect crossed the shelf and reached the clouds beyond the ridge. Dumbledore watched the last dust settle near the collapsed ward. A spell usually gives you a defined path between wand and target. This appears to have treated the surrounding air as part of the instruction. And I don't know how much of it hurt me. Alex looked towards his hand but kept it closed. The new sense still offered information from every direction. Air slipped through the cut, climbed the stone faces and joined currents beyond his sight. Reaching into any part of it now felt dangerously easy. Newt lowered the brass instrument. Its needle had returned from the end of the scale, though it continued shaking. Frank lives with that reach. You've carried it for several minutes. Alex glanced back. Frank remained beside the injured Thunderbird, his attention divided between her leg and the humans occupying the cut. His earlier approach proved only that Alex hadn't appeared dangerous to him. It said nothing about whether Alex understood the power gained through that contact. He knew when not to strike, Alex said. He's had years to learn what follows when he does, Newt replied. You've inherited an ability, not his judgment. The words removed the last temptation to attempt a smaller correction. Alex slid both hands into his robe pockets and stepped away from the exposed shelf. Then the test is finished. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted slightly. You don't wish to establish whether you can call the lightning itself? I've already established that my smallest request traveled farther than I could measure. Alex looked towards the distant clouds. Calling more before I can contain less wouldn't prove control. Newt closed the brass instrument and secured its clasp. Good. We'll begin again somewhere prepared for mistakes. Behind them, stone shifted beneath Frank's claws. Alex turned as the great Thunderbird opened his wings around the injured young creature. He lowered his body, gathered her carefully against his chest and climbed from the cut with powerful strokes that disturbed the air without drawing upon the remaining storm. Frank carried her towards the higher range, supporting her injured side against his body. Newt watched until both creatures disappeared beyond the ridge, then opened his field notebook upon a flat stone. He didn't ask Alex to describe the new power again. Instead, he began writing down what the first attempt had already proved. No testing near people, creatures or occupied structures, Newt said. Not even when you believe the effect will remain small. Alex looked towards the puddle he had selected. The water had settled, but the grass beyond it still leaned slightly away from the cut. Because the chosen point isn't the boundary. Good. Newt added a second line. No deliberate lightning until we've prepared an empty range, measured the surrounding charge and established where it can ground. Dumbledore repaired the upper edge of the nearest barrier while keeping the bound poachers within sight. You must also account for what lies beyond your vision. A clear field is insufficient if a road, settlement or herd stands behind the next ridge. Alex nodded. No use before checking the wider area, and no second command until the first effect has ended. Newt stopped writing. How will you know it has ended? I didn't today. Alex considered the lingering pressure that had remained after he lowered his hand. Until I can recognize the ending reliably, someone else watches the instruments and tells me whether the area has returned to its previous state. Dumbledore turned from the repaired stone. And if circumstances don't permit measurement? Then I use something I already understand. Alex slipped his hands from his pockets but kept them relaxed at his sides. Division, intangibility, transfiguration, shields or fire. The new ability doesn't become the answer merely because it reaches farther. Newt read the conditions back without softening them. No test near people, creatures or occupied structures. No deliberate lightning without an empty range, measured charge and a safe place for it to ground. Every trial required a survey beyond the visible target, an outside observer, instruments and a retreat plan. Any test ended the moment its effect exceeded the intended area, and no further instruction followed until the first had completely faded. Alex agreed to each condition. The power remained his to use, but access to its most dangerous parts would depend upon preparation rather than curiosity or urgency. When Newt closed the notebook, text appeared across Alex's vision. Current task. Break a trap built from love without abandoning the person it was built to catch. Reward. 40 integration points. Alex read the words twice. The Arizona range, the captured poachers and the settling clouds offered no clue about who waited inside the trap, or whose love would be used to close it. Dumbledore noticed his attention shift. Has something changed? Not here, Alex said, looking towards the route that would carry them home. But something is coming. 51. False. Do you hear me? The room of requirement had nearly finished putting away the evening's training equipment when Harry stopped beside the last bench. A moment earlier, he had been rolling a practice wand between his palms while Hermione reminded Ron to return the padded shields. Then his shoulders locked, the wand slipped from his fingers and his eyes lost the room. Alex turned towards him as Harry's hand rose to his scar. His breath came sharply through his teeth, but he didn't seem to hear Hermione call his name. Whatever he saw had taken the room, the fading targets and everyone standing near him away. Stone filled Harry's sight. Sirius knelt upon a dark floor beneath shelves crowded with glass spheres, his arms dragged behind him while a pale hand twisted his head back by the hair. Bellatrix Lestrange stood beside him, laughing as Voldemort's wand moved into view. Where is it? Voldemort asked. Sirius spat blood across the floor. The Cruciatus curse struck before Harry could move. Sirius screamed, his body arching against the force while Bellatrix held him upright and watched his pain with delighted attention. Beyond them, a door stood open beneath a sign Harry recognized from Mr. Weasley's attack. Department of Mysteries. Harry returned to the room with a broken gasp. His scar burned beneath his palm, and the dropped practice wand lay near his shoe. Hermione stepped towards him. Harry? He has Sirius. Harry bent, seized his own wand from beside the bench and shoved it into his robes. Voldemort has him in the Ministry. Ron went pale. How do you know? I saw him. Harry pushed past the nearest shield stand hard enough to send it rocking. Bellatrix was holding him. Voldemort was torturing him. Hermione caught the stand before it fell. A vision isn't proof. We need to check. There's no time. Harry crossed towards the exit while the room opened the door before him. His movements held none of the hesitation left by Umbridge's detentions or the graveyard. Sirius was in pain, and every part of Harry had narrowed around reaching him before the next curse landed. Alex moved as soon as Harry passed him. The task's wording returned with sudden clarity. Break a trap built from love without abandoning the person it was built to catch. Harry reached the corridor and turned towards the stairs, already choosing the fastest route out of Hogwarts. Alex followed and caught his arm before panic could become departure. His grip stopped Harry at the first stair. Harry twisted hard enough to wrench his sleeve against Alex's fingers, but Alex held on without dragging him backwards or reaching for his wand. Let go, Harry said. Every second we stand here, he's hurting Sirius. Harry, listen to me. Alex stepped between him and the descending staircase, forcing Harry to look at a living face rather than the memory Voldemort had placed behind his eyes. It's false. False. Do you hear me? Harry stared at him as though the words belonged to another language. His breathing remained fast, and the hand near his scar shook around his wand. I saw him. I saw the room, Bellatrix and Voldemort. Sirius was screaming. Hermione and Ron reached the corridor behind them. Hermione stopped close enough to intervene but didn't touch Harry. Ron remained beside her, pale and ready to follow wherever Harry chose. Alex loosened his grip without releasing Harry's sleeve. You saw Mr. Weasley attacked, and that was real. Voldemort knows the connection works both ways now. He knows you'll act for Sirius before you think about yourself. So I'm supposed to stand here while he dies? No. Alex kept his voice firm, because gentleness alone wouldn't reach Harry through the vision's urgency. You're supposed to verify it before you run into the place he showed you. Harry tried to step around him. Alex moved with him, blocking the stair again without forcing him against the wall. He didn't need the system's wording to understand what abandoning Harry would mean. It would be dismissing the fear, restraining him by force or allowing panic to choose the route because argument took too long. Hermione drew closer. Harry, Alex is right. Voldemort wanted you to see exactly enough to make you leave without telling anyone. Harry's gaze snapped towards her. And if you're wrong? Then we lose a minute confirming it, Ron said. His voice was unsteady, but the words remained clear. If you're right, we go after him knowing where Sirius actually is. Harry looked from Ron to Hermione and then back to Alex. The certainty driving him towards the stairs hadn't disappeared, but it had begun to compete with the people standing in his path. Alex released Harry's sleeve and held out his empty hand. Get out your two-way mirror. Call Sirius. Do it now. Harry's empty hand remained between them for one strained breath. Then he reached beneath his robes and pulled out the small mirror Sirius had given him. Its surface reflected the corridor lamps, Alex's waiting face and Harry's own wide eyes, but nothing from beyond Hogwarts. Ron stared at it. You've had a way to speak to Sirius this whole time? I forgot. Harry tightened his fingers around the frame. I didn't know what it was until later. Hermione moved beside him, keeping her voice steady. Then use it. Say his name clearly. Harry looked down at the glass without speaking. Alex could see the fear working against the simple act. Calling Sirius meant risking silence, and silence might feel like confirmation. It was easier to keep moving while hope still depended upon speed. Alex lowered his hand. You trusted me in the graveyard. Harry's gaze rose sharply. You took my hand when the ward was closing, Alex continued. You didn't know whether I could get us out. You trusted me with your life anyway. He nodded towards the mirror. Trust me for 1 minute with his. Harry swallowed. His wand remained in his other hand, ready for a journey none of them had agreed to make, but he no longer faced the stairs. And if he doesn't answer? Then we check again and find another way to verify where he is, Alex said. I won't tell you to forget what you saw, and I won't leave you alone with it. But we don't go where Voldemort pointed until we know Sirius isn't somewhere safe. Hermione folded her arms tightly across herself. Sirius may not be holding the mirror. Give him time to reach it. Ron stepped closer to Harry's other side. We're staying. Harry looked at each of them. The panic hadn't left his face, but it no longer controlled every movement. He lowered his wand, brought the mirror level with his mouth and drew a breath that shook before he steadied it. Sirius Black, Harry said. Nothing changed. His thumb pressed hard against the frame. Alex resisted the urge to fill the silence or count aloud. Harry had chosen verification because Alex asked him to, and crowding that choice now would turn trust into another form of pressure. Harry tried again, louder this time. Sirius, it's Harry. Answer me. A pale mist moved beneath the glass. The corridor's reflection blurred, then withdrew as though someone on the other side had lifted a matching mirror from darkness. Sirius's face appeared through the mist, close enough to the glass that Harry jerked the mirror back. His hair was loose around his shoulders, and one side of his collar had folded beneath the neck of his shirt. He looked surprised, irritated and entirely unharmed. Harry? Sirius glanced away from the mirror as though checking the room around him. What's happened? Harry's knees nearly gave way. Ron caught his elbow while Alex steadied the mirror before it could strike the stone floor. Harry stared at Sirius's face, searching for blood, restraints or some sign that the image had been prepared to deceive him. Where are you? Harry asked. At Grimmauld Place. Sirius's surprise sharpened into concern. I was downstairs arguing with Remus over whether a cupboard counts as secure storage when creature can open it. Why? Harry closed his eyes. Relief moved through him too violently to look gentle. His shoulders shook once before he forced them still. I saw Voldemort torturing you in the Department of Mysteries. Sirius's expression changed at once. I'm not there. I haven't left the house tonight. Hermione released the breath she had been holding. Ron kept his hand beneath Harry's arm, though Harry had recovered enough balance to stand alone. Alex looked towards the scar beneath Harry's fingers. He wanted you to believe Sirius couldn't wait for verification. Footsteps sounded on the upper staircase. Dumbledore emerged around the curve with his wand lowered, his gaze passing over Harry, the mirror and the 4 students gathered in the corridor. He didn't ask why they were outside the room. The strain on Harry's face answered enough. Professor, Hermione said, Voldemort sent Harry a false vision. Dumbledore stopped beside them. Harry turned the mirror so Sirius remained visible while he described the shelves, the glass spheres and the torture. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, but grief tightened his face when Harry explained how certain the vision had felt. I once held a ring because it offered me the people I most regretted losing, Dumbledore said quietly. I recognized the danger and still acted before testing what I believed. Voldemort has built the same mechanism around you, Harry. He used love, then added urgency so caution would feel like betrayal. Harry looked at Sirius in the mirror. Alex stopped me. And stayed beside you while asking you to doubt what your own mind had shown you, Dumbledore replied. That preserved you from the first part of the trap. No completion notice appeared across Alex's vision. The task remained unchanged, and Dumbledore's next words explained why. The vision was false, he said. The threat behind it may not be. 52. The children raid the ministry. Dumbledore's warning held the corridor silent. Harry kept the mirror raised, Sirius's concerned face still visible in the glass, while Ron and Hermione waited beside him. Alex watched Dumbledore rather than the empty staircase. The headmaster hadn't spoken as though another attack might follow someday. He had recognized an unfinished plan already in motion. What threat? Harry asked. Relief had left him pale, but his voice remained steady. Sirius isn't there. No, Dumbledore said, yet Voldemort chose the Department of Mysteries, a room filled with prophecies and a place he has repeatedly attempted to enter through others. He wanted you to go there, which means something within that chamber remains important to him. Sirius leaned closer to his mirror. Then alert the Ministry and let the Aurors search it. They would find an empty corridor, Dumbledore replied. Voldemort's followers won't expose themselves after Harry failed to leave Hogwarts. They'll withdraw, alter their plans and construct another lure. Harry looked down at Sirius, then back at Dumbledore. You want me to pretend it worked? Hermione turned sharply. Professor, he's just been attacked through his own mind. I know. Grief remained in Dumbledore's face, but purpose had joined it. I'm proposing nothing without Harry's agreement. Voldemort believes love makes him predictable. Tonight proved that belief can be used against him. Dumbledore led them back into the room of requirement, where the benches and shield stands returned as though sensing that the evening wasn't over. The door closed behind them, and Harry placed the mirror upright against a stack of padded shields so Sirius could remain part of the discussion. Dumbledore drew his wand and formed a pale outline of the Department of Mysteries above the nearest table. One corridor brightened, ending beneath a small sign marked Hall of Prophecy. There is a record there concerning you and Voldemort, he said. The protections upon such records allow only those named within a prophecy to remove it. Voldemort cannot take it himself without entering the Ministry, and he has avoided doing so while the Ministry denies his return. So he needs me to lift it from the shelf, Harry said. Yes. If he believes you're still coming, his followers must remain close enough to seize the prophecy once you remove it. Dumbledore looked around the table. That gives us an opportunity to identify them, capture them and place evidence of Voldemort's activity inside the institution most determined not to see it. Harry studied the glowing corridor. The trap hadn't vanished. Dumbledore was asking whether Harry would turn around and enter it knowingly. Alex watched Harry's face as the shape of the plan settled over the room. It depended upon Harry entering the place Voldemort had chosen, touching the object Voldemort wanted and waiting until concealed enemies revealed themselves. Knowing the trap existed made it less powerful, but it didn't make Harry safe inside it. I'm going with him, Alex said. Dumbledore's projection remained above the table. That decision hasn't been requested. It shouldn't need to be. Alex moved beside Harry rather than standing across from him with the adults. Voldemort expects Harry to arrive with the people who train with him. If Harry goes alone, the pattern is wrong. If he goes with strangers under concealment, they may recognize the deception before exposing themselves. Sirius's voice came sharply through the mirror. Harry isn't going anywhere tonight while we invent a plan around him. Harry looked towards the glass. I haven't agreed yet. No, Alex said, keeping his attention on Harry. But if you do, I'm not letting you enter that building while I remain here because someone decided 15 was too young after asking you to retrieve a prophecy. Dumbledore lowered his wand, and the pale Ministry corridor faded. The objection isn't only your age. Voldemort has studied you. Your presence may alter his followers' instructions or make them withdraw. He saw both of us taken by the portkey, Alex replied. He knows I stayed with Harry in the graveyard, and he knows we trained together. Me staying behind would be stranger. Hermione stepped closer to the table. He'll expect the rest of us too. Ron's expression tightened. We aren't letting Harry walk into another Death Eater trap. Dumbledore looked around the room, taking in Hermione, Ron and the mirror holding Sirius's face. The appearance of the tutoring circle may be necessary. The students themselves are not. Alex understood before Harry did. The closed group had 8 members, and Voldemort's observers could know their faces without knowing how they fought. Harry and Alex could appear openly while 6 trained adults filled the remaining places. You want Order members to look like them, Alex said. With their agreement, Dumbledore replied. Polyjuice potion can reproduce appearance. Preparation and rehearsal must reproduce enough behavior to survive observation. Ron looked from Dumbledore to his own hands. Someone's going to be me? Only if Harry accepts the operation and each person whose identity is used agrees, Dumbledore said. Alex turned to Harry. You won't be surrounded by children Voldemort can use against you. You'll have adults behind familiar faces, and you'll have me beside you. Harry looked again at the place where the prophecy corridor had hovered. Then we choose people Voldemort won't expect to be waiting. His choice turned Dumbledore's proposal into something that required names, consent and 6 adults willing to stand beneath borrowed faces. The headmaster sent 3 Patronuses from the room, then explained to Hermione and Ron exactly how their appearances would be used. Neither objected, though Ron looked distinctly unsettled by the thought of watching an adult become him. McGonagall arrived first, followed by Lupin, Kingsley and Tonks. Sirius came through the room's fireplace after returning his mirror to Grimmauld Place, while Neville, Luna, Fred and George entered together several minutes later. Dumbledore described the operation once, including why Harry had to attend, why Alex refused to let him go alone and why the 6 other students would remain safely at Hogwarts. Neville glanced towards Sirius. "You're meant to be me?" "If you're willing," Sirius said. His attempt at dignity weakened when Neville looked him slowly from boots to hair. "You'll need to stand straighter." Sirius frowned. "I stand perfectly well." "You stand like you're expecting someone to insult your family." "That happens surprisingly often." The room provided 6 screened spaces, a long table and identical goblets beside labeled flasks of polyjuice potion. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna and the twins each placed several hairs into separate dishes. Alex watched McGonagall check Hermione's label twice before adding the hair to her goblet. Tonks dropped Luna's into hers with open enthusiasm, while Kingsley accepted George's with the calm of a man reviewing an official document. Dumbledore raised Ron's potion. "We drink together. No one leaves the screens until clothing has adjusted and identity has been confirmed." They swallowed. The changes began almost at once. McGonagall's height folded downward as dark hair spread across her shoulders. Tonks narrowed into Luna's lighter frame, while Dumbledore's beard withdrew and his face rounded into Ron's. Sirius became shorter and broader through the shoulders, emerging as Neville with an expression Neville had never worn. Lupin and Kingsley changed into Fred and George so precisely that Alex had to check which twin had supplied each hair. Harry stared along the row of familiar faces. They belonged to his friends, yet every pair of eyes carried an adult's attention. McGonagall stepped from behind her screen wearing Hermione's face, her replacement robes still cut with a professor's severity and her hands clasped behind her back. Hermione covered her mouth. "Professor, I don't walk like that." Across the room, Tonks drifted forward as Luna with an exaggerated distant smile. Luna tilted her head and regarded her borrowed face with patient disappointment. She walked around Tonks without speaking. Tonks maintained the dreamy smile for several seconds, then let it fade as Luna examined the way she held her shoulders, the angle of her head and the too careful placement of her feet. "I don't smile like that," Luna said. Tonks glanced towards the others through Luna's pale eyes. "You smile." "Yes, but usually because something is amusing." "I thought you looked pleasantly distracted." "You look as though you've been confounded and are trying to be polite about it." Fred choked on a laugh while Lupin, wearing Fred's face, tried to hide his own behind one hand. The gesture only made him look like Fred attempting innocence, which caused George to point at him in delight. McGonagall had exchanged her professor's robes for Hermione's school uniform, but the clothing hadn't corrected her bearing. Hermione showed her how she carried books against her chest and moved quickly when she decided everyone else was wasting time. McGonagall copied the walk with exact precision, then stopped beside the table. Ron stared at her. That was terrifying. Hermione folded her arms. "I don't look terrifying." "You do when you know the answer and someone else doesn't." Across the room, Dumbledore struggled with Ron's trousers. The waistband fitted, but the legs sat too high above his borrowed shoes because he had adjusted them according to his usual proportions. Ron stepped forward, pulled the hems lower and flattened Dumbledore's jumper where it had been tucked in far too neatly. "I don't dress like I'm meeting the Wizengamot," Ron said. Dumbledore looked down at himself. "I had believed the shirt improved the arrangement." "It proves you aren't me." Sirius had discovered that Neville's fringe fell into his eyes whenever he moved too quickly. He pushed it back with the careless sweep he used on his own longer hair, and Neville immediately caught his wrist. "I don't do that," Neville said. "I move it with 2 fingers, or I leave it alone." Sirius tried again, using the required 2 fingers. "Like this?" Less confidently. Tonks crossed the room under Luna's continued supervision. Her first attempt included a floating step and another distant smile. Luna stopped her, placed both hands lightly upon Tonks's shoulders and turned her towards Harry. "I look at people when they speak," Luna said. "I simply don't always look where they expect." Tonks repeated the walk without performing strangeness. Her pace became quieter, her attention settled upon Harry, and when she tilted her head it came from listening rather than imitation. Luna nodded once. "Better. Now you only look like me when I'm worried." The transformed adults stood among the students whose faces they wore, outwardly convincing and wrong in a dozen small ways. Before any of them could enter the ministry, those differences had to become choices rather than mistakes. 53. Just in case. The students continued correcting their doubles until Dumbledore called everyone around the table. He still wore Ron's face, though Ron had finally persuaded him to leave the jumper untucked and stop holding his shoulders as though addressing the Wizengamot. The resulting likeness remained unsettling, but it would survive a distant observer. "We can't depend upon appearance once we enter the ministry," Dumbledore said. "Each of us must know whom we follow, what signals we obey, and when the operation ends, regardless of what we discover." Harry placed his two-way mirror beside the diagram of the department. Sirius, still wearing Neville's face, produced the matching glass from his pocket. Dumbledore assigned 3 signals. 1 tap meant the route ahead was clear. 2 meant danger without immediate attack. 3 meant withdraw by the nearest agreed path without waiting for an explanation. Sirius tested the final signal against his mirror. 3 sharp clicks answered from Harry's glass. Ron frowned. "That sounds like someone knocking on a window." "That's rather the point," Sirius said. "Death Eaters may recognize spoken code. They're less likely to notice Harry checking his reflection. They'll notice if Neville keeps reaching into his pocket whenever Harry looks nervous," Neville replied. Sirius lowered the mirror and attempted Neville's less confident posture. "Then I'll look nervous too." "You're improving." McGonagall, wearing Hermione's face, repeated the withdrawal routes from memory. The first led back through the public ministry entrance. The second required reaching the atrium and using the fireplaces. The third applied if the group became divided. Nobody searched alone, nobody pursued a fleeing attacker beyond the next secured room, and every pair moved towards the atrium unless Dumbledore gave another order. Lupin glanced towards Fred and George. "Which of us normally ignores instructions first?" "Fred," George said. "George," Fred replied at the same moment. Kingsley, wearing George, regarded them both. "Useful." Dumbledore set a small timing charm above the polyjuice flasks. "The potion should hold for approximately 1 hour. We renew at 45 minutes if the operation continues. No one waits for visible change. A returning beard, altered height or adult voice would expose the entire group." Tonks touched Luna's borrowed hair. "Mine won't change early." "Confidence isn't a timing method," Luna said. Dumbledore nodded towards her. "Precisely. The operation ends if our disguise fails, if Harry cannot reach the prophecy safely, if Voldemort himself appears before our position is secure, or if any member gives the withdrawal signal. Capturing his followers is desirable. Bringing everyone home is mandatory." Alex looked along the row of borrowed faces. The rehearsal had removed uncertainty from their signals, but it had also made the danger more exact. They now knew how to enter and how to leave. What waited between those 2 decisions remained unknown. Dumbledore dismissed the students whose faces had been borrowed, but Sirius made no move towards the fireplace. Neville's appearance remained around him, from the untidy fringe to the hands he'd learned to hold with less confidence. Only the expression belonged entirely to Sirius. Harry noticed first. "You're coming." "That was always the arrangement," Sirius said. "No, it wasn't." Harry stepped away from the table. "The arrangement was 6 adults. Nobody said which 6 until you arrived." Sirius looked towards Dumbledore, but the headmaster offered him no rescue. "I volunteered. You walked through the fire and decided." "I've had years of experience with that method." Harry's mouth tightened. Relief at finding Sirius safe had lasted less than an hour, and now the same man intended to place himself inside the danger they'd just disproved. Alex understood the objection because he shared it. He also knew what would happen if they tried to force Sirius back through the fireplace. Sirius would argue until the potion expired, then find another way to follow. Alex moved beside Harry. "He won't stay." Sirius gave him a grateful look through Neville's face. "Thank you." That wasn't support. Alex faced him directly. "You're reckless when Harry's threatened. You dislike waiting for instructions, and Bellatrix can make you forget every sensible choice by smiling at you." Sirius's borrowed jaw tightened. "I know what she does." "Then say what you'll do if she runs." "I won't follow her alone." "If she attacks Harry?" "I protect Harry and remain with the group." "If she insults you?" Sirius stared at him. "I shall endure the terrible wound." Neville shifted beside the fireplace. You should probably practice sounding less like yourself. Sirius lowered his eyes and tried again with Neville's quieter voice. I won't leave my partner. Harry still looked unconvinced. And who is your partner? Kingsley. Kingsley, wearing George's face, nodded once. He remains within reach. If he breaks formation, I bring him back. Fred examined the pair, George restraining Neville. George folded his arms. I've always believed I'd be excellent at authority. You aren't involved. That's never stopped me before. The brief laughter eased the room without settling Harry's fear. Sirius crossed to him and stopped close enough to touch, but waited. I can't promise there's no risk, Sirius said. I can promise I won't make you responsible for protecting me. Harry studied Neville's face and found Sirius beneath it. Come back with us. Sirius placed a hand on his shoulder. That's the plan. Alex watched Harry accept the answer without pretending it was enough. The group now had its final member. What remained was deciding whether the object at the center of Voldemort's trap should ever be placed within reach. Harry remained beside the table after the others returned to checking clothing, potion flasks and assigned partners. The pale outline of the Hall of Prophecy hovered above the wood again, with one point of light marking the shelf Dumbledore believed held the record bearing Harry's name. We could leave it there, Harry said. Tell the Ministry Voldemort wants it and let them guard the room. They won't act upon Dumbledore's warning quickly enough, Alex replied. Fudge may decide protecting the prophecy would admit there's someone trying to steal it. Harry stared at the glowing shelf. Then we're helping Voldemort by taking it down. Alex couldn't honestly deny that. Until Harry touched the sphere, the Death Eaters had no reason to expose themselves. The prophecy was protected from them by the same magic that allowed Harry to remove it. Using that protection as bait meant deliberately ending it. Yes, Alex said. For a few seconds, we'll be giving them the chance they wanted. Harry looked at him. That's a terrible plan. It is. Dumbledore, still wearing Ron's face, remained across the room with McGonagall and Lupin. He didn't approach. The decision at the table belonged to the two boys whose lives had been shaped by the record on that shelf. Harry lowered his voice. What if I pick it up and they attack before anyone can stop them? Then you don't try to protect the prophecy, Alex said. You drop it, throw it or let them take it. We're going there to expose the people waiting for you, not to win a fight over a glass ball. But if it breaks? Then Voldemort loses what he wanted. Harry considered that, his fingers tightening against the table's edge. Dumbledore might want to save it. The prophecy isn't worth you dying. It isn't worth Sirius, McGonagall or anyone else dying either. Alex glanced towards the adults wearing their friends' faces. Once the attackers reveal themselves, the bait has done its job. Harry's gaze followed his. Sirius stood beside Kingsley, practicing Neville's quieter movements while Kingsley corrected how closely he watched Harry. The disguise changed Sirius's face, but it couldn't make the risk less personal. So I take it from the shelf, Harry said. We wait until they show themselves, and then the prophecy stops mattering. Yes. Harry looked back at the point of light. No chasing it if someone gets hold of it. No chasing it. They clasped hands across the table, sealing the agreement without asking anyone else to approve it. The prophecy would bring Voldemort's followers into sight. After that, every living person in the room mattered more than whatever the glass sphere contained. Harry released Alex's hand, and the final preparations became practical. Hermione checked the potion flask hidden inside McGonagall's school bag. Ron pulled Dumbledore's jumper crooked again, and Luna removed a silver earring Tonks had added without asking. Neville stood before Sirius for one last inspection, then reached up and moved the borrowed fringe partly across his forehead. You keep looking as though you're about to arrest someone, Neville said. Sirius softened his expression. I'm going into the ministry with Kingsley. Try to look as though you'd rather be somewhere else. That part should be easy. The 6 students gathered near the room's door. Their faces would enter danger while they remained behind, and the arrangement had become less amusing now that departure was close. Hermione embraced McGonagall with visible uncertainty, while Fred and George examined Lupin and Kingsley as though deciding whether their reputations would survive being loaned to responsible adults. George pointed at Kingsley. Don't make me look sensible. Kingsley adjusted his borrowed sleeve. Your concerns have been recorded. Fred turned to Lupin. And don't let him pretend he's the better-looking twin. I shall preserve strict neutrality, Lupin promised. Dumbledore waited until the students had left and the room's door closed behind them. He then crossed to the fireplace and scattered flow powder into the flames. Green fire rose around the grate, throwing Ron's face into sharp light. We enter separately and assemble without conversation, he said. Harry first. Alex follows. The rest proceed in the order already assigned. Harry stepped into the fire. For one moment, he looked back towards Sirius, McGonagall and the others wearing the faces of people he trusted. Then he called, Ministry of Magic, and vanished into green flame. Alex followed before hesitation could widen the gap. Heat swept around him without burning, fireplaces spun past in a rushing blur and his feet struck polished stone. He stepped clear at once. The Ministry atrium stretched before him beneath dimmed evening lights. Golden grills covered the lifts, abandoned desks stood beneath the high ceiling and the fountain's water sounded too loud in the empty space. Harry waited beside the nearest fireplace, exactly where they'd agreed. Green flame rose behind Alex. Hermione emerged carrying herself with deliberate impatience, followed by Luna, Ron, Neville, Fred and George. Familiar faces assembled in the silent atrium, but the people inside them watched doors, balconies and lift entrances with trained attention. No alarm sounded. No guard approached. The Ministry appeared to be sleeping. Dumbledore, wearing Ron, gave one quiet tap against the mirror in Harry's hand. Harry answered, and the 8 apparent students crossed the atrium towards the waiting lifts in the pattern Voldemort expected to see. 54. The Prophecy Shelf. The nearest lift opened before Harry touched the grill. Alex entered beside him, and the 6 borrowed faces followed in their rehearsed order. The doors closed upon the silent atrium, and Dumbledore, still wearing Ron's body, pressed the button for level 9 with the careless impatience Ron had taught him. The lift began to descend. Its mechanism rattled around them, loud enough to cover a whispered warning but not an argument. Nobody offered either. McGonagall stood as Hermione would, one hand gripping her school bag while her eyes repeatedly checked the grill. Tonks allowed Luna's borrowed attention to wander towards the brass notices, though Alex saw her wand hand remain close to her sleeve. Lupin and Kingsley occupied opposite corners with the loose posture Fred and George had demonstrated, leaving Sirius between Kingsley and the rear wall. Sirius glanced towards Harry once. Kingsley shifted half a step and blocked his view without appearing to do so. Sirius lowered Neville's eyes and studied the floor. The lift stopped at another level. Its grill opened upon an empty corridor, but nobody entered. Dumbledore tapped twice against his trouser seam, the agreed warning for danger without immediate attack. Harry repeated the signal against the mirror concealed in his palm, and nobody moved until the doors closed again. Alex watched the floor numbers pass. The Ministry's emptiness had felt unnatural in the atrium. Below ground, it became deliberate. No late working clerk hurried between offices. No watch wizard challenged 8 students traveling deeper into a government building after hours. Voldemort hadn't merely prepared a room. Someone had cleared their route to it. The lift halted with a final jolt. The grill opened onto a bare stone corridor lit by torches that burned without warmth. At its far end stood a plain black door. Harry stepped out first. Alex followed close enough to reach him, while the others formed their assigned pairs behind them. Dumbledore gave one tap. Harry answered, and they advanced without speaking. The black door opened at Harry's touch. A circular chamber waited beyond it, lined with identical doors and dark blue flames. The entrance closed behind the last pair, and the walls began to turn. Sirius's head lifted too sharply, but Kingsley caught his sleeve and held him in place until the movement stopped. Dumbledore pointed towards the door directly ahead. Ron would have asked how he knew. Wearing Ron's face, Dumbledore merely shrugged and started walking. The others followed, carrying borrowed expressions into the Department of Mysteries while every dark doorway offered the first chance for the plan to fail. The next door opened onto a long room filled with towering shelves. Small glass spheres rested in ordered rows from floor to ceiling, each supported by a dusty stand and marked with a narrow label. The light came from the orbs themselves, thousands of muted glows stretching beyond sight until distance reduced them to a pale haze. Dumbledore entered first and raised Ron's borrowed hand for silence. The others followed in pairs, leaving enough space to move without losing sight of one another. Alex stayed beside Harry while McGonagall and Tonks watched the neighboring aisle. Lupin took the rear with Kingsley and Sirius, though Sirius's attention kept returning to Harry whenever he thought Kingsley wouldn't notice. Harry looked along the nearest shelf. There must be thousands. Dumbledore pointed towards the numbered end markers and then indicated the deeper rows. His silence preserved the disguise, but Harry understood. He moved forward, checking each aisle against the location Dumbledore had given them before departure. Their footsteps sounded too clearly between the shelves. Alex watched the gaps above and below the rows, searching for movement, disturbed dust or the edge of a concealed robe. Nothing answered his warning sense strongly enough to name, yet the room felt occupied by more than stored records. The attackers knew which shelf Harry needed. They had no reason to stand where he could see them before he made the prophecy vulnerable. Harry stopped beside a row marked 97. Here. Alex joined him. The shelf held dozens of spheres, each carrying its own handwritten card. Harry read them one by one until his breath caught. He reached towards a dusty orb, then stopped with his fingers several inches from the glass. The label bore Harry's name beside another that had faded almost beyond recognition. "That's it," Harry whispered. Alex kept his eyes upon the surrounding shelves. "Don't lift it yet." "I know." Harry looked at the sphere rather than touching it. "Once I take it down, they'll come. And once they do, this stops mattering." Harry's hand remained suspended. "Even if one of them catches it? We let them have it. If it rolls under a shelf? We leave it." Harry finally looked at him. "If Sirius goes after whoever takes it?" Alex glanced towards Neville's borrowed face. Sirius had heard. His expression tightened, but he stayed beside Kingsley. "He won't," Alex said. "Nobody chases the prophecy. Nobody protects it after the trap closes." Harry lowered his hand and repeated the rule loudly enough for every pair to hear. "The moment they reveal themselves, the sphere is expendable." Dumbledore nodded once through Ron's face. Sirius did the same. Harry turned back to the waiting glass while the 8 of them settled into position around the shelf. Alex stood close enough to cover him without crowding his movement. Across the aisle, McGonagall shifted Hermione's bag behind one hip, freeing her wand arm. Tonks and Lupin watched the approaches, while Kingsley positioned himself between Sirius and the nearest open lane. Harry closed his fingers around the glass sphere and lifted it from its stand. Nothing happened at once. The prophecy rested in his palm, dusty and cool, while the light inside it swirled around a shape Alex couldn't make out. Harry drew it close to his chest and looked towards Dumbledore. A man stepped from between the shelves behind them. "Very good, Potter," Lucius Malfoy said. Others emerged along the neighboring aisles, masked and robed, their wands already raised. They spread around the apparent students with the confidence of adults surrounding children who'd wandered exactly where they were expected. Bellatrix stood 2 aisles to the left, watching Neville with eager attention. "Now hand it over," Lucius said. Harry's grip tightened. "You cleared the ministry." Lucius inclined his masked head. "You've been allowed every opportunity to cooperate." Alex counted figures and gaps instead of faces. More Death Eaters blocked the route back, but they'd left narrow lanes between themselves because they expected fear to keep their captives still. Their formation had been built to control children, not opponents capable of breaking it. Dumbledore tapped twice against his leg. Harry answered against the mirror and said, "You wanted us frightened." Lucius's wand shifted towards him. "You should be." Harry dropped the prophecy. Lucius lunged instinctively, his gaze following the sphere as it struck the floor and rolled beneath the lowest shelf. That moment was enough. Dumbledore's first spell tore Lucius's wand from his hand. McGonagall moved with him, striking the nearest masked wizard before Hermione's borrowed school bag had finished swinging from her shoulder. Tonks and Lupin turned opposite ways and drove 2 attackers back with coordinated shields, while Kingsley caught Sirius by the sleeve and pulled him into the opening beside the shelf. The Death Eaters hesitated. They'd prepared for startled students, not adult spellwork delivered through teenage bodies. "Withdraw by pairs," Dumbledore ordered in Ron's voice. "No pursuit." Alex shielded Harry as a curse struck the shelf above them and burst 3 empty stands into fragments. Harry didn't look towards the prophecy. He cast at the attacker blocking their route, then moved when Alex moved, exactly as they'd rehearsed. Bellatrix laughed and retreated across the next aisle. Sirius turned towards her. Kingsley seized the back of Neville's robes. "Your partner is this way." Sirius's face twisted with fury, but he obeyed. He fired one controlled curse to stop Bellatrix following, then withdrew beside Kingsley. The group advanced towards the exit in paired steps, shields overlapping and every strike chosen to clear a route rather than capture ground. Behind them, the abandoned prophecy rolled unseen beneath the shelf while the Death Eaters struggled to understand that the children they'd trapped had never entered alone. The first pair reached the doorway before the Death Eaters recovered from their surprise. Tonks went through beside Lupin, both still wearing Luna and Fred, while Dumbledore and McGonagall held shields across the retreat. Harry and Alex followed, turning together to cover Sirius and Kingsley as they backed towards the exit. Lucius recovered his wand from the floor. He didn't aim it at Harry. Instead, he struck a black plate fixed beside the door. The hall answered with a deep metallic thud. Red light raced along the shelf ends, and stone panels dropped across 3 neighboring aisles. The open route narrowed as a barrier descended from the ceiling between Dumbledore and McGonagall. "Through," Dumbledore ordered, catching the barrier with a spell before it struck the floor. McGonagall crossed beneath it. Dumbledore released the spell and rolled clear as the stone slammed down behind him, cutting off 2 Death Eaters but forcing the group forward into the circular chamber. The walls began turning before Kingsley cleared the threshold. Harry struck the mirror 3 times. The withdrawal signal answered faintly from Sirius's matching glass, then vanished beneath the grinding stone. "Stay with me," Alex said, catching Harry's sleeve as the floor shifted beneath them. "I'm here." Harry planted his feet and raised a shield while doors moved past in a blur. Across the chamber, Tonks and Lupin disappeared behind one closing section. Dumbledore and McGonagall reached another doorway together, but a black seal spread across its frame and forced them through before it closed. Sirius lunged from the hall with Kingsley behind him. A curse struck the floor between the pairs, splitting the stone in a line of white sparks. Kingsley dragged Sirius sideways as a new door opened beside them. "Harry!" Sirius shouted. Harry moved towards him, but Alex held on. The rotating wall crossed between them, carrying Sirius and Kingsley out of sight before either boy could close the distance. 3 sharp knocks sounded from Harry's mirror. "We withdraw," Harry said, though his voice tightened around the words. "Nearest agreed route. No searching." A door opened behind them. The hall remained visible through another gap, filled with masked figures and falling shelves. Staying meant being surrounded when the chamber completed its turn. Alex pushed Harry through the available doorway and followed. Stone closed at his back, sealing them inside an unfamiliar passage while the chamber continued dividing the others beyond reach. Their counter-ambush had exposed Voldemort's followers. Now the department had reduced the clean formation to 4 separated pairs, each responsible for reaching the atrium without losing the person beside them. 55. More time than anyone needed. The passage bent twice before ending at another black door. Harry reached it first, but Alex caught his wrist before he touched the handle. Behind them, stone grated across stone as the rotating chamber rearranged the route they'd taken, leaving no clear way back to Sirius. "Nearest route," Alex reminded him. "We don't search." Harry's jaw tightened. "I know." 3 knocks sounded faintly through the mirror in his palm, followed by 2 more from a different direction. The signals weren't close enough to identify a door, but they proved that at least 2 of the separated pairs remained together. Harry answered with 3 knocks and opened the way ahead. A masked wizard waited on the other side. His curse struck Harry's shield before the door had fully opened. Alex fired beneath it, catching the attacker's ankle and throwing him sideways into the wall. The Death Eater rolled, cut through the binding around his leg and fled through the next doorway. Harry started after him. Alex caught the back of his robes. "Secured room only. He'll warn the others. They already know we're here." Harry stopped before crossing the next threshold. He checked the corners while Alex watched the ceiling and the narrow gap beneath the opposite door. Nothing moved. Together they advanced far enough to confirm that the chamber was empty, then closed the route behind them instead of following the attacker into another blind pursuit. A shield flashed beyond the next doorway. Tonks stumbled through wearing Luna's face, with Lupin beside her in Fred's body. A curse struck the frame after them, breaking a strip of stone from the wall. "Close it," Lupin said. Alex and Harry cast together. The door slammed upon the pursuing Death Eater, and Tonks sealed its edges before lowering her wand. Two pairs answered, Harry said. Sirius and Kingsley. I think Dumbledore did too. Tonks drew a breath and glanced towards the shifting walls. We lost them 3 rooms ago. These doors aren't returning where they should. A sharp sequence of knocks came through Harry's mirror. 1. Pause. 1. Dumbledore's signal for movement towards his position when safe. Harry answered, then pointed towards the only unopened door. We go together until the department separates us again. Nobody argued. Harry and Alex took the front while Tonks and Lupin covered the rear. The next chamber rotated as they crossed it, forcing them to move with the turning floor while curses flashed through doors that appeared and vanished around the walls. One opening remained ahead. Beyond it came McGonagall's voice, Dumbledore's reply and the rapid ticking of hundreds of clocks beneath the sound of battle. Harry crossed the threshold behind a raised shield. Alex entered beside him, while Tonks and Lupin turned to cover the doorway before it closed. The chamber beyond was lined with tall glass cabinets filled with clocks, hourglasses, silver instruments and devices whose moving parts seemed to obey rules Alex couldn't identify. Dumbledore stood near the center in Ron's body, holding off 2 masked attackers while McGonagall shielded a cabinet behind Hermione's borrowed face. Left side, Dumbledore ordered. Harry and Alex moved together. Harry drove one Death Eater away from the nearest cabinet, but the man's returning curse struck the glass instead of Alex's shield. The cabinet burst outward. Shards scattered across the floor, followed by several golden chains and spinning hourglasses that struck the stone without breaking. One of them turned. The fallen glass rose from the floor and returned to the shattered frame. The curse reversed through the air, entered the Death Eater's wand and burst outward again. Alex ducked as the cabinet broke a second time along the same lines. Don't stand where anything already happened, he warned. Tonks pulled Lupin aside before the repeating fragments crossed their path. That removes most of the room. A second curse struck an open mechanism built around a glass bell jar. The bird inside vanished into an egg, hatched, grew and vanished again, but the cycle accelerated until several stages occupied the jar at once. The surrounding clocks began turning backward. One hand spun so quickly that its face cracked, restored itself and cracked again. McGonagall drove her attacker towards an empty section of wall. Keep spells away from the cabinets. He isn't cooperating, Harry said as the masked wizard twisted aside and fired through the shelves. Alex blocked the curse, but his shield redirected it into a row of silver dials. The nearest dial split. A pulse passed through the chamber, and Harry's next step repeated beneath him. His foot landed, lifted and landed again despite his effort to move forward. Alex caught his arm and pulled him sideways. Harry escaped the loop, but Tonks's last shield began forming and collapsing in the same place, trapping Lupin behind a flashing barrier. Dumbledore struck the floor between them. Stone rose beneath Tonks's feet and carried her clear before the shield formed again. Movement before attack, Dumbledore ordered. Choose empty ground, then cast. The Death Eaters began retreating through the damaged room, using the repeating hazards as cover. Another cabinet toppled, its doors opening before it struck the floor. Dozens of golden chains spilled across the stone, each bearing a small hourglass. Alex saw 3 that hadn't begun to turn. He moved before the nearest Death Eater could turn the spilled devices into another hazard. He crossed the first stretch of empty stone, dropped beside the fallen cabinet and reached for the 3 hourglasses whose sand remained still. Each hung from a fine golden chain, small enough to close inside his fist, but the mechanisms around them had already begun reacting to the damaged room. Alex, leave them, Harry called as another curse passed above the cabinet. They'll break with the rest. Alex caught one chain and pulled it clear as a returning sheet of glass rebuilt itself where his hand had been. The cabinet shattered again an instant later, driving him lower behind its wooden frame. Dumbledore's shield crossed the room and stopped the next curse. Only if you can withdraw immediately. Alex seized the second-time turner. Its hourglass warmed against his palm, and the sand inside gave one uncertain twitch before settling. The third lay beneath a bent brass support several feet away. Between them, fragments rose, reversed and fell again along paths that no longer matched the attacks producing them. Harry reached the cabinet and cast over Alex's shoulder. You've got 2. That's enough. A golden chain lifted from the floor as the surrounding moment repeated. The third device rose with it, struck the cabinet's edge and began falling towards a crack where the stone opened and closed every few seconds. Alex lunged. His fingers missed the hourglass but caught the chain. The repeating floor snapped shut beneath his wrist, forcing him to release it before the stone closed around his hand. The chain slid across his skin. The time turner touched him and vanished. Alex froze for less than a breath. Nothing lay in his hand, beneath the cabinet or inside the closing crack. He hadn't formed the decision to store it, yet the old reflex had answered contact before thought. Years of hiding wands, clothing and dangerous objects had made the command almost physical. Harry dragged him backward as glass tore through the space where he'd knelt. "Move." Alex obeyed. He closed both hands around the two visible devices and refused to look inward. Confirming what had happened would mean choosing what to do with it while curses were still crossing the room. Tonks and Lupin reached them behind an overlapping shield. McGonagall drove the remaining attackers towards the far doorway while Dumbledore turned Ron's borrowed face towards Alex's clenched fists. His gaze settled upon the two golden chains. Dumbledore held out Ron's borrowed hand. Alex looked at the two time turners clutched in his fists, then at the repeating destruction crossing the chamber behind him. A cabinet rebuilt itself around a masked wizard before exploding again, throwing him clear in the same twisting fall. Another row of clocks chimed backward while their hands spun towards numbers that no longer remained upon the faces. "These are Ministry property," Alex said, though the protest sounded weak even to him. Dumbledore's open hand didn't move. Harry blocked a curse that had already crossed the room once. "Alex. I was preventing their destruction." McGonagall stepped backwards beside them, casting only after each movement placed her upon untouched stone. "You've prevented it." Alex surrendered the first golden chain. Dumbledore closed Ron's fingers around the delicate hourglass and immediately held out his other hand. "You can't carry both safely while fighting," Alex said. Dumbledore raised Ron's eyebrows. Alex gave him the second time turner. The absence left both of his palms empty, but not his storage. He felt the knowledge waiting behind thought, close enough that a single inward glance would confirm the third device's place among the objects only he could reach. He refused to look. A temporal pulse struck the chamber. Every clock stopped together, and the sudden silence lasted long enough for Alex to hear stone cracking beneath the floor. Then the mechanisms restarted at different speeds. The cabinet nearest the exit aged through years in seconds, its wood darkening, splitting and collapsing into dust before returning as fresh timber around the trapped instruments. "Out," Dumbledore ordered, tucking both chains beneath Ron's borrowed shirt. "This room is failing." The remaining Death Eaters withdrew through the far doorway. McGonagall moved after them without pursuing beyond the threshold, securing the route while Tonks and Lupin crossed under her shield. Harry caught Alex's sleeve and pulled him away as the floor behind them repeated its fracture across a widening section. 3 knocks sounded from Harry's mirror. Sirius and Kingsley appeared through a side passage beside the exit, still wearing Neville and George. Kingsley kept one hand around Sirius's sleeve until they reached the others. "Everyone together?" Sirius asked. "For the moment," Harry answered. The time room gave a deep groan. Glass cabinets leaned towards the group as though the floor had tilted beneath them, forcing all 8 through the only doorway that remained clear. Alex crossed last. The door closed upon breaking clocks and repeated curses, leaving them at the top of broad stone steps descending into darkness. From somewhere below came a whisper too soft to contain words. 56. The wall before the veil. The whisper grew clearer as they descended, though Alex still couldn't separate words from the soft murmur. It seemed to rise through the stone beneath the broad steps, several voices overlapping without becoming distinct enough to understand. Harry slowed beside him, turning his head towards the sound as though someone below had called his name. The stairs opened into a vast sunken chamber. Steep tiers of stone benches surrounded a central dais, and upon it stood an ancient archway hung with a black curtain. The cloth moved despite the still air, drawing inward and falling back in slow, uneven folds. Harry stopped, his attention fixed upon the arch with an intensity that made Alex reach for him before he understood why. "It's whispering to me," Harry said. Every adult reacted. Dumbledore seized Harry's shoulder and pulled him backwards. McGonagall raised her wand towards the dais, while Kingsley drew Sirius behind the nearest bench without waiting for an explanation. Lupin's face tightened beneath Fred's borrowed features. Tonks, still wearing Luna's face, moved away from the center and placed herself between Harry and the steps. Alex didn't ask what they knew. Their certainty was enough. He struck his wand towards the floor. Stone tore upward across the dais between them and the archway. The first barrier rose unevenly, blocking the direct path while Alex widened it towards both sides. He drew more material from the surrounding platform, thickening the wall until it stood above their heads and curved backwards at the ends. The whispering dulled behind several feet of stone, though it didn't disappear. Sirius stared at the new barrier through Neville's borrowed face. "Alex?" "Just in case," Alex said, forcing another layer across the base. Dumbledore released Harry only after Kingsley took his arm. He examined the hurried construction, then cast beside Alex. Stone flowed across the wall's surface, sealing cracks and binding it into the dais rather than leaving it as a separate structure that one strong curse might overturn. "Continue both ends," Dumbledore ordered. "No open route around it." Alex obeyed. McGonagall reinforced the left curve while Lupin secured the right against the lowest benches. Tonks kept her wand raised towards the chamber doors, and Sirius stayed where Kingsley had placed him, though his attention remained fixed upon Harry. Harry looked from the adults to the hidden arch. "What is that?" "Something you will not approach," Dumbledore said. Ron's borrowed voice carried no room for debate. "Whatever you hear, you will not answer it." The wall gave a low scrape as Alex completed the final join. It removed the easiest path towards the hidden arch, but the chamber still held too many doors and too little cover. One of those doors opened above them. Bellatrix Lestrange's laughter entered before her first curse. The spell struck the stone bench above Harry and Alex, breaking its edge into fragments that hammered against their shields. Death Eaters entered through two upper doors behind her and spread along the tiers, forcing Dumbledore and McGonagall to divide their attention while Tonks and Lupin protected the lower steps. Bellatrix remained above them, searching the 8 apparent students with open delight. "Where are you, Sirius?" she called. "Surely Azkaban didn't teach you to hide behind children." Nobody answered, but Harry's eyes moved. The glance lasted no longer than a heartbeat. It crossed the chamber towards Neville's face, where Sirius stood beside George-faced Kingsley. Bellatrix followed it and smiled. "There you are." Her curse went towards Harry. Sirius raised his shield before Alex completed his own. The impact crossed half the chamber, struck both protections and drove Harry against the wall hiding the arch. Bellatrix had already moved by the time Sirius answered, retreating along the upper tier before his spell shattered the bench she'd used for cover. Kingsley caught Sirius's sleeve. "She knows now." She attacked Harry. "That's why she knows." Bellatrix appeared through the gap between two stone rows and fired again. This curse passed wide of Sirius and struck the floor near Harry's feet, forcing Alex to pull him sideways while the stone opened beneath them. "Still too slow, cousin," Bellatrix called. "You spent 12 years waiting while Harry grew up without you. Are you going to watch me kill him as well?" Sirius started up the central steps. Kingsley moved with him, keeping one hand close to his arm while casting over Sirius's shoulder. Bellatrix gave ground immediately. She crossed behind a pillar, emerged 3 benches farther away and sent another curse towards Harry rather than the pair pursuing her. Sirius blocked it from above. "Stay behind Alex," he shouted. Harry raised his own shield. "Watch your partner." Bellatrix laughed and withdrew again. Each position she chose offered Sirius a clear route for several strides, then narrowed where broken benches or fallen stone would force him ahead of Kingsley. When Kingsley shifted left to preserve room between them, Bellatrix attacked from the right. When Sirius slowed, she threatened Harry. "Azkaban made you cautious," she said. "Perhaps I should thank the Dementors." Sirius's borrowed face tightened. He climbed another tier before Kingsley's hand closed firmly around his sleeve. "She isn't retreating from us," Kingsley said. "She's arranging where you'll stand when you reach her." Bellatrix stepped into view beyond the next broken bench and aimed directly at Harry. Sirius lifted his wand, with Kingsley still holding him within reach. He cast before Bellatrix could release her curse. His spell struck the bench beneath her instead of aiming for her body, breaking the stone along its front edge and forcing her to step backwards. Harry remained untouched behind Alex's shield. Bellatrix laughed. "Missed me." "No," Sirius said. "Moved you." Kingsley released Sirius's sleeve at last, but stayed close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. He fired towards Bellatrix's left, cutting off the nearest aisle while Sirius climbed one measured step. Bellatrix answered with 2 rapid curses. Kingsley blocked the first. Sirius turned the second into the broken bench and didn't chase when she retreated. Alex understood what had changed. Sirius had stopped following the route Bellatrix offered. He and Kingsley were narrowing the upper tier instead, forcing her towards a section where fallen stone left only one clear exit. Bellatrix recognized it too. Her smile tightened as she fired towards Harry again. Sirius didn't turn. Alex has him. The words struck harder than her curse. Alex caught the spell against his shield while Sirius continued watching Bellatrix, trusting Harry's protection to the person already beside him. Kingsley moved right and sent a binding spell across the open aisle. Bellatrix cut through it, but the defense forced her wand low. Sirius attacked at once. She twisted aside, avoiding the curse by stepping into the only space Kingsley had left available. Again, Kingsley said. Sirius drove her backwards with 3 controlled spells, none aimed where she stood. Each struck the stone beside her, directing her away from the door and towards a broken row with no room to retreat safely. Bellatrix tried to leap onto the bench behind her, but Kingsley transformed its surface into loose gravel. Her foot slipped, and she caught herself with one hand. Sirius could have rushed her. He remained 2 steps below. Bellatrix's face twisted. What happened to all that black temper? You were counting on it. She slashed her wand towards Kingsley. Sirius intercepted the curse, while Kingsley sent a low spell beneath the shield Bellatrix raised against him. Stone closed around her leading ankle. Bellatrix tore free before it reached her knee, but the delay cost her position. Sirius's next spell struck her wrist. Her wand flew from her hand, spinning across the tier and falling between the benches. She lunged after it. Kingsley sealed the gap with a raised wall no higher than Sirius's chest. Bellatrix struck its shoulder first and staggered backwards. Sirius's final curse caught her across the body and threw her onto the stone, where she lay without a wand and with both opponents still standing together above her. Kingsley reached her before she could recover. He kicked the fallen wand through the gap between the benches, then bound her wrists and ankles with separate cords before adding a full-body restraint. Sirius kept his wand trained upon her while Kingsley tested each binding instead of trusting the first successful cast. Bellatrix twisted against the cords and smiled up through blood at the corner of her mouth. You needed a keeper to beat me. Sirius glanced towards Harry, who remained beside Alex behind the reinforced wall. I needed a partner. Kingsley levitated Bellatrix away from the broken tier and lowered her behind a solid bench, leaving her visible to both of them but outside reach of her wand. Securely incapacitated, he called. Don't assume unconsciousness. The wider fight answered with a curse that struck the wall across the dais. A crack opened from its upper edge and traveled down through the stone, releasing the hidden whisper through the split. Harry flinched towards it before Alex caught his shoulder. Don't listen, Alex said. He drove his wand towards the crack and forced the broken edges together, but another impact shook the barrier before the repair settled. The black curtain remained concealed, yet the voices beyond it reached through the damaged stone with enough force to keep Harry's attention fixed upon the wall. Dumbledore crossed the lower chamber in Ron's body, shielding McGonagall as she drove 2 masked wizards away from the dais. Hold the center, he ordered. We'll move the battle outward. Alex widened his stance and added fresh stone across the damaged section. Dumbledore joined the repair from the opposite side, binding the wall back into the floor while Harry cast over Alex's shoulder at a Death Eater trying to circle around its left end. Tonks and Lupin closed that route together. Tonks knocked the attacker from his feet, and Lupin bound him before turning to reinforce the next opening. McGonagall transfigured a fallen bench into a waist-high barrier that cut the Death Eaters off from the central steps. Advance by pairs, Dumbledore said. Leave the dais behind us. Sirius and Kingsley rejoined the line only after Tonks took custody of Bellatrix. Sirius didn't look back at his cousin. He moved beside Kingsley, driving the nearest masked wizard towards the upper doors while McGonagall and Lupin closed the space behind him. The remaining Death Eaters yielded ground under the organized pressure. Every retreat carried them farther from the wall and the hidden arch beyond it. Alex maintained the final repair until Dumbledore released his spell first. Now, Dumbledore said. Alex stepped away from the veil without turning his back upon the fight. Ahead, the adult group tightened around the surviving attackers, and the Death Chamber no longer offered them a path through the people they'd intended to divide. 57. He's back. The last masked wizard fell beneath paired spells from McGonagall and Lupin. His wand skittered down the steps before Tonks summoned it into her hand, leaving the Death Chamber filled with bound prisoners, broken stone and the fading echoes of curses. Alex kept his wand raised while the others checked the tiers. Nobody treated silence as proof that the fight had ended. Account for everyone, Dumbledore ordered. Then we withdraw. Harry remained beside Alex. Sirius and Kingsley held the upper doors, while Tonks strengthened Bellatrix's restraints and Lupin checked the captured wizard nearest the dais. McGonagall moved from prisoner to prisoner, removing wands and binding each man separately rather than trusting overlapping cords. 8 of us standing, Kingsley called. Bellatrix and 4 others secured here. 1 more in the passage, Lupin said. Bound and breathing. Alex looked towards the wall hiding the veil. The repaired section held, but the whisper remained faintly audible beneath the scrape of boots and tightening ropes. We can't carry everyone through the rotating rooms. We won't, Dumbledore said. We move the prisoners in stages and secure each chamber behind us. Harry and Alex remain at the center. No one separates from their partner. Sirius glanced down towards Harry before turning back to the doorway. I'll take the front with Kingsley. Harry opened his mouth, but Sirius spoke first. You already trusted Alex with me. I can return the favor. The answer stopped Harry's objection. Alex caught the brief relief beneath it and moved closer as McGonagall levitated 2 bound Death Eaters towards the upper exit. Tonks followed with Bellatrix, keeping her low enough that any attempt to twist free would strike stone rather than another prisoner. They reached the circular chamber without resistance. Several doors remained open from the running battle, exposing damaged rooms beyond, but the route towards the lifts had been marked with McGonagall's silver arrows. Kingsley checked the next passage while Sirius guarded his back. Dumbledore waited until the first prisoners crossed before signaling Alex and Harry forward. A cold pressure entered the chamber. Alex's warning sense tightened so sharply that he caught Harry's arm and stopped him between steps. Every open door slammed at once. The silver arrows vanished beneath a wash of darkness, and the bound Death Eaters began struggling with renewed hope. Dumbledore turned before anyone asked what had changed. His borrowed face had become perfectly still. A tall figure in black robes stood beside the sealed passage leading towards the atrium. His pale hand held a wand already leveled at the prisoners and the people protecting them. Voldemort looked across his failed operation and found Harry. You have taken enough from me. His first curse struck before Dumbledore could answer. Ron's borrowed body turned with impossible speed, and a sheet of silver light opened across the passage. The curse burst against it, splitting into red fragments that carved smoking lines through the walls without reaching the prisoners. Take them back, Dumbledore ordered. Keep every wand and every prisoner beyond his reach. Voldemort's eyes narrowed upon the apparent schoolboy who had stopped him. You hide poorly, Dumbledore. The Polyjuice disguise remained, but nothing in Dumbledore's stance belonged to Ron. He advanced 1 measured step and sent a spell through the fading shield. Voldemort swept it aside, only for the stone beneath him to rise around his ankles. He broke the restraint before it closed and answered with twisting flame that raced along the floor. Dumbledore transformed the fire into a shining flock of birds. They swept upwards, circled the chamber and drove at Voldemort from 3 directions. He destroyed the first group, but the others forced him away from the sealed atrium passage and farther from Bellatrix. Alex pulled Harry behind a stone column as another curse passed between them. Help me open the route. Harry aimed at the nearest sealed door while Alex repaired the damage around its frame. The door resisted both spells, held shut by Voldemort's magic, until McGonagall joined them. Stone folded away from the hinges, creating a narrow opening into the marked passage beyond. Prisoners first, McGonagall said. Tonks levitated Bellatrix through the gap while Lupin moved the nearest bound Death Eater after her. Sirius and Kingsley shielded them together, neither leaving the other when Voldemort sent a curse across Dumbledore's shoulder towards the captives. Dumbledore intercepted it with a golden barrier and drove Voldemort backwards beneath a surge of water drawn from the broken walls. The water closed around him in a spinning sphere. Voldemort vanished before it sealed, reappearing beside the prisoners' discarded wands. Harry fired first. His curse knocked the nearest wand away before Voldemort could reach it. Alex summoned the rest from the floor and threw them through the open passage, where McGonagall caught them before they struck the opposite wall. "They're not yours," Harry said. Voldemort turned towards him, fury stripping the cold amusement from his face. Dumbledore struck between them, forcing Voldemort to defend himself as the chamber shook beneath the impact. The final prisoner crossed the broken doorway. Alex widened the opening enough for Sirius and Kingsley to withdraw without lowering their shields, then heard a distant bell beyond the passage. The ministry lifts were moving. The bell sounded again, nearer this time, followed by the grind of doors opening beyond the damaged passage. Voldemort heard it too. His head turned by a fraction, and Dumbledore used the distraction to drive a band of golden fire across the chamber. Voldemort cut through it, but the defense pushed him away from Harry and into the open center where no pillar concealed him. "Hold him there," Kingsley called. Alex widened the broken doorway while McGonagall reinforced its edges. Footsteps approached at a run, accompanied by shouted orders and the unmistakable clash of oars entering a scene they hadn't prepared to find. Amelia Bones appeared first with her wand raised, followed by 4 oars and Cornelius Fudge in a bowler hat that sat crooked from the journey. Fudge stopped at the threshold. Voldemort stood less than 30 feet away, pale-faced and furious, his wand locked against Dumbledore's as 2 opposing spells tore chips from the floor between them. No report, witness statement or frightened child stood between the minister and the truth. He could see the slit pupils, the altered face and the prisoners struggling behind Tonks and Lupin. "Merlin," one oarer whispered. Amelia recovered before Fudge did. "Secure the prisoners. Nobody leaves without being identified." 2 oarers moved at once. The others spread into the passage, giving Sirius and Kingsley room to transfer custody without lowering their guard. Fudge remained where he was, staring at Voldemort as though disbelief might still change what occupied the chamber. Voldemort's gaze settled upon him. "Minister." Fudge went white. Dumbledore struck before Voldemort could exploit the fear. A chain of silver light wrapped around his wand arm, followed by a second restraint aimed at his legs. Voldemort shattered both with a burst of force that threw loose stone across the room. Alex shielded Harry and the nearest prisoners while Amelia covered Fudge. "Tom," Dumbledore said, advancing through the debris, "you've been seen." The words changed Voldemort's expression more than any spell had. He looked past Dumbledore towards the oars, then towards Bellatrix bound beneath Tonks's guard. Recovering his followers would now require fighting the ministry witnesses he had intended to deceive. He released a wall of black smoke. Dumbledore's wind tore through it, but Voldemort had already vanished from the center of the chamber. A sharp crack echoed from the sealed atrium passage. Amelia spun towards it, after him. Dumbledore lowered his wand only enough to stop her. "He's gone. Preserve what he failed to take." His order steadied the chamber. Amelia sent 2 oars to confirm that Voldemort had left the atrium while the others accepted the prisoners one at a time. Each wand was placed in a separate evidence pouch, every restraint was checked, and the captives were identified before being moved. Bellatrix fought Tonks's levitation charm until Amelia added her own binding and ordered an oar to remain beside her. Fudge still hadn't moved from the doorway. That was him. Harry looked at the minister through the face Voldemort had expected to find. "We told you." Fudge flinched, but Alex had no attention to spare for an answer. The fighting had scattered them through too many rooms, and borrowed faces made a quick count unreliable. He turned towards Dumbledore first. Ron's body stood beside Amelia, uninjured except for a torn sleeve. McGonagall remained near the open passage, supporting Hermione's borrowed weight against one wall while an oarer examined a cut along her temple. "Professor McGonagall? I'm capable of walking," she said, which isn't permission to ignore everyone else. Alex continued. Lupin was helping an oarer secure the last masked prisoner. Tonks stood beside Bellatrix. Kingsley guarded the route towards the lifts, and Sirius remained at his shoulder, both still wearing the faces they had borrowed. Harry caught Alex's sleeve. "I'm here." "I know." Alex closed his hand briefly over Harry's wrist before looking towards the passages beyond them. "All 8 entered. All 8 are still here." Kingsley checked the count himself. "No one was transferred ahead of us. No companion is missing." Amelia raised her voice towards the returning Aurors. Atrium? Clear, one called. No injured ministry personnel found between here and the lifts. The pressure Alex had carried since the false vision first showed Sirius beneath Bellatrix's wand finally released. They had broken Voldemort's trap without leaving Harry to face it alone. Sirius stood alive beside Kingsley. Every adult who had entered under a student's face remained accounted for, and the prisoners were passing into named custody beneath witnesses who could no longer deny what they had seen. Text appeared across Alex's vision. Task complete. Reward: 40 integration points. Integration points: 45. The words faded. Nothing replaced them. Alex looked towards Harry and Sirius as they crossed the chamber towards one another. The system had no further demand waiting behind survival. 58. The Crown's Wizard. The Daily Prophet arrived at breakfast beneath an owl burdened by an edition thick enough to bend around its beak. Harry caught the paper before it struck the table, but he didn't open it. He stared at the headline visible through the fold while Alex, Sirius and Dumbledore read the same words upside down. It read, "He who must not be named returns." Sirius reached across Harry and flattened the front page. Beneath the headline stood a moving photograph of the damaged Ministry atrium, followed by smaller images of Amelia Bones directing bound prisoners into guarded lifts. Cornelius Fudge appeared at the edge of one frame, pale and silent while Aurors passed him without waiting for orders. "They've printed his name everywhere except the headline," Harry said. "They're progressing by inches," Sirius replied. "Yesterday they couldn't admit he existed." Harry began reading. The article confirmed that Voldemort had entered the Ministry, fought Dumbledore and escaped after being witnessed by the Minister, senior Aurors and multiple Ministry employees. A second column withdrew the paper's earlier claim that Harry's account had resulted from injury, confusion or emotional distress. Dumbledore's warnings were described as accurate, while Fudge had ordered an inquiry into the failures that allowed armed Death Eaters to enter the Department of Mysteries. Alex read the withdrawal twice. "They've apologized to Dumbledore." Harry turned the page. "Not to me." "No," Alex said. "They've said your account is now considered credible. That makes their earlier treatment sound like an unfortunate assessment rather than a decision." Dumbledore folded his hands upon the table. Public institutions rarely begin repentance with honesty about themselves. Alex's attention moved to the photograph of Bellatrix. "Where are the prisoners?" "Under Amelia's authority," Dumbledore replied. "Each arrest has a named officer, an individual evidence record and a separate custody entry. Their wands were sealed before anyone could argue that ownership was uncertain." "And transfers?" "They require Amelia's written approval and 2 counter-signatures. Copies of the records have already been placed beyond the Ministry." Sirius gave a quiet, satisfied laugh. "Lucius won't solve this one by inviting someone to dinner." Harry lowered the paper. The headline remained between his hands, finally saying what he'd been punished for saying aloud. Relief showed in his face, but it carried no triumph. Alex understood. The truth had become public because Voldemort had stood where Fudge could see him, not because Harry had deserved belief all along. Dumbledore rose and looked towards Harry. "There is another truth you're owed. This time, you'll hear it with your family beside you." He led them into the library and closed the doors behind Sirius. Harry took the sofa with his godfather beside him, while Alex chose the nearby armchair rather than crowding him. The prophecy still rested beneath a shelf in the Department of Mysteries, beyond the reach of everyone except the 2 people named by it. They'd left it where it rolled because retrieving a glass sphere hadn't been worth delaying their withdrawal or risking another life. "The record wasn't destroyed," Harry said. "Could Voldemort return for it?" "He may try," Dumbledore replied. "Only you or Voldemort can safely remove it, but possession of the sphere would give him nothing I cannot now tell you myself." Sirius shifted closer to Harry. "Then tell him all of it." Dumbledore accepted the rebuke without defending the delay. "Before your birth, Sybil Trelawney gave a prophecy concerning a child with the power to defeat Voldemort. 2 boys matched its opening conditions. You and Neville Longbottom." Harry looked sharply at Alex, then back to Dumbledore. "Voldemort chose me." "Yes. He heard only the beginning and decided you were the greater threat. By attacking you, he marked you as his equal and created the connection he has spent years trying to control." Harry's hand moved towards his scar but stopped before touching it. What did the part he didn't hear say? That the chosen child would possess a power Voldemort doesn't understand, Dumbledore said. It also warned that neither could live securely while the other remained capable of continuing the conflict. Sirius's expression hardened. That sounds like a sentence. It isn't, Dumbledore replied. The prophecy didn't force Voldemort to attack an infant. Fear made that choice for him. Nor did it force Harry to enter the Ministry alone. Harry questioned the vision, contacted you and accepted help. Alex watched Harry take that in. The prediction shaped Voldemort because Voldemort obeyed it. Harry had already answered the same pressure differently. So I may have to face him, Harry said. You almost certainly will, Dumbledore replied. But knowledge of that danger doesn't make you a weapon, and it doesn't give anyone permission to spend the people around you. Sirius placed his hand over Harry's clenched fist. Especially not me. Harry turned his hand and gripped Sirius's fingers. The prophecy stayed under the shelf. You came home. Yes, Sirius said, that's the order that matters. Dumbledore's gaze moved between them. And when the sphere is finally recovered, it will be treated as evidence. Nothing more. Alex looked towards him. Why recover it at all? Dumbledore's attention shifted from Harry to him. The sphere remains a ministry record connected to a criminal operation. Amelia may believe its location and condition should be documented before it's secured. Document where it rolled, Alex said. Then destroy it. Harry straightened beside Sirius. Dumbledore didn't dismiss the proposal, but his expression became more guarded. Destroying evidence after the Ministry has regained lawful control would require Amelia's agreement. The evidence is the invasion, Alex replied. They have captured Death Eaters, confiscated wands, damaged rooms, or witnesses and Cornelius Fudge seeing Voldemort with his own eyes. The orb proves that someone once made a prediction. It doesn't prove who attacked the Ministry last night. Sirius leaned forward, keeping one shoulder close to Harry's. It does give Voldemort a reason to try again. Only Harry or Voldemort can remove it from the shelf, Alex said. That makes Harry the Ministry's only safe retrieval method. They'll call it one controlled visit, with guards and precautions, but Voldemort already built one operation around getting Harry into that room. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Would you ask me to fetch it? No, Dumbledore said, not after what occurred. Someone else might, Harry replied. Fudge wanted proof when he didn't believe me. Now he'll want objects he can lock away and point to. Alex remembered the time room and the 3 devices he'd told Dumbledore he had recovered. He'd surrendered 2 because refusing every time Turner would have exposed the 3rd one hidden beyond any ordinary search. That secret already carried enough risk. He wouldn't let another dangerous object remain available merely because officials preferred custody to destruction. The prophecy has done its work, Alex said. Voldemort heard part of it and attacked Harry. Harry has now heard the rest from you. Keeping the sphere doesn't preserve knowledge. It preserves bait. Dumbledore turned towards the unlit fireplace, considering the argument in silence. Harry waited without looking away, while Sirius's hand settled against the back of the sofa behind him. At last, Dumbledore nodded. I'll speak to Amelia personally. The sphere's position will be photographed and entered into the record. It will then be destroyed without requiring you to touch it. Harry released a breath. Good. Alex watched some of the strain leave his face. The prophecy had directed enough lives from beneath glass and dust. Leaving it intact would only give Voldemort another object to mistake for power. Several days later, Professor Binns called time with the same mild indifference he might have used to announce a goblin rebellion 2 centuries late. Quills lifted across the Great Hall, some at once and others only after the examination staff repeated the order. Alex finished the date beneath his final answer, blotted the ink and surrendered the parchment when it rose from his desk. For several seconds, nobody moved. The last OWL examination had ended, yet 5 years of lessons had trained them to wait for dismissal. Harry finally looked across the aisle at Alex and raised his eyebrows. That's it? Harry asked. An examiner opened the doors. That is quite enough, Mr. Potter. Benches scraped across stone as the 5th years stood. Hermione immediately began asking whether the final question required 3 causes of the 1612 Goblin Rebellion or 3 political consequences. Ron covered both ears and hurried towards the doors. No, Ron said, nobody compares answers until September. Neville joined him with open relief. I support that rule. Alex carried his quills into the entrance hall and resisted Hermione's attempt to reconstruct the marking scheme. He'd done well. Transfiguration, charms, defense, ancient runes and arithmancy should each earn an outstanding unless he'd made a mistake he couldn't yet see. Care of magical creatures had felt equally strong, and his potions practical had survived both the examiner and Snape watching from the wall. 5 outstandings seemed a safe expectation. More were possible, but predicting 10 would turn confidence into vanity and give Hermione a target to dispute for the entire summer. Harry fell into step beside him. How many? At least 5 outstandings, Alex said. Hermione stopped walking. Only 5? Ron stared at her. That isn't the normal objection. Alex smiled. I said at least. They crossed the courtyard into the afternoon sunlight, where Luna waited beside the steps with Fred and George. The twins had produced a banner reading, OWLS. Defeated, though one enchanted letter kept escaping and circling George's head. Luna offered Alex her hand. Did you remember everything? No, Alex said as he took it. Enough, I think. Harry looked towards the grounds, where Sirius waited near Hagrid's hut in his own face, no disguise or borrowed body hiding him from the people who mattered. He began walking faster, and the others followed without needing to agree upon it. The prophecy would be destroyed. The exams were finished. Voldemort remained alive, but he hadn't taken Sirius, Harry's future or the ordinary relief of leaving schoolwork behind. Alex walked with Luna towards the people waiting for them and allowed the year to end. End of Book 4.